Only half an hour remains. With the conclusion of the million-year disciple recruitment task looming, a black-haired man clad in dark garb hovered delicately above the fractured Tao patterns, gazing into the depths of the void. Behind him, countless dark purple spatial lines, birthed from the chaos of time and space, sprawled across the expanse. This place is the ancient tomb of the primal era. A million years ago, Qin Yuan traversed into this realm, initially believing he could wield the system to vanquish sages and tread upon emperors. However, upon activating the disciple fortune system, the first task presented was to recruit disciples for a million years before he could emerge. The ancient tomb of the primal era is a space woven from the tumult of spatial currents, the laws of the great Tao, the essence of Tao patterns, the primordial energy of all things, and the primordial purple energy, among other forces. Today marks the final half hour of Qin Yuan's million-year disciple recruitment. After this fleeting time, he would finally be able to emerge. As he felt the passage of time, a word that had been pent up in Qin Yuan's heart for a full million years finally escaped his lips. Damn! Merely a single utterance sent ripples across the entire expanse of the ancient tomb, causing the fractured Tao patterns beneath his feet to flicker in and out of existence. Observing the chaos he had wrought, Qin Yuan felt no surprise, merely shaking his head. In this ancient tomb, all was abundant the powers of various laws, the essence of Tao patterns, and the primordial purple energy, but the most commonplace element, spiritual energy, was conspicuously absent. He had inquired with the system and learned that spiritual energy, a trivial substance, was unworthy of existence within the ancient tomb. This revelation rendered Qin Yuan's cultivation somewhat peculiar. For instance, the power of his soul, nourished by a million years of primordial energy and Tao pattern essence, had ascended to an unfathomable level. Yet, due to the absence of spiritual energy, Qin Yuan's cultivation remained at the Qi induction realm. Nonetheless, this was a trivial matter. The levels of cultivation? Such concept had become utterly irrelevant to Qin Yuan, for his Qi induction realm could instantaneously obliterate an emperor. As I prepare to emerge, I find myself rather nostalgic for my disciples, Qin Yuan mused, gazing at the rift in space and silently counting down the final moments. As thoughts of his disciples crossed his mind, a faint smile graced his lips. The passage of a million years within the ancient tomb had been arduous at first, yet it connected various spatial points across countless realms, triggering random encounters. Thus, every few thousand years, cultivators from the outside world would step into this space, which was akin to a treasure trove for those seeking enlightenment. With just a slight exertion of his Tao power, Qin Yuan had become a figure of legend, known as the master of the tomb among the myriad worlds. Nevertheless, he had not neglected his system task. Over the course of a million years, he had recruited no fewer than 800 disciples, all meticulously selected by the system, and he was thoroughly pleased with them. He had restored the supreme bones of his disciples, enhanced their abilities, and gifted them with the essence of potent pills, sword techniques, and various top-tier methods. In fact, as time went on, he even accepted any sentient being capable of awakening their consciousness as a disciple, regardless of whether they were flora, fauna, or other races. In short, the more disciples, the merrier. After all, once he emerged, he would rely on the foundations laid by these disciples to assert his influence. Crack the sound of space shattering resonated in Qin Yuan's ears. As he beheld the widening rift, a grin spread across his face. Finally, I shall emerge. Previously, due to the constraints of the system, even with the rift opened, he could not depart. Yet now, having completed the million-year task, he inhaled deeply and stepped forth. The moment he entered the spatial passage, his figure vanished without a trace, leaving only the echoes of Tao patterns behind. Isn't this the Beast Mountain Range? How could a Qi induction realm fellow be here? Judging by his roots, he appears to be around 20. Has he fainted? Should we inform the Grand Elder? In the Nine Xian realm, within the regional expanse, several disciples clad in the azure robes of the Qin Yuan sword sect gathered curiously around a black-haired man in dark garb, who lay upon the grass. With his striking features, the man attracted the attention of the female disciples among them. "Leave 2 disciples here, I will notify the Grand Elder," one of the disciples suggested. As he departed, Qin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and in that instant, stars seemed to swirl within his gaze, infused with boundless power. Is this spiritual energy? Rising calmly, he sensed the thin veil of spiritual energy around him and shook his head. No wonder such a substance was absent in the ancient tomb. Was this meant for cultivation? Scanning the two female disciples before him, he noted their mediocre roots and appearances, far inferior to those of his previous female disciples. However, the sect emblem embroidered upon their garments sparked a glimmer of contemplation in Qin Yuan. The cloud patterns gracefully entwined around a smooth azure sword, its brilliance subtle yet contained, depicted intricately upon their attire. Was this not the emblem designed by his disciple Li Qin Yuan 3,000 years prior? Do you know Li Qin Yuan? Qin Yuan inquired, gazing at the two women. Their expressions shifted slightly at his question. Outsider, do not speak the name of our sect's supreme ancestor. One of the female disciples hurriedly replied. The supreme ancestor of the Qin Yuan sword sect? As Qin Yuan pondered this revelation, the system task suddenly activated. Ding! A new system task has been triggered. Due to the completion of the Million-Year Disciple Recruitment task, the critical hit reward has been unlocked. Meeting with disciples will yield corresponding system rewards. The stronger the disciples, the greater the rewards for the host. Current task activated. Encounter with disciple Li Qin Yuan. At last, I shall see my prodigy, Qin Yuan said, a smile blooming on his face. Young friend, you are within the influence of our Qin Yuan sword sect's Beast Mountain range. Though I know not how you entered, since you are within our jurisdiction, an elder clad in azure robes approached Qin Yuan. You shall follow us. We will ensure your safety until you leave the Beast Mountain range. Such courtesy? Qin Yuan examined the grand elder of the Qin Yuan sword sect, astonished. Our sect's rules are ingrained in every disciple. Even ordinary cultivators are treated with equality. The grand elder replied with a smile. Young friend, our Qin Yuan sect's reputation is renowned far and wide. Are you unaware? Qin Yuan, meeting the elder's expectant gaze, shook his head indifferently. Not in the slightest. The grand elder. Chapter 2. It turns out the young friend is extraordinary. In the depths of the Beast Mountain range, along a narrow forest path, one could sense the impending danger. Are you all truly prepared to venture deeper into this realm, to slay the formidable 7-rank Qingming swordmane beast? In a mere instant of contemplation, Qin Yuan perceived the entirety of the Beast Mountain range. Indeed, a beast of exceptional prowess dwelled within, but it was not merely of the 7th rank. It was genuinely an 8th-rank beast. An 8th-rank creature equates to the pinnacle of human cultivators in the Purple Mansion realm. The cultivation levels progress from low to high, beginning with Qi gathering, followed by foundation establishment, acquired realm, and innate realm. Upon reaching the innate stage, one may commence the spirit ascension. Completing this phase allows entry into the spirit ascension realm, followed by the ascended spirit realm, and above that lies the divine concealment realm. Cultivators of the divine concealment realm correspond to the 7th-rank beasts. Beyond divine concealment is the Purple Mansion. Upon its full realization, one may ascend to the Yuan spirit realm. Once the Yuan spirit is perfected, one may enter the void spirit realm, and further beyond lies the realm of cosmic void, culminating in the cosmic void perfection. After enduring the divine tribulation, one may step into the realm of divine tribulation, and above that exists the supreme realm, the abode of the most formidable beings. At present, the Grand Elder of the Qin Yuan sword sect possesses the initial strength of the Purple Mansion realm. His prowess is rather ordinary, as Qin Yuan had already assessed. Indeed, young friend, fret not. I possess the cultivation of the 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion realm, and slaying a 7th-rank beast is but a trivial task for me. The Grand Elder, stroking his beard, exuded confidence. He continued, I must say, young friend, your celestial aura is quite remarkable. How would you feel about becoming a disciple of our Qin Yuan sword sect? Become a disciple of your esteemed sect? Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued yet skeptical. Indeed, the Grand Elder coaxed, should you exhibit extraordinary talent, there is even a chance that the sect master might take notice, elevating you to the status of an inner disciple, granting you the opportunity to receive guidance from our venerable ancestor. At this, reverence and longing filled the Grand Elder's eyes. Pray tell, what is the cultivation level of your esteemed ancestor? Qin Yuan inquired, his interest piqued. Surely, they must be at the supreme realm? Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, the Grand Elder erupted into a fit of coughs. With a twitch of his lips, he replied, "Young friend, the supreme realm is a level we can scarcely imagine. Even if our ancestor possesses remarkable talent, they cannot be at the supreme realm. Not yet at the supreme realm." Qin Yuan and Appo's brow furrowed slightly. What the divine tribulation realm, then? Cough, cough. No, no. The void spirit realm? Well, nearly there. Half a year ago, I encountered our venerable ancestor, and they were at half-step into the void spirit realm. So weak. Observing Qin Yuan's incredulous expression, the Grand Elder nearly lost his composure. With great restraint against his impulse to chastise this disrespectful youth, he slowly stated, "Half-step into the void spirit realm is already a formidable power in its own right." Yet Qin Yuan's attention had shifted long before. He recalled Li Qingyun's talent, which was not insignificant. After 3 millennia, one would expect at least a mastery of the divine tribulation realm. Yet here they were, merely at the void spirit realm. Where had all that time gone in cultivation? Half a day later, a naturally formed gorge, the ominous mouth of a cavern, loomed before them. This was the lair of the Qingming sword-maned beast. Once I slay it and obtain its 7th rank magic crystal, we may return to the Qingyun sect. The Grand Elder confidently declared as he brushed his sleeve, and without hesitation, he soared toward the dark cave, leaving a trail of purple light in his wake. Behind him, the disciples gazed on in envy. When shall we reach a realm akin to that of the Grand Elder? We are merely at the ascended spirit realm, with 2 major realms yet to cross. Let us observe how the Grand Elder vanquishes that Qingming sword-maned beast. Witnessing the Grand Elder and Appo's grandeur will greatly benefit our own cultivation. The disciples seized every opportunity to learn, their gazes fixed intently on the gorge below. Only Qin Yuan reclined leisurely against an ancient tree. Suddenly, a ferocious roar reverberated throughout the gorge, igniting excitement among the Qingyun disciples. The Grand Elder must have engaged in battle. Listen, that is the anguish cry of the Qingming sword-maned beast. Indeed, the Grand Elder should be able to dispatch that beast within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Wrong. I wager it will take half a quarter of an hour. Just as their words fell, the entire gorge erupted in violent turmoil. From the dark cavern, torrents of azure sword energy burst forth. The Qingyun sword technique. The Grand Elder has unleashed the Qingyun sword technique. The outcome has been determined. The surrounding disciples cheered. Yet Qin Yuan, merely scratching his ear, mused, is the outcome truly decided? Indeed it was. In the next moment, the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sword sect transformed into a streak of purple light, hurtling from the cave's entrance, revealing several wounds upon his body. Run. The intel was erroneous. This Qingming sword-maned beast is not 7th rank. It is 8th rank. Quick, flee. The Grand Elder bellowed in a panic. The cave behind him exploded violently. The Qingming sword-maned beast emerged, its body cloaked in grayish-blue scales, each scale sprouting crystalline sword energy. Its tail had mutated into 7 sword-like segments, the final segment razor-sharp. As it moved, the sword energy crystals along its back flared up like a mane, exuding an overwhelming presence. Its amber-hued eyes coldly surveyed the Grand Elder and the disciples at the gorge's edge. 8th rank. That strength is equivalent to the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. Hurry, we must retreat. The disciples, upon hearing of the 8th rank, found themselves momentarily stunned. However, a few resolute souls stepped forward, declaring, "The Grand Elder is at the 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Without our assistance, he will find it exceedingly difficult to confront that 8th rank beast. We shall remain to aid the Grand Elder." "Yes, we shall stay," several disciples echoed. In the gorge, amidst the chaos, the Grand Elder, moved by their loyalty, managed to fend off one of the Qingming sword-maned beast and Appo's. As Clausen shouted, "Don and Appo's, do you worry about me? You all must flee." "No, Grand Elder, we will stay to assist you." This life-or-death moment stirred the Grand Elder's heart. Finally, Qin Yuan took a step forward, observing the poignant scene. In situations of minimal disparity in strength, Remaining may afford a chance for a counterattack. However, you stand at least 2 or 3 major realms apart from that 8th rank beast. Those who choose to stay, I shall label as foolish. You, upon hearing this, the faces of those disciples who chose to remain flushed with indignation. Qin Yuan then raised his voice to the Grand Elder, suspended in midair. You too are the Purple Mansion realm. Why the panic? Utilize the 3rd strike of the Qin Yuan sword technique to attack the 4th segment S-gap in its tail. The Grand Elder paused, momentarily taken aback. However, upon witnessing the sudden flicker in the eyes of the 8th rank Qing Ming sword-maned beast, alarm surged within him. This was the gaze of a creature that had sensed its own vulnerability. Hiss! The Grand Elder gasped in shock. The gaze directed towards Qin Yuan has transformed. No wonder he can venture alone into the depths of the monster beast mountain range. It turns out, my young friend, you are remarkable. In the next moment, he no longer hesitated. Channeling the 3rd move of the Qin Yuan sword technique within him, he launched a fervent assault on the tail vertebrae of the Qing Ming sword-maned beast. Chapter 3. Today, one of you must perish. Shall we attack the scales atop its spine? Have you not noticed how it guards the central area of its back? Utilize the 7th move of the Qin Yuan sword technique. Why don't you? And then, you question me? Are you truly incapable of discerning the beast's vulnerabilities? Such a glaring flaw, and yet you remain oblivious? How unfortunate that you hold the esteemed title of Grand Elder of the Qin Yuan sword sect. Did you secure this position through merit, or was it mere connections? Next, target its tail vertebra. Dismantle those 7 sword-like bones. You claim you cannot pierce its back with your sword? Why not use its own bones against it? Are you intent on driving me to madness? In that moment, an unsettling scene unfolded within the canyon. Qin Yuan stood beside a towering tree, relentlessly offering the most pragmatic counsel. Each piece of guidance enabled the Grand Elder to vanquish the 8th tier Qing Ming sword-maned beast with minimal cost. As time progressed, the beast began to show signs of collapse, even attempting to retreat to its lair. Chase it down. What are you dawdling for? Do you expect it to rest and then retaliate against you? How naive. Listening to Qin Yuan, the Grand Elder found himself in a state of confusion. But I am merely at the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm. Qin Yuan, trembling, pointed at the Grand Elder. You cannot even handle an enemy beyond your rank. Today, one of you or that beast must die. Choose. Upon hearing this subtly menacing declaration, the Grand Elder's gaze sharpened. Although he could not ascertain Qin Yuan's true strength, he reasoned that the ability to instantly perceive the beast's weaknesses indicated that Qin Yuan could not be weaker than himself. It was precisely this camouflage of strength that eluded his senses, as masters often preferred to conceal their true power. Enough. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth and charged into the cave, engaging in a fierce battle. Now this was more like it. Qin Yuan, observing this, nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the disciples were left utterly dumbfounded. What had they just witnessed? A young man at the Qi guiding realm had berated their Grand Elder, striking at the very heart of the issue. He had even boasted that only one of them could survive. What manner of being was this man in black? After a brief while, the commotion within the cave began to dwindle. Finally, a purple light burst forth, revealing the Grand Elder, drenched in the blood of the beast, clutching an 8th tier magic crystal in his right hand. I actually managed to slay an 8th tier beast comparable to a peak Purple Mansion realm cultivator. Even now, the Grand Elder found it hard to believe. Yet, the way he regarded Qin Yuan had irrevocably changed. Just those earlier insights had propelled his stagnant Qin Yuan sword technique forward by several degrees. This is a true master, absolutely a master. Senior, please allow me to pay my respects. Ignoring his injuries, the Grand Elder bowed deeply to Qin Yuan. The disciples, though stunned, quickly followed suit, paying their respects alongside their Grand Elder. Very well, the etiquette is commendable, Qin Yuan acknowledged with a nod. Senior, do you know the sect master? The Grand Elder inquired cautiously. Given the familiarity with the Qin Yuan sword technique and the ability to pinpoint its flaws, he surmised that Qin Yuan must know the sect master. Otherwise, how could he be so knowledgeable? No, I do not, Qin Yuan replied honestly. This response left the Grand Elder momentarily speechless before he softly suggested. Then, Would you consider visiting our Qin Yuan sect as a guest? We will be most hospitable. Very well. Qin Yuan smiled and nodded. He was eager to ascertain whether Li Qingyun's stagnation was due to complacency. Ahem. If I may ask, what is your true level of cultivation? The Grand Elder, sensing Qin Yuan's qi guiding realm aura, wiped the sweat from his brow. Despite his careful assessment, he could only perceive the aura of a qi guiding cultivator. He realized that his own cultivation was insufficient to detect the other's disguise. Qi guiding realm. Qin Yuan replied plainly. Ahem. The Grand Elder coughed slightly, then probed further. The distance to our Qin Yuan sect is considerable. Allow me to summon the wind to carry you through the air, which would be much quicker. Once one reaches the Purple Mansion realm, one can traverse the air and harness the power of the Purple Mansion to draw upon ambient spiritual energy, allowing for the transport of hundreds of lower-tier cultivators simultaneously, though at a greater cost of energy. No need. Just proceed at your fastest pace. I shall keep up. Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. The Grand Elder nodded, then consumed 2 pills to recover his injuries and spiritual energy. He gestured grandly, wrapping the disciples in purple spiritual energy before ascending into the air. We are ready to depart, the Grand Elder declared to Qin Yuan, who stood at the edge of the valley below. Indeed, Qin Yuan nodded, stepping forward. However, as he did, the surrounding space rippled inexplicably, and he vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, he was floating in mid-air, standing casually before the Grand Elder. Is this truly the Qi guiding realm? The Grand Elder's lips twitched violently. Spatial contraction and teleportation. This was a power beyond the Purple Mansion realm. A formidable being. The Grand Elder realized this man was a powerhouse of the Purple Mansion realm. Soon, the Grand Elder discovered that no matter how fast he attempted to move, Qin Yuan kept pace effortlessly, as if strolling through a garden. Yet he still claimed to be at the Qi guiding realm. Indeed, the thoughts of masters are vastly different from those of ordinary individuals. Half a day later, the Qin Yuan sect was nestled within the most spiritually dense mountains of the Jiushuan realm. Here, 79 sword peaks stood tall, with countless disciples traversing the floating jade steps, their movements fluid and graceful. The sound of sword energy resonated throughout. At this moment, within the main hall of the sect, Qin Yuan sat regally as the sect master. Li Feng approached him after hearing the Grand Elder's account. Senior, do you know the ancestor? I do. Qin Yuan smiled. Where is that little rascal now? At this, Li Feng's pupils quivered slightly. He swallowed hard and replied, the ancestor is currently in the Sword Tomb's secret realm, attempting to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. I shall notify him immediately. May I ask your name, esteemed senior? Qin Yuan came to reply. Chapter 4. Meeting the master in the secret realm of the Sword Tomb, belonging to the Qin Yuan sect, lies a small expanse of heaven and earth, suffused with an extraordinary richness of spiritual energy. Surrounding it is a veil of ethereal mist, swirling and shimmering, almost tangible to the touch. The undulating mountains rise like colossal dragons, standing majestically. The Sword Tomb claims to be a world unto itself, the very foundation upon which the Qin Yuan sect was established. Ordinary individuals cannot step foot within this domain. At this moment, atop the peak of the sword, only 2 individuals are seated opposite each other. To the left sits a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, while to the right is an elderly figure, whose gaze towards the man is imbued with deep respect. The ancestor of Qin Yuan, the battle from 5 centuries ago, has greatly depleted your foundation. Otherwise, with your talent, you would have entered the void realm long ago. The blue-robed elder's voice is low and filled with suppressed rage. If it weren't for my hindrance, you would not have. Enough. Do not blame yourself. Li Qingyun interjects, waving his hand dismissively. Now, I am but a mere step away from the void realm. A fierce glint flashes across his face. Once I attain the void realm, I shall return to the Qin sect. Ancestor, I have heard that the supreme master of the Qin sect entered the void realm a century ago, and after 100 years of cultivation, he must have ascended to the 3rd layer of the void realm, the blue-robed elder says, gritting his teeth. Just the 3rd layer. Even if it were the 9th layer, I would still confront him. Li Qingyun sneers. My master has taught me that if one must act, they must do so with greater ferocity than their adversary. The blue-robed elder gulps nervously. He has often heard tales of this master, but knows little of their identity or origins. The elder remains silent, wary of probing further. At that moment, a jade pendant at the elder's waist jingles gently. Ancestor, it is Feng seeking an audience. The blue-robed elder informs Li Qingyun. Very well, Li Qingyun nods. Moments later, a rift in space appears, and Li Feng materializes at the peak of the sword tomb. Greetings, Supreme Ancestor. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Li Feng bows respectfully to both men. What news do you bring? The blue-robed elder inquires, stroking his beard. Well, during our expedition in the Beast Mountain Range, our leading elder discovered. Li Feng succinctly recounts the events that transpired in the mountain range. Are you saying that a formidable figure, likely of the Void Realm, is currently a guest at our Qin Yuan sect? The blue-robed elder is astonished. A Void Realm expert is a towering figure in any region of this continent. Such a presence must be treated with utmost respect, at the very least. You mentioned that he offered guidance to the leading elder in the Beast Mountain Range. How did he provide this guidance? At this moment, Li Qingyun's voice suddenly resonates, and he appears before Li Feng in an instant. The method of guidance employed by this esteemed individual is rather peculiar. Li Feng hesitates. He appeared to be quite frustrated, and even scolded a bit. Indeed, Li Qingyun responds quickly. That is precisely it. As Li Qingyun's breath quickens, he presses, did this esteemed individual mention his name? I inquired about his name. Li Feng replies earnestly. He said he is called Qin Yuan. Boom! In that instant, Li Qingyun feels as though his mind has been struck by a colossal force. Without a moment's hesitation, he tears through the spatial ripples of the sword tomb and vanishes without a trace. What has happened? Li Feng is left dumbfounded. The usually composed ancestor and Apos' behavior has left him bewildered. Could it be? Beside him, the supreme elder and Apos' pupils tremble in realization, as if struck by a thought. He urgently asks, have you treated this esteemed individual with the utmost respect? Do not be negligent. Rest assured, we have adhered to the teachings of our ancestors and have not shown any signs of disrespect. Li Feng gulps nervously. And who is this esteemed individual? I'm not entirely certain. Let us proceed to the main hall. The Supreme Elder declares gravely. With that, he leads Li Feng away from the sword tomb. Meanwhile, at the main peak of the Qin Yuan sect, within the Grand Hall, many disciples have gathered, including both outer and inner sect members, along with several elders. They have all come to pay their respects to the esteemed individual. However, upon seeing Qin Yuan and Apos' visage, their astonishment grows. So young, he appears no older than 20, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. He must be at the Qi induction stage? Am I misreading his aura? One elder whispers. Indeed, you are mistaken. The leading elder retorts. This is the method by which the esteemed individual conceals his true strength. With our meager cultivation, how could we discern his power? Have you ever seen someone at the Qi induction stage capable of employing spatial maneuvers reserved for the Void Realm? That is true. The elder quickly realizes his error. In the upper hall of the Grand Hall, Qin Yuan observes the figures below with composure. Suddenly, a smile graces his lips as he gazes forward. A flash of azure light rushes towards him from the entrance. The first disciple he encounters upon exiting seclusion. Whoosh! The azure light carries a torrent of sword energy. And the presence of someone at the half-step Void Realm sends shivers down the spines of the elders and disciples present. It is the Supreme Ancestor. The ancestor of Qin Yuan has arrived. Who is this youth? Could he be an unparalleled genius hidden from the world? The disciples and elders of the Qin Yuan sect hold their breaths and bow to Li Qingyun as he descends into the hall, exclaiming, "Greetings, Supreme Ancestor." At that moment, two more beams of light appear, revealing Li Feng and the Supreme Elder, who have hurriedly followed. They look upon Li Qingyun and Qin Yuan. Noticing that Li Qingyun pays no heed to the greetings of the elders and disciples below. Instead, his gaze is fixed intently on Qin Yuan. His eyes begin to redden as he steps closer, until he is merely 3 paces away. Then, suddenly coming to his senses, Li Qingyun kneels before Qin Yuan. In full view of all the disciples and elders present, proclaiming, "I, disciple Qin Yuan, pay my respects to my master." With that, 3 heavy knocks resound, shattering the stillness of time itself. Each bow is forceful enough to make the grand hall tremble, fissures appearing in the ground beneath. In an instant, the air seems to freeze, and an eerie silence envelopes the hall, with even the sound of breathing vanishing. Only the echoes of his bows reverberate through the vaulted ceiling, lingering for an eternity. Chapter 5. Can one not kill beyond their rank? Then they are unworthy of being a disciple of the master. Hey, senior brother, did I just hear something unbelievable? What did you hear? It seems I heard our venerable ancestor of the Qin Yuan sword sect address that young man as master. I think I heard it too. Inside the grand hall, every disciple and elder held their breath, when they turned their gaze back to the dais. They were astonished to see their ancestor kneeling solemnly before Qin Yuan. In other words, Qin Yuan was the master of their ancestor. At the bottom of the hall, the sect leader and the supreme elder, who had just arrived, were momentarily frozen in shock. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief, and even their internal energies were thrown into disarray upon witnessing their own ancestor kneel. "Rise," Qin Yuan said, gazing at Qin Yuan. Though his appearance had changed slightly, the mark of the soul remained unchanged. "Thank you, master." Qin Yuan slowly stood up, his eyes reddening. Being an orphan, devoid of parents, he had cultivated through adversity. After revealing his talents, he fortuitously entered the ancient tomb of the heavens, gaining insights under Qin Yuan's tutelage. After 30 years of profound learning, he emerged, ready to showcase his skills. Now, in the central region of the 9 profound realm, he had established the prominent Qin Yuan sword sect. Yet, none knew that all he achieved was bestowed upon him by his master. What are you all standing there for? Do you not know how to pay your respects? Upon rising, Qin Yuan looked down at the stunned disciples and elders, his voice booming. The sudden sound jolted everyone back to reality, and they hurriedly bowed to Qin Yuan on the dais. Disciples of Qin Yuan sect, elders of Qin Yuan sect, sect leader of Qin Yuan sect, we pay our respects to the ancestor master. Qin Yuan wore a gentle smile, nodding slightly as he waved his right hand. A soft breeze lifted everyone from the ground. "All right, get up." He then turned his attention back to Qin Yuan. "Beep. Task completed. Beep. Current disciple status. Name, Qin Yuan. Age, 3,100 years. Strength, half-step void realm. Root bone. Azure luo sword embryo, shattered. Can break through to the divine tribulation realm at its peak, but is limited to this. Beep. Based on the disciple's performance post-ascension, cultivation level, encounters, number of enemies slain, etc., the disciple can provide the host with 5 billion points of fortune. Note, fortune points can directly enhance cultivation or be used to elevate others' cultivation. Redeemable in the store for cultivation techniques, root bones, etc. 5 billion disciple fortune points. Not too much, not too little. After all, redeeming a sacred level technique in the ancient tomb previously required 10 billion fortune points. In other words, this disciple is worth 5 sacred level techniques? Qin Yuan exhaled softly, fixing his gaze on Qin Yuan, then gradually spoke. "Qin Yuan, tell me, how did your Azure luo sword embryo shatter?" With a single question, he pinpointed the greatest hidden peril in Qin Yuan's cultivation. "Master," Qin Yuan clenched his fists. "Years ago, the Azure luo sword embryo I bestowed upon you should have allowed you to reach supreme status within 3,000 years. Even if you did not attain supremacy, you should at least be at half-step supremacy. Yet now, you are merely at half-step void realm." Qin Yuan shook his head, raising his right hand and extending 5 fingers. "You are currently worth 5 sacred level techniques. Do you realize that?" Qin Yuan's lips twitched slightly at this. His master was still the same, forever cloaked in an air of unpredictability, maintaining a childlike demeanor. Truly, he was the master. Qin Yuan wanted to explain, but found himself overwhelmed with emotions, unsure of where to begin. "That old man, come here," Qin Yuan beckoned, pointing at the supreme elder beside the sect leader. "You possess a trace of the Azure luo sword embryo's essence within you. You should be aware." The supreme elder's pupils trembled as he dared not delay, hastily approaching the dais. "Senior," It is as follows. 500 years ago, I accompanied Elder Qin Yuan in search of a 9-turned sword-heart herb. However, upon obtaining this divine herb, we were ambushed by the most prestigious sect in the central region, the Qin sect. At that time, Elder Qin Yuan had already reached half-step void realm, but they dispatched 2 supreme elders and their sect leader against us. The sect leader of Qin was also at half-step void realm, so Elder Qin Yuan was not intimidated. Yet, those 2 supreme elders had already entered the void realm, becoming formidable beings of the 3rd layer. Ultimately, Elder Qin Yuan had to forcibly break through to save me, sacrificing a portion of the azure luo sword embryo's essence to ensure my survival. As the supreme elder spoke, his eyes turned red. Stop, stop, no need for such theatrics. Qin Yuan interrupted, cutting through the elder's buildup of emotion. Your injuries cannot affect the azure luo sword embryo I condensed for Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, you tell me what happened. Li Qin Yuan cleared his throat and scratched his head. Well, after I returned to the sect and got settled, I infiltrated the Qin sect. During my previous battle with their 2 supreme elders, they spoke ill of Master, which infuriated me. I thought I and Oppos, do just take them down and leave. A smile crept across Qin Yuan's face. Now, that is the disciple I have taught. The elders and sect leader in the Grand Hall were left bewildered. Such events had occurred back then, and then? Qin Yuan inquired with interest. Later, as I had just slain their supreme elder, I was discovered. Subsequently, the entire sect came after me, even activating their protective formation. I had no choice but to burn the essence of the sword embryo to escape from within. But rest assured, Master, at that time, I at least killed over half of their elders, so I did not bring shame upon you. Upon hearing this, the sect leader and the gathered crowd broke into a cold sweat. It turned out their ancestor had been so formidable back then. To infiltrate Qin sect at half-step void realm and slay one of their supreme elders? In the end, he had truly escaped after sacrificing the essence of the sword embryo. Elder Qin Yuan, that was far too dangerous. You were merely at half-step void realm and in a wounded state. The opposing supreme elders were all at the 3rd layer of the void realm. The supreme elder swallowed hard. As a disciple of the master, one must be capable of killing beyond their rank. Otherwise, they're unworthy of being a disciple. Li Qin Yuan puffed out his chest proudly. As a disciple of the master, I take great pride in that. Chapter 6. Let us ascend to the void realm. Well done. This is more like my disciple. Qin Yuan stood up and approached Li Qin Yuan. I was beginning to wonder why your abilities were so limited, but fret not. Now that your master has emerged from seclusion, I shall help you reclaim your standing. However, you, my young disciple, have merely reached the half-step void realm, which is a tad insufficient. As his words fell, Qin Yuan raised his right hand and gently placed it upon Li Qin Yuan's shoulder. In that instant, the essence of the great Tao began to circulate, as if the mysterious powers from the dawn of creation were permeating the void. A radiant beam of light erupted from the tip of Qin Yuan's fingers, shimmering like the stars, imbued with unparalleled might. Within it was the purest essence of the Qin Luo sword embryo, as if it could rend the heavens and reshape the cosmos. Li Qin Yuan felt a warm current spreading throughout his body, nourishing every part of him like a gentle spring rain. In that moment, all his hidden injuries vanished without a trace. Even the most minute meridians pulsated with vibrant life. Upon further inspection, he was astonished to discover that the Qin Luo sword embryo had remarkably returned to its prime condition. Within the sword embryo, golden light flickered, as if it contained a supreme sword intent. With each flicker, he sensed the sword intent within him solidifying further. As Li Qin Yuan breathed, the spiritual energy within 100 miles began to ripple. Thousands of streams of spiritual energy surged toward him in that fleeting moment. Moments later, he gazed into the surrounding space and noticed minute folds appearing. With a single step, he was instantly transported to the peak of a mountain 1,000 miles away. With another step, he returned once more to the Great Hall, such as the ability to traverse the earth in an instant. This is the hallmark of a void realm master. Though upon entering the spirit realm, one may initially grasp the power of space, it is only upon attaining the void realm that one can truly claim mastery over it. The void realm, 3 layers. As his consciousness retracted, Qin Yuan discovered 3 resplendent stars shimmering within the void of his sea of consciousness. This was the manifestation of the 3 layers of the void realm. Beside him, Li Feng, the Grand Elder, and other disciples were equally astounded. In that moment, they realized that Qin Yuan's prowess and methods far exceeded their expectations. Why are you so excited over merely the 3 layers? Qin Yuan doused Qin Yuan's burgeoning pride with a splash of cold water. If one were unaware, they might think you had ascended to the supreme 3 layers. Cough, cough. You are right, master. Qin Yuan's momentary arrogance dissipated like mist. Below, the elder who had first interacted with Qin Yuan gasped in astonishment. The tone was strikingly similar to when Qin Yuan had chastised him in the valley. Truly, a master of high caliber. Master, you have emerged from seclusion, yet you still appear to be in the Qi induction realm? Qin Yuan inquired softly, glancing at his master. The disciples were aware of Qin Yuan and Appo's extraordinary power, which seemed to disregard the path of spiritual cultivation, instead focusing on the essence of the great Tao, the primal energies of all things, and the primordial purple air, leading to a lack of visible cultivation progression. Thus, he remained in the Qi induction realm. You have reminded me. As Qin Yuan approached the steps of the Great Hall, he noted the curious gazes directed his way due to his prolonged state in the Qi induction realm. Let's first ascend to the void realm then. Within the hall, all eyes turned to Qin Yuan, particularly those of the sect leader and elders, who appeared bewildered by this revelation. So, the ancestor's master truly is in the Qi induction realm? With a graceful flick of his dark robe, Qin Yuan's attire billowed, resonating with the void. As he stepped forward, the space beneath him rippled like water. At that moment, his cultivation surged dramatically, crossing 3 realms in an instant, reaching the postnatal realm. With the second step, his might soared further, transitioning from the postnatal realm into the innate realm. The third step shattered the barrier of the spirit realm beneath him, as if it were mere parchment, utterly unable to withstand his power. Each step was akin to ascending to immortality. Qin Yuan's voice resonated in harmony with his footsteps as his cultivation ascended with each movement. The 4th step brought him to the spiritual ascension realm. The 5th step elevated him to the divine concealment realm. The 6th step placed him in the purple mansion realm. All paths converged as his voice echoed like the resonant sound of the great Tao throughout the hall. The 7th step, the primordial spirit realm. The 8th step, the void spirit realm. Upon the 9th step, his strength solidified in the first layer of the void realm. The oppressive force of the first layer of the void realm descended like a collapsing sky, enveloping the surroundings. This pressure was far more terrifying than the 3 layers of the void realm possessed by their esteemed ancestor. At that moment, Qin Yuan stood with hands clasped behind his back in the air of the great hall, his gaze sparkling with the brilliance of distant stars. He proclaimed, "Heaven and earth, I am a pinnacle." Thus, his cultivation was firmly established in the first layer of the void realm. All disciples of the Qin Yuan sect wore expressions of sheer astonishment, for the spectacle that had just unfolded exceeded their wildest imaginations. Their faces were filled with disbelief as their gazes fixated on the towering figure standing aloft, their hearts swelling with an overwhelming tide of shock that refused to subside. From this moment forth, should anyone inquire how long it takes to progress from the Qi induction realm to the void realm, they would no longer respond with the notion of thousands of years of cultivation and fortuitous opportunities. Instead, they would recount witnessing an individual ascend in merely 9 steps to the void realm, 9 layers of the profound, each step an ascent to immortality. All paths converge. Heaven and earth, I am the pinnacle. The sect leader murmured these words, his eyes reflecting a profound astonishment that was difficult to digest. Their respect for their ancestors' master deepened immeasurably. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 million faith points. Faith points can be exchanged for fortune points in equal measure. Qin Yuan observed the disciples of the sect, a smile gracing his face. He then turned to Qin Yuan and inquired, "Where is the Qin sect? I wish to visit and enjoy some tea, perhaps take in the scenery." Upon hearing this, The hall fell into a hush of disbelief. To enjoy tea? To admire the scenery? Surely he meant to annihilate the sect. Master, I have devised a new strategy for dealing with the Qin Yuan sect. Qin Yuan hastily stepped before Qin Yuan. You once said to deal with clowns, one must strike when they are at their most jubilant. In a few days, the centennial Zhongzhou Trisect Grand Assembly will commence. At that time, our Qin Yuan sword sect, the Qin Yuan sect, and the Julie Witch Hall will gather in the secret realm of the Yunxiao Illusion Valley. Now that you have aided my breakthrough to the 3 layers of the Void Realm, I am confident I can leave every one of those Qin Yuan sect members behind in the secret realm. Qin Yuan nodded. Very well, proceed with your plan. I shall support you. It is better to resolve grievances on your own during your cultivation journey, as it will facilitate your future breakthroughs. However, the Julie Witch Hall piqued Qin Yuan's interest. The Julie Witch Hall? I once took on a disciple there a millennium ago. That little rascal was quite fond of witchcraft and sorcery. This certainly raises my anticipation. Chapter 7. The Ruthlessness of Both Sides. In the heart of the Yuxia mountain range lies the Yuxiao Illusion Valley, a secluded gorge perpetually shrouded in thick mist. It only reveals itself at certain pivotal moments. Within this mystical realm, abundant spiritual energy flows, and the landscape is picturesque, adorned with a myriad of exotic flora. In the central continent, 3 prominent sects stand at the zenith of power. The Qin Yuan Sword Sect, a righteous faction where all disciples strictly adhere to the sect and Oppose rules. Any acts of tyranny are met with severe consequences, earning them a stellar reputation across tens of thousands of miles. The Qin Yuan sect, primarily composed of practitioners from the earth lineage, are known for their fierce tempers and ruthless dealings. Their aggressive nature leaves few rivals of equal standing, forcing ordinary cultivators to endure their oppression. Lastly, the Julie Witch Hall instills fear in the hearts of many. Its disciples practice the arcane arts of witchcraft, and their elusive leader is a figure of dread, capable of slaying powerful adversaries with a mere witch insect. The Julie Witch Hall's disciples number fewer than 100, due to the peculiarities of their cultivation. At this moment, the 3 sects gather before the Yuxiao Illusion Valley. The air before the dim gorge shimmers with distortions of space, leading to a massive plaza paved with azure stones, capable of accommodating tens of thousands. Master, that man in red is the leader of the Qin Yuan sect, Lai Wufeng, whispered Qin Yuan beside Qin Yuan. Casting a glance, Qin Yuan observed the robust figure of Lai Wufeng, exuding a stony aura. A practitioner of earth attributes, he possessed the strength of the 3rd level of the Void Realm. Qin Yuan quickly lost interest. Such a lackey was hardly worth his attention. Although 2 elders beside Lai Wufeng were at the 5th level of the Void Realm, they still fell short of his expectations. With the Qingluo sword body, Qin Yuan could easily dispatch foes of the 5th or 6th rank without breaking a sweat. After all, he had once slain a Qin Yuan sect elder of the 3rd level of the Void Realm while he was merely at the half-step level. Master, that man in the black robe is the leader of the Julie Witch Hall, Lu Julie, Qin Yuan continued, and a faint smile graced Qin Yuan's lips. Truly, his clever disciple. Ding. Quest triggered. Meet your disciple, Lu Julie. Lu Julie, born with the body of 10,000 insects, was once hunted to the brink of death by the world. By chance, he entered the ancient heavenly tomb and was rescued by Qin Yuan, who took him as a disciple. However, due to the unique nature of his body, he could only grow for a millennium before being consumed by the insects. Nevertheless, Qin Yuan was generous, refining Lu Julie and Oppo's body into the heavenly insect emperor body, a pinnacle transformation with virtually limitless potential. Qin Yuan did not expect to encounter 2 disciples here. His gaze turned contemplative as he surveyed Lu Julie, cloaked in shadows. Leader, the strength of that Qin Yuan ancestor has actually broken through to the 3rd level of the Void Realm. An elder from the Qin Yuan sect murmured, standing beside a younger man at the 1st level of the Void Realm. What is there to fear? Though Lai Wufeng is surprised, his confidence remains unshaken. I am also at the 3rd level of the Void Realm. Besides, we have a Grand Elder at the 5th level. Lai Wufeng and Oppo's eyes glinted with malice as he recalled an event from 500 years ago when they failed to retain Qin Yuan in the Qin Yuan sect. This time, We shall ensure he and his disciples perish within the Yuxiao Illusion Valley. Assisting that great individual in obtaining the Qin Yuan sword body will bestow immense fortune upon our sect." The elder nodded in agreement. "After killing Li Qin, we shall annihilate his Qin Yuan sect. Not a single one shall be spared." "Yes, leader." Meanwhile, at the Qin Yuan sect, Li Qin addressed his disciples with fervor. "Upon entering the secret realm, your sole mission is to annihilate the disciples of the Qin Yuan sect at all costs." "Yes, Ancestor Qin Yuan," the disciples echoed in unison. The two factions, each more ruthless than the other, prepared for the ensuing confrontation. "Leave Lai Wufeng and his elders to me. Your only duty is to protect the safety of our sect's disciples," Li Qin instructed an elder. "But the Grand Elder at the 5th level poses a significant threat," the elder expressed concern. "Do you lack faith in me?" Li Qin retorted with a grin, glancing at Qin Yuan with admiration. "Besides, I have my master." In Li Qin's eyes, his master was invincible, an unparalleled force capable of vanquishing all adversaries throughout history. Qin Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Although it was ideal for his disciples to resolve their own matters, should they struggle, it would be sheer folly to persist in vain. Since his emergence from seclusion, barely 10 days had passed, and Qin Yuan had yet to flex his abilities. Suddenly, the once tranquil air in the valley began to tremble, as if the very essence of the world was being stirred by an unseen force. In the valley's center, the distorted space rippled, akin to a mirror being kneaded by an invisible hand. In an instant, a vortex of space formed, its edges shimmering with radiant hues, resembling ethereal clouds, a breathtaking sight, yet imbued with terrifying spatial fluctuations. At the vortex's core lay an abyssal darkness. The flora within the valley swayed, while above the swirling vortex, clouds churned violently, casting the entire valley in a celestial glow. Clearly, the Yuxiao Illusion Valley had been activated. Within the illusion, numerous other sect practitioners and rogue cultivators were present, drawn by the prospect of the grand event and the abundance of rare treasures that could significantly enhance their cultivation. "Disciples of the Qin Yuan sect, follow my lead. Enter," Li Qin commanded, sweeping his arm as hundreds of disciples transformed into streaks of light, swiftly vanishing into the portal. Simultaneously, under Lu Juli's guidance, all disciples of the Juli, which hall, stepped into the illusion. As the last of the disciples crossed the threshold, the members of the Qin Yuan sect remained silent, following Lai Wufeng into the illusion. With the spatial distortions rippling in waves, just a moment later, Lai Wufeng led over 200 disciples into the Yuxia Illusion Valley. What awaited them was not the plains of the illusion, but a colossal azure sword. The sword, stretching hundreds of feet long, glimmered translucently, radiating a fierce sword aura filled with murderous intent. Lai Wufeng froze, his expression shifting drastically. "Li Qin, you lack martial ethics." In response, a booming voice echoed back, "I care not for your ethics." Chapter 8. You are worth no more than 5 Imperial-level techniques. In the plains of the Yuxia Illusion Valley, many wandering cultivators had yet to venture deeper into the secret realm in search of opportunities and precious materials. When they witnessed the sudden action of the ancestral master of the Qin Yuan sect, they were utterly bewildered. In that moment, the air was sliced apart by the sword Shi, carrying the Qin Luo sword embryo, producing a piercing hum. Without a moment's hesitation, Lai Wufeng roared, "Stone shield." The stone attribute spiritual energy within him surged violently, coalescing into a massive stone shield that resembled a mountain before him. Bang! Boom! The collision reverberated through the entire secret realm, causing the space to tremble. Kill. The first style of the Qin Yuan sword technique. The second style of the Qin Yuan sword technique. Meanwhile, the unlearned disciples of the Qin Yuan sect were surrounded by the disciples of the Qin Yuan sect. The sword intent of the Qin Yuan sect began to envelop the Illusion Valley's plains. The scene was chaotic. What was happening between the Qin Yuan sect and the Qin Yuan sect? No one knew why they had begun fighting as soon as they entered the secret realm. The surrounding wandering cultivators were equally perplexed. Even the disciples of the Juli Witch Palace were somewhat confused. At that moment, Lu Juli, shrouded in a black robe, slowly removed his hood. His complexion appeared rather pale. and his eyes were extraordinarily eerie, resembling countless writhing insects. A chilling aura emanated from him, sending shivers down one's spine. However, on his unobserved neck, an ancient character of the Li was inscribed. His gaze was fixed on a man in dark robes among the forces of the Qin Yuan sword sect. Upon recognizing the man's visage, Lu Juli's entire body trembled violently. The familiar face and aura caused his breath to quicken. Palace Master was wrong. His senior disciple noticed the Palace Master's unusual behavior and took 2 steps forward. No worries. Lu Juli shook his head, instructing them to wait. He then flew towards Qin Yuan alone. Lu Juli? The Palace Master of the Juli? Which palace? What is he coming over here for? The expressions of the Supreme Elder and the Grand Elder of the Qin Yuan sect shifted upon noticing Lu Juli's approach. Could it be that the Qin Yuan sect and the Juli Witch Palace were in collusion? As their expressions changed, Lu Juli had already reached within 10 meters of Qin Yuan. Gazing at the familiar face and the warm aura, he took a deep breath and knelt before Qin Yuan. Disciple Lu Juli, greetings, Master. His trembling voice may not have been loud, but it halted the distant battle for a moment. What in the world is happening? The 10th Supreme Elder and Grand Elder of the Qin Yuan sect were left dumbfounded upon witnessing Lu Juli kneel before Qin Yuan. In the distance, Li Qingyun, engaged in combat with Lai Wufeng, also shuddered, taking a sharp breath. Although his master had mentioned having many senior brothers, he never expected that the Palace Master of the Juli Witch Palace was also his master and Appo's disciple. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan looked at Lu Juli before him and shook his head, saying, "Rise. I must say, little Li, you still prefer using the witch puppet form." This single remark directly revealed Lu Juli and Appo's true state. This is all in accordance with my master's teachings. Master once told me to avoid direct confrontation with enemies when practicing witchcraft and insect techniques. Lu Juli stood up. His cold visage coupled with a strange laugh sent chills through the surrounding wandering cultivators and even the elders of the Qin Yuan sect. My true body is in seclusion in the imperial continent. This is merely a witch puppet. My strength is around the 5th level of the Dongxi realm. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Juli continued, "And what is the strength of your true body?" Qin Yuan inquired. "Perfected divine calamity realm. Half a step to the supreme realm." Lu Juli replied proudly. Since embarking on his journey, he had traversed countless epochs and had finally stepped into the half-step supreme realm. Such a pace of cultivation far surpassed that of his contemporaries. "Then it seems you are worth no more than 5 imperial-level techniques." Qin Yuan silently calculated and spoke without any mercy. "I had thought you were at the peak of the supreme level." Cough, cough. Disciple has brought shame to master. Lu Juli lightly coughed. Their conversation had already unveiled their relationship. In the distance, Lai Wufeng also appeared stunned for a moment, realizing that the young man was actually Lu Juli's master. "Who are you calling a young man?" The next moment, a colossal green sword, infused with overwhelming fury, descended, accompanied by a torrent of Qing Luo sword chi. Li Qingyun's eyes sparkled with sword energy. How dare this Lai Wufeng address his master in such a manner? His singular thought was to annihilate him. Crack! Even as Lai Wufeng summoned his stone shield to defend, he could not withstand Li Qingyun and Appo's furious strike. Blood spurted from Lai Wufeng and Appo's mouth. Had it not been for the intervention of the Supreme Elder of the Qin Yuan sect, he would have perished beneath the onslaught of the Qing Luo sword chi. "Here, Juli." Qin Yuan pointed towards Li Qingyun, who was engaged in battle. "Li Qingyun, your junior brother by 5,000 years. Upon hearing this, Lu Juli's insect-like pupils shifted slightly. He then drew out the witch insect order from his robe. Speaking without a hint of emotion, he declared, "All disciples of the Juli Witch Palace, heed my command. Annihilate all disciples of the Qin Yuan sect." Those who could become disciples of the Juli Witch Palace were all formidable individuals. Although they were astonished that the young man in dark robes was their master's disciple, the palace master's decree was sacred. In an instant, over 100 disciples adept in witchcraft began to unleash their techniques and join the fray. With their participation, the scene quickly turned grotesque. The sight of insects devouring flesh made the nearby wandering cultivators feel a wave of unease. At this moment, Qin Yuan also realized that the system-triggered task could only be completed upon encountering his true body. This meant that Lu Jiuli's current witch puppet form was utterly worthless, yielding not even a single point of fortune. How dare you disrespect me, you young pup? First style of the Qin Luo, sword embryo. Qin Luo myriad form sword. Li Qingyan roared. Utilizing his Qin Luo, sword embryo as a catalyst, he condensed the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming myriad swords into one. The sword struck like an array of illusions, blurring reality and deception. Countless sword energies surged towards the supreme elder of the Qian sect and Lai Wufeng, rendering evasion impossible. The myriad sword shadows were lethal with every strike. I'll make you pay for disrespecting my master. Second style of the Qin Luo, sword embryo. Qin Luo, sky shatter slash. Third style of the Qin Luo, sword embryo. Qin Luo, annihilation unite. Kill. Chapter 9, the teachings of the master are truly remarkable. All wisdom is derived from him. The Qin Luo breakthrough slash. The sword surged forth like a rainbow, enveloped in an indomitable might. It transformed into a magnificent beam of sword light, striking towards the supreme elders of the Qian sect and Lai Wufeng. Even though they were formidable figures of the third and fifth levels of the Void Realm, they were unable to withstand it. Upon impact, their spirits instantly plummeted. Blood stained their robes. Subsequently, they were met with the third form of the Qin Luo, sword embryo, the Qin Luo, annihilation. Countless sword energies converged into a single point, forming an incredibly pure and terrifying essence of the Qin Luo sword. It exuded an air of 1,000 swords returning to their origin. Although visually less imposing than the previous two strikes, its internal power was capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Furthermore, it could directly pierce the essence of the enemy. A strike would surely hit. A hit would surely wound. A wound would surely be fatal. Are you not going to make a move? Sensing the impossibility of countering this strike, Lai Wufeng roared angrily into the void behind him. At the moment his voice fell, a crack echoed. The fabric of space shattered. In an instant, a chilling aura, almost tangible, erupted from the fractured space. Two figures stepped forward, treading upon the void. They were two emaciated old men, clad in voluminous black robes adorned with silver sword patterns at the edges. Their faces were etched with wrinkles, their cheekbones prominent, and their eye sockets deep set. Yet, fierce sword energy radiated from their eyes. The elder on the left carried an ancient long sword, its sheath as dark as ink, with a silver thread coiled around the handle. The other wielded a long, flexible sword, its blade like a serpent, gleaming ominously, as if poised to strike at any moment. Their presence was restrained, yet their sword intent was overwhelming. They were two formidable sword cultivators. Beaming twin swords? The two supreme elders of the Zhuling sect in the eastern continent. The identity of the two elders was discerned by Lu Jiuli at a glance. The surrounding scattered cultivators were suddenly stricken with horror. So, it was people from the eastern continent. Moreover, from the Zhuling sect. It's over. We are all going to perish here today. Senior, what do you mean by that? The disciples and elders of the Zhuling sect are ruthless killers. Among them, the most merciless are the two supreme elders. These Yiming twin swords signify that wherever they tread, it will transform into a land of the dead. Both are mighty figures of the divine calamity realm. If they join forces, they can slay opponents across two realms. Gasp! Divine calamity realm cultivators? In the central continent, for scattered cultivators like them, encountering a divine calamity realm expert is a rare event, let alone two. At this moment, with just a wave of their hands, the fierce and gentle sword intents of the Yiming elders shattered the techniques of the Qin Luo sword embryo. Elder Yu, Elder Ming, witnessing the seemingly fatal situation being resolved, Lai Wufeng and the supreme elder of the Qian sect quickly approached them, bowing respectfully. As for the disciples of the Qian sect who were screaming in agony below, they seemed oblivious to the unfolding events. With the cries diminishing, After the last disciple of the Qin Yuan sect was slain, all disciples of the Qin Yuan sect and the Jiuli Witch Hall returned to Qin Yuan's side. The first level of the divine calamity realm. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes, gazing at the two elders by the rift in space. Master, should I go over and self-destruct to take these two old dogs with me? Lu Jiuli licked his lips at that moment. Though he had spent over 1,000 years crafting this witch puppet for the sake of his master, he would risk everything. Meanwhile, the elders and disciples of the Qin Yuan sect nearby swallowed hard. They had thought their ancestor was fierce enough, but they never imagined someone could be even more ruthless. Self-destruction right off the bat. No rush. Qin Yuan waved his sleeve, smiling leisurely. Jiuli, your junior brother Qin Yuan has ideas. Indeed, as his words fell, Li Qin Yuan began to condense a more powerful essence of the Qin Luo sword in the air. Despite only having the strength of the third level of the Void Realm, he showed no fear against the two Divine Calamity Realm experts. And both at that, this is the Qin Luo sword embryo that the sect master has been desperately seeking. His fighting spirit and demeanor are truly extraordinary. Li Qin Yuan, if you are willing to voluntarily sever the Qin Luo sword embryo within you, we too may spare your life. In the air, the two elders of Yinming spoke with icy gazes, their tone commanding. Here it comes. Finally, below, Qin Yuan, who had been silent for 1,000,000 years, finally felt excitement. It felt so familiar. After all, having entered the fantasy world for 1,000,000 years, he had not sensed any patterns until now. Look at the expressions, attire, and words of the Yinming elders. They are quintessential villains who perish from their own verbosity. And then there is Li Qin Yuan, the third level of the Void Realm, facing the Divine Calamity. A perfect protagonist template. Of course, every disciple trained by Qin Yuan is a protagonist template. Spare me a life? I'd rather let you rot. Li Qin Yuan laughed heartily. You two old dogs want to think that just because you're Divine Calamity Realm experts, you're invincible, will you? Divine Calamity Realm? I am the one who embodies the Divine Calamity. The great Luo sword embryo. The myriad forms returned to one sword. Grasping the azure sword in hand, Li Qin Yuan charged fearlessly towards the two elders of Yinming in the sky. Oh, the words of the ancestor are truly so free-spirited. Li Feng gazed at the battle above. Such a level of combat was beyond his reach as a void spirit realm cultivator. All thanks to the teachings of the master. We have all learned from the master. Lu Jiuli displayed a proud expression at this moment, seeing his disciple unveil the truth. Qin Yuan grinned. What I taught you back in the day was eloquence, not vulgarity. Can this be blamed on me? Those nearby understood, all comprehending the underlying meaning. After all, he is a super powerhouse. What is wrong with being a little carefree? Must one be overly formal to be considered a sage? Truly worthy of the Qin Luo sword embryo. The third level of the Void Realm can withstand several strikes from the two of us combined. The Yiming elders, with their dual swords in harmony, exhibited a blend of fierce and gentle techniques that are nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to counter. Surprisingly, the more they fought, the more astonished they became. Despite sustaining injuries, their fighting spirit only grew stronger. They even found opportunities to counterattack. Although they could not break through the sword intent of the two elders, it was enough to demonstrate his terrifying prowess. It is known that when the two of them join forces, even a strong opponent of the third level of the Divine Calamity Realm may not be a match. In other words, the Li Qin Yuan before them could confront the initial stage of the Divine Calamity Realm with the Qin Luo sword embryo and remain undefeated. No wonder the sect master dispatched us here. You truly are not someone an ordinary elder can handle. The eyes of the Yinming elders gleamed with cold light. Their attacks became increasingly cunning and vicious. Jiuli, hurry and assist your junior brother. Qin Yuan discerned their intentions and remarked, Yes, master. Lu Jiuli nodded swiftly. His figure transformed into a phantom, ascending into the sky. Junior brother, do not panic. Your elder brother comes to aid you. Chapter 10. Disciple, retreat behind your master. In the plains at the entrance of the Cloud and Mist Fantasy Valley, the sky was filled with numerous spatial rifts. With the arrival of Lu Jiuli, dark purple, which runes began to materialize around these rifts. Lu Jiuli, are you also going to stand against us? The Zhuling sect? We respect your status in the Eastern continent, but we are not afraid of you. If you interfere again, we will show no mercy. When the time comes, don't blame us for destroying your witch puppet. The two elders of the underworld felt the power of the witch runes in the surrounding space, their brows furrowed, and their voices brimming with displeasure. After all, Lu Juli, who practiced witchcraft, had gained considerable notoriety in the Eastern continent. Moreover, his true self was at the pinnacle of the divine calamity realm, and most sects in the Eastern continent would rather avoid confrontation with him. You have harmed my junior, and you do not allow me, as his elder brother, to restore his honor? Lu Juli sneered twice, continuously casting his witchcraft. In an instant, it made the two elders of the underworld feel the strain. The tide of battle seemed to be turning. Lu Juli, as a witch puppet, possessed the strength of the fifth layer of the void realm, while Qin Yuan was at the third layer. The combination of one at the third layer and one at the fifth layer could actually force back the two who were at the first layer of the divine calamity realm. This left the cultivators on the plains utterly astonished. An unequal battle made them begin to doubt whether they were practicing within the same system. We have been patient. Lu Jili, do not blame us. The Qin Luo sword embryo is of great importance. Their purpose in coming here was to steal the Qin Luo sword embryo from Qin Yuan, even at the cost of offending Lu Jili. As long as they obtained the sword embryo, they would have no fear of a single Lu Jili in the Eastern continent. 10,000 worms devouring souls. Lu Jili did not waste words with them and directly unleashed his most powerful witchcraft. In an instant, the purple light around him surged, and countless witch runes and worm spirits began to burst forth from the space. Qin Yuan did not hesitate either, wielding the blue sword. He activated the power of the Qin Luo sword embryo and unleashed the sword Dao, the underworld sword technique. The two elders of the underworld no longer held back, pouring forth their full strength and launching their most formidable attacks. The battle between both sides was fierce, with shockwaves powerful enough to shatter mountains in the distance. After all, this was a battle at the level of the divine calamity realm. The so-called divine calamity signifies one who has endured the tribulations of lightning. Ascending from the void realm to the divine calamity realm, a qualitative leap. However, if one lacks determination or resorts to underhanded means to reach the pinnacle of the void realm, the mortality rate during the lightning tribulation is significantly heightened. In summary, anyone who could step into the divine calamity realm would be a formidable existence in any part of the nine mysterious realm. Those two old men indeed possess some skill. Although Qin Yuan could contend with the powers of the divine calamity realm due to the Qin Luo sword embryo within him, he was still merely at the third layer of the void realm. Meanwhile, Lu Juli, though at the fifth layer of the void realm, was merely a witch puppet and could not fully unleash the powers of his true form. After battling for over 100 exchanges, Qin Yuan and Lu Juli began to show signs of retreat. Junior brother, return to master. I will deal with him with self-detonation. A fierce look appeared on Lu Juli and Amp Oppo's face. After all, it is just a witch puppet refined over 1,000 years. If it explodes, so be it. If a fifth-layer void realm puppet can take down two at the divine calamity realm, as Master would say, that would not be a loss. Taking one would be a break-even. Taking two would be a profit. Senior brother, Qin Yuan gritted his teeth, just as Lu Juli was about to reverse his technique. A clear voice resonated in their ears. Disciples, retreat behind your master. Qin Yuan spoke, thinking of their master, who possessed supreme power, about to make a move. Both Qin Yuan and Lu Jili trembled. They had witnessed their master annihilate those who dared to intrude upon the ancient tombs, disregarding the rules. The shocking scenes remained deeply etched in their memories, impossible to forget. Yes, master. Without hesitation, Lu Juli and Qin Yuan swiftly retreated to the plains below. The battle just now had been observed by their master. The power of the Qin Luo sword embryo. You have only unleashed 1/10 of it, Qin Yuan observed Qin Yuan. If you could wield half of its power, then these two youngsters at the divine calamity realm would not last 3 exchanges in your hands. Master's teachings will be remembered, and I shall double my efforts in cultivation. Qin Yuan respectfully bowed to Qin Yuan. Meanwhile, Lu Juli, waiting for Qin Yuan and Appo's instruction, began to feel a surge of expectation. What are you looking forward to? Qin Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the witch puppet. You think you can fool me with a mere witch puppet? When I arrive in the Eastern continent and find you have not reached the supreme level, just wait and see how I discipline you. Upon hearing this, Lu Juli and Appo's expression immediately fell, and he could only stand aside, looking dejected. First layer of the Void Realm? Master? Ha ha ha. Saying that would be a laughingstock. In the air, the two elders of the underworld saw Lu Juli and Li Qingyun retreat behind a man in a dark robe, quickly activating their soul perception. Upon detecting Qin Yuan's power, their withered faces were filled with astonishment. On the grassland, Li Qingyun and Lu Juli looked at the two elders of the underworld as if they were gazing at two corpses. For those who dared to speak to their master in such a tone had all perished. At this moment, the Qingyun sword sect, the Jili Witch Hall, and all the scattered cultivators around turned their gazes to Qin Yuan. After a breath, Qin Yuan moved. He looked straight ahead, his gaze not directed at the sky, but slowly uttered 3 words, "Too high." At the instant he spoke those words, the space within 100 feet around the two elders of the underworld suddenly transformed into a transparent crystal cluster. The void beneath their feet shattered, resembling a spiderweb structure. Before they could utter a word, they felt an overwhelming force descending upon them from above, akin to a mountain weighing 100,000 pounds. The elder on the left barely raised his right hand before the sound of bone cracking echoed. The other elder, preparing to defend with his sword, found it shattered in an instant. Under the laws of space, they had no means of defense. Moreover, their bones began to shatter inch by inch. Their forms turned into fiery meteors, mingling with the ripples of space, crashing down onto the plains below. The ground erupted into a deep pit over 100 feet wide. Life essence. Sacrifice. In the pit, the two elders of the underworld sensed the atmosphere filled with the great Tao's spatial inscriptions and did not hesitate. They simultaneously spat out essence blood, sacrificing their life force. Squeeze in Chapter 11. Prostration. This single scene sent shivers down the spines of the rogue cultivators within the Cloud Glow Mirage Valley. The Nether twins, who had been haughty and arrogant, plummeted from the sky at Qin Yuan and Appo's mere utterance. Moreover, they were forced to expel their vital essence. Such terrifying power of spatial laws. We misjudged him. That man and Appo's strength. It's horrifying. Within the crater, Elder Yu gnashed his teeth in fury as he sacrificed his lifeblood. Elder Ming, on the side, was in a similar state. They frantically consumed their essence to barely withstand the disintegration of their bodies. But at this rate, they would still be consumed by the spatial forces. Realizing this, the Nether twins dared not delay. They swiftly retrieved a verdant jade tablet from their spatial rings and shattered it. A spatial fluctuation emerged from the air. Nether twins, is it possible that you two are incapable of handling matters in this small middle province? Before the person arrived, their voice echoed. Instantly, black rifts appeared in the space. An aged figure slowly stepped out. Despite his white hair, the terrifying aura he exuded suffocated the cultivators below. Elder Tsong, save us! Within the crater, bloodstains appeared on the surface of the Nether twins and Appo's bodies. Spatial power had begun to permeate their bodies, causing them immense pain. At that moment, Song Yunzi immediately noticed the great Tao spatial inscriptions filling the crater. He instantly became vigilant, and his divine sense spread out in all directions. However, he did not detect any experts exceeding his cultivation level. Song Yunzi, that old fox is here as well? Junior brother, it seems the sect master of the Absolute Ice sect truly desires your azure lotus sword embryo, Lu Juli said, her voice icy. Song Yunzi, a fifth heaven divine tribulation realm cultivator, was one of the two supreme elders of the Absolute Ice sect. He primarily cultivated the Absolute Ice sword intent. When fully unleashing the Absolute Ice sword art, even ordinary fifth heaven divine tribulation realm cultivators might not be his match. Li Qingyun scratched his head as expected. What master bestows is truly extraordinary. Ah, save us, Elder Song. The Nether twins let out shrill cries. The spatial inscriptions were tearing at their very souls. It's that man standing before Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan's master. Stop him. Song Yunzi instantly locked his divine sense on a Qin Yuan below. But then he was stunned. Void. First heaven? No. This is just a facade. He must have used some secret technique to conceal his cultivation. Song Yunzi, having lived for tens of thousands of years, possessed keen insight. He cupped his fist at Qin Yuan below and said, "Our absolute I sect has always been neutral to you. Now that Qin Yuan has joined your sect, we will no longer interfere. Release the spatial imprisonment, and our absolute I sect will immediately leave the middle province." What do you say? Qin Yuan ignored Song Yunzi and turned to Lu Jiuli and Qin Yuan. Observe. Look at how shamelessly he speaks nonsense. Mortal enemies can be described as having no grudges. Take note. Qin Yuan and Lu Jiuli immediately nodded. Your disciples are enlightened. Before the spatial rift, Song Yunzi's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Your strength should be in the middle stage of the divine tribulation realm, correct? The absolute I sect of the Emperor province. I presume you have heard of us? It is better to resolve enmity than to create it. Consider this carefully. Song Yunzi flicked his sleeve, his voice turning cold. Emperor province? Absolute I sect? Rest assured, I will visit. Qin Yuan turned around, a gentle smile gracing his handsome face. But his voice sent chills down everyone's spines. Also, regarding your statement about resolving enmity, I have a slightly different perspective. As for enemies, wouldn't it be resolved by simply slaughtering them all? Slaughter all the enemies. Wouldn't that resolve it? Hearing Qin Yuan's words, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. But upon closer inspection, it seemed to make perfect sense. Are you truly going to antagonize our absolute I sect? Anger flared on Song Yunzi's face. He had already exercised restraint. As if you can do anything to me. I despise those who stand taller than I do. Qin Yuan shook his head slightly and uttered two words, kneel. Instantly, the power of spatial laws twisted again. Song Yunzi was shocked to discover that all the spatial nodes he had prepared for escape had been destroyed. At that moment, the surrounding spatial rifts were like living creatures, transforming into fine silver lines, like wandering snakes, directly entangling Song Yunzi and Appo's body. Then, a transparent, gelatinous substance surged from the spatial rifts. At that moment, the origin of space was like an ice crystal being sculpted. Song Yunzi could only watch helplessly as his figure crashed heavily downwards, utterly powerless. All his divine tribulation realm techniques were ineffective. Boom! The plains of the Cloud Glow Mirage Valley trembled. When everyone looked again, they saw Song Yunzi's leg shattered, kneeling before Qin Yuan, about 10 feet away. You dare antagonize our absolute I sect? Song Yunzi felt the excruciating pain in his knees, his expression twisted and terrifying. He was a supreme expert of the fifth heaven divine tribulation realm. When had he ever been so humiliated? Moreover, kneeling before a mere first heaven void realm cultivator? So noisy. Qin Yuan shook his head, having lost interest in further questioning. Void annihilation. He raised his right hand and gently clenched it forward. And Song Yunzi and the others no longer had a chance to speak. Their bodies shattered inch by inch, the moment their blood splattered. It was deconstructed into shards of hexagonal spatial ice crystals. Each blood-colored ice crystal reflected the terrified afterimage in Song Yunzi and the others' pupils. In the end, the three were annihilated alive. Such terrifying, heaven-defying means sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the Mirage Valley. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 2 cultivators of the first heaven divine tribulation realm and 1 cultivator of the fifth heaven divine tribulation realm, receiving 50 million fortune points in return. Hearing the fortune point feedback, Qin Yuan was not surprised. Of course, it wasn't Appo's. As simple as killing anyone to obtain fortune point feedback. It had to be enemies related to his disciples. Otherwise, Qin Yuan would have invited those entering the desolate ancient heavenly tomb to be guests in the myriad souls banner long ago. I almost forgot about you too. Qin Yuan suddenly turned around, wearing a gentle smile. In the distance, the sect master of the Crimson Rock sect, Lai Wufeng, and the Supreme Elder were terrified, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Qin Yuan. Senior, this junior was blind before. I beg." Before they could finish speaking, Qin Yuan waved his hand. The two of them instantly exploded into a mist of blood. At that moment, all the surrounding rogue cultivators, as well as the Qin Yuan sect elders and disciples, and the Jili Witch Hall disciples, finally understood why their ancestor and hall master were so ruthless. It turned out their master was even more ruthless. "What are you standing around for? Loot, have you forgotten what I taught you?" Qin Yuan pointed to the pools of blood in the distance. Lu Juli and Li Qin Yuan immediately nodded. Their thoughts drifted back to the scene in the desolate ancient heavenly tomb thousands of years ago. It was indeed something they missed. Chapter 12. Upon encountering Qin Yuan, he felt as if a mere float were gazing upon the vast sky. In the ethereal valley of clouds and the secret plains, a bizarre scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The venerable ancestor of the Qin Yuan sword sect and the master of the Jili Witch Hall appeared as jubilant as children, eagerly searching amidst pools of blood. Eureka! The spatial ring. Li Qin Yuan, having discovered the opponent's spatial ring within the sanguine liquid, joyously approached Qin Yuan. Despite having lived for millennia, he felt like a mere 3-year-old child before his master, who had existed for 1,000,000 years. Meanwhile, Lu Juli, akin to a 4-year-old, hastily stood before Qin Yuan, exclaiming, "Master, I have found one too." Qin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, effortlessly erasing the soul restrictions on several spatial rings with a wave of his hand. "The elixirs and treasures are somewhat lacking, yet I have always cherished collecting such items." With a mere thought, the contents of the spatial rings, elixirs, weapons, techniques, and spiritual herbs materialized in the air. Observing these objects, he shook his head with a sigh. Their quality was truly mediocre, far inferior to what he had previously gathered in the ancient tomb. Nonetheless, Qin Yuan relished collecting such items, regardless of their worth, preferring to hold them in his grasp. This item appears rather intriguing. Among the floating artifacts, one particular object caught Qin Yuan into Appo's eye, prompting him to raise his gaze slightly. With a swift motion, a bronze key, exuding an ancient, ethereal glow, appeared in his hand, measuring 3 inches in length. The key was adorned with 9 sinuous crimson grooves, resembling a relic fashioned from the throat bone of an ancient beast. However, the top seemed to be missing a segment. Gently, Qin Yuan's index finger grazed the uneven surfaces of the key, instantly provoking an array of dark golden ripples. "This is the first key to the 9 underworlds, opening the Burial Lord's abyss." Upon witnessing this object, Lu Juli's countenance ignited with exhilaration. The Burial Lord's abyss? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Indeed, within the Emperor continent of the Jioshuan realm, there exist 3 ancient secret realms. Lu Jili hastened to explain. Of these, the most enigmatic is the Burial Lord's abyss. It is said that within this abyss lies a great opportunity for ascending to the supreme realm. My physical form has reached the pinnacle of the divine calamity realm, and this 9 underworlds key is precisely what I have been desperately seeking. While rumors suggest that the Absolute Ice sect possesses 2, I never anticipated one would be found on Kanjiunzi. "Master, we have struck gold." Upon understanding the key's significance, Qin Yuan casually tossed it to Lu Juli, saying, "Here, it's yours." "Master," Lu Juli exclaimed, his voice choking with excitement. "This item is far too precious." "What? You do not want it?" Qin Yuan tilted his head. "I do," Lu Juli declared without hesitation, swiftly storing it in his spatial ring, grinning broadly. This display left those around them astounded, particularly the disciples of the Jili Witch Hall, who had never before witnessed their master in such a light-hearted demeanor. "But such a valuable item, master. Do you truly believe I need it?" Qin Yuan's retort left Lu Jili momentarily speechless. Realizing the truth, he recalled that his master was the sovereign of the ancient tomb, a being of unparalleled might. Such an opportunity for ascending to the supreme realm was not something Qin Yuan required. However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The pool of blood that had once belonged to Kanjiunzi suddenly quaked violently. A surge of azure radiance erupted from the ground, and minute spatial fissures appeared. "Your souls shall wait. Li Qin Yuan, Lu Jili, and you, your master. Upon my return to the Absolute Ice sect, I shall repay today Yuan's humiliation 100-fold. This alarming scene caused the expressions of the Qin Yuan sect members to shift dramatically. The life-preserving trump card of the divine calamity realm. When a cultivator reaches this realm and endures the tribulation, they can condense their soul. This explains how Lu Jiuli could separate a fragment of his soul to forge a witch puppet. Once in this realm, even if the physical body is shattered, a sliver of the soul can remain to tear through space and escape. Furthermore, should one locate a top-tier alchemist, they could entirely reconstruct a new body and be reborn. Without access to such an alchemist, one might possess the option to inhabit the bodies of weaker cultivators, obliterating their consciousness and usurping their forms. Yet, such an act would equate to a complete rebirth. Generally, the former option is preferred unless absolutely necessary. Ancestor, Master, the members of Qin Yuan sect and Jiuli which Hall exclaimed in unison. However, Li Qin Yuan and Lu Jiuli maintained their composure. Flee? Who can escape with our master present? They scoffed. Indeed, the next moment, the azure soul in the air emitted a piercing, anguished wail. Soul power? Qin Yuan smirked, for no one understood soul power better than he. The essence of the soul is the power of consciousness. And Qin Yuan? He boasted a soul power cultivated over 1,000,000 years. Could a soul that had only cultivated for a mere 10,000 years hope to evade one of such extraordinary longevity? Moreover, while Qin Yuan had spent 1,000,000 years within the ancient tomb, it was essential to note that his soul's strength had been honed through myriad profound laws within that realm. Additionally, the fortune points Qin Yuan had garnered from his disciples had enhanced his attributes other than cultivation, such as laws, principles, space, and soul. He had perfected them all. At that moment, Kanjianzi's soul, transformed into a spectral form, was struck with terror, realizing how utterly mistaken he had been to assume Qin Yuan's strength was merely that of the late stages of the divine calamity realm. Upon sensing Qin Yuan and Apos' soul strength, dread surged through him, erupting in two words that shattered the air. Holy cow! Kanjianzi, who had not uttered a curse in over 10,000 years, finally lost his composure. Only a soul entity could perceive the sheer terror of Qin Yuan's power. Kanjianzi's spectral form quaked violently, and even his soul began to fracture, a manifestation of primal terror. The consciousness he projected was instantly subdued into the essence of a universe. From Kanjianzi's perspective, he beheld Qin Yuan surrounded by a torrent of overwhelming soul power that spanned countless realms. A being of unfathomable might, transcending the boundaries of a single realm. The shattered echoes of his soul reverberated from Kanjianzi and Apos' lips. At this moment, he beheld Qin Yuan as if a mere float gazing upon the boundless sky, akin to a speck of dust seeking to glimpse the celestial heights of 99 heavens. His 10,000 years of soul power paled in comparison to a droplet on the verge of extinction within the vast ocean of Qin Yuan's soul. Survival? Kanjianzi had relinquished all hope, praying only for a death that would be devoid of suffering. Chapter 13. The Great Wilderness Annihilation Eye, the Rainbow Bridge of the Imperial Continent. Within the illusory valley of cloud and mist, Qin Yuan merely cast a fleeting glance at the soul entity of Song Yunzi. In that instant, the entire celestial dome of the secret realm was violently rent asunder, splitting into 3,600 violet fissures. Through these rifts, one could behold Qin Yuan's divine soul entwined with the cosmic river, descending like a primordial force, piercing through the clouds. As the soul shadow continued to magnify, the entire firmament astonishingly transformed into a colossal eye of divine essence. This ethereal azure eye, forged from the convergence of countless millennia of divine souls, emanated ripples in the void merely from the splintered strands of its primordial essence. Within the secret realm, the vast expanse morphed into a singular eye. This spectacle left countless cultivators below in a state of utter terror, their very beings trembling in fear. What immense power is this? Could even a supreme being rival such might? In this moment, high above, Song Yunzi and Apos' soul entity began to disintegrate inch by inch. How fortunate is Tsang Yunzi indeed? Beside Qin Yuan, Lu Juli sighed, asserting that to perish at the hands of his master was the greatest honor of his life. His death was indeed worth it. Nearby, Li Qingyun nodded in agreement. Yes. The others behind them could only twitch their lips in disbelief. Is this truly human speech? The next moment, Qin Yuan's soul voice resounded, shattering the 1,000-mile flowing clouds above the secret realm. The great wilderness annihilation eye, the most potent force of divine soul, was unleashed. As the ethereal azure eye in the sky emitted a bizarre radiance, Tsang Yunzi's soul entity became increasingly translucent until it ultimately vanished without a trace. At this instant, the world fell silent, and Tsang Yunzi was completely obliterated in spirit. 1 billion miles away, on the imperial continent, within the Tinshu mountain range, this was the sacred ground of the Absolute Frost sect, which had stood for tens of thousands of years. Nestled within this naturally formed Sword Grave mountain range, the sect was renowned for its unique geography, where, at midnight, violet sword chi would cascade from the heavens, transforming into unparalleled sword intent for cultivation. At this moment, within the main peak of the Absolute Frost sect, in a palace entirely crafted from cold jade, several figures flickered. Report to the sect. Sect Master, Elder Tsang Yunzi's soul imprint jade slip has shattered. Furthermore, the jade slips of the 2 elders of the netherworld have also shattered. Within the Azure Palace, an elder responsible for guarding the soul imprint jade slips knelt upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably, unable to meet the gaze of the 2 individuals above him. How dare someone slay my brother? I shall ensure that the one who killed my brother meets a fate worse than death. Above the palace, a frail old man clad in a green robe wore an expression of unprecedented rage upon his gaunt face. The shattering of the soul imprint jade slip signified death and obliteration. He had never imagined that his brother, possessing the strength of the 5th layer of the divine catastrophe realm, would be slain. A violent aura instantly filled the entire palace, instilling a profound fear of death in the elder below. Tsang Yunzi, the elder brother of Tsang Yunzi, was even more formidable, having reached the terrifying 8th layer of the divine catastrophe realm. Had not even his soul escaped. Opposite Tsang Yunzi, a man narrowed his eyes, clad in resplendent garments. He emanated an absolute and oppressive aura. He was the sect master of Absolute Frost, Ling Ju Tian, with the strength of half a supreme being. He presided over the imperial continent. It was precisely due to his formidable prowess that the Absolute Frost sect could stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient clans of the imperial continent. It seems the adversary possesses means to annihilate souls. Tsang Yunzi, temper your aura. It appears there are formidable beings in the central continent as well. Ling Ju Tian lightly touched a spatial ring, and an ancient-looking bronze key materialized in the air. Alas, we are left with but one key to the 9 hells. Tsang Yunzi. His voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it sent chills down Tsang Yunzi's spine. Sect Master, it was my oversight. I thought those possessing other keys to the 9 hells would be vigilant towards me and the Sect Master. Naturally, the Sect Master need not fear, but I foolishly placed the key on Tsang Yunzi. Please punish me, Sect Master. Tsang Yunzi gritted his teeth and spoke softly. No matter. Ling Ju Tian replied with a slight smile, though a hint of chill accompanied it. The one who slayed Tsang Yunzi shall undoubtedly acquire the key. It will not be long before the burial sovereign descends. At that time, we shall ascertain who is responsible for your brother's demise. It is a pity, however. I initially intended to devour the Qin Yuan sword embryo before entering the burial sovereign's realm. Now it seems time is of the essence. Sect Master, shall I personally venture to the central continent to capture the one possessing the Qin Yuan sword embryo? Tsang Yunzi and Amp, Oppo's face was filled with malice. Let it be for now. The other half-step supremes possessing the 9 hells keys are currently watching us closely. Ling Ju Tian shook his head. For the time being, we shall remain inactive. Yes, Sect Master. Tsang Yunzi could only clench his fist and bow his head in submission. At the same time, in the imperial continent, within the miasma bone gorge, This place lay in the treacherous region of the 10,000 Witch Mountains. Ordinary cultivators avoided it at all costs, shunning it entirely. At this moment, within a valley at the core of the Miasma Bone Gorge, a skeletal remains of a witch beast lay prominently in the center. Above the skeleton, a figure cloaked in black robes sat. He was currently employing witch insect secret techniques to receive all intelligence from the witch puppets. After a moment, he abruptly opened his eyes. Within his violet pupils, grotesque insects twisted and writhed. Master, Lu Jiuli's eyes sparkled with joy and excitement. At that moment, from behind the witch beast skeleton, a young man in green attire approached, carrying a portion of cooked food. Qin Yuan, now we can both enter the burial sovereign's realm. I have also acquired the 9 Hells keys. Lu Jiuli sprang to his feet, gazing at the young man in green with a smile. His mastery of witch insect techniques made it nearly impossible for anyone to befriend him. Yet Qin Yuan, before him, was the only true friend he had cultivated over the millennia. Where did you acquire it? Qin Yuan inquired, astonished. A brief explanation one and amp, oppos, T suffice. I must depart for the imperial continent and amp, oppos, S rainbow bridge to meet someone. Let's converse on our journey. Lu Jiuli exclaimed, brimming with excitement. According to the information relayed from the witch puppets, his master was already en route to the imperial continent. And the imperial continent's rainbow bridge was the spatial passage connecting the imperial continent to other major continents. Constructed over a century by powerful beings of the divine catastrophe realm. It could be activated merely by embedding spirit crystals into the teleportation array. After all, the veins of the 9 Xian realm were vast. Some cultivators might spend their entire lives without traversing even one continent. As a black and a green light burst forth from the Miasma Bone Gorge, the two began their hurried journey towards the imperial continent and Oppos, S Rainbow Bridge. Chapter 14. Arrival in Emperor Province. Qin Yuan, your azure luo sword embryo has reached its zenith. Your cultivation speed now progresses by leaps and bounds. If, in my absence, you find yourself embroiled in some misfortune, I implore you, do not invoke my name. Azure Cloud Sect, Main Hall. Sect leader Li Feng and the others had anticipated a touching farewell between master and disciple. However, the scene unfolding before them felt rather peculiar. Disciple understands, master, though a hint of reluctance flickered in Li Qingyun and Appo's eyes, he knew his current cultivation level was insufficient in Emperor Province. Accompanying his master would only prove to be a hindrance. I have little to bestow upon you. This Emperor-grade advanced sword manual shall be your parting gift. Qin Yuan gently caressed his spatial ring, and instantly, a golden radiance erupted forth. An Emperor-grade cultivation technique. Those within the hall gasped, their breathing becoming labored. For millennia, such a treasure had not graced the central province. Cultivation techniques were graded in ascending order. Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow, followed by Saint grade. Surpassing even the Saint grade was the Emperor grade. A single Emperor grade technique, if cultivated correctly, could give rise to an unparalleled expert at the peak of the divine tribulation realm. Do not fault me for my perceived stinginess. At present, this Emperor-grade advanced technique is most suited to your Azure Luo sword embryo. Once you attain the semi-supreme realm, I shall present you with a supreme-grade manual. Qin Yuan stated with a touch of helplessness. Yes, master. Li Qingyun was moved beyond words. The elders and disciples within the hall held their breath, utterly stunned. Fault me for stinginess? To casually produce an Emperor-grade advanced technique was considered stingy? And to speak of bestowing a supreme-grade manual upon reaching the semi-supreme realm? Just what manner of formidable being was the master of Azure Cloud Ancestor? Supreme-grade techniques, beyond even the Emperor-grade. Even in Emperor Province, such treasures were exceedingly rare. Very well, you have secured the Void Jade Amulet? Master, I have it safely in my possession. Good. Should you find yourself in a life-or-death predicament, shatter the Void Jade Amulet, and I shall come to your aid. Yes, master. Farewell, then. Qin Yuan chuckled softly, his focus still on acquiring the critical reward points from Lu Jiuli. He thought he could fob me off with a mere witch puppet? He cast a sidelong glance at the aforementioned puppet, causing Lu Jiuli to shudder involuntarily. With a tear in the fabric of space, Qin Yuan and Lu Juli vanished from sight. Within the main hall, Qin Yuan remained motionless for a long while before regaining his composure. He turned and reassumed his ancestral persona, declaring icily, "Inform the entire sect. We shall annihilate the Crimson Rock sect." The sect leader of the Crimson Rock sect and several core disciples had perished within the Cloud Glow Mirage Valley secret realm. But the remainder of the Crimson Rock sect still existed. Having forged such animosity, they must be eradicated entirely. This was the lesson imparted by his master. 9. Profound Realm, Emperor Province. This was the heart of the realm, a sanctuary for all beings, and the convergence point of the entire 9 profound realm and amp. Oppos, S. Fortune. This province was boundless, its mountains stretching across the land. The spiritual energy was incredibly dense, coalescing into spiritual springs and lakes within the mountain ranges. Cultivation here was significantly more efficient, making Emperor Province the coveted destination for countless prodigies. Likewise, Emperor Province was home to numerous sects and hidden ancient clans. In essence, Emperor Province was the stage for true genius. At this moment, in the Emperor Province and Oppos, S. Rainbow Bridge Realm, a central hub for teleportation arrays connecting to various continents, there existed an unwritten rule. No matter the magnitude of animosity, violence was forbidden, especially among divine tribulation realm experts. Any resulting spatial array collapse would incur the displeasure of numerous sects and forces. Many sects in Emperor Province routinely dispatched disciples and elders to other continents for training, seeking to discover and recruit new talents to bolster their ranks. On the Emperor Province and AMP, Oppos, S. Rainbow Bridge Platform, constructed from billions of star steel blocks to withstand the tearing force of space, Lu Juli paced back and forth anxiously. He had not witnessed such agitation from him in millennia. Qin Yuan, observing Lu Juli and AMP, Oppos, estate, could not help but marvel. During their journey, Qin Yuan had learned from Lu Juli that his master was coming to Emperor Province. He had recounted tales of his master, though without revealing specific details. In Lu Juli and AMP, Oppos, S. words, his master was simply invincible, or rather, invincible in all the world. This only heightened Qin Yuan's curiosity. Crack, suddenly, the spatial rainbow bridge shimmered with ancient ripples, indicating the imminent opening of the spatial rainbow bridge connecting Central Province to Emperor Province. Lu Juli's anxiety intensified. Moments later, 2 figures emerged from the bridge. Upon seeing his master, a torrent of emotions overwhelmed Lu Juli. 10,000 years ago, he had been hunted for his innate myriad goo physique, leading him to fall into the desolate ancient celestial tomb by chance. There, he was recognized by his master and became his disciple. His master taught him to control the myriad goo within his body and, with great power, enhanced his myriad goo physique, breaking the myriad goo curse and achieving the celestial evolution goo emperor body. Everything he possessed was a gift from his master. Now, upon seeing Qin Yuan again, Lu Juli could no longer contain himself. He dashed forward and knelt heavily on both knees before Qin Yuan on the Rainbow Bridge platform. Disciple Lu Juli greets master. Ding. Triggered meeting with disciple task complete. Ding. Current disciple status. Name, Lu Juli. Age, 11,000 years. Strength, Divine Tribulation Realm 9th Heaven Completion, Semi-Supreme. Talent, Celestial Evolution Goo Emperor Body. Ding. Beginning to receive disciples' critical feedback luck points. Congratulations to host for obtaining 50 billion luck points. Upon hearing the system and AMP, Oppos, S notification, Qin Yuan finally smiled. 5 Emperor-grade manuals were now within his grasp. Who is this? Qin Yuan asked, pointing at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Qin Yuan, saying, Junior Qin Yuan greets Senior. Master, this is my good brother. Lu Juli introduced. Also at the Divine Tribulation Realm 9th Heaven Completion, Qin Yuan and I planned to enter the burial abyss together, hoping to find an opportunity to break through to the Supreme Realm. However, he only possessed 1/9 underworld key, which he intended to give to me. Now, we have 2. We can both enter the burial abyss. With a wave of his hand, Lu Julie's witch puppet vanished into his spatial ring. The 9 underworld key fell into his hand. Not bad. Qin Yuan nodded with a smile. It seems you have made a worthwhile friend. This little brother from the Azure Phoenix clan. With a single glance, he had pierced through Qin Fenglan's true lineage. A hint of azure rippled deep within Qin Fenglan's pupils. The clan and Appo's great power had completely concealed his Azure Phoenix clan aura. Even a Supreme Realm expert could not have seen through it so easily. Yet Lu Julie's master had instantly discerned it. Could his strength be above the Supreme Realm? Upon reflection, a cold sweat began to trickle down Qin Fenglan and Appo's spine. Chapter 15. I consider you a brother, yet you are not one. Are you of the Qin Feng clan? Lu Julie was momentarily taken aback as he pondered the fact that throughout these millennia, he had completely failed to recognize Qin Fenglan's true identity, viewing him merely as a dear friend. Senior, Lu Julie, I did not intend to conceal this. Qin Fenglan stammered, his voice tinged with urgency. I bear no ill will. I simply, the Qin Feng clan, so what? Lu Julie replied, somewhat astonished. Surely you do not think that the events of 30,000 years ago, involving your clan and the human race, would alter my perception of you? Qin Fenglan felt a bit flustered. At that time, before he could finish, Qin Yuan interjected, Hold on. This is not about Julie. Are you planning to leave your master standing here while you two explain yourselves? Cough, cough. Let us go, master. In the imperial capital Rainbow Bridge realm, there is a first-rate celestial dwelling. I have reserved the most luxurious floor in advance, where the cuisine is an array of exquisite delicacies. Come, let me treat you. Lu Julie smacked his forehead, offering an awkward smile. Now that sounds more like it. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. Finally, a disciple who resembles a proper one, capable of treating me to fine food and drink. During the 1,000,000 years of the ancient tomb, everything was satisfactory. His soul laws and Tao rhythm had all undergone terrifying enhancements. Yet, the one thing lacking was the scarcity of game, leading Qin Yuan, despite his independence from human sustenance, to still crave such pleasures. Wine, meat, and delicacies from mountains and seas, he welcomed them all. A moment later, in the upper level of the first-rate celestial dwelling, as an assortment of delicacies gathered, Qin Yuan unabashedly seized a leg of a San Yuan free-range chicken. Come, let us indulge. After savoring a bite, Qin Yuan's taste buds were thoroughly satisfied. The San Yuan free-range chicken was a renowned dish in the empire, and a single bite could enhance longevity and replenish one's inner spiritual energy. At this moment, seated across the jade table, Qin Fenglan took a deep breath and began to speak softly. 30,000 years ago, our Qin Feng clan engaged in a great battle with the human race, known as the Cataclysm of Feather Flames. At that time, a human coveted our clan's immortality secrets and entangled himself with our third princess. Only later did we discover that he practiced the 9 transformations of life technique, a brutally ruthless method that could incorporate the power of alien races into his own body. Our third princess was trapped in the luminous abyss and was refined by him until the last of her feathers was consumed, ultimately igniting the last vestiges of her Qin Feng immortal blood. That feather broke through the luminous abyss and conveyed everything to our Qin Feng clan. In retaliation, we declared war on him and his lineage. Subsequently, he allied with many powerful humans, slaughtering a significant portion of our clan and Appo's elders, even accusing us of attempting to refine the human race using our immortal blood. After this war, our Qin Feng clan retreated into our clan and Appo's secret realm, declaring an unending feud with humanity, and the human race, in turn, has never looked favorably upon us. After finishing the last bite of his meal, Qin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Julie, I did not intentionally conceal this from you. I was merely, Qin Fenglan, anxious, feared that revealing his identity would cause him to lose this cherished friendship. So you mean to say, Lu Julie inhaled deeply, his gaze towards Qin Fenglan shifting. Qin Fenglan's heart sank. Just as he awaited Lu Julie's resolute response, Lu Julie spoke again. Thus, your true form is actually that of a Qin Feng? Yes, Qin Fenglan replied, momentarily dazed, nodding in bewilderment. Why did you not say so earlier? A Qin Feng. Imagine the grandeur of riding one. Lu Julie exclaimed with eager anticipation. Qin Feng Lan, stunned for a spell, found it difficult to swallow. I consider you a brother. You wish to ride me. So, Julie, you do not blame me? Qin Feng Lan's realization hit him, and his face flushed slightly. Blame you? For what? Lu Julie replied incredulously. My master has always said, true friendship requires sincerity. If you harbored malice towards me, we could hardly be good brothers, could we? Indeed, Qin Feng Lan stood, visibly excited. So, since we are all good brothers here, it would not be too much to ask for a little assistance, would it? Lu Julie grinned, approaching Qin Feng Lan. What assistance? I have lived for millennia and have yet to ride a Qin Feng. Surely, you can grant me this small request, can't you? Qin Feng Lan's face twitched. I am a male Qin Feng. I am aware. My esteemed master has said that one must face difficulties head-on. Lu Julie replied. Qin Feng Lan. Seeing this exchange, Qin Yuan clicked his tongue. Enough, Julie, stop fooling around. Let us discuss the matter of the dueling sect. Clearing his throat, Lu Julie quickly regained his serious demeanor. Sitting before Qin Yuan, he began, the dueling sect is located in the Tianshu mountain range. The entire sect primarily cultivates the dueling sword intent, led by the sect master Ling Juetian, who possesses the dueling sword embryo. His strength is comparable to mine, at half a step to the supreme realm. The other elders of the sect are not a cause for concern. The Kanjiunzi you previously vanquished has a brother named Kanjiuzi, whose strength lies at the 8th heaven of the divine calamity realm. Presently, we have 2 keys to the dueling. The dueling sect possesses only one. The remaining 6 are held by various hidden clans and other top sections. With the passage of time, the Zhongzuan Abyss will open in less than a month. The entrance is located in the Jilling Plain, which is quite unique, filled with a sense of dusk. Spiritual energy cannot condense here, leading to a prolonged absence of cultivators venturing into this area. Only when the Zhongzuan Abyss opens do cultivators dare to enter for a chance at glory. Upon hearing Lu Julie and Appo's explanation, Qin Yuan nodded. Qin Feng Lan, I sense the presence of Qin Feng blood within you. Your status in the Qin Feng clan must be substantial, correct? Qin Yuan suddenly turned his gaze to Qin Feng Lan. Senior I am the son of the current clan leader of the Qin Feng clan. Qin Feng Lan admitted without hesitation. The elders within the clan have calculated that my opportunity to achieve supremacy lies within the Zhongzuan Abyss. Thus, they have bestowed upon me a Jiuyin key. If I were your clan leader, for safety and Appo's sake, I would need at least one clan member to accompany you into the Zhongzuan Abyss, Qin Yuan remarked, astonished. So, who from your clan will accompany you? In response, Qin Feng Lan broke into a cold sweat, as if every arrangement of his clan was laid bare before Qin Yuan. To answer your question, it will be my father, the clan leader. What is his strength? Qin Yuan inquired. Supreme, second heaven. Badidi adequate, King Feng Lan Ziplit. Fine, as long as I know the strength of your allies. Let us go. Qin Yuan stood and stretched. Where to? The dueling sect. Chapter 16. A teacher and Appo's gratification at a disciple and Appo's performance in the 9 heavens realm. Within the imperial continent lies the perilous expanse of the celestial ruins mountains. This mountain range resembles a multitude of colossal swords plunged upside down into the firmament. Throughout this boundless terrain, sporadic bursts of sword intent carve the very air, creating formidable gales that bisect the clouds above. Perched precariously upon a precipice is the esteemed Azure Pinnacle sect, its imposing gates forged from 9 layers of profound iron, radiating an icy aura. The portals bear countless sword marks, and the air is thick with potent sword energy, a testament to the sect's rigorous training. The Azure Pinnacle sword embryo, while possessing a generally acceptable upper limit, does not quite reach the heights of the Azure Cloud sword embryo. However, in its nascent stages, it grants its wielder exceptional cultivation speed. In the skies above the celestial ruins mountains, space tore open, and Qin Yuan, accompanied by Lu Julie and Qin Feng Lan, materialized. Surveying the vast mountain range before him, Qin Yuan voiced his admiration. Abruptly, Qin Yuan paused, a flicker of surprise gracing his countenance. The power of Sumeru? Though faint, it was unmistakably present. The celestial ruins mountains harbored such an element. Intriguing. Qin Yuan's gaze seemed to pierce the depths of the mountains below. With a single stride, he traversed the distance, appearing above the azure pinnacle sect. The sect's disciples and elders, detecting the intrusion, immediately went on high alert, activating the protective formation. Is that Lu Jili? The one who dabbles in the arcane arts of gu and witchcraft. And the man beside him is unfamiliar. But the one in azure robes is Qin Yuan. He cultivates the power of nature. His strength rivals Lu Jili's, a master of the 9th level of the divine tribulation realm. What brings them to our azure pinnacle sect? Quickly, activate the protective formation. The inner and outer sect elders braced themselves. Lu Jili's reputation had echoed through the millennia, his mastery of witchcraft and gu techniques infamous. Those who crossed him met gruesome ends, their very bones turned to dust. Fueled by the elders and Appo's spiritual energy, the protective formation stirred to life. In an instant, the sky above the azure pinnacle sect turned a sanguinary hue, as if the entire celestial ruins mountains had fallen silent. From the peaks of the sect and Appo's various sword-shaped mountains, beams of violet light erupted, converging in the sky to form a colossal spectral sword. The surrounding sword intent coalesced into a tangible force, resonating with the azure pinnacle sword mark emblazoned on the foreheads of all disciples and elders. The azure pinnacle protective formation, the grand elder of the inner sanctum, a master of the 5th level of the divine tribulation realm, soared into the air. Shielded by the formation, he addressed Lu Jili. Lu Jili, our azure pinnacle sect has always maintained a peaceful coexistence with you. What is the purpose of this sudden intrusion into our celestial ruins mountains? Lu Jili glanced at his master, then back at the grand elder, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face. I'm here to help my junior brother make a statement. The grand elder frowned, retorting, our azure pinnacle sect is a prestigious sect in the imperial continent. We have never heard of you having any junior brothers. We have no grievances with you, so I urge you to reconsider your actions and avoid unnecessary conflict. Lu Jili chuckled, as dark violet runes began to materialize around him. I despise your sanctimonious facade. Actions speak louder than words, yet you feign innocence. The azure pinnacle protective formation. Is it? My insects find it quite delectable. With a sinister grin, Lu Jili began to weave intricate hand seals. The violet runes behind him transformed into a swarm of countless, minuscule insects, devouring the azure pinnacle protective formation, devouring the heavens with goo. The swarm descended like a ravenous tide, sending chills down the spines of the azure pinnacle sect and Appo's elders below. Hold the line. Second elder, informed the supreme elder and sect leader in the azure pinnacle sword mausoleum. The grand elder commanded, his expression grave. Lu Jili offered his candid assessment, his hands moving with increasing speed. Your sect and Appo's protective formation is indeed a delicacy. My insects relish it. He was eager to impress his master, confident that he could breach the formation within 10 breaths. Qin Yuan nodded in approval. He recognized the formation's inherent strength. Bolstered by the natural sword intent of the celestial ruins mountains and the constant reinforcement from the azure pinnacle sword embryo wielders, it could withstand at least 3 strikes from a supreme realm master. He was genuinely pleased to witness Lu Jili and Appo's formidable witchcraft. His disciple had come into his own, a source of pride for any master. Qin Yuan, witnessing the scene, swallowed nervously. It was undoubtedly a momentous occasion for the master and disciple, but he wondered if Qin Yuan was aware of his disciple and Appo's infamous reputation in the 9 heavens realm. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the illusory sword image of the azure pinnacle protective formation. Hold the line. Channel your spiritual energy. The grand elder roared, desperately pouring more energy into the formation. Meanwhile, in the azure pinnacle sword mausoleum, the second elder arrived in haste. Where are the sect leader and supreme elder? He inquired. Second elder, the sect leader and supreme elder, have just entered the azure pinnacle sword mausoleum, instructing us not to disturb them for a month. They are preparing for the upcoming emergence of the burial abyss, the steward replied. Without hesitation, the second elder retrieved 2 communication jade pendants from his spatial ring and shattered them. Inside the azure pinnacle sword mausoleum, Ling Ju Tian, having only been there for 10 hours and just entering a state of enlightenment, frowned. He had entered this meditative state faster than ever before, only to be interrupted by the shattering of the communication jade pendants, a signal reserved for the most dire circumstances. Reluctantly, he emerged from his cultivation, finding Song Yu-zi equally displeased. Let's go see what's happening, Ling Ju Tian said, his brow furrowed as he tore through space. In the blink of an eye, he and Song Yu-zi arrived at the Azure Pinnacle Hall. Second Elder, what is the meaning of this urgency? Ling Ju Tian demanded, his voice laced with anger. Inadvertently. That's terrible. Sect Leader, Supreme Elder, the second Elder exclaimed, pointing outside the hall. Lu Jili has gone mad. He's demanding justice for his junior brother and is currently attacking our Azure Pinnacle Sect's protective formation. Chapter 17. Have you not detonated yet, junior brother? Lu Jili? What is the meaning of this? Ling Juetian furrowed his brows. There had always been no connection between the Juling sect and Lu Jili. So how could his junior brother be involved? Let us go and take a look. Casting a glance at the side of Song Yuzi, he waved his hand, tearing through the fabric of space, and with a single step, he appeared before the protective array of the sect. Song Yuzi followed closely behind. Upon their arrival, they observed that the protective array was riddled with numerous dense cracks. If this continued, it would be breached in less than 3 breaths. Lu Jili, the Juling sect has no dealings with you. What is your intention? Ling Juetian glared at Lu Jili, who was casting a spell with a cold demeanor. I have already stated, I came to give my junior brother a challenge. Outside the array, Lu Jili offered a slight smile to Ling Juetian within, as a spell forcefully descended upon the array. With a crack, the array opened a breach and ultimately shattered into countless wisps of spiritual energy, dissipating into the void. The protective array, which could withstand 3 attacks from Supreme Realm, had been destroyed. Even its foundational essence suffered irreversible damage. A being at the 9th level of the Divine Calamity Realm, at the peak of perfection, was indeed formidable. Your junior brother? Ling Juetian and Appo's expression darkened. What? Are you coveting my junior brother's Qin Luo sword embryo, yet dare not admit it? A worm writhed in Lu Jiuli's right hand. It's you. Ling Juetian suddenly realized. I was wondering how the 2 old men from Xianin and Song Yunzi could falter. It turns out you intervened. Beside him, Song Yuzi exploded with fury. The surrounding Juling sword intent began to surge wildly. It's you, Lu Jili. You killed my brother. Behind Song Yuzi, a phantom giant sword began to coalesce. The Divine Calamity Realm and Appo's Juling sword intent instilled a sense of unprecedented murderous intent in the disciples of the Juling sect below. You, a mere 8th level of the Divine Calamity Realm, dare to unleash your aura before me? Lu Jili's expression remained indifferent, and in the next moment, a terrifying pressure from the half-step Supreme Realm bore down upon Song Yuzi. Boom! The killing intent that had just coalesced was shattered in an instant. Cold sweat trickled down Song Yuzi's forehead as his mind regained some clarity. He almost forgot. Lu Jili was a terrifying figure at the pinnacle of the Divine Calamity Realm. His own 8th level of the Divine Calamity Realm was indeed insufficient in comparison. Lu Jili, is it truly a feat to bully those of lower realms? Ling Juetian frowned, immediately releasing his half-step supreme aura to dispel Lu Jili's pressure, and coldly retorted, how shameless can you be? You sent a 5th level of the Divine Calamity Realm along with 2 first levels to Zhongzhou, bullying one who has yet to reach the Void Realm. Do you even have any shame? Lu Jili showed no inclination to relent. Perhaps we had a misunderstanding before, but your junior brother is unharmed, while my Juling sect has lost several elders. Ling Juetian suppressed his anger. The tomb of the ancestors was to be opened in a month. He had to enter the tomb. That person had promised him that once he entered the tomb, he would surely allow him to ascend to the Supreme Realm. Thus, he He wanted to settle this matter quietly. Once he emerged from the tomb, stepping into the supreme realm, he would annihilate all these individuals. And then what? What do you wish to express? Lu Jiuli tilted his head. What I wish to say is, Ling Juetian clenched his fists. Since your junior brother is unscathed, the losses of my dueling sect, we shall bear ourselves. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiuli recalled his master's prior admonitions and marveled at his master's foresight. Previously, Qin Yuan had informed him that the purpose behind his opponent and oppose's desire for the Qin Yuan sword embryo was to devour other sword embryos before entering the tomb, thereby steadily securing his ascent to the supreme realm. It appeared to be true. Very well, but I have a condition. Promise me, and I shall leave here with Qin Feng Lan and my master. Lu Jiuli stepped forward with a slight smile directed at Ling Juetian. Master? Ling Juetian's gaze swiftly locked onto the man in the dark robes beside Lu Jiuli. His strength, at the first level of the Void Realm, there were no concealing artifacts on him. Could this be his master, or merely an avatar? Ling Juetian took a deep breath and nodded. What condition? Hand me the 9 nether knocker, and we shall depart, Lu Jiuli stated. You. A tangible aura of sword intent coalesced above Ling Juetian's head. What? Lu Jiuli grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. You don't think I would simply wait for the tomb to descend after obtaining the 9 nether knocker, only to meet you again after you enter the tomb, do you? The murderous intent surged in Ling Juetian's eyes. Isn't that so? Ha ha ha. Seeing the expression on his opponent's face, Lu Jiuli burst into laughter. Indeed, my master anticipated your thoughts long ago. Thus we have arrived today. Ha! In my master's words, if we arrive early to intercept you, would you not explode? Ha ha ha. As Ling Juetian listened to the raucous laughter, an overwhelming dueling sword intent began to converge around him. Even a phantom of the dueling sword embryo appeared behind him. Lu Jiuli, you are merely at the peak of the divine calamity realm. Even if you and Qin Feng Lan join forces, you cannot gain any advantage against me in a short time. Moreover, with the dueling sword embryo cooperating with the dueling sword techniques, I can contend with even those of the supreme realm. Have you truly thought this through? Should we engage, I will certainly leave you gravely injured. In that case, you may not even reach the tomb of the ancestors a month from now. Ling Juetian swung his right hand, and a silver longsword appeared in his palm. At that moment, a chilling sword intent began to manifest in the space around him. And you, esteemed senior, I see you are in a void realm. You must be an avatar, right? I am acquainted with several seniors of the supreme realm. Perhaps you know them as well. We have no deep-seated enmity, so why not? Before Ling Juetian could finish, Qin Yuan interrupted with a wave. Stop your rambling. I did not come here to listen to your incessant chatter. He cleared his ears and turned to Lu Jiuli, saying, Jiuli, I have told you before. When faced with such loquacious individuals, do not waste words. Just strike. 2 lines and a vertical stroke that end amp. Amp, oppose. That's how we do it. 1 force, 2 points, handle him. Yes, master, Lu Jiuli responded, invigorated as if he had been given a shot of adrenaline. Instantly, torrents of witchcraft surged forth from his body, and he charged towards Ling Juetian. Chapter 18. Azure Luo Sword Rhyme. The might of a single strike. 9 Li, I shall aid you. Azure Wind, Air Assure. Witnessing Lu Jiuli's assault on the opposition, cast aside all hesitation and began to unleash the art of nature. Every plant and tree within the Sky Ruins mountain range became a conduit for his attacks. In unison, the 2 powerhouses of the 9th level of the Divine Tribulation realm joined forces, instantly suppressing Ling Juetian's incarnation of the extraterrestrial realm at the 1st level of the Void Realm. Then I shall begin by slaying you. San Yuzi, possessing the power of the 8th level of the Divine Tribulation realm, swiftly emerged, his long sword aimed directly at Qin Yuan and Amp. Amp, oppose, chest. As the sect master had declared, Ling Juetian recognized many supreme beings of the supreme realm. However, those capable of manifesting incarnations of the void realm were at most between the 1st and 3rd levels of the supreme realm. Furthermore, this man in black robes was only at the 1st level of the void realm, indicating his true self was at most at the 1st level of the supreme realm. There was nothing to fear. The same sword intent, asked Song Yunzi. Are you his brother? Sensing the familiar sword intent, Qin Yuan smiled. Very well. I can send you two brothers down to reunite. Upon hearing this, Song Yuzi's expression underwent a drastic change. What do you mean? My younger brother, Song Yunzi, was killed by you. Qin Yuan chuckled once more. Congratulations, you have answered correctly. Your reward is to join your brother. Absurd. You, an incarnation of the first level of the Void Realm. Song Yuzi and Amp, Appo's words were cut short. The phantasmal image of the azure luo, sword embryo, began to materialize within Qin Yuan's eyes. He would naturally utilize the Tao techniques known to all disciples. After all, Qin Yuan and Amp, Appo's body overflowed with the power of the great Tao and Amp, Appo's origin. To coalesce, the azure luo sword embryo could be accomplished in an instant. Did you not desire my disciple's azure luo sword embryo? Did you not claim to wish to devour it? Qin Yuan shook his head, his countenance growing somewhat frigid. At that moment, the spectral form of the azure luo sword embryo gradually emerged from his back. The space around him rippled, as an unparalleled sword aura began to coalesce. Master is about to strike. Excitement filled the air. Lu Jiuli, still locked in combat with Ling Jutian, prevented the latter from dividing his attention. In a flash, the space beside Qin Yuan shattered, as if a mirror had been struck. Within the cracks, one could almost hear the mournful wails of ancient swords from the primordial sword tombs. So strong, such a potent sword intent. Even Ling Jutian and Appo's sword attacks faltered slightly at that moment. The mere release of the sword intent was enough to cause Song Yuzi, at the 8th level of the divine tribulation realm, to feel his scalp crawl. The long sword in his hand shattered in response. His so-called supreme strike could not even breach Qin Yuan and Appo's sword aura. Is this the sword intent that a being in the void realm can unleash? Song Yuzi seemed frozen in midair, his pupils filled with unprecedented terror. Within his vision, he seemed to see his own reflection in Qin Yuan and Appo's eyes. And that reflection was disintegrating inch by inch within the depths of the other's pupils. It was as if Qin Yuan's eyes were no longer human, but rather two terrifying vortices capable of devouring souls. Impossible. You cannot possess such formidable sword intent. The azure luo sword intent cannot be this powerful. No, this. Before the words could finish, Song Yuzi witnessed countless beams of azure light piercing through the thick clouds above the sky ruins mountain range. An immense sword, formed from the chi of the azure cloud sword embryo, descended from the heavens. At this moment, Qin Yuan leisurely raised his right hand. At the hilt of the colossal azure sword in the sky, a gigantic hand as dark as ink coalesced from the void, grasping the mighty blade. Azure luo sword embryo, first form sever, an unadorned attack, devoid of any artifice. The azure sword began its slow descent, imbued with the rhythm of celestial punishment. Even before the blade made contact with Song Yuzi, the attack of the sword's rhythm had arrived. Song Yuzi was utterly powerless to resist. The mere pressure of the sword and Appo's rhythm caused his body to begin to disintegrate. Moments later, the entire right half of Song Yuzi and Appo's body, flesh, bone, and organs, had been reduced to ashes. As he abruptly regained his senses, he beheld the missing half of his ashen form. The pain of his soul being torn apart and annihilated caused Song Yuzi to scream in agony. The entire Absolute Peak sect could hear Song Yuzi and Appo's anguished cries. But then, the cries were suppressed by the sound of the sword and Appo's lament. As the azure sword pierced through Song Yuzi's body, one could witness the sword's torment of Song Yuzi's soul from the reflections of the spatial fragments. And this strike was not yet complete. After annihilating Song Yuzi, the terrifying power continued to bear down upon the Absolute Peak sect below. Boom! The various sword peaks of the Absolute Peak sect began to collapse at that moment. Mountains crumbled, and the earth split asunder. The sky ruins mountain range, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, trembled. The earth itself seemed to wail at that moment. Bang! The azure sword plunged into the mountain range. The entire Sky Ruins mountain range was as if it had been pressed into the boiling magma by a pair of invisible, gargantuan hands. The strata beneath the earth began to fracture. Cracking sounds traveled from the fissures in the earth to the surface, plunging the entire Absolute Peak sect into despair. The aftershocks persisted. Retreat. Retreat now. In the sky, Ling Ju Tian and Apos' eyes were bloodshot. Witnessing the collapse of the sect he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, his spirit nearly broke. However, the aftershocks of the Azure Luo sword rhyme were already hurtling towards him. In that instant, he finally understood the kind of terrifying holiness Zhang Yuzi had just faced. Unable to resist, unable to move, he dared not even entertain the thought of retreat. Every inch of his body was firmly locked onto by this Azure Luo sword rhyme. Crack! That was the sound of his soul shattering, followed by the meridians, bones, and internal organs within his body. Within Ling Ju Tian, the Absolute Peak sword embryo seemed to sense its master and Apos' peril and began to defend him. However, the newly formed Absolute Peak sword intent was instantly devoured by the opponent's supreme sword rhyme. At that moment, the Absolute Peak sword embryo, which Ling Ju Tian had been so proud of, shattered and dissipated completely. The elders within the Absolute Peak sect were even more terrified. This sword of the black-robed man seemed to sever space, sever the stars. Such power was something they had never witnessed. Even the supreme ones were not so terrifying. The Azure Luo sword rhyme slowly dissipated. Lu Ju Li and Azure Wind Erasure, having retreated behind Qin Yuan, gazed once more at the Sky Ruins mountain range before them. Where was the Sky Ruins mountain range? All that remained was a colossal chasm, hundreds of feet deep, carved into the fractured strata. The Sky Ruins mountain range had vanished at that moment. In the sky, Ling Ju Tian, with a trace of vital energy remaining, was ashen-faced. His pupils dimmed to the extreme. At that moment, he finally realized that his meager strength was nothing more than a ludicrous joke in the face of this black-robed man. Chapter 19. The Mysterious Koi. Do you truly believe your absolute sword embryo is formidable? In the presence of my azure sword embryo, it is utterly insignificant. With a mere gesture, Qin Yuan summoned Ling Ju Tian before him. The pallid-faced Ling Ju Tian gazed at Qin Yuan, clenching his fists. Even if you have indeed refined my disciple and Apos' azure sword embryo, it will trigger the Tao source imprint I left within it. At that moment, the azure sword embryo will self-destruct, and you shall still meet your demise. Qin Yuan shook his head, letting out a sigh. After all, he could not expect his disciple to leave himself without a contingency plan. Do you understand? Lu Juli looked at Ling Ju Tian, stating, "Let me clarify for you. Simply put, from a moment you dare to strike at my junior and Apos' azure sword embryo, you are bound to die." Ling Ju Tian and Apos' face twitched as he beheld the vast expanse of ash before him. He was engulfed in despair. He even realized that his opponent could have extinguished his life in an instant. Now, he remained alive solely to answer questions. I perceive a thread of energy within you that rivals the absolute sword embryo. It resembles a sort of restriction. Allow me to employ the divine search technique to investigate. As Qin Yuan's words echoed, Ling Ju Tian felt his consciousness fade. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. Typically, one would directly inquire at such a moment. Senior, you may ask me anything. I will tell you everything. Ling Ju Tian hastened to assure him. Why inquire when you can search? Qin Yuan smiled warmly, forming seals for the divine search technique. In the final moments before losing consciousness, Ling Ju Tian cursed himself for provoking such a formidable being. Moreover, a being who did not adhere to conventional methods. Moments later, a spectral image of the soul materialized before Qin Yuan. Within the illusion, an elderly figure cloaked in black robes, whose features were shrouded in obscurity, addressed Ling Ju Tian. Once the soul calamity imprint is etched, you will be counted among the ranks of my soul refining palace. I await you within the burial respect abyss. As long as you enter, I shall ensure your ascension to the supreme realm. Ling Ju Tian promptly responded, "Thank you, Senior with the withered bones. This is also thanks to you for enabling me to obtain the mysterious koi. The elder, referred to as withered bones, smiled, albeit with an eerie quality. Upon my return to the soul refining palace, I shall remember your significant contribution. With that, the memory projection dissipated, and Ling Ju Tian was utterly obliterated. Beep. Congratulations to the host for slaying a cultivator of the 8th heaven of the soul calamity realm and a cultivator of the 9th heaven of the soul calamity realm, receiving a reward of 300 million luck points. As for the meager rewards from slaying cultivators below the soul calamity realm, they were nearly negligible. No wonder there was a faint trace of mysterious power within the earth veins here. It turned out to be the mysterious koi. Qin Yuan gazed down at the ruins of the Tianshu mountain range. This aligned with the mysterious energy he sensed upon his initial arrival. The mysterious koi. What is it? Lu Juli inquired. Qin Yuan glanced at his disciple, recalling how he had urged him to study ancient texts, which he had obstinately refused. Now, he found himself at a loss. Lu Juli sheepishly scratched his head. I have heard the clan leader mention that within the 3,000 realms, each realm was formed from the condensation of the primordial forces, represented by the mysterious pearl of the subrealm. Qing Feng Lan spoke earnestly. Moreover, the mysterious pearl of the subrealm is nearly impossible to find. Not only that, but the mysterious pearl possesses the ability to transform into all things. It can become mountains, rivers, flowers, trees, and even artifacts. Anything, leaving no trace. However, when the primordial forces condense into the mysterious pearl, 3 koi are born. These 3 are the mysterious koi. They do not transform, but scatter in various locations. They may appear in the depths of desolate deserts or on isolated islands within the sea. In summary, acquiring the mysterious koi is akin to climbing the heavens. Qin Yuan nodded, looking at Lu Juli, and said, Juli, observe how others conduct themselves. Lu Juli cleared his throat, asking, so, what is the purpose of the mysterious koi? For instance, if I were to stew it, would it enhance my cultivation? Qin Yuan. Qing Fenglan. Consuming the mysterious koi will not result in a significant increase in cultivation. Its singular purpose is to guide one toward the mysterious pearl of the sub-realm upon awakening. After Qin Fenglan clarified, Lu Juli suddenly comprehended. Thus, the mysterious koi can be used to locate the mysterious pearl of the sub-realm, correct? Precisely, Qin Fenglan affirmed. If one could locate the mysterious pearl and refine it, one could scarcely fathom the level of power attained. Qin Yuan, upon hearing this, expressed surprise. In truth, it is rather ordinary. However, it can indeed enhance cultivation. Overall, the mysterious pearl of the sub-realm is a valuable treasure. Upon hearing this, Qing Fenglan's breath momentarily faltered. The fact that Qin Yuan regarded the mysterious pearl as merely ordinary suggested that his power had transcended an entire realm. Despite Qin Yuan currently displaying only the first heaven of the void realm, the vast chasm before them was no illusion. From now on, the Tianshu mountain range would cease to exist, leaving only the remnants of its ruins. On the continent of Dezhou, within the silent spirit plains, this is a desolate expanse forgotten by time, devoid of any living creatures. Only silence and desolation intertwine within its bounds. The boundless wilderness stretches for miles, barren and lifeless. Even the wind cannot take shape here. The sky hangs low, with dark, oppressive clouds resembling a heavy curtain, obscuring the light of the sun and stars above. There is no distinction between day and night, only an eternal twilight. In a flat expanse, an elderly figure cloaked in black suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were no longer human, but flickered with ghostly flames. The elder and Appo's visage was withered, devoid of flesh, resembling a mere skeleton. He lowered his head, revealing a cryptic black imprint materializing in his palm. The soul calamity imprint has been broken? The elder murmured, surprise filling his ghostly eyes. The soul calamity imprint, as its name implies, once inscribed within a cultivator, would capture their soul upon their death, transferring the soul's energy to the one who marked it. Yet, the elder discovered that the soul calamity imprint he had placed upon Ling Ju Tian had been shattered, and he had received no soul energy in return. This astonished him greatly. The most powerful technique of the soul refining palace could be breached. This burial respect abyss has indeed become intriguing. The elder revealed a chilling grin. Since one could slay Ling Ju Tian, they would undoubtedly possess the 9 nether knocker. They would naturally proceed to this burial respect abyss. Excellent. Remarkable. Once you all arrive at the burial respect abyss, you shall become the source of nourishment for my soul. Ah ha 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 ha. Chapter 20. Do not venture into the perilous path. When will you ascend to the pinnacle? In the 9 Xian realm, within the vast expanse of the Emperor continent, lies an area so boundless that some regions are self-sustaining. Among them is the Tianhua mountain range, forged by celestial flames, situated in the southern part of the Emperor continent. Since the ancient times, after the descent of the heavenly fire, it has merged with the mountains, resulting in a breathtaking spectacle. The Tianhua mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, its peaks rising and falling dramatically. However, these mountains are not composed of ordinary rocks. Rather, they are constructed from various crystals forged by the power of the heavenly fire. Crimson, deep blue, and golden hues dominate this landscape. The earth has been reshaped by ancient flames, shrouded in mystery and fervor. Moreover, atop every peak within the range, an unknown flame burns brightly, licking the sky and painting the heavens above in gradients of crimson and gold. Almost every mountain features a colossal flame waterfall, where the flames cascade not upwards but, like flowing water, transform into shards of glass-like fiery crystals as they descend. At the foot of the mountains, these winding rivers of fire traverse the cracks in the earth, eventually converging into the abyss of heavenly fire. In the abyss of heavenly fire, the air is distorted by its power. Waves of heat form, and even time appears to slow down in this realm. For humans, demon races, and magical beasts, it is akin to a purgatory of blazing flames. In a lake of fire within this infernal abyss, a man rises slowly from the flames. He is handsome and fierce, with a mark of a fire lotus between his brows, resembling an unquenchable flame. His eyes are deep and fervent, with golden fire patterns subtly appearing within his pupils, as if the very air around him could ignite at his gaze. He gradually raises his hands, a faint crimson glow flowing beneath his skin, reminiscent of flames surging through his veins. Truly terrifying is the burning heaven technique bestowed upon me by my master. The man speaks, his voice calm, yet distorting the air around him. His long hair cascades down, glimmering with tiny sparks. The golden and red intertwining fire lotus patterns on the cuffs and hem of his robe highlight his identity. Xiao Jin, a prodigious talent capable of devouring and refining heavenly fire. His mastery of the fire lotus fusion technique is unparalleled, rendering him invincible among his peers. Now, he has refined 48 types of heavenly fire, according to the burning heaven technique gifted by his master. He only needs to refine one more to step into the supreme realm. Xiao Jin opens his right hand, and a flash of light reveals an ancient 9 underworld key in his palm. Within the abyss of buried supremes, there lies a heavenly fire. Exhale, refine the heavenly fire, and ascend to the supreme. Bring glory to my master. Xiao Jin breathes out lightly, his form soaring upwards, transforming into a meteor of fire that ascends to the heights of the sky. After determining the direction of the abyss of buried supremes, he steps forward, each footfall blossoming like a fire lotus beneath him, covering miles in an instant. A month later, in the Emperor continent, at the abyss of buried supremes, in the silent spirit plane, Qin Yuan, Lu Jiuli, and Qin Fenglan have arrived. Here, even the air seems to suffocate, thick with the scent of death. The atmosphere is so dense, it feels almost tangible, eroding every inch of space. As they survey the surroundings, they find no signs of life, no birds or beasts, not even the chirping of insects. Everything appears drained of vitality, leaving behind only endless void and silence. Even the spiritual energy is alarmingly thin, intermingled with the aura of death, rendering it nearly impossible to refine. The silent spirit plane lives up to its name. Qin Yuan gazes at the desolate scene before him. Swallowing hard, the abyss of buried supremes opens only once every 10,000 years. Although this is not his first exploration here, it is indeed his first venture so deep. The ground is riddled with cracks, resembling desiccated veins, stretching into the distance. Along the way, many skeletal remains lie exposed, easily reduced to dust by the slightest breeze stirred by their movement. It is no wonder this place is dubbed the Forbidden Zone for cultivators, a grave for living beings. Yet within such a so-called Forbidden Zone, there exists unfathomable treasures. Take, for instance, the abyss of buried supremes, which opens once every 10,000 years. Even knowing that this journey is fraught with peril, some are still irresistibly drawn to it. Along the way, Qin Yuan and his companions occasionally encounter scattered cultivators, adding a hint of life to this desolate land. Master, the abyss of buried supremes opens once every 10,000 years. Only during this time can one find a 9 underworld key to enter the core region of the abyss, where the secrets to ascending to the supreme lie. Lu Jiuli and Empress' voices filled with excitement. Once cultivators break through the divine catastrophe realm and endure the trials of heavenly tribulation. If they wish to ascend further as they did before, it requires not just relentless training, but also the right timing, location, and favorable circumstances. Moreover, they must seize great opportunities to elevate themselves. For instance, ascending from the void realm to the divine catastrophe realm necessitates enduring the baptism of heavenly tribulation, while transitioning from the divine catastrophe realm to the supreme realm similarly involves facing the supreme tribulation. For ordinary individuals, lacking extraordinary means, they may forever remain stagnant at the divine catastrophe realm. The supreme realm is the pinnacle of the 9 Xin realm, a realm where only a select few exist among countless cultivators. Qin Yuan smiles and nods at the excited Lu Jiuli. Indeed, as my disciple, your approach is commendable. When encountering foes, vanquish them. When faced with opportunities, seize them. Do not hesitate to tread the perilous path. When will you ascend to the pinnacle? Just then, Qin Yuan suddenly halts. Ding. A disciple of the host detected nearby. System task triggered. Ding. The disciple's attributes are as follows. Name, Xiaojin age, 12, 000 years. Strength, half-step supreme. Root bone. Innate fire affinity, 10,000 fire body, has mastered the burning heaven technique to great perfection. Upon encountering this disciple, a significant fortune feedback will be triggered. Estimated fortune value, 150 billion points. Qin Yuan finally smiles with satisfaction. Although he shares the same level of strength as Lu Jiuli. Just look at the fortune feedback points Xiao Jin brings, 150 billion. At this moment, Qin Yuan and Empress' gaze shifts toward the abyss of buried supremes. It goes without saying that his presence here must be for the purpose of the abyss. Let's quicken our pace. Chapter 21. The Soul Refining Hall is the greatest adversary of Xiao Jin. The Tomb of the Ancients is unlike any other secret realm. While the openings of other realms are magnificent and grand, the emergence of the Tomb of the Ancients is quiet and unassuming, as if it has always existed in this place. Ah, Master, we have arrived. After half a day's journey, they reached the entrance of the Tomb of the Ancients. Its entrance lay in the darkest depths of the Silent Spirit Plains, a fissure that seemed to span the entirety of the plains, laid bare before their eyes. It appeared as if cleaved by a blade of divine punishment, with various charred rock layers interwoven along its edges. These layers bore patterns reminiscent of corroded bronze, appearing from a distance like the desiccated veins of some ancient creature. At the edge of the abyss, a viscous azure mist lingered. This mist rose to less than 10 zhang above the fissure before transforming into azure crystals, cascading down into the depths below. Qin Yuan stepped cautiously to the edge of the abyss and gazed downward. He noticed that the inner walls of the chasm were not smooth, but rather adorned with protruding azure crystals, and a fierce gale howled within, echoing like the wails of a ghostly infant. Around them, cultivators from other sects had already arrived. Upon seeing Qin Yuan and his companions, They showed no inclination for conversation, brandishing their treasures and leaping into the abyss. At that moment, as more and more individuals leapt, the fissure of the tomb of the ancients resembled a fearsome beast, lying in slumber, awaiting its prey. The continuously twisting azure light seemed to consume the souls of those who fell. According to ancient texts regarding the tomb of the ancients, jumping down would lead to the true entrance. Qin Yuan took a deep breath, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After all, the very name of the tomb of the ancients suggested that even the most powerful could find their demise within its depths. Qin Yuan gazed at the entrance of the abyss, utilizing his spiritual perception to discern that his disciple, Xiao Jin, was already within. Moreover, it appeared that Xiao Jin was employing the burning heaven technique. The burning heaven technique, a gift from Qin Yuan, was familiar to him, and he could sense its fluctuations. Was there a confrontation occurring below? In other words, was his disciple in danger? How could he endure this? If he were absent, it would be one thing, but now, do not fear, my disciple. I shall come to your aid. With that thought, Qin Yuan turned to Lu Juli and Qin Yuan, commanding jump. Without hesitation, Lu Juli leapt out instantly, while Qin Yuan swallowed hard, inhaled deeply, and followed suit. Qin Yuan observed the entrance of the tomb of the ancients, his eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, the tomb of the ancients was extraordinary. With a flick of his finger, a tangible surge of spiritual power erupted forth. In the distance, he perceived the space above the tomb of the ancients ripple. An ancient talisman inscribed with the character for soul emerged within that space. Enveloped by Qin Yuan's formidable spiritual power, the talisman transformed into a stream of light, landing in his hand while the array and oppos S markings in the air gradually faded. The talisman bore 11 intricate rippling engravings, each profoundly deep. An 11-tiered formation, he mused. After stowing the talisman in his spatial ring, Qin Yuan maintained his warm smile. This journey was becoming increasingly intriguing. Securing the formation talisman took but a few moments. Then, he took a light step and followed Lu Juli and Qin Yuan, who were plummeting downwards. Meanwhile, at the deepest part of the tomb of the ancients, light could no longer penetrate from above, replaced instead by clusters of ghostly flames burning in the air. However, these flames emitted a haunting green glow, casting an eerie hue throughout the depths. At this moment, many cultivators had already gathered here. Practitioners from the top sects of the empire had all arrived. Although they had not received the 9 underworlds and oppos summons, the Tomb of the Ancients held many other opportunities. And if they could not seize the strongest, the second strongest resources would become their target. Those from the soul refining hall. Do not attempt to flee. A voice boomed through the crowd. A man clad in black soared into the air, stepping upon the void. The surrounding space fractured, erupting with boundless flames. Multiple hues of fire ignited around him, casting an ethereal glow. Is that Xiao Jin? The realization struck them. Xiao Jin, the prodigy known for his affinity with fire, was a name that resonated throughout the top sects of the empire. Born with a fire affinity, he possessed an extraordinary tolerance for flames, capable of absorbing the innate fire seed into his body for refinement. Each instance of refinement significantly enhanced his power without any adverse consequences. Look, the person facing him is, from the soul refining hall. Shoo, lower your voice. Do you want to attract their attention? What is there to fear? Who in the empire doesn't know that the greatest nemesis of the soul refining hall is the esteemed Xiao Jin? With him present, I doubt they dare to act recklessly. At that moment, 2 men robed in the attire of the soul refining hall were seen fleeing in all directions. Xiao Jin, do not take this too far. We have no enmity with you. Why do you persistently oppose us? Both men were at the pinnacle of the divine calamity realm, and although they had not reached the half-step supreme level, their methods were specifically tailored to target the soul, allowing them to jointly contend with a half-step supreme. The Coal Protector on the left shouted vehemently at Xiao Jin in the distance. Your methods are too inhumane. If we cross paths, I shall slay you. Moreover, you have long since established a grudge with us. Our fate is sealed. Xiao Jin stood firmly in the air, enveloped in heavenly flames, resembling an emperor of fire. His gaze was icy as he regarded the two protectors from the soul-refining hall, filled with overwhelming, killing intent. For since emerging from the ancient tomb a millennium ago, he had practiced the burning heaven technique bestowed by his master, forever remembering his master and Appo's teachings. Xiao Jin lowered his gaze to his palm, his expression cold as he stated, "My master once taught me that enemies who delight in maniacal laughter must be exterminated. Therefore, you, the soul-refining hall, are my greatest foes." Chapter 22. Let you escape? Not a chance. After listening to Xiao Jin's explanation, Cold Guardian felt a chill in his heart. "No, Xiao Jin, have you gone mad? Our laughter, that cackling, is merely something we learned from the Lord and the elders. You cannot annihilate us for this." Another guardian beside him chimed in. "Indeed." Xiao Jin shook his head. "I apologize, but my greatest trait is to strictly follow my master's orders. You shall perish." In an instant, a torrent of celestial fire surged forth from Xiao Jin's being, purging much of the malevolent energy that had accumulated at the bottom of the burial abyss. Cold Guardian and the other soul-refining hall guardians' faces twitched in horror. Xiao Jin had often mentioned his master within the soul-refining hall, yet he had never revealed who they were, their name, or their cultivation level. Consequently, the entire soul-refining hall harbored deep resentment towards the figure Xiao Jin spoke of. They even suspected that he had fabricated the existence of his master to justify his vendetta against them. The animosity between the soul-refining hall and Xiao Jin was indeed irreconcilable. 8,000 years ago, the soul-refining hall had dispatched numerous guardians to eliminate Xiao Jin, but he managed to escape with severe injuries. However, within a few centuries, he had risen anew, breaking through several cultivation realms. From then on, whenever he encountered guardians or elders from the soul-refining hall, his only response was one word: kill. Though both Cold Guardian and the other guardian were at the ninth heaven of the divine tribulation realm, they dared not confront Xiao Jin directly. Their only viable option was to flee. They began to channel their internal energies, enveloped in an overwhelming black spiritual aura. From within this aura, the cries of tormented souls could be heard. This was also why the soul-refining hall was scorned by most sects. Their power derived from devouring the souls of others. The more souls they consumed, the stronger they became. It was unfathomable to consider how many lives these two ninth heaven guardians had ravaged. Escape? A cold smile crept across Xiao Jin's face. Before mastering the celestial fire technique bestowed by his master, he would have let you escape. He gave a thumbs up to the two guardians attempting to flee upward. "Now, let you escape? Not a chance." Xiao Jin's thumb slowly turned upside down. Suddenly, a terrifying celestial fire began to coalesce around him, its searing heat engulfing the entire abyss. He raised his right hand, his eyes swirling with 48 types of celestial fire, exuding a sense of dread that made all nearby sect members feel the chilling breath of death. He unleashed the celestial fire creation palm, an imperial-grade martial skill. To ascend beyond the holy level techniques, one must possess profound insight into their own cultivation method. Otherwise, it would be impossible to wield more potent martial arts. At this moment, Xiao Jin initiated the most formidable imperial-grade technique, the celestial fire creation palm. In that instant, above the two soul-refining hall guardians, a colossal palm-shaped imprint of flame, 1,000 inches long, rapidly materialized. Countless flames of various hues danced upon the imprint, each cycle releasing an aura capable of annihilating the heavens. As the celestial fire creation palm descended, the space around it began to collapse and shatter. Even the malevolent energy that had condensed for thousands of years within the abyss was incinerated. Witnessing this despairing scene, the two guardians of the soul-refining hall cried out in agony, "Xiao Jin, we, the soul-refining hall, will be your eternal foes." After their declaration, they spewed forth blood, channeling all their spiritual energy to resist Xiao Jin and Appo's strike. However, their seemingly formidable defense crumbled before the celestial fire creation palm, as if it were made of paper. Screams echoed throughout the abyss as the bizarre flames swiftly engulfed their bodies, silencing their cries. Thus, the two guardians, both at the ninth heaven of the divine tribulation realm, were reduced to ashes in the celestial fire, their souls obliterated. Such horror! The surrounding members of other sects gasped in shock. This individual is truly terrifying. The celestial fire technique is overwhelmingly powerful. Master, I have not brought shame upon you. Xiao Jin exhaled, observing the chaos wrought by his palm. Even though everyone in the soul refining hall believed that the master he spoke of was a mere fabrication, Xiao Jin knew that his ascension to such heights was indeed a gift from his true master. The celestial fire technique allows one to absorb the seeds of fire from heaven and earth, refining and merging them to achieve breakthroughs. This extreme and formidable cultivation method endowed Xiao Jin with power that far surpassed his peers. His objective was crystal clear: to vanquish the cackling enemy while devouring all celestial fire, thus attaining the supremacy of fires. Deep within the burial abyss, 3,000 feet below the surface, lay the true entrance to a secret realm. An elderly figure cloaked in black suddenly looked down at his palm. 2 soul marks appeared, bursting forth with searing flames before turning to ash. Coughing, the skeletal elder chuckled hoarsely. I did not expect my soul marks to be so easily broken by an outsider. It seems that Xiao Jin has arrived here as well. He lowered his gaze, a sinister laughter escaping his lips. Indeed, this Xiao Jin possesses some strength. With a natural affinity for fire, having absorbed dozens of celestial fires, he manages to integrate them without repulsion. If not for the fact that our soul refining hall's leader was in seclusion back then, he would have perished at our hands long ago. The skeletal elder gazed at the black cliff before him, upon which were inscribed obscure ancient texts. These writings shared the same origin as those inscribed on the 9 nether key. His gaze then shifted to another elder clad in similar attire. However, this time, even Xiao Jin must meet his demise here. If it were just me alone, I would indeed have to regard him with some caution. But now, the skeletal elder let out another spine-chilling laugh. Xiao Jin could never imagine that you are here as well. Could you, brother? Beside him, a figure cloaked in black seemed to meld with the surrounding darkness. The elder, addressed as brother by the skeletal elder, slowly opened his eyes. His left pupil was as black as ink, void of any white, while his right eye gleamed pure white, resembling a silver moon. The dark pupil emanated a chilling and eerie aura, while the silver eye radiated an air of transcendent pride. The two contrasting eyes coexisted in a bizarre yet harmonious manner. The black-robed elder nodded slowly, his voice raspy yet powerful. Rest assured, brother, this time, none of them shall escape. Chapter 23, Merely Luck. At the depths of the grave of the respectful, the lingering heat in the air served as a reminder of the terrifying methods employed by Xiao Jin. Suddenly, a colossal sword energy ripped through the space, and a figure emerged from within, clad in flowing white robes, surrounded by an oppressive sword aura. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the crowd could not help but gasp in astonishment. It was the master of the Flying Sword sect. Rumor had it that he had achieved the supreme realm 500 years ago, and now he graced the grave of the respectful with his presence. In the next moment, another rift in space appeared, through which beams of starlight refracted, illuminating the area with an ethereal glow. As the light faded, an elder in purple robes materialized in midair, the fabric seemingly infused with the power of the stars. Radiating brilliance, it was Elder Mu Xing of the Stargazing Pavilion. What was going on? Hadn't and Oppos. Elder Mu Xing reached the supreme realm a millennium ago? Why was he here as well? Do you not know? The grave of the respectful is a place for those of us who have yet to break through to the supreme realm. The onlookers murmured in confusion, gazing at the master of the Flying Sword sect and Elder Mu Xing. At that moment, both the master of the Flying Sword sect and Elder Mu Xing, upon witnessing the aftermath of the one-sided battle, could not help but gasp in awe. Xiao Jin was indeed formidable. Given time, I believe your achievements will surpass those of my Flying Sword sect. The master cast a respectful glance at Xiao Jin, filled with admiration. Meanwhile, Elder Mu Xing stroked his beard and said, Xiao Jin, as the outsiders proclaim, you are indeed terrifying. If we were of the same realm, even we would not stand a chance against you. Despite Elder Mu Xing possessing the strength of the second tier of the supreme realm, He dared not claim he could defeat Xiao Jin at the peak of the divine calamity realm. Xiao Jin smiled faintly at the master of the flying sword sect and elder Mu Xing. It is merely luck. The crowd was bemused by his words. Xiao Jin was a figure of stark contrasts. One could share wine with him without fear if they did not provoke him. He was always courteous, and after a battle, if someone praised him, he would inevitably respond with his catchphrase, merely luck. Thus, behind his back, Xiao Jin had acquired the nickname, Brother Luck. Young friend Xiao Jin, I recall you have a close friend. Why is he not here? Elder Mu Xing inquired curiously. Are you referring to Lin Chong? Xiao Jin replied. He is my junior disciple. He is currently in seclusion, honing his techniques of the great wilderness finger and will not be coming out for a while. I see. Elder Mu Xing sighed in relief. Perhaps ordinary folk were unaware, but the top sects were well aware. Thousands of years ago, two terrifying geniuses emerged from the southern continent. One wielded heavenly fire like the supreme of 10,000 flames, while the other cultivated the power of the great wilderness, mastering the art of finger techniques to an extraordinary degree. When these two geniuses met, a battle was inevitable. In that confrontation, the two geniuses of the 8th tier of the divine calamity realm unleashed power rivaling the 3rd tier of the supreme realm. 1,000 miles of space crumbled into nothingness, and the mountains for 10,000 miles bore no life, especially during the climactic clash of the fire lotus and the giant finger. Even a supreme would likely be injured and forced to retreat. However, it was precisely that battle that forged an unbreakable bond of friendship between the two geniuses, who even proclaimed to the world that they shared the same master. From that moment, their names began to resonate throughout the southern continent. Yet, I never anticipated that you would come to the grave of the respectful. Xiao Jin gazed contemplatively at the two figures in the sky. This implied that the dangers within were even more formidable than legend suggested. In other words, there must be something worth seizing here, even attracting individuals of the supreme realm. With this thought in mind, a smile returned to Xiao Jin and Appo's face as he addressed the master of the flying sword sect and elder Mu Xing. If we were to discover a significant opportunity within the grave of the respectful, let it be a competition of skills. The implication was unmistakable. Whoever first seized the opportunity would claim it for themselves, before the might of a 1st tier and a 2nd tier supreme. Xiao Jin displayed no fear. Rather, he appeared eager for the challenge. In the sky, the master and elder exchanged glances, clearing their throats. They had no desire to become adversaries of such a formidable individual as Xiao Jin. As for the great opportunity within the grave of the respectful, they would have to take it one step at a time. At the bottom of the grave of the respectful, Qin Yuan had just ascended when he sensed something amiss. How intriguing. Along the way, guided by the grave of the respectful, we experienced two spatial shifts. In other words, there are multiple entrances to the secret realm of the grave of the respectful. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan nodded and replied, Indeed, senior. There are 3 entrances to the secret realm of the grave of the respectful. Each can only be accessed through 3 9 nether knocks. If someone is unfortunate enough, even if they possess the 9 nether knocks, they may miss the opportunity if they cannot locate the entrance. Understood, Qin Yuan acknowledged. This particular entrance was devoid of many figures, and upon further inspection, he found no trace of Xiao Jin. It was evident that Xiao Jin had entered through a different entrance. Lanner, at that moment, a voice rang out behind Qin Yuan. A middle-aged man, resembling a human, hurriedly approached her. His icy blue eyes seemed to reveal his identity, the current patriarch of the Qin Feng clan. With strength in the 2nd tier of the supreme realm, Qin Yuan discerned both his identity and power at a glance. Qin Yuan quickly introduced Qin Yuan and Lu Jiuli to her father, Qin Yu. The moment the patriarch touched Qin Yuan, he appeared as though struck by lightning. Frozen in place, his icy blue eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Lania, your bloodline. Father, what is it? Qin Yuan, taken aback, hurriedly activated her Qin Feng techniques to examine her body. As her consciousness retreated into her sea of awareness, even she was left astounded. Within her crimson bloodline, strands of golden threads intertwined, Though faint, they pulsated with a more ferocious power of the Qin Feng. Father, did you not say that our Qin Feng clan cannot condense golden phoenix blood without external assistance? Exiting her sea of awareness, Qin Fenglan wore a puzzled expression. Indeed, Qin nodded vigorously, then continued, the time since the golden phoenix blood began to condense is not long. At most. Half a day. Lanner, what have you consumed or drunk in this half-day? Qin Fenglan remained utterly bewildered, pondering before she replied. In this half-day, I have been by Senior's side. However, upon entering the silent spirit plane, I did consume a vial of dew gifted by Senior. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu trembled in shock. Where's the vial? Show it to me. Without hesitation, Qin Fenglan retrieved the vial from her spatial ring. The moment Qin Yu laid eyes on the vial, he stood there, stupefied. When he finally regained his composure, he exclaimed, Hiss! This is the spring of all spirits. Chapter 24. Behold my wrath, the burning fury lotus, the essence of all beings. Each drop is a culmination of the power of myriad souls. Regardless of the race, any creature consuming it can swiftly nourish their spiritual veins, leading to a transformation. In other words, this essence of all beings can significantly enhance an entity's innate foundation. No wonder, Lanner, you were able to condense the ancient golden blood of our Qin Feng clan in merely half a day. This is truly a monumental fortune, a celestial fortune at that. It surpasses the fortunes found in the Zhongzuan abyss by 100-fold. No, 1,000-fold. Indeed, it is a 10,000-fold miracle. At this moment, Qin Yuan and Appo's estate bordered on madness. The entire Qin Feng clan could muster only a single drop of the essence of all beings. Yet, what was the result? That esteemed elder produced an entire vial? Realizing this, Qin Yuan swiftly approached Qin Yuan, took a deep breath, and bowed deeply. Esteemed elder, on behalf of our entire clan, I express our gratitude for your nurturing of Lanner. Such a great gift shall be repaid with the full strength of our clan. At this juncture, Qin Fenglan finally comprehended the extraordinary value of the dew that Qin Yuan had casually bestowed upon him. He hurried to Qin Yuan and Appo's side, mirroring his father and Appo's actions, and bowed deeply. It was merely a bottle of dew. Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Since he is a close friend of my disciple, that meager foundation truly pales in significance. He spoke candidly. The essence of all beings, a treasure of heaven and earth, numbers in the thousands within his spatial ring. Moreover, it can also be exchanged from a system. Thus, for Qin Yuan, it was merely a quenching drink on his journey. As for the foundation of Qin Fenglan, it was indeed insignificant. Lu Jiuli's Tianyan Gu Huang physique has an exceedingly high limit. Only after breaking through to the supreme realm can its true power be unleashed. Since he is a close friend of my disciple, I shall be somewhat magnanimous. Esteemed elder, I heard from Lan and Appo's, but that you do not possess the Jiuing Qua. I present this to you. Qin Yuan respectfully produced a Jiuing Qua from his spatial ring, holding it with both hands before Qin Yuan. Do you believe I need this? Qin Yuan waved his hand again and stepped toward the black cliff. On the cliff, ancient dark purple engravings occasionally emerged. These engravings bore a striking resemblance to the patterns on the Jiuing Qua. Clearly, they were restrictions, allowing only 9 individuals to enter. Let us proceed, Qin Yuan declared as he approached the black cliff. At the moment of contact, the cliff erupted into rippling waves, akin to splashing water. Subsequently, an ominous glow enveloped the entire cliff. A terrifying force surged toward Qin Yuan. It was evident that without the Jiuing Qua, he would be attacked by the Zhongzuan abyss. What a formidable power! This force, even I in the second level of the supreme realm, would not dare to claim I could withstand it. Qin Yuan swallowed hard, feeling the overwhelming sacred pressure emanating from the cliff, causing his scalp to tingle. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan, sensing the sacred resonance within the cliff, shook his head. Such a rudimentary and low-level sacred resonance attack. I wonder how it was cultivated. I suspect all these years of practice have gone to the dogs. As his words fell, an unparalleled sacred resonance erupted from within Qin Yuan, and in a mere half-breath, the rippling sacred resonance on the cliff vanished without a trace. Qin Yuan's form also disappeared, clearly having entered the secret realm of the Zhongzuan abyss without a key. Master and amp, oppose. S-words remain as sharp as ever. Lu Jili exclaimed. Ha! Master, I am coming too. Holding the Jiuying Qua, Lu Jili followed Qin Yuan into the black cliff. Behind them, Qin Fenglan observed his father, who appeared dazed, and quickly urged, Father, we must hurry inside, or we will lose our chance to catch up with the esteemed elder. Qin Wei, just regaining his senses, trembled all over, his body shaking uncontrollably. The sacred resonance pressure. It cannot be mistaken. This is, indeed, the sacred resonance pressure. This is extraordinary. Qin Wei trembled violently, his voice quaking. For only those at the pinnacle of the supreme realm can perceive the heavenly power of sacred resonance. In other words, that esteemed elder, who casually produced the essence of all beings, must possess at least the pinnacle of the supreme realm. Let's go. We must catch up with the esteemed elder. Qin Yuan's spirits surged with energy, and he swiftly vanished into the black cliff, a gust of wind following behind him. This wind tossed Qin Fenglan about. Without further delay, he too grasped the Jiuying Qua and ventured into the core area of the Zhongzuan abyss. As the light shifted, the four of them completely entered the core secret realm of the Zhongzuan abyss. Upon their arrival in this space, delicate golden ripples danced through the air, revealing an endless expanse of grassland. The prairie stretched endlessly, merging with the distant horizon. Looking down, one could see a peculiar plant with diamond-shaped leaves covering the entire grassland. Qin Wu grass. It is highly toxic. Even cultivators at the divine calamity realm, if not properly protected, would fall victim to its deadly poison. Qin Wei recognized these grasses, and his expression shifted. Indeed, the toxic Qin Wu grass swayed in the wind, and barely perceptible dark purple miasma continuously emanated from it, resembling small serpents weaving through the grass. Looking up at the canopy of the sky, devoid of sun or moon, but shrouded in various mica stones, which emitted a soft glow, illuminating the entire space as brightly as day. In the air, faint strands of sacred resonance wandered about. The moment Qin Yuan stepped in, he grasped the essence of this place. It was the resting place of a half-saint. No wonder it could be a treasure trove for those seeking to step into the supreme realm. After all, the lingering sacred resonance in the air, if absorbed and refined by a cultivator at the pinnacle of the divine calamity realm, could grant them the opportunity to ascend to the supreme realm. Furthermore, entering the supreme realm here would allow the power of the supreme calamity to be absorbed by the sacred resonance in the air, replenishing it with new sacred resonance. This indeed constitutes a remarkable opportunity for cultivators at the divine calamity realm. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed from afar. Old Da Bai Lai, do not attempt to flee. I never imagined you would be here. Taste my wrath. The burning fury lotus. Before the voice had fully faded, a fire lotus, a blend of azure and crimson, began to expand in the air from a distance. Ultimately, an explosive sound reverberated across the entire Qingwu prairie. Chapter 25. Whose flame is mightier, mine or his sorcery? The wrathful fire lotus has become Xiao Jin and Oppo's signature move. In this moment, he hurled the concentrated wrathful fire lotus towards the fleeing elder Bai Lai in the distance. The fire lotus erupted with terrifying heat. Two celestial flames of azure and crimson intertwined, forming a horrific vortex that spanned 1,000 feet around the lotus. The demon lotus of blue and red began to blossom in the air. Even the clouds above were twisted into spirals. The lotus veins continuously unleashed an uncontrollable force of celestial fire, and it began to swell slowly. As it expanded to a size that could obscure the heavens and block the sun, every inch of the lotus began to crack. In an instant, it detonated with a thunderous roar. The dreadful azure and crimson celestial flames swept outward. Below, the Qingwu grass was reduced to charred remains before the force of the celestial fire even reached it. Even the soil began to evaporate, melting into glass. At the center of the fire lotus, a spherical corona emerged, resembling a vertical eye from ancient deities, suspended in the air. It relentlessly consumed everything around it, including space itself. Xiao Jin, do you truly wish to engage in a relentless feud with our celestial fire sect? After the residual might of the fire lotus dissipated, a charred figure swiftly emerged. Golden supreme engravings had already appeared on his body. The supreme engravings signify the attainment of the supreme realm. The power of the engravings allows one to transform their cultivated system into supreme engraving power, thereby enhancing their own abilities. Both offensive and defensive capabilities become even more formidable under the augmentation of the supreme engravings. Old Bai Lai, who told you in your sect to covet the celestial fire for me every day? Facing Bai Lai, who was at the first level of the supreme realm, Xiao Jin showed no fear in his eyes. Instead, he continued to gather the fire lotus. It seems you have also heard the news about the 10,000 calamities burning heart flame hidden within the burial of the ancients, right? Let me make it clear. This 10,000 calamities burning heart flame is something I must obtain on this journey. I doubt anyone else will contest me for this celestial fire. Only your celestial fire sect poses a threat. My master has taught me that the first step in dealing with a threatening flame is to extinguish it. Therefore, Old Bai Lai, take another hit from my wrathful fire lotus. Upon hearing this, Bai Lai and Amp, Oppo's age face twitched violently. Even with his status as a first-level supreme realm cultivator, he dare not confront Xiao Jin's fire lotus head-on. He rapidly condensed his supreme engravings, and as the flame engravings manifested, his figure began to retreat swiftly. Old dog, don't run. Eat a couple more fire lotuses. Xiao Jin bellowed, nearly causing Bai Lai's supreme engravings to dissipate as he fled. Not far away, on the Qin Wu grassland, Qin Yuan squinted at the blossoming fire lotus in the sky, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Xiao Jin, the disciple he had accepted a millennium ago, possessed a natural affinity for fire. He had generously bestowed upon him the most suitable cultivation technique, the burning heaven art. This burning heaven art is unlike previous methods. It can evolve. However, to evolve, it must consume other celestial fires. It seems that Xiao Jin has indeed grown considerably. He has remembered his master's teachings well. Good, very good. Xiao Jin, he has arrived. Upon witnessing the iconic fire lotus, Qin Yu could not help but swallow hard. Even though Xiao Jin currently possessed only a half-step supreme realm strength, he had already earned the title of the Supreme of Fire. His most notable battle was when he was targeted by the people of the Soul Refinement Temple, facing 3 first-level Supreme Realm Guardians and 1 second-level Supreme Realm Guardian. In that battle, the entire southern region of the Empire was shaken. Xiao Jin single-handedly slayed the 3 first-level Supreme Realm foes, and at the cost of severe injury. He also killed the second-level Supreme Realm Guardian. After that battle, Xiao Jin earned the title of the Supreme of Fire. Even though he was not yet at the Supreme Realm, Qin Yu took a deep breath, yet the tension on his face relaxed. Thankfully, he had encountered a predecessor. Lon and Amp, Oppo's, had already received great opportunities from this predecessor, and even the fortunes within the burial of the ancients pale in comparison to the immense blessings bestowed by the predecessor. At this moment, in the distant sky, as another fire lotus exploded, the man known as Bai Lai was on the verge of collapse. You're ruthless. Just you wait. We, the Celestial Fire Sect, must acquire the 10,000 calamities burning heart flame from this burial of the ancients. Elder Bai Lai of the Celestial Fire Sect gritted his teeth. Crimson flames began to manifest within his supreme engravings. Following that, he let out a mighty roar. Supreme escape technique. In an instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Following closely behind was a pair of enormous hands. Xiao Jin, having missed his target, could not help but spit in frustration. These supreme engravings are truly useful. Upon stepping into the Supreme Realm, one gains access to several life-saving techniques exclusive to that level. Supreme engravings are just one of them. The Supreme Escape technique is among the most effective of these life-saving methods, allowing one to utilize supreme power to manipulate spatial dimensions for direct spatial leaps. There is no need for spatial transmission. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jin began to adjust his aura in the air. This scene did not go unnoticed by Qin Yuan and the others in the distance. At this time, Lu Juli squinted, gazing at the flames supreme from afar. Xiao Jin, I have heard whispers of your deeds in the southern region of the empire. Faced with such a formidable individual, my first thought was not fear or retreat, but rather a desire to test my own strength. I wonder whose flames are stronger. Yours or my sorcery? Lu Juli licked his lips, his pupils constructed from sorcery insects, reflecting a glimmer of eagerness. Want to test? Qin Yuan smiled as he looked at his disciple. Yes, master, I wish to try. Lu Juli nodded. Very well, let us see. Juli, do you still possess the identity wooden token I gifted you? Yes. Good. The token bears my immense magical power, and should you find yourself at a disadvantage in battle, you can use it to save your life. All right, master. I'm going. Lu Juli and Appo's eagerness could no longer be contained. In the next moment, dark purple sorcery patterns emerged beneath his feet. Instantly, his figure transformed into a purple meteor, darting towards the distant fire lotus. Perfected divine calamity realm, half-step supreme realm. Moments later, Xiao Jin, who was adjusting his breath in the air, slowly turned his head. He gazed at Lu Juli, who stood calmly in the air. 100 feet away, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. In this alien space, only those with the 9 Nethernock could tread here. It was evident that the individual before him also possessed the 9 Nethernock. Sorcery? Upon noticing the sorcerous energy emanating from Lu Juli, Xiao Jin became serious. You're Lu Juli? The one with the 10,000 insect body? Hee, your strength is quite formidable. I wish to see whether your 10,000 fire body is superior, or if my 10,000 insect body reigns supreme. Lu Juli's pupils radiated a glimmer of eagerness. Seeing this, Xiao Jin began to exhibit a dangerous smile. Very well, let's test it out. He had yet to encounter many super geniuses of the same caliber. Kulme, let battle commence. Chapter 26. Whoever seizes it becomes his archenemy. On the verdant expanse of the Qingwu Plain, at this moment, Xiao Jin and Lu Juli stood locked in a gaze, each radiating an inexhaustible aura of combativeness. This intensity immediately attracted the attention of other owners of the 9 underworld knocks who had arrived. Who was Xiao Jin facing this time? The air shimmered momentarily, and Elder Mu Xing, the Grand Elder of the Stargazing Pavilion, materialized not far from Qin Yuan and others. Upon encountering Qin Yu and Qin Fenglan, he displayed a hint of surprise. The Qin Feng clan has also arrived. Although the Qin Feng clan had severed ties with humanity since the calamity of Yufeng. As a supreme of the second heaven, Elder Mu Xing, coupled with his stargazing abilities, deduced the identities of the individuals present. Recognizing who they were, he courteously inclined his hand in greeting. Qin Yu reciprocated the gesture. Elder Mu Xing of the Stargazing Pavilion, a supreme of the second heaven, represented one of the most formidable forces in the southern region of the imperial continent. Even the Qin Feng clan could not assert an equal standing against them. Qin Yu remarked with measured composure. Qin Yuan, to one side, nodded in agreement. At that moment, another figure emerged clad in white, surrounded by an aura of razor-sharp sword intent. It was Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect, a supreme of the first heaven. Qin Yu felt a twinge of unease. Something felt amiss. This was evidently an opportunity for those in the Divine Calamity realm to break through to the Supreme realm. Why were there so many Supremes gathering here? Thus far, several possessors of the 9 underworld knocks had made their appearances. The Elder Bai Lai of the Tianlu Divine Sect, the Patriarch Qin Yu of the Qin Feng clan, and his son Qin Fenglan, alongside Elder Mu Xing of the Stargazing Pavilion and Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect. With Xiao Jin and Lu Juli, a total of 7 owners of the 9 underworld knocks had now appeared. The whereabouts of the remaining 2 were unknown. Is that Lu Juli? Elder Mu Xing pondered, having heard rumors of a terrifying genius who wielded witchcraft from the central region of the imperial continent. Seeing him in person today confirmed his extraordinary nature. Elder Mu Xing's eyes began to subtly employ his divination techniques. Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect, witnessing this scene, couldn't Appo's help but be taken aback. At this moment, The space tore open once more, and the previously driven off by Lai reappeared, directly approaching Qin Yuan and the others. The Qing Feng clan? I did not anticipate your arrival at the 9 underworld knocks. Nevertheless, it matters not. The sole purpose of my Tianhua divine sect's presence here is well known. You all heard it just now, right? Bai Lai spoke with a familiar demeanor. The mission of the Tianhua divine sect has, since its inception, been to collect and refine the heavenly fires of this realm. We had received word of the Wan Jiep burning heart flame in the Zhongzun abyss thousands of years ago, but we have never had the chance to acquire it. Originally, my sect sent me here to secure it with certainty. Who could have foreseen that the detestable Shao Jin would also arrive, coveting the Wan Jiep burning heart flame? Elder Bai Lai lamented his misfortunes. Qin Yuan, intrigued, turned his gaze toward Bai Lai. ISN and oppose. The essence of these heavenly fires that whoever seizes them possesses them? Upon hearing this, Bai Lai's expression grew animated. Indeed, listen to that. Now that's a sensible perspective. But do you know what Shao Jin declared? He asserted that the heavenly fire he desires is not to be snatched by anyone. Whoever dares to seize it becomes his mortal enemy, and he will pursue them relentlessly. He insists that even if we have obtained the heavenly fire, it does not belong to us. You must judge for yourselves. How is that fair? Bai Lai and oppose. His countenance resembled that of a bitter melon, expressing his disbelief at encountering such an unreasonable adversary. Not far away, Master Li and Elder Mu Xing exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of resignation. Fortunately, their respective arts bore no relation to heavenly fire. Otherwise, they would likely be hunted down by Shao Jin. Qin Yuan, observing the situation, maintained a smile upon his face, one imbued with satisfaction. His disciple was indeed living up to his tutelage. Furthermore, Shao Jin had already taken 3 heavenly fires from their Tianhua divine sect. This time, they could not allow him to seize the Wan Jie burning heart flame. Elder Bai Lai gritted his teeth in determination. But you must be unable to contend with Shao Jin, correct? Qin Yuan remarked pointedly. Can I be blamed for that? Elder Bai Lai nearly crumbled under the weight of his frustrations. After glancing at Qin Yuan, he managed a wry smile, saying, I truly wonder what sort of person Shao Jin's master is. After plundering our sect's heavenly fires, he often boasts about honoring his master's teachings. He claims that his master always advises him that as his disciple, he must be capable of slaying those stronger than himself. And indeed, Shao Jin has done just that. What's more, he possesses the strength to back it up. I am genuinely astounded. I am a dignified supreme of the first heaven. How can I match a being at the 9th heaven of the divine calamity realm? What am I to do? Qin Yuan detected the helplessness in Bai Lai and Amp, oppose, tone and chuckled softly. What do you believe Shao Jin and Amp, oppose, master is like? Need it be said? Surely, he is also a thief of treasures, just like his disciple. You could tell just by looking at him. Bai Lai grinned. However, I do not know who it is. Shao Jin has claimed that we are not worthy to know the name of his master, making it seem as if his master is an extraordinary being beyond the realms. That may indeed be the case. Qin Yuan nodded in agreement. Extraordinary beyond realms? That seems a bit low, considering he has transcended all worlds. Let them fight. I have heard that Lu Jiuli is no weakling either and possesses the capability to battle supreme. It would be best if Shao Jin and Lu Jiuli fought each other to a standstill. In such a case, no one would vie with me for the Wan Jie burning heart flame. Wait, you aren't also here for the Wan Jie burning heart flame, are you? Bai Lai suddenly eyed Qin Yuan and the others with suspicion. Not all. Qin Yu shook his head. Bai Lai exhaled in relief. Then all is well. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lu Jiuli had already engaged in a fierce battle with Shao Jin upon the Qingwu plain. Beneath Shao Jin and oppose's feet, golden fire lotuses began to materialize. The instant the fire lotuses emerged, all the Qingwu grass within a 10-mile radius was reduced to ashes. At this moment, dark purple flames began to coil around Shao Jin's left palm, while his right hand erupted with a ghostly blue fire. It was evident that these were 2 distinct heavenly fires. Before the eyes of the onlookers, Shao Jin and Amp, oppose's hands drew closer together. He glanced toward Lu Jiuli and cautioned, "Be careful." With that, he forcefully brought his palms together. The ghostly blue flames and dark purple flames began to merge with fervor, and in an instant, they formed a dark azure fire lotus. Concurrently, several rings of fire manifested in the air above the plane, each seemingly scorching the void into web-like fissures. The burning fury heavenly lotus, formed from the fusion of two supreme heavenly fires, it was even stronger than the burning fury fire lotus. Chapter 27. The Identity Plaque. Truly a lifesaver. As the wrathful heavenly lotus emerged, even the very fabric of space began to sear with intensity. Beside Qin Yuan, elder by Lai and Apos, S forehead was beaded with cold sweat. How ruthless! This move, not even Lu Jiuli could withstand it unscathed, let alone elder by Lai himself. However, the relationship between Xiao Jin and the Heavenly Fire Sect was not one of mortal enmity. It was merely a conflict regarding the ownership of the Heavenly Fire. Thus, when confronting elder by Lai, Xiao Jin had already restrained himself as much as possible. Kulme. In the heights above, Lu Jiuli exhibited no trace of fear. His black garments billowed, and dark, intricate patterns began to emerge on his neck. In the next instant, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, causing countless crimson threads to manifest in the air, weaving into a vast blood net, the 10,000 Gu heavenly net. At that moment, the fiery lotus collided with the Gu net, producing a sizzling sound that echoed through the skies. Following a thunderous explosion, the blossoming fire lotus resembled a blazing sun, while the Gu net was incinerated, transforming into scarlet fireflies that instantly solidified once more. In the following moment, an enormous ethereal handprint materialized above. The wrathful heavenly transformation palm. Xiao Jin realized immediately that the fire lotus capable of slaying a first-tier supreme was ineffective against his opponent. Without hesitation, he unleashed the wrathful heavenly transformation palm. At this juncture, amidst the cascading rain of flames, a peculiar smile appeared on Lu Jiuli's face. Kulme, let my Gu insects savor the flavor of your wrathful heavenly transformation palm. The moment Lu Jiuli's voice fell, dark witch patterns ignited across his body, shattering the space behind him, revealing a terrifying projection of an ancient witch ancestor. Subsequently, an enormous, bizarre creature, spanning hundreds of feet, emerged and began to gnaw at the colossal hand. These were spirit-devouring witch insects, the spirit-devouring Gu. At that moment, even the flames within the wrathful heavenly transformation palm were being consumed. Xiao Jin watched this scene, his expression shifting from shock to exhilaration. As he witnessed his palm technique being devoured and torn into ethereal fragments, excitement surged within him. Suddenly, Xiao Jin's form surged upward by several thousand feet, and his pupils ignited with a shimmering golden light. The manifestation of the 10,000 fires coalesced into a grand fiery silhouette behind him. He birthed 3 types of heavenly fire: deep blue, dark purple, and glimmering gold, the tricolor wrathful lotus. It had been long since anyone had compelled him to unleash this move. Filling his heart with unrestrained joy, the 3 flames began to meld with fervor, swiftly forming a massive fire lotus imbued with the essence of all 3 heavenly fires. Below, Elder by Lai's scalp prickled upon witnessing the spectacle. Indeed, Xiao Jin was a madman. The fusion of 2 types of heavenly fire was already an immense challenge, and a moment's carelessness could lead to self-destruction. Yet here he was, effortlessly merging 3 types of heavenly fire? Truly inhuman. As the tricolor fire lotus took shape, the ground of the Qin plain below began to fracture, revealing molten lava chasms beneath. The residual shockwaves were enough to distort the very earth. "It is my turn." Lu Jiuli and damp. Apos, his eyes glimmered with dark light. Faced with the tricolor fire lotus, he remained utterly unafraid, forming witch seals with his hands. A witch ancestor and amp. Apos, as projection gradually emerged behind him, and chains erupted forth from the apparition. These chains, displaying an eerie dark purple hue, were intricately wrapped with numerous witch patterns. They swiftly coiled around Lu Jiuli's neck and various joints. A chilling smile crept across Lu Julie's face. The witch ancestor's seal. Suddenly, the clouds above Lu Julie erupted. A seal, seemingly descended from ancient times, plummeted from the heavens, its bizarre patterns echoing with ghostly wails. Even Elder Mu Xing, possessing the second tier of the supreme realm, began to sweat profusely at the overwhelming celestial might. Faced with such power, even he dared not confront it head-on. Meanwhile, in the sky, Jin shouted just in time. He then raised a fire lotus high and hurled it into the air. The fire lotus collided with the witch seal in an instant, and in that fleeting moment, it felt as though time itself had been severed. Initially, there was absolute silence, followed by the two forces consuming one another, forming an eerie vortex. Ultimately, a dark green light sphere materialized, its surface cracking with net-like fissures. In the next moment, bang! A violent tremor reverberated, tearing apart the heavens above. The searing flames, in which seal transformed the space they traversed into shattered glass, revealing boundless voids beyond. The sky was painted with bizarre, four-color patterns by the explosion. However, as the spiritual energy splattered, Lu Julie realized his witchcraft was beginning to falter. After all, witch insects were inherently at a disadvantage against flames. As the remnants of distorted light flickered in front of him, Lu Julie noticed Jin darting toward him through the aftermath of the explosion. With his breath still unsteady, he recalled his master's earlier words: "If overwhelmed, produce the wooden plaque gifted by your master to resolve the crisis." Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Julie immediately retrieved an oddly shaped wooden plaque from a spatial ring. This plaque, inscribed with the name Lu Julie in carved script, appeared ancient and, one might say, simplistic, yet it gleamed with a sheen as if it had been polished for ages. Upon presenting the identity plaque, reputed to possess formidable magical power, Lu Julie was bewildered to find that the surrounding space and spiritual energy remained unchanged, as if it were merely a piece of wood. But in the next instant, a sharp intake of breath echoed before him. Who? Jin had retracted all his attacks, staring at Lu Julie as if confronted with something unfathomable. His gaze was fixed on the wooden plaque in Lu Julie's hand, recognizing its familiar form and the somewhat worn inscription. Indeed, it is the work of my master, Lu Julie. Lu Julie, you are my junior brother. Through the age of the wooden plaque, Jin deduced that Lu Julie was likely the apprentice taken in by their master after him. His expression was one of exhilaration as he produced his own identity plaque, which bore the name Jin. Lu Julie, momentarily dazed, gazed at the unique script of his master and exclaimed in astonishment, "You are my senior brother?" "Yes, I am your senior brother." Ha ha! Upon seeing Lu Julie's identity plaque, Jin was overwhelmed with joy. He was well aware of his master's formidable disciples scattered throughout the world. Yet he also knew that most of his brothers and sisters were not in the same realm as him. In recent years, he had only encountered Lin Chong, another junior brother. To now meet another junior brother was a source of immense happiness. So that was the meaning behind the master's instruction to reveal the plaque in a critical moment. Lu Julie finally grasped the significance. Master, Jin immediately seized upon the keyword. The pupils began to tremble, and a quivering voice inquired, "Where's my master?" Lu Julie immediately gazed downward. Jin followed his line of sight, and upon catching sight of Qin Yuan, his body involuntarily convulsed. In the next moment, a lotus blossomed beneath his feet, transforming into a radiant arc of light as he surged downward. Chapter 28. This is how we do things. Why do we stop at the most critical moment? Is it discover me again? Elder Bai Lai, standing beside Qin Yuan, was stunned to see the radiant light above suddenly change direction and rush towards him. He felt as if his very soul had been drained of color. Just as he swiftly evaded, retreating 100 feet away, preparing to use the supreme escape technique to flee, he realized that Jin did not pursue him, but instead moved towards the direction of the Qingfeng clan. This piqued his curiosity, prompting him to halt. In this moment, not only Elder Bai Lai, but also Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect and Elder Mu Xing of the Star Observation Pavilion were equally intrigued. Could it be coming for us? Qin Yu had already begun to secretly gather supreme power, ready to act without hesitation if anything seemed amiss. Even with the strength of the second layer of the supreme realm, Qin Yu dared not presume he could defeat Xiao Jin. No, it is coming for me. Qin Yuan spoke at that moment. The others nearby were once again taken aback. At this moment, the radiant light had arrived before Qin Yuan. Xiao Jin finally reached his master's side. Upon seeing his master's visage, his eyes began to redden. He took a staggering step forward, for it had been over 10,000 years since he last beheld his master. This scene left Qin Yu, Elder Mu Xing, and the others perplexed. In the next moment, as Xiao Jin stood 3 paces before Qin Yuan, he suddenly knelt upon the plain. The impact trembled the ground for miles around. Disciple Xiao Jin. Greetings, master. Xiao Jin's voice rang out like a bell. He then bowed deeply before Qin Yuan. Ding. System task completed. Meeting with Disciple Xiao Jin. Triggered Disciple Fortune Rebate. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 150 billion fortune points. A smile graced Qin Yuan's face as he slowly nodded, saying, Rise. Yes, master. Xiao Jin, brimming with excitement, sprang to his feet and swiftly approached Qin Yuan, recounting his experiences over the years. In that moment, he appeared not as the revered lord of 10,000 fires, but rather like a child. Beside them, Qin Yu, Elder Mu Xing, masterly of the Flying Sword sect, and Elder Bai Lai in the distance all widened their eyes in astonishment, their pupils constricting as if they had witnessed the most extraordinary event. After a long pause, Elder Mu Xing was the first to react. Xiao Jin, his master, masterly of the Flying Sword sect, gasped in shock. Despite his strength at the first layer of the Supreme Realm, he had failed to perceive anything unusual about the man in the dark robes. In fact, even his cultivation was only at the Void Realm. Wait, the Void Realm? It was then that they all realized. This man in dark robes was actually at the first layer of the Void Realm. Xiao Jin's master? He is the master Xiao Jin spoke of. I truly messed up. Elder Bai Lai suddenly recalled that he had been speaking ill of Xiao Jin in front of his master. He had even gone so far as to call him a common bandit. Furthermore, he had publicly incited conflict between his 2 disciples. If he didn't flee now, when would he? The supreme escape. Just as the words were about to leave his lips, Elder Bai Lai suddenly noticed a shift in the surrounding space. As the hem of his robe fluttered, golden spatial runes began to coalesce around him. These intricate patterns intertwined like living vines, yet these vines emerged from the void. Threads of golden spatial runes continuously materialized, transforming into golden sacred space symbols. In that moment, Elder Bai Lai felt his body become immobile, as if countless golden threads of space had pierced through him. Those golden threads were entwined with an immeasurable amount of sacred energy. Simultaneously, the space around him crystallized, reflecting countless images of Elder Bai Lai. This is the sacred space lock. Knowledgeable as he was, Elder Bai Lai trembled violently, watching as the sacred energy coalesced before him into a massive chain. At the center of the chain was an ancient and mysterious seal of sacred energy. Beside him, Elder Mu Xing and Masterly were utterly tense, scarcely daring to breathe. Fearful of angering Xiao Jin's master, the sacred energy, that was a force of the heavens and earth that could only be initially mastered at the pinnacle of the supreme realm. The fact that he could invoke the sacred space lock implied that Xiao Jin's master might have surpassed that pinnacle, stepping into the realm of the semi-holy. Realizing this, cold sweat began to bead on the foreheads of Elder Mu Xing and Masterly. Thankfully, they had not offended this terrifying figure with their words. Otherwise, they might have already met their demise. They silently cursed their ill fortune. It was merely a graveyard of the revered, a place of great opportunity long sought after by cultivators. Why would a semi-holy come to join the fray? Senior, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I did not know you were semi-holy. Elder Bai Lai found himself standing before Qin Yuan and Xiao Jin, on the verge of collapse. Master, did this old dog Bai Lai just disrespect you? I shall take care of him. Xiao Jin's eyes glimmered with a chilling, murderous intent. Although there had been friction between him and the Heavenly Fire sect over the years, it had always been measured, for they were not mortal enemies. But now, the situation was different. Anyone who dared speak ill of his master was a sworn enemy. Calm down, Qin Yuan said with a gentle smile, shaking his head. He strolled leisurely to stand before Elder Bai Lai. You hail from the southern region of the imperial continent, correct? Yes, Senior, Elder Bai Lai nodded in fear. From the Heavenly Fire sect, then? Qin Yuan maintained his genial smile. Indeed. Then, I take it your Heavenly Fire sect possesses a multitude of heavenly fires? Qin Yuan inquired with a beaming smile. Elder Bai Lai hesitated for a moment. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled with an ominous glint. Yes, indeed, Senior. We have heavenly fires in our Heavenly Fire sect. Elder Bai Lai hurriedly replied. How many do you possess? Qin Yuan's smile remained. We have 13. Elder Bai Lai dared not deceive, knowing that any attempt at deception would be easily seen through by a semi-holy. How fortuitous! Qin Yuan clapped Xiao Jin on the shoulder. My disciple practices the art of heavenly fire. If you could bestow upon him all 13 heavenly fires from your sect, I, as his master, will ensure that my disciple no longer bullies your Heavenly Fire sect. What do you think? What? Elder Bai Lai was left dumbfounded for quite a while before finally lifting his head, utterly bewildered. He had expected the other party to ask for a few, but instead, they wanted them all? Is this reasonable? Elder Bai Lai instinctively murmured. Before him, Qin Yuan wore an even brighter smile. However, this smile caused Elder Bai Lai to suddenly awaken, nearly forgetting that he was facing a semi-saint. At that moment, Qin Yuan smiled and, in response to Bai Lai and Appo's confusion, remarked with a gentle smile, This is how we conduct our affairs. Chapter 29. In my hands, there are 2 volumes of cultivation techniques. Senior, as you are aware, I am merely an elder of the Heavenly Fire sect, possessing only the strength of the supreme first layer. My influence within the sect is indeed quite limited. To present all 13 heavenly fires, which we have painstakingly gathered over countless years, is beyond my authority. I must return to the sect to discuss this with the sect leader and the elders. Before Bai Lai could finish his sentence, he caught a glimpse of the subtle displeasure reflected in Qin Yuan and Appo's smiling gaze. Rest assured, Senior, I shall make every effort to persuade the sect to relinquish all the heavenly fires without hesitation. Bai Lai Elder felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing the true identity of Xiao Jin's master, a genuine half-saint. Although the half-saint realm may not be the pinnacle of the southern region, it was certainly not someone the Heavenly Fire sect could provoke. If the other party truly desired the heavenly fires collected by their sect, acquiring them would merely require a slight exertion of effort. Thus, Bai Lai Elder came to understand. Heavenly fire is indeed a precious commodity, but one must be alive to enjoy it. That is more like it. Qin Yuan nodded with a smile. With a wave of his hand, the intricate patterns of the sacred rhythm space lock vanished into the void, leaving only a slender golden thread coiling around Bai Lai Elder and Appo's wrist. Do not fret. This is the sacred rhythm mark. With this, no matter where you go, I shall be aware of your whereabouts in an instant. Once all 13 heavenly fires are bestowed upon my disciple, I will reclaim this mark. Qin Yuan and Appo's expression remained cheerful, yet in Bai Lai Elder and Appo's eyes, he appeared as a devil. Indeed, with such a master, they were akin to thieves. However, these thoughts were only whispered in the confines of his mind. At that moment, the raging flames and chaotic mystical currents on the plain subsided into tranquility. Lu Juli swiftly approached Qin Yuan and Xiao Jin. Master, what is the situation? Lu Juli appeared somewhat bewildered. Juli, allow me to introduce you. This is your senior brother, Xiao Jin. Qin Yuan smiled gently, formally introducing the two to each other. Greetings, senior brother. Lu Juli promptly performed the customary greeting upon learning of his identity. Greetings, junior brother. Xiao Jin returned the gesture with a nod. The two exchanged glances, each revealing a smile. I never expected that the illustrious Xiao Jin, known as the supreme of 10,000 fires in the southern region of the empire, would be my senior brother. Lu Juli exclaimed. Neither did I anticipate that a genius from the central empire, skilled in the art of Gu, would turn out to be my junior brother. Xiao Jin responded with a chuckle. Senior brother. Junior brother. Senior brother. Junior brother. Stop. Qin Yuan could no longer bear the excessive flattery, signaling an end to the mutual praises. Meanwhile, Elder Mu Xing, the leader of the Flying Sword sect, and Bai Lai Elder gasped in unison. Well, this is delightful. Practitioners of fire and gu arts are actually brothers in the same sect. The Empire shall witness quite the spectacle now. Mashtid. I have a question. Lu Juli suddenly approached Qin Yuan, an expression of confusion on his face. What is it? Master, you previously mentioned that if I were to be defeated in battle against Xiao Jin, I only need to present my identity token to resolve the issue. Lu Juli produced the wooden token, examining it closely, but could not sense the immense power that Master had spoken of. But, Master, where's the great power you referred to? Seeing this, Qin Yuan immediately adopted a serious tone. Julie, your cultivation is currently insufficient to perceive the strength contained within the token. Furthermore, this token was personally crafted by me during my leisure time, a product of my own artistry. It took me 1,000,000 years. Even I am uncertain how many disciples I will take. Thus, when I had the chance in the ancient heavenly tomb, I chose materials and personally crafted the identity tokens for my disciples. Though the tokens may appear a bit peculiar and the inscriptions somewhat unrefined, that is precisely what makes them impossible to replicate. In the myriad realms, these tokens are truly one of a kind. So it is indeed my lack of cultivation that prevents me from sensing the immense power within the token. Lu Juli finally understood. Junior brother, you know of Master S' strength all too well. Xiao Jin stepped forward, expressing his gratitude. When Master accepted me as his disciple, he presented 2 volumes of cultivation scrolls for my choice. I shall forever remember Master S' kindness. Without Master S' guidance and nurturing, there would be no current Xiao Jin. At this moment, Lu Juli's curiosity was piqued. Senior brother, you mentioned that Master presented 2 cultivation scrolls. How did you discern which one was most suitable for you? Xiao Jin gazed at Lu Juli, his eyes drifting into the distance, as if the scene from that time had resurfaced in his mind. At that time, Master was seated upon a jade platform, each hand holding a scroll of cultivation technique. I recall Master saying, and Oppos, in my hands, I possess 2 volumes of techniques. The left-hand scroll is the sky-burning technique, which grants the power to consume myriad fires and seize creation. The right hand also bears a scroll of the sky-burning technique. Then he allowed me to choose. Xiao Jin understood that this was merely Master's unique way of teaching. Regardless of his choice, both volumes were indeed the most suitable for his cultivation. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and the others exchanged glances, their expressions slightly stiffened. 1 scroll in the left hand and 1 scroll in the right? It can only be said that the thoughts of the extraordinary are beyond common comprehension. By the way, Master, in the southern region of the Empire, I have also found a junior brother, Lin Chong. Xiao Jin quickly added, however, Lin Chong is currently at a critical juncture in breaking through the Great Wilderness technique, so he could not accompany me. Once the matters in the burial of the ancients are resolved, I shall take you to meet Lin Chong. Very well. Qin Yuan nodded with a smile. Master, based on my observations, the burial of the ancients was initially a place where only cultivators at the divine calamity realm would venture to seek breakthroughs to the supreme level. Yet now, Elder Mu Xing from the Star Observation Pavilion has arrived, as well as the leader of the Flying Sword sect. Alongside them, Bai Lai from the Heavenly Fire sect has also come. Previously, I eliminated 2 enforcers from the Soul Refinement Hall at the entrance of the secret realm. This implies that aside from us 8, there is another individual with a 9 nether knock, likely affiliated with the Soul Refinement Hall. Xiao Jin's eyes narrowed as he began to analyze. No, Qin Yuan shook his head. I did not rely on a 9 nether knock to enter. Xiao Jin smacked his forehead. Right, I almost forgot. This humble secret realm cannot possibly impede Master. Therefore, it seems that along with myself, junior brother, the 2 members of the Qing Feng clan, Elder Mu Xing, and Bai Lai and the leader of the Flying Sword sect, we are now 7 possessing the 9 nether knock. Upon hearing this, Bai Lai Elder and Oppos, S lips twitched violently. Qin Yu and Qing Feng Lan exchanged glances, both wearing wry smiles. Their identities seemed to require no further concealment. Moreover, there are still two others. Based on my understanding of the Soul Refinement Hall, they are surely well prepared. It is highly likely that they are members of the Soul Refining Hall. The moment Xiao Jin and Appo's voice fell, an eerie laughter indeed echoed from the distant sky. He. Truly, Xiao Jin, you have discerned this so astutely. Chapter 30. Can it really be refined in half an hour? What nonsense! On the Qingwu plain, a peculiar black mist flickered, and a gaunt old man emerged, his sunken eyes resembling those of a desiccated corpse. His eerie, cackling laughter emanated from his lips. The Supreme Incarnation? It appears he has grown timid, unwilling to reveal his true self. Upon witnessing this black mist, Xiao Jin couldn't help but scoff. His surroundings ignited with heavenly flames capable of incinerating soul energy. It was evident at a glance that this figure was the supreme incarnation of the skeletal old man, possessing merely the strength of an early-stage divine catastrophe. Master, he is the skeletal elder of the Soul Refining Hall, one of the core elders. His strength is at the second level of the supreme realm, and he may prove to be somewhat troublesome, Xiao Jin explained to Qin Yuan in a measured tone. Qin Yuan nodded. A mere supreme incarnation held no interest for him. The only thing that piqued his curiosity was the Shumi Koi. There were only 3 of them in existence. Born of heaven and earth, possessing a Shumi Koi would allow one to seek the Shumi World Pearl, which was truly a valuable treasure. Fear not, skeletal old dog. Regardless of how many from the Soul Refining Hall come, I shall find a way to keep you all here. You would do well to pray that your true form does not cross my path. As Xiao Jin raised his gaze, the golden flames erupted forth, instantly incinerating the skeletal elder's supreme incarnation, silencing any cries of agony before they could escape. Meanwhile, in a certain location of the Qingwu wilderness, the space was continuously generating black soul energy. The skeletal elder, suspended in midair, furrowed his brows. Damn Xiao Jin. However, I have a general understanding of the situation over there. He swiftly relayed the intelligence gathered by his supreme incarnation to a similarly suspended elder clad in black robes, his senior brother, the twin soul's elder, who possessed a unique dual soul constitution. After joining the Soul Refining Hall, he advanced relentlessly through extreme brutality, even resorting to slaughtering fellow members to break through. Ultimately, he reached the supreme realm, becoming a pivotal elder within the hall. At this moment, the twin soul's elder's robe billowed down, revealing his aged visage, lined with deep-set wrinkles and skin resembling desiccated bark. His lips curled downward as he slowly opened his eyes. The left pupil radiated a savage aura, while the right remained tranquil as still water. This dual-soul nature imbued him with an extreme calmness. Having grasped the situation regarding Xiao Jin, the twin soul's elder spoke slowly. At most, he possesses the strength of the second level of the supreme realm. Not to be feared, the Qingfeng clan presents a slight complication. Their immortality technique may risk leaking our plans. Leak? Impossible. We shall directly suppress them, ensuring they have no opportunity to act, he replied, seemingly in conversation with himself, though the skeletal elder understood it was the dialogue between the twin souls within him. Then, the twin soul's elder turned to the skeletal elder and declared, "Let us commence. We must not allow Xiao Jin and his companions to delay our progress. After all, they're already as good as dead." As he spoke, a murderous intent flickered in the black and white pupils of the twin soul's elder, filled with an unprecedented excitement. At present, we have located the core area of the burial of the Supreme Abyss. We need only to construct the focal point of the 11-stage soul-devouring rotation formation here, allowing us to refine all life within this vicinity. The twin soul's elder's voice rose in fervor. I have concealed the formation symbols of the 11-stage soul-devouring rotation formation 1,000 feet above the outer layer of the burial of the Supreme Abyss. Even if they discover our deployment, it will be futile. They cannot breach the formation without locating the symbols. At this point, the twin soul's elder suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, unleashing the terrifying pressure of the 4th level of the Supreme Realm. Skeletal 1. Begin constructing the soul-devouring altar. Once completed, We can activate the 11-stage soul-devouring rotation formation using the remnants of the saintly resonance and soul power left by the semi-saint within the burial of the supreme abyss. At that moment, those who have crossed into the burial of the supreme abyss will be transformed into the purest essence of life's soul power. Consumed and refined by me, my strength will then soar to unprecedented heights. The skeletal elder revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Yes, senior brother. The two then began to weave hand seals. On the Qin Yuan plain, the ground emitted deep, resounding roars, as if some monstrous entity were about to break free from the earth. Indeed, in the next instant, a colossal altar erupted forth, tearing through the ground as it ascended slowly. This altar was forged from the bones of an ancient beast, emanating a bluish-gray phosphorescence. Every inch was inscribed with secret patterns capable of devouring souls. At that moment, the twin souls elder's black and white eyes fixated on the bronze giant python at the pinnacle of the altar, which seemed to be infused with life, its bronze eyes flickering with dual colors of yin and yang. The patterns of light and shadow began to manifest around the altar. Meanwhile, the skeletal elder retrieved thousands of human bones from his spatial ring. Upon closer examination, these were all human remains. Under the skeletal elder and Apos' control, the pale bones began to fracture and coalesce into new forms, such as the steps surrounding the altar and the bone pillars. At the altar and Apos' center stood a grotesque pillar over 10 feet in diameter, formed from hundreds of human bones. Within the crevices, souls ensnared by the soul-refining technique could be glimpsed. These are the souls of recently deceased cultivators. At the base of the altar, black soul energy surged forth, finally condensing into tangible chains of darkness that enveloped the entire altar, resembling a cage that eternally imprisoned the souls of those constructing the soul-devouring rotation formation. Soon, in just 1 hour, it shall be complete. After an hour, it will be the death knell for Xiao Jin and his cohorts. The twin souls elder and the skeletal elder exchanged glances before bursting into raucous laughter. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Qin Yuan plain, a group followed Xiao Jin to the foot of a white mountain. Before them lay not the endless expanse of Qin Yuan grasslands, but the very mountain harboring his greatest objective, the eternal heart-burning flame. Master, the eternal heart-burning flame is right here, Xiao Jin stated as he approached Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan nodded, inquiring, how long will it take to refine? After sensing the flame, Xiao Jin responded, at most half an hour. Upon hearing this, Elder by Lai and Apos' mouth twitched. This was a terrifying flame ranked 47th on the heavenly fire list. Can it really be refined in half an hour? What a boast. Chapter 31. Who claims that I possess only 3 or 4 flames of heavenly fire? Elder by Lai, do you hold a different perspective? Elder Muxing observed the expression on Elder by Lai and Apos' face, feeling a tinge of curiosity. Their understanding of heavenly fire was merely superficial. They knew that such flames were not easily attainable by ordinary individuals. Xiao Jin and Apos' innate talent was indeed exceptional, even among the entire 9 Xian realm. His manifestation of myriad fires was truly formidable, a fact I do not dispute. Elder by Lai took a deep breath and murmured, however, one must understand that this is heavenly fire, a creation of nature. For an ordinary fire attribute cultivator, acquiring even a single flame and refining it can lead to a monumental breakthrough in both strength and realm. Yet as he spoke, Elder by Lai turned to Elder Muxing and Masterly. You both understand that this heavenly fire is not a common treasure. The danger of ingesting it is akin to facing death itself. Even our heavenly fire sect requires a protective formation and auxiliary artifacts to have a slim chance of refining a single flame. And even if successful, it would take at least several months. Upon hearing this, Elder Muxing, Masterly, and Qin Yuan began to grasp the complexities of refining heavenly fire. Their gazes toward Xiao Jin became increasingly astonished. The heavenly fire, which even the heavenly fire sect could only attempt to refine with great caution, was claimed by Xiao Jin to require merely half an hour? Was he even human? By Lai, you do have a point. But who told you that I possess only 3 or 4 flames of heavenly fire? Suddenly, Xiao Jin's tone shifted, and a smile graced his face. Ah! Bai Lai was momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with confusion. Then how many flames do you possess within you? Not many, just a total of 48. Xiao Jin waved his hand nonchalantly. Bai Lai fell silent, and so did Elder Mu Xing and Masterly beside him. Moments later, Elder Bai Lai suddenly raised his head, his face flushed with disbelief, his voice trembling. 48? Xiao Jin confirmed. Indeed, 48 flames. Once Bai Lai realized he had not misheard, he staggered back several steps, staring incredulously at Xiao Jin. What the hell? Are you even human? He could no longer contain his shock. Nearby, Elder Mu Xing and Masterly felt a chill run down their spines. If a heavenly fire wielder was pushed to the brink, they had a last resort, to self-detonate their flames. With 48 flames, it meant that if Xiao Jin wished, he could take anyone down with him in a cataclysmic explosion. Julie, take notes. Observe how your senior brother demonstrates his prowess, Qin Yuan said, looking at Xiao Jin with pride. Noted. Lu Julie nodded eagerly, committing this display of bravado to memory. I and Amp. Amp, Oppos. V learned this from my master. Xiao Jin scratched his head sheepishly. My skills are nothing compared to his. He then turned to the White Mountains and said, Master, I shall take my leave. Yes, go ahead, Qin Yuan replied with a smile. In an instant, Xiao Jin transformed into a flame and vanished into the nearby White Mountains. The Wanjia Burning Heart Flame, ranking 47th among heavenly fires, was indeed a terrifying flame. However, before someone with 48 heavenly flames, it paled in comparison. Half an hour for refinement was already considered slow. 48. Unbelievable. Elder Bai Lai returned to his senses, muttering in disbelief. Senior, your disciple possesses 48 types of heavenly fire. Why would he need the heavenly fire from our sect? Seeing this, Qin Yuan glanced at Bai Lai and remarked, It and Oppos. As only 48. It and Oppos. As not as if it and Oppos. As 480. Is that too much? Bai Lai immediately fell silent. How could he have forgotten that like master, like disciple? 480? Good heavens. The total number of heavenly fires on the rankings was less than 400. At that moment, Bai Lai could only lament the misfortune of the heavenly fires sect coexisting with such a master and disciple in the same era. Sighing in relief, Qin Yuan waved his hand, and a shimmering space ring appeared, revealing a jade chair crafted entirely from flowing jade. A matching jade table materialized beside it, adorned with amber patterns that, upon closer inspection, contained the essence of the universe. Above the jade table, water vapor coalesced, forming tiny droplets that continuously fell into a nearby azure jade pot. Lu Jiuli, witnessing his master's display, swiftly approached and skillfully retrieved an unknown type of tea from beneath the jade table, expertly preparing it. All of Qin Yuan and Amp, Oppos, as disciples knew of his fondness for tea. This is Lingyun jade crystal essence? Elder Mu Xing gasped in astonishment upon seeing the jade chair and table. Such a large piece of Lingyun jade crystal essence could not be found anywhere within the Star Observation Pavilion. This essence contained spiritual resonance, a treasure sought after by supreme realm experts. In the southern domain of the Empire, a piece the size of a fist could fetch an astronomical price. Elder Mu Xing had only seen a half-fist-sized piece treated as a precious treasure by the elders of the pavilion. And now, here was Qin Yuan, crafting an entire chair and table from such a substantial piece of Lingyun jade crystal essence. What a waste. As for the water, this is Wanjing Shengquan. The eyes of Master Li from the Flying Sword sect and Elder Bai Lai from the Heavenly Fire sect widened in shock at the sight of the dew forming in the air. Wanjing Shengquan, a treasure of heaven and earth capable of elevating one into Amp. Oppos, S very essence. Legend has it that when a world first opens, several spiritual springs emerge, one of which is this Wanjing Shengquan. All beings in this realm are nourished by these waters. Now, it was nothing short of a rarity to find even a single drop. Yet here, on the jade table, there was an entire pot. Calm down, it's not that extraordinary. Qin Yuan shook his head. After all, you're the top forces in the southern domain of the empire. Do not act so inexperienced. At this moment, Masterly, Elder Mu Xing, and Elder Bai Lai were all enveloped in silence. Seated upon the jade throne, Qin Yuan observed Lu Julie still preparing tea and offered a subtle smile towards Elder Mu Xing and the others before speaking. Do share. What could possibly entice you esteemed Supreme Realm beings to gather for such a trivial opportunity at the Divine Calamity stage? I expect a well-considered response. I wish to hear the truth. Qin Yuan and Amp. Oppo's voice was soft yet instilled a profound sense of unease among Elder Mu Xing and the others, preventing any thoughts of deception from arising in their hearts. Chapter 32. The Supreme Thunder Tribulation. Ascending to Supremacy. To speak candidly, esteemed Elder at the Jade Table. Elder Mu Xing exchanged a glance with Sect Masterly, both sharing a bitter smile. 5 centuries prior, our star observation pavilion discerned through divination that a half-saint had achieved enlightenment in the burial of the honored in the central region of the Empire continent. Elder Mu Xing inhaled deeply, aware that the other elders within the pavilion surpassed him in strength. They feared that dispatching a more powerful elder might draw the attention of rival sections. Hence, I was sent in their stead. Additionally, they sought the assistance of Sect Master Li from the Flying Sword Sect to accompany me. Sect Masterly nodded, his expression laden with resignation. What? A half-saint has indeed attained enlightenment here? Elder Bai Lai's countenance displayed astonishment, evidently oblivious to the matter at hand. Elder Bai Lai, are you truly unaware of this? Elder Mu Xing questioned, somewhat bewildered. My sect dispatched me to acquire the wand, Jie Burning Heart Flame. I am completely in the dark. The sect sent me here solely for that purpose. Elder Bai Lai replied, lost in confusion. Upon hearing this, Elder Mu Xing could only manage another bitter smile. He continued, the sight of a half-saint's enlightenment must harbor the remains of the half-saint. The sacred essence contained within those remains, if absorbed and refined, it would significantly bolster our sect's strength. However, to absorb the sacred essence from the half-saint's remains, one must possess at least the strength of the 4th layer of the Supreme Realm. Perhaps this is the very reason I was sent. Elder Mu Xing lamented. Even if I were to obtain the half-saint and Oppo's remains, I would be incapable of absorbing the sacred essence. Half-saint remains. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. Indeed, once cultivators ascend to the Supreme Realm, their singular aspiration becomes clear, to become a saint. That is the realm that transcends even the Supreme. Only upon achieving sainthood can one truly traverse this continent with impunity. Be it ancient families or so-called top sects, they are utterly insignificant before a saint. All beneath the saint are but ants. This assertion is no mere exaggeration. Even in the half-saint realm, one possesses the power to dominate an entire continent. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound echoed from the distant, undulating white mountains. It appeared as if a volcano had erupted, and searing flames began to surge skyward. Boom! Golden lightning manifested in the heavens above. The Supreme Thunder Tribulation. Those who had witnessed this scene, including Elder Mu Xing, raised their heads to gaze at the sky. They were all too familiar with the Supreme Thunder Tribulation. It is the inevitable path for a 9th-layer divine tribulation expert to ascend to the Supreme Realm. Clearly, at this moment, Xiao Jin had successfully refined the wand, Jie Burning Heart Flame, officially summoning the Supreme Thunder Tribulation to ascend to supremacy. Why does it feel as though this Supreme Thunder Tribulation is more formidable than the one we faced during our own ascension? Elder Bai Lai, despite his reluctance over the wand, Jie Burning Heart Flame, could not help but express his astonishment upon witnessing the grandeur of the Supreme Tribulation above. The greater the intensity of the Supreme Thunder Tribulation, the more potent his innate talent must be. Elder Mu Xing inhaled deeply, offering an explanation. At this moment, a massive rift had been torn in the sky. From it, thousands of lightning bolts resembling golden serpents surged forth, tearing through the clouds, devouring and merging into one another. Ultimately, they coalesced into 9 supreme tribulation dragons, coiling around the cosmos. Each scale upon these supreme tribulation dragons radiated with the terrifying might of celestial lightning. Their whiskers danced with life, continuously unleashing fierce bolts of lightning. Ordinary cultivators, upon breaking through to the supreme realm, typically coalesced mere lightning. Only those exceptionally gifted individuals had the chance of manifesting a supreme tribulation dragon upon their ascension. Even Elder Mu Xing, who had witnessed countless phenomena, was rendered utterly speechless. The ancient texts within their star observation pavilion only recorded that their most prodigious genius summoned but a single supreme tribulation dragon during his ascent. Yet now, Xiao Jin had summoned 9. What does this signify? In other words, Xiao Jin's attainment of sainthood is merely a matter of time. Only 9? TSK. Xiao Jin. Your cultivation is lacking, Qin Yuan remarked, observing the 9 supreme tribulation dragons above, shaking his head slightly, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. As his disciple, endowed with the innate affinity for fire and armed with the burning heaven technique he bestowed, to merely summon 9 supreme tribulation dragons upon breaking through to the supreme realm? He should have at least summoned 99. Is this a lack of diligence? Elder Mu Xing and the others stumbled and fell to the ground upon hearing this. Indeed, the expectations of a master for his disciple are unbearably stringent. In the heavens above, the supreme thunder tribulation commenced. The 9 supreme tribulation dragons radiated golden luminescence as they descended upon the mountains below. Each impact bore the force equivalent to a full frontal assault from a third-layer supreme expert. Ordinary cultivators facing such a terrifying supreme thunder tribulation would likely perish with the first strike of the supreme tribulation dragon. Yet from within the mountains, a fiery figure suddenly soared into the air. He showed no sign of fear, even in the face of the overwhelming pressure from the supreme thunder tribulation above. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. The supreme thunder tribulation erupted with vigor, as Xiao Jin withstood the onslaught of 2 supreme tribulation dragons. The remaining 7 seemed to recognize the tenacity of the one who had summoned them, intensifying their fury. All 7 tribulation dragons surged into action simultaneously. In an instant, the heavens and earth were engulfed in searing golden light. This scene caused Elder Mu Xing and the others to feel a tightening in their hearts. Could such a terrifying supreme tribulation truly be endured by Xiao Jin? Moments later, the golden radiance dissipated, revealing a figure still standing resolutely in the sky, surrounded by swirling flames. He appeared as a sovereign amidst the inferno. Simultaneously, golden supreme engravings began to manifest and gradually fade upon Xiao Jin and Amp, Apos, as body. At this moment, Xiao Jin had officially entered the supreme realm. With a breath, Xiao Jin exhaled, and the surrounding space within 1,000 miles felt as though it had become several degrees hotter. This is the supreme realm? He slowly clenched his fist. An aura of the supreme realm began to spread outwards, enveloping the surroundings. Xiao Jin realized that his strength had multiplied exponentially compared to before. The supreme realm truly lived up to its reputation. In the distance, Elder Bai Lai and the others sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the supreme realm, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. This was merely the beginning of his journey into the supreme realm, and already he wielded such formidable power. Given time, to what heights would he ascend? The thought alone was terrifying. Xiao Jin sensed the direction of his master and took a step forward into the void. In the next moment, supreme spatial engravings emerged beneath his feet, and his form shifted, instantaneously arriving before Qin Yuan. Master, your disciple has ascended to the supreme realm. Chapter 33. Master, are you still in need of disciples? Xiao Jin gazed at his master with excitement in his eyes. Have a sip of tea to calm down. Qin Yuan smiled, gesturing towards the teacup on the jade table before him. Without hesitation, Xiao Jin approached the table, picked up the teacup, and drank it all in one go. Immediately, the aura that had been slightly overflowing within him was reined in, and at that moment, his supreme cultivation was firmly established. This scene left Elder Mu Xing and the others astonished. However, when they shifted their gaze to the teacup, their pupils trembled violently. Looking at the lingering essence in the teacup, Elder Mu Xing stammered, Master, may I ask, is this the cataclysmic sea viewing tea? Indeed, Qin Yuan nodded. Cataclysmic sea viewing tea. Elder Mu Xing trembled once more, murmuring to himself. If one could drink a sip of cataclysmic sea viewing tea when first entering the supreme realm, it would stabilize all the auras within their body. The tea enters the belly and forms a complete cycle. This tea is known as the supreme tea. Regardless of the heavenly tribulation like the sea, I remain steadfast in observation. Elder Mu Xing's heart was filled with envy as he repeated these thoughts countless times. Just look at his master. How fortunate he is to possess such treasures. Ding! Congratulations to the disciple Xiao Jin for stepping into the supreme realm. The disciple and Empress' fortune system has begun to receive critical feedback. Congratulations to the host for receiving critical feedback. 100 billion points of fortune. As Qin Yuan listened to the system and Empress' notification, his smile grew even more radiant. He also keenly noticed 3 envious gazes fixed upon him. Elder Mu Xing, along with Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect and Elder Bai Lai, were staring at him intently. This made Qin Yuan's lips twitch slightly. What are you 3 planning? Cough, cough. Elder Mu Xing cleared his throat cautiously and asked, Master, are you still in need of disciples? Just look at me, Before he could finish, Elder Bai Lai immediately interjected, Master, look at me. I have over 20,000 years of experience in the Supreme Realm. My talent is quite exceptional. ISN and Oppos. It, Master. Stop. Qin Yuan interrupted with a wave of his hand, speaking coldly. I am a person of principles. If you are an extraordinary genius, I might consider it. But for you 3, let an Oppos forget it. At that moment, the once blue sky abruptly darkened, gathering ominous clouds. Within the clouds, black mist swirled ominously. As it roiled, thick chains began to intertwine. The clash of these chains echoed with a crisp metallic sound, heralding the methods of the soul refining palace. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Jin was not particularly surprised. After all, he had long been a rival of the soul refining palace. There had been countless battles between them, and he recognized their tactics at a glance. Something's not right. Very wrong. Elder Mu Xing furrowed his brow, gazing at the clouds above. Look, there seems to be a formation emerging in the space above. As soon as he spoke, hundreds of chains as thick as ancient trees shot down toward the crowd below. The black mist swirling around the chains seemed to carry the wails of tormented souls. Simultaneously, 11 purple formation inscriptions slowly materialized in the sky. The inscriptions were profoundly deep, imbued with terrifying power of heaven and earth, and a massive, binding force began to pour down from above. They and Oppos, re-insane, the soul refining palace has gone mad. They and Oppos, summoned an 11-tier formation. Elder Mu Xing and Oppos' face turned furious upon seeing the 11 purple inscriptions. His stargazing pavilion was one of the top sects in the southern region of the empire. Although they had not had direct conflicts with the Soul Refining Palace in millennia, it did not mean they feared them. The Soul Refining Palace was courting death. Elder Bai Lai was also enraged. Do they not fear the retribution of our heavenly fire sect? Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect frowned. We too can engage in battle. Enough, enough. Qin Yuan could no longer bear to watch the scene unfold. You all should refrain from empty threats. If you have any powerful moves, now is the time to execute them. Otherwise, once the formation is fully formed, we truly won and Oppos to be able to escape. Upon hearing this, Elder Mu Xing and the others ceased their delay and began to unleash their supreme powers. However, to their bewilderment, no matter how they exerted their strength, those thick chains seemed to always be in pursuit. This is bad. The one empowering this formation, their strength surpasses ours. Elder Mu Xing realized that even he, a second-tier supreme, could not escape these chains. ISN and Oppos. That obvious? Qin Yuan thought to himself. If the Soul Refining Palace dared to set an 11-tier formation here, they were indeed prepared for everything. Was a second-tier supreme really that impressive? Elder Mu Xing and Oppos' face twitched, yet he was at a loss for words. At this moment, flames ignited around Xiao Jin. With the enhancement of the heavenly fire, he enveloped Qing Fenglan, Lu Jiuli, Qin Yu, and his master within its embrace. The massive chains began to melt upon contact with the heavenly fire. For a time, the group around Xiao Jin was unaffected by the iron chains. Meanwhile, in the distance, a dark shadow slowly emerged. This shadow did not traverse through movement, but rather utilized spatial jumps. In a single breath, it leaped thousands of miles ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be an altar. At that moment, upon the black altar in the sky, stood two figures. He. Did you not see this coming? The skeletal elder stood with his hands behind his back, grinning wickedly at the crowd entangled with the soul chains below. As the altar began to descend with a thunderous crash, it landed steadily 100 zhang away from the crowd. As the 11-tier soul devouring rotation formation altar approached, the binding force of the soul chains intensified. Master Li of the Flying Sword sect and the others began to show signs of exhaustion. Stop wasting words with them. Quickly proceed with the refinement. The dual soul elder sneered coldly beside him. It's you, the dual soul elder. Elder Mu Xing and Amp. Oppos. As complexion paled slightly upon recognizing him. The dual souls born as one. Since joining the soul refining palace, his ruthless methods had rapidly elevated his strength. He even resorted to slaughtering his fellow enforcers to seek a breakthrough. With a hint of anger in his voice, Elder Mu Xing exclaimed, "Have you forgotten the rules of the southern region of the empire? Those below the 4th tier of the supreme realm, including those at the 4th tier, are prohibited from entering the central region of the empire. This was a decree established by the regional lord 2 millennia ago. Do you dare to violate the saints' rules?" Chapter 34. The Unexpected 10th Individual. Upon hearing the name of the lord of the southern region of the empire, the elder of dual souls trembled slightly before regaining his composure. He murmured, "The mountains are high and the waters are deep. Even the lord of the southern region cannot oversee all corners of the empire at all times." Moreover, the elder Napo's voice was hoarse. His eyes, one black and one white, revealing an indescribable eeriness. "I have set up the 11th level soul devouring rotation array. Now, the formation is complete. It can refine all beings beneath the cultivator and amp, oppos, level or of equal cultivation. You shall all perish here, and since you will be dead, no one will leak any information." A chilling laughter erupted, echoing through his dark robe, unmistakably from the soul refinement palace. Within the encirclement of heavenly fire, Qin Yuan gazed at the two law enforcers of the soul refinement palace on the altar, a surge of indescribable excitement coursing through him. The soul refinement palace, Xiao Jin, heavenly fire, and this sinister laughter, everything aligned perfectly. Qin Yuan contained his exhilaration. He had always felt that Xiao Jin bore a striking resemblance to a long-lost friend he had once observed. Indeed, everything matched up. Master? What do you mean by an amp? Amp, oppos. Matching up an amp, oppos. Xiao Jin asked, curious as he heard his master call his name. "You are still young and do not understand." Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Observing this, Xiao Jin could only lower his head, feeling somewhat chagrined. Indeed, in his master and oppos' eyes, he would forever remain a child. Yet, Xiao Jin relished this feeling. After all, having a powerful mentor was truly comforting. No matter how much chaos he created, his invincible master would always be there to resolve it for him. Elder Dual Soul, have you forgotten that my star observation pavilion possesses a secret technique? Even if I were to fall here, the technique would activate, and my pavilion would certainly uncover the clues. At that time, the elders of my pavilion will report this matter to the regional lord. Let us see how your soul refinement palace will handle it." Elder Mu Xing and Amp. Oppos' tone was laced with fury. Arriving here without obtaining a fragment of a semi-holy bone was already disappointing, but to perish here as well, that nearly shattered his composure. "Stop with the regional lord, regional lord." Elder Dual Soul chuckled coldly. "I have already stated, the mountains are high and the sun is distant. He cannot oversee the entire empire. Furthermore, my 11th level soul devouring rotation array possesses the ability to reject the heavenly secrets. I have long been aware of your pavilion and oppos' secret techniques and have taken precautions against your ploys. In conclusion, all of you present here today shall die." A chilling laughter erupted once more from the elder dual soul. He began to channel the power of the altar, directing all his attention towards Xiao Jin, whom he deemed the most troublesome among them. TSK, TSK. This truly is a case of 3 bowls of yellow soup crossing the pass to claim a title in the martial world. Qin Yuan remarked at that moment. Beside him, Lu Jili asked curiously, Master, what does this mean? Qin Yuan smiled as he explained. It means that the people from the Soul Refinement Palace are akin to the grassroots factions within the empire. After consuming a few bowls of strong liquor, they seek to establish themselves as kings in remote areas. On the altar, Elder Dual Soul and Appo's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the analogy. His black and white eyes swiftly locked on a Qin Yuan. Dongshu. The first level? In the next moment, he was baffled. Wasn't this the burial of the venerable? How could a person at the Dongshu realm enter here? Wait. Elder Dual Soul suddenly realized there was something off about the number of people present. Kugu, count how many have entered the burial of the venerable. Elder Dual Soul urged. Brother, have you lost your mind? Elder Kugu responded, his brows twitching. Count. Elder Dual Soul and Appo's voice was tinged with annoyance. I and Appo's counting. Elder Kugu and Appo's withered face quivered, then he began to gaze towards the crowd. You and I 1, 2. Master Li from the Flying Sword Sect, 3. Elder Mu Xing from the Star Observation Pavilion, 4. Elder Bai Lai from the Heavenly Fire Sect, 5. 2 from the Qingfeng clan, 6 and 7. Xiao Jin, the 8th person, and that boy who knows witchcraft, Lu Jili, the 9th person. And there is one more. Upon reaching this point, Elder Kugu paused. His gaze rapidly fixated on Qin Yuan, a person at the Dongshu first level, the 10th individual. Brother, what is going on? Wasn't Appo's. T had said that the burial of the venerable had a restriction for semi-holy beings, allowing only those who had knocked on the 9 nether to enter. How could there be a 10th person? At this moment, the two finally recognized the anomaly. Clearly, only 9 individuals were permitted to enter this secret realm, yet a 10th had emerged. How foolish! Xiao Jin laughed derisively. Have they only just realized the presence of our master? At this moment, Qin Yuan yawned. Finally, they and Appo's detected the anomaly. With such dull senses, how can they play the role of villains? Qin Yuan lifted his foot and stepped towards the heavenly fire barrier. Beside him, Qin Yu immediately cautioned, Senior, beware of the heavenly fire. Yet in the next moment, he witnessed Qin Yuan casually stepping into the heavenly fire that could incinerate both body and soul. To his astonishment, Qin Yuan remained entirely unaffected. Heavenly fire? Such a thing is but a trifling flame before my master. Xiao Jin looked at his master's silhouette, filled with reverence. At that moment, Qin Yuan stepped out from the heavenly fire barrier, approaching the altar from 100 feet away. Kugu, this person is no ordinary one. You and I shall join forces to activate the 11th level soul devouring rotation array. We must exert all our strength to vanquish him. Elder Dual Soul fixed his gaze on the distant Qin Yuan, although the latter possessed only the strength of the Dongshu first level, due to his innate dual souls. His perception of the divine was far superior to that of ordinary beings. He sensed that the individual before him was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Elder Kugu did not dare to relax either, as both began to frantically weave their soul seals. Suddenly, the sky above began to crack, revealing thousands of blood-red chains within. In an instant, those chains, entwined with countless vengeful spirits, cascaded down like a torrential storm. The sound of thousands of souls wailing was enough to send shivers down one's spine. 11th level soul devouring rotation array. Soul devouring infernal binding chains. On the altar, Elder Dual Soul and Elder Kugu shouted in unison. The myriad blood-red chains surged towards Qin Yuan with the speed of a full bow and Appo's arrow. This formation indeed had some merit, but that was all it was. Qin Yuan looked at the overwhelming blood-red chains rushing towards him and shook his head slightly. Just as the chains were about to encircle him within a 10-foot radius, Qin Yuan raised his hand, gathering the power of the sacred rhythm in his palm. Freeze! In an instant, A translucent ripple materialized in the void surrounding Qin Yuan. At that moment, the blood-red chains, akin to ink, were abruptly immobilized in mid-air. Chapter 35, Am I not able to control this formation without it collapsing? At that moment, the anguished cries of myriad spirits on the Qingwu wasteland vanished without a trace. Observing the chains, one could discern that, unbeknownst to them, these chains began to transform into a strange, translucent hue starting from Qin Yuan and Appo's vicinity. It seemed as though a force transcending the comprehension of all present was invading these chains. Almost instantaneously, the once inky sky morphed into a brilliant white. As the first chain began to crack, it triggered a chain reaction, causing all the blood-red chains to become riddled with profound fissures. With a gentle step forward, Qin Yuan exhaled, and in that instant, all the translucent chains in the sky disintegrated. Crack, crack, crack. They shattered. The overwhelming strike of the 11th stage soul-devouring rotation formation. It possessed the power to slay those at the supreme 5th heaven and severely wound those at the supreme 6th heaven. Yet before Qin Yuan, it crumbled to dust. The specters, as if witnessing an indescribable force, retreated into the fissures of the firmament. The sky returned to its tranquil state. What? On the black altar, the elder of dual souls and the elder of withered bones were left dumbfounded at this spectacle. How is this possible? The strongest strike of the 11th stage soul-devouring rotation formation. The elder of withered bones appeared as though he had seen a ghost. Disbelief etched upon his parched visage. They had truly unleashed the formation and Appo's most formidable attack moments ago. Yet, this man before them, merely at the first level of the void realm, seemed entirely unscathed. Withered bones, did you sense anything just now? The elder of dual souls fixed his gaze intently on Qin Yuan not far away. What? The elder of withered bones paused, seemingly contemplating. It felt like the power of sacred resonance. The elder of dual souls, upon hearing this, felt his pupils constrict sharply. Only those at the pinnacle of the supreme realm could perceive the existence of sacred resonance in this world. Could it be that this individual before them was a supreme pinnacle powerhouse? Brother, that fellow is approaching us. The elder of withered bones swallowed hard. Stay calm. The elder of dual souls managed to regain some composure. Look at Qin Yuan. Quietly he stated, the 11th stage soul-devouring rotation formation was personally crafted by our esteemed palace master. Even if that individual's strength is unfathomable, he cannot defy the power of heaven and earth. Once our formation is set, it becomes one with the secret realm of Zhongzuan Abyss. He cannot breach our altar. Rest assured, and Appo's, the elder of dual souls once again summoned the power of the formation, preparing to condense the next attack. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin, observing the confident elder of dual souls, shook his head. What if the formation merges with heaven and earth? The power of this realm is hardly worthy of being regarded by my master. Behind him, Elder Mu Xing and others swiftly joined Xiao Jin's side. However, as the elder of dual souls had stated, the formation had indeed been established. The altar they stood upon served as the heart of the formation. In other words, if the elder were to act against the altar, it would be tantamount to striking at the very fabric of this realm. This, Elder Mu Xing murmured softly. Fear not. Xiao Jin was filled with unwavering confidence in his master. This situation is merely 4 words for my master. Xiao Jin turned his head, grinning. Unmatched prowess. Elder Mu Xing and the others, upon hearing this, directed their gazes toward Qin Yuan, who was steadily advancing toward the black altar. Your Excellency, you and we bear no mortal enmity. Should you wish to depart, I can assure you on behalf of the Soul Refining Palace that we will not pursue your actions. What say you? The elder of dual souls fixed his gaze on Qin Yuan, who had now reached the foot of the altar, speaking softly. Qin Yuan merely lifted his eyelids and took a step forward, ascending the steps of the black altar. Upon witnessing this, the elder of dual souls bared his fangs, exclaiming, If you seek death, do not blame others. Not being the holder of the formation, nor a supporter, should he recklessly step into the heart of the formation. He would be obliterated by the formation and Appo's power. At this thought, a smile of malice crept onto the elder of dual souls and Appo's face. Brother, brother, do not rejoice just yet. Something feels amiss. Why is the 11th stage soul devouring rotation formation not reacting? The elder of withered bones discovered that the figure clad in black had encountered no resistance as he ascended the steps. In fact, the entire formation remained utterly still. HM? The smile on the elder of dual souls' face abruptly vanished. He turned his gaze toward Qin Yuan, only to find that the latter had effortlessly stepped onto the altar without suffering any backlash from the formation. What is happening? The elder of dual souls was bewildered. How did you enter? Qin Yuan, feeling exasperated, replied, Did you not see? I simply walked in. Impossible. This is the 11th stage soul. The elder of dual souls was rapidly losing his composure. Stop. Enough of your boasting. Qin Yuan waved his hand, interrupting the elder of dual souls. Then, in his palm appeared a formation talisman, inscribed with 11 black patterns. A formation talisman? The elder of dual souls' pupils widened. That is the talisman of our soul-devouring formation. Where did you acquire it? He had concealed the talisman outside the Zhongzuan Abyss secret realm. It was supposed to be an infallible measure. At this moment, he was genuinely flabbergasted. You say, if I can control this formation, will it not collapse? Qin Yuan paid no heed to the elder of dual souls and Appo's inquiry, instead manipulating the talisman in his hand, casting a faint smile towards the elder of dual souls atop the altar. Impossible. Even if you possess the talisman, you cannot possibly grasp control of the formation in such a short time. The elder of dual souls furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control. Shall we test that? Qin Yuan chuckled. With a mere flick of his left hand, the entire black altar began to tremble. The black chains encircling the altar emitted fierce sounds of friction and collision. In the next moment, it was as if black tendrils lashed out violently toward the elder of withered bones and the elder of dual souls. Is he truly capable of controlling it? Who are you? The elder of dual souls and Appo's expression shifted drastically upon witnessing the black chains. Even with his strength at the fourth heaven of the supreme realm, he would not dare to withstand the attack of the 11th stage soul-devouring rotation formation. Predecessor, how terrifying. Below the altar, Elder Mu Xing and the others stood in shock, their minds blank as they beheld Qin Yuan and Appo's reverse manipulation of the formation. In such a brief encounter, the means displayed by Qin Yuan had completely shattered their understanding. Could it be possible that this formation technique is merely one of the many skills possessed by my master? Xiao Jin and Appo's face radiated pride, for his master was invincible. Capable of traversing heaven and earth, there exists nothing beyond his reach. In this world, there is no power system that my master cannot master. Chapter 36. Can you endure the consequences within? The elder Mu Xing swallowed hard, while Elder Bai Lai, beside him, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Bang! Bang! Crackle! At that moment, the altar array began to emit sounds of cracking, clearly overwhelmed by Qin Yuan and Appo's excessive use of its power. The 11th tier array could ultimately not bear the strain. Finally, it shattered into countless fragments. The array, said to be capable of slaying those at the supreme fifth heaven, collapsed entirely at this moment. Who are you? The double soul elder gazed at the shattered array, nearly spitting blood in his fury. Qin Yuan looked down at the broken black altar, the intricate patterns of the formation, infused with the power of the heavens and earth, slowly dissipating into the void. He lowered his head, his gaze akin to that of a deity surveying the mortal realm, filled with tranquility. Do you truly wish to know who I am? Since his emergence from seclusion, Qin Yuan had always presented himself as a master, with no one aside from his disciples aware of his true identity. The double soul elder inhaled deeply, lifting his gaze to meet Qin Yuan's. Qin Yuan smiled. I can answer you. However, can you withstand the consequences that come with it? Upon hearing this, the double soul elder and Appo's pupils trembled violently. The power of causality. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one across the entire Nine-Shin continent had witnessed the power of causality. How could this man before him utter such implausible words? The double-soul elder shook his head vigorously. Enough of this nonsense. Qin Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, letting out a soft sigh. In the past, many like you awaited the burden of causality. Yet in the end, they all perished. His gaze shifted away from the double-soul elder and the elder of bones. For in his eyes, they were already dead. His thoughts drifted back hundreds of thousands of years to the scenes that unfolded within the ancient tomb of the heavens. It felt as though an instant passed, yet it also seemed like an eternity. Qin Yuan murmured, "I know not how the world refers to me. All I know is they call me the master of yin and yang, burying the heavens, shattering causality, and subduing the 8 desolations." As these 12 words left his lips, the double-soul elder trembled violently, his murky pupils suddenly constricting. His body felt as though struck by a thunderclap, recalling a memory from thousands of years prior. In the ancient pavilion of the Soul Refinement Palace, he had once perused a long-forgotten tome. It spoke of an era of chaos, when the myriad realms seemed to be engulfed in dark turmoil, and a towering figure shattered the void to arrive. That was but a shadow, indistinct to the eyes of the multitudes. It appeared trapped within a barrier, its true form unable to cross over. It had proclaimed itself as one who reversed time, unable to linger for long. Subsequently, it seemed to have acted, completely suppressing the source of that dark chaos. Thereafter, the majestic shadow dissipated, and the legends of the master of yin and yang, burying the heavens, shattering causality, and subduing the 8 desolations spread throughout the realms. "You truly exist," the double-soul elder murmured, his voice laced with undeniable shock. From the depths of his pupils, Qin Yuan understood that he must have recalled him from some ancient text. He then proclaimed aloud, "I wield the yin and yang steel, burying the graves of the deities and demons of the heavens. At the 3rd watch, I shatter the eternal path, incinerating the first bearer of causality." As these ancient prophecies flowed from Qin Yuan's mouth, the heavens and earth quivered violently. The entire space of the burying respect abyss shattered into countless fragments. Below, the double-soul elder and Oppos, S eyes had long since lost any hope of escape. Fear filled his gaze. In the shattered abyss of darkness, chains imperceptible to the eye began to coil around him. This power was indescribable, unfathomable. Is this the power of causality? The double-soul elder and Oppos, S face twisted in horror as the instinct for survival drove him to escape the grasp of this power. Yet it was futile. In an instant, his form shattered into countless specks of light, vanishing before everyone's eyes. The formless net of causality enveloped the double-soul elder, refining him utterly, death and dissolution. He entered not the cycle of reincarnation. Nothing remained. It was as if he had never existed in this realm. Simultaneously, the elder of bones also began to fade, becoming increasingly transparent under the indescribable force of causality. His visage froze in the final moment, filled with unyielding resentment and profound terror. Yet, he too could not withstand this overwhelming power. He dissolved into nothingness. The black altar completely shattered. With a mere thought, 2 black spatial rings floated gently before Qin Yuan. Though the power of causality had been unleashed, he could not forget his old profession. After all, one must never forget their roots. These 2 black spatial rings belonged to the elder of bones and the double-soul elder. With a flick, he dispelled the restraints on the rings and retrieved all their contents, inspecting each item carefully. Only true treasures would earn a place in Qin Yuan's collection. The surrounding world had returned to tranquility, as if the net of causality had never existed, as if nothing had transpired. Beside Xiao Jin, Elder Mu Xing from the Stargazing Pavilion, Elder Bai Lai from the Heavenly Fire Sect, Master Li for the Flying Sword Sect, and Qin Yu, the leader of the Qing Feng clan, all gazed in astonishment at Qin Yuan in the distance. Their eyes brimmed with indescribable shock. Master of yin and yang, burying the heavens, shattering causality, subduing the 8 desolations. My heavens, I always believed that was merely a legend from the chaotic ancient era. Elder Mu Xing stared at Qin Yuan as if struck by lightning, his entire being electrified. Trembling, he uttered, in the chaotic ancient era, there was a figure who wielded the yin and yang steel, traversing the river of time, arriving from the future. He wielded unparalleled power, extinguishing the sources of chaos in that era. That place is also known as the graves of the deities and demons of the heavens. That figure shattered the eternal path. He incinerated the power of causality that pursued him through time. I wield the yin and yang steel, burying the graves of the deities and demons of the heavens. At the third watch, I shatter the eternal path, incinerating the first bearer of causality. Merely reciting these verses caused Elder Mu Xing to tremble uncontrollably. Qin Yu was similarly affected, his eyes filled with unprecedented awe and shock. Elder by Lion Amp, Appo's scalp tingled, his speech faltering. I truly seek death. How could I dare speak to a senior like that? Let alone the 13 flames of the heavenly fire sect. Even if he demanded the entire sect, they would have no choice but to comply. Moreover, this would even be the fortune of the heavenly fire sect. A grand fortune indeed. Observing the reactions of those around them, Xiao Jin and Lu Juli brimmed with pride. Indeed, their master was fearsome beyond measure. However, at that moment, the Qing Wu plane suddenly began to tremble violently. The plane beneath Xiao Jin and the others suddenly fissured, with cracks intersecting in a chaotic pattern. It was as if something from beneath the earth yearned to break free from its confines. Chapter 37. Supreme Puppet. The Means of the Half-Saint. Is this the supreme mark? No. The supreme mark should be vibrant with life. Yet these are suffused with deathly energy? Xiao Jin and the others stood suspended in the void, gazing down at the continuously fracturing Qingwu plane, where strands of black engraved markings proliferated ominously. This gave the entire plane an inexplicably eerie appearance. At this moment, Qin Yuan had thoroughly scavenged the spatial rings of the two souls and skeletons. In his right hand, he held a transparent fish tank suspended in the air. Within it, a koi lay in slumber. Its scales were markedly different from those of ordinary koi, not merely vibrant, but exhibiting a peculiar luster. To the left of this koi, the color was as dark as ink, profound like the starry night sky, seemingly harboring boundless yin energy. To its right, the scales gleamed as white as snow, radiating an intensely pure yang aura. The interplay of these yin and yang hues on its scales continuously wove together, forming a naturally harmonious taiji pattern. Such a marvelous spectacle captivated Elder Mu Xing and the others. Yin and yang intertwine. The koi swims, taiji manifests, water retains. Ink and snow entwine, mysteries reveal. Within the cosmos, a single tale, a leisurely path. This is the Shumi Koi. Elder Mu Xing exclaimed in sudden astonishment. Beside him, elders by Lai and Qin Yu could not help but swallow hard. This was indeed a precious treasure. At the very least, within this 9-Xian realm, it was undoubtedly a top-tier item. With it, one could locate the Shumi World Pearl, and there were only 3 Shumi Koi in the entire 9-Xian realm. It was utterly unexpected to find one here. Qin Yuan stored the Shumi Koi in his spatial ring, then glanced at Elder Mu Xing and the others, as well as at the cracked earth below. Be cautious of your footing. Xia Ujin, Jiuli. This time, I shall refrain from intervening. Understood, Master. Xiao Jin and Lu Jiuli nodded immediately. Looking at the oppressive aura of death below, their eyes brimmed with battle intent. Boom! Suddenly, from a gaping chasm, a black figure surged forth. The surrounding supreme engravings accentuated its formidable power. Supreme realm, third heaven. Yet, it exuded no vitality, only a stench of decay. A supreme puppet? Elder Mu Xing's forehead instantly beaded with cold sweat. How could there be supreme-level puppets in this forbidden ground? Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, from the fissures in the cracked earth, numerous puppets emanating deathly energy emerged. Upon closer inspection, there were as many as 27. What is happening? Elder Bai Lai stared at the unfolding scene, panic overtaking him. Upon further contemplation, his fear escalated. 27 supreme-level puppets? Among them, There are 3 at the 5th heaven of the supreme realm, 2 at the 4th heaven, 13 at the 3rd heaven. The rest are all at the 2nd heaven. These supreme puppets, if brought to the outside world, will be capable of dominating the imperial continent. Wait. Elder Bailai noticed a red-clad supreme puppet from which green flames were continuously emanating. The attire and demeanor of this figure made his pupils tremble. Elder Montakshan, you are the former 2nd elder of the Heavenly Fire Sect? As he spoke, Elder Bailai ceased his call, for in his perception of the Supreme Soul, he realized that it was merely a soulless corpse. Among them were some familiar faces. They had all stepped foot here many millennia ago, only to vanish without a trace in the imperial continent. Elder Mu Xing gazed at the supreme puppets, inhaling sharply, his eyes filled with contemplation. So, you have all been buried here, transformed into puppets by someone. But how could supremes like you willingly be turned into puppets? Therefore, the one who refined you possesses strength far beyond yours. And in this burial of supremes, there would be no stronger entities arriving here, for there is no need at all. In other words, the strongest being here might only be the fallen half-saint within the burial of supremes. At this point, Elder Mu Xing felt his throat parched. Thus, Xiao Jin surveyed the supreme puppets surrounding them, then cast his gaze down at the fractured ground. There may be some celestial treasures within this burial of supremes. Yet, these are merely the illusions cast by that half-saint. This is not a treasure trove for those of the divine calamity realm to ascend to the supreme realm. Rather, it is a sacrificial altar constructed by that half-saint for his resurrection. Indeed, Elder Mu Xing took a deep breath, his expression grave. He also felt a sense of relief, saying, "Thankfully, we have an elder with us on this journey. Otherwise, we would truly be at a loss on how to break through this situation." In the air, Qin Yuan held a verdant teacup, savoring its sweetness before gesturing dismissively. "As I just mentioned, I will not intervene. Besides, what is a mere half-saint? Let us just tackle it head-on." Upon hearing this, Elder Mu Xing and Appo's lips twitched. "What is a mere half-saint? Do you hear what you are saying? He possesses the strength of the 2nd heaven of the supreme realm. Just defeating these supreme puppets could lead to our demise. Indeed, what is a mere half-saint? I am eager to ascertain just how strong a half-saint truly is." Xiao Jin and Appo's eyes brimmed with eagerness. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuli fixed his gaze intently on the puppets. After a moment, he licked his lips. These puppets bore a remarkable resemblance to his shamanic puppets. If he could glean some insights, perhaps, he could ascend to the supreme. "All right." Xiao Jin nodded immediately, then pointed decisively. "Brother, I will take on those 3 supreme puppets at the 5th heaven." "Very well. The rest are mine." The shamanic energy within Lu Jiuli surged uncontrollably, beginning to churn wildly. "Then let the battle commence." Xiao Jin laughed heartily. "Truly worthy of being Master's disciple, my junior, in the divine calamity 9th heaven, without a hint of fear. Brother, I shall advance first." Lu Jiuli focused on several supreme puppets, his hands radiating shamanic light. Powerful shamanic glyphs began to coalesce around him. "All right." At this moment, to quote our master, "Whoever flinches is a coward." Ha ha ha. Xiao Jin laughed heartily 3 times, following which flames erupted beneath his feet. In an instant, he arrived before the 3 supreme puppets at the 5th heaven. Heavenly Flame Creation Palm. With a swift strike, the Heavenly Flame Creation Palm forged a path. Elder Bailai, Elder Mu Xing, and Qin Yu could not help but twitch their lips in unison. What a declaration of cowardice. Elder Bailai bellowed furiously, "Damn it, let us go all out." And with that, he charged toward the remaining supreme puppets. Simultaneously, the leader of the Flying Sword sect, Elder Mu Xing, along with Qing Yu and Qing Fenglan, also sprang into action. The battle of the Supremes erupted with a tremendous roar. At this moment, at the depths of the chasms, a skeletal figure, entirely white as bone, sat solemnly in the abyss, surrounded by a swirling crimson aura. Within the skull's hollow, twin orbs of ethereal azure ignited within the cavernous sockets of its eyes, an apparition of uncanny strangeness. Chapter 38. The Holy One has finally revived. The Inferno Lotus erupted in the sky, radiating a brilliant and dazzling light. Although the supreme-level puppets possessed the strength of the supreme realm, they were unable to fully unleash the true power of their status. In fact, the supreme inscription surrounding these puppets appeared blackened. To a certain extent, the heavenly fire within Xiao Jin was a complete nemesis to these supreme puppets. Despite Lu Jiuli and Appo's prowess at the 9th level of the divine tribulation realm, his shamanic arts were extraordinarily formidable. During the battle, he could even resonate with the techniques of these puppets, exerting significant restraint over them. The elders, including Elder Mu Xing, grew increasingly astonished as the fight progressed. Initially, they believed that facing these 27 supreme puppets would lead to a one-sided defeat. However, it became evident that the tide of battle was turning in their favor. Another puppet was vanquished. It was utterly terrifying. The two disciples of the elder were indeed formidable. Elder Mu Xing swallowed hard, gazing at the falling supreme puppets. They never dared to hope that they could dismantle these puppets in such a short span of time. In fact, it would be a monumental achievement for the remaining members to merely hold back the puppets of the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm. As the number of fallen Supreme Shaman puppets exceeded half, the shamanic patterns on Lu Jiuli's body began to surge wildly. He seemed to enter an esoteric state. Behind him, Elder Mu Xing and the others were left speechless, recognizing the familiar scene. Supreme enlightenment. It was evident that Lu Jiuli had comprehended the essence of his path during this battle. Following this trend, it would not be long before he stepped into the Supreme Realm. Supreme enlightenment began to manifest around Lu Jiuli, a unique understanding solely his own. Threads of shamanic patterns emerged as he murmured incantations. Shamanic texts shatter and consume the Dantian, blood sacrifices for the stars to exchange bones. The winds of the 9 shatter fate's sigils. Bonfires across 1,000 mountains boil the yellow springs. Astrology's guiding fingers manipulate the celestial records, nurturing the heart of the poison for life and death. Do not inquire where the shamanic path leads. The shamanic soul shatters the vast heavens. Supreme enlightenment took shape. Suddenly, the heavens above coalesced into a supreme thunder tribulation. 9 supreme tribulation dragons descended, mirroring Xiao Jin's earlier predicament. Elder Mu Xing and Elder Bai Lai stared in disbelief. What a spectacle! They had just witnessed the rare arrival of the supreme 9 tribulation dragon. And now this? Were they arriving as a group? Xiao Jin looked at his junior brother, unable to suppress his astonishment. As expected of my junior brother. Meanwhile, the remaining supreme puppets were obliterated by the first descending supreme tribulation dragon. At that moment, a breathy sound resonated above the Qingwu plain. It seemed as if this essence had been pent up for ages in the depths of the abyss. The finger joints of the half-holy skeletal remains emitted a series of cracking sounds. Its head began to turn slowly, as if awakening from a long slumber. Adjusting to its body, with a series of crackling noises, it finally propped itself up, standing tall. Lowering its gaze, it examined its own palms. In the next instant, its form became enigmatic and elusive, and upon closer inspection, it had vanished. Simultaneously, in the skies above the Qingwu plain, a skeletal figure abruptly appeared. The surrounding atmosphere remained unchanged, as if it had always been there. The corpses of the supreme puppets transformed into torrents of blood, rushing madly towards that skeletal figure. Half-holy remains. In the distance, upon seeing the white bones, Elder Mu Xing's expression shifted dramatically. His perception was infallible. The power of the sacred rhythm rippled. Though far inferior to that of his predecessor, it was undeniably the aura of a half-holy being. Countless celestial cultivators, upon reaching the supreme realm, could dominate a region. However, even the supreme would eventually exhaust their lifespan. If one wished to avoid such a fate, there was but one path: to strive for ascendance. Even if it took a lifetime to reach the saint realm, one must push onward. For once one steps into the half-holy realm, they can transcend all supreme beings. The pinnacle of the supreme 9 levels and the half-holy realm are worlds apart. A half-holy being could easily annihilate a supreme-level cultivator with just a fraction of their power. Moreover, Upon entering the half-holy realm, one gains mastery over the world's most profound and mysterious force, the sacred rhythm. The sacred rhythm is a force of comprehension, the creative power of heaven and earth. It surpasses spiritual energy, rendering any threat from it almost negligible. Conversely, attacks infused with sacred rhythm are utterly devastating to spiritual energy. These considerations are not the crux of the matter. The key point is that upon entering the half-holy realm, even in death, one's skeletal remains could still seize the creations of heaven and earth. By absorbing the life essence of others, they could resurrect themselves. It is almost accurate to say that once one enters the half-holy realm and does not act recklessly, they are virtually impervious to death. Of course, this does not mean they lack weaknesses. Should they encounter another half-holy being or a saint, they could certainly face irreversible destruction. In summary, the supreme realm is not the end for cultivators, but merely the beginning. Oh no, the half-holy remains have absorbed the blood essence of those in the supreme realm. It is about to revive. What to do? What to do? Elder Mu Xing was truly in a state of panic. The 9 nether talisman could not be used. Damn, we cannot escape. Elder Bai Lai had initially intended to use the 9 nether talisman to flee the secret realm, only to discover that it no longer responded to spiritual energy, prompting him to curse in frustration. How we fight this? The head of the Flying Sword sect, Masterly, broke out in a cold sweat. All things considered, their fighting force consisted solely of him, a single supreme at the first level. Elder Mu Xing and Elder Bai Lai, along with Qin Yuan, were at the second level of the supreme realm. Additionally, there was Qin Fenglan, at the 9th level of the divine tribulation realm, and Lu Juli, who was still breaking through, counted as a first-level supreme. Alongside his senior brother, Xiao Jin, at the first level of the supreme realm, they had 3 at the second level and 3 at the first level, plus 1 at the 9th level of the divine tribulation realm. Meanwhile, their opponent was a half-holy being on the verge of revival. What a predicament! The skeletal remains of the half-holy being began to sprout flesh. Moments later, pupils appeared in its pure white eyes, and the ghostly flames flickered out. In the next instant, the overwhelming pressure of the half-holy being surged forth. The entire secret realm was saturated with the potent aura of the half-holy. Then, a voice reminiscent of whispers from millennia past echoed, after countless eons. This Holy One has finally revived. Thus, the half-holy being was resurrected. Chapter 39. Is it you, the heartless beast that kills without a blink? Flesh and blood breed, living amongst the corpses and bones. In this moment, on the vast and boundless Qingwu plain, the winds roared and clouds surged. The overwhelming pressure shattered the millennia of silence in the secret realm. Suddenly, a towering blood-red cloud materialized in the sky. Dark lightning, entwined with a scarlet aura, poured down relentlessly from above. Tens of thousands of crimson threads slowly coalesced from the blood mist, cascading downwards from the heavens. Subsequently, as if animated, they continuously clung to the half-saint and amp, Appo's, body. The spiritual energy within the secret realm began to transform into tangible spiritual liquid, flowing towards that half-saint. Ah-ha-ha! Suddenly, a hoarse laughter reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The very sound of laughter shattered the torrential blood rain into mere powder. At this moment, the half-saint was fully revived. With each breath, even the surrounding spiritual energy became stagnant. He opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of azure underworld light. Looking down, he surveyed the land below. After absorbing the last trace of supreme blood energy, his aura gradually stabilized. It was an essence beyond the supreme. It was a half-saint. He exhaled softly and suddenly spread his arms wide. His long hair danced without wind. A mere glance, and the weight of his half-saint presence caused Elder Mu Xing and others to stagger back several steps. Then he turned his gaze towards Lu Jili, who was in the midst of a breakthrough, as well as Xiao Jin and others. Thousands of years felt like the blink of an eye. The half-saint spoke, his voice echoing as if from the depths of the underworld, chilling to the bone. Are you the half-saint Qingming? Elder Muxing wiped the cold sweat from his brow, gazing at the azure figure in the sky and the iconic azure eyes of the being. Suddenly recalling something, he cautiously added, indeed, the half-saint Qingming from 50,000 years ago, unparalleled in strength. Elder Muxing swallowed hard, suppressing the fear within, but then, you mysteriously vanished from the Empire continent, it turns out. However now, the half-saint Qingming has returned. Truly a blessing for us. Beside him, Elder Bai Lai and Oppos, as pupils trembled violently upon hearing this. The half-saint Qingming? The legendary god of slaughter from 50,000 years ago. This was someone they absolutely could not offend. You, however, possess a rather sharp tongue, the half-saint Qingming remarked, standing with an air of sanctity. Today, I have reconstituted my flesh. It is indeed a day of joy. Here is the deal. Kill the one who refined my Wanjie burning heart flame, and I shall allow you to leave this secret realm. The half-saint Qingming pointed a finger at Xiao Jin. Elder Muxing and the others felt their faces twitch in disbelief. Kill who? Xiao Jin? Have you lost your mind? His master is at least a half-saint. Both sides were half-saints, leaving Elder Muxing and the others in a state of utter confusion. Your Wanjie burning heart flame? Ha! Ha ha ha! Xiao Jin could not help but chuckle upon hearing this. What? Half-saint Qingming seems to be intrigued, he said. This Wanjie burning heart flame was a divine fire I discovered and set up here in the burial of sovereigns. Of course, I also employed various other heavenly materials to entice others to come. Xiao Jin laughed again. Don't make me laugh. When I refined the Wanjie burning heart flame, it was clearly a formless object. Thus, you merely can find it here. It does not truly belong to you. The expression on the half-saint Qingming's face began to harden upon hearing this. Furthermore, Xiao Jin continued with a cold sneer, even if it were yours, what of it? If I desire your divine fire, it becomes mine. And by the way, I just heard them refer to you as half-saint Qingming, correct? Xiao Jin twisted his neck slowly and continued, I have perused some ancient texts. 50,000 years ago, a god of slaughter named Qingming emerged in the Empire continent. This person was ruthless, killing without hesitation, and, at times, to achieve his breakthrough, he could wipe out an entire city. This heartless beast, this vile creature, is you. Isn't it? In the sky, upon hearing Xiao Jin's words, the expression of the half-saint Qingming instantly darkened. Meanwhile, Elder Bai Lai and Elder Muxing beside Xiao Jin were drenched in cold sweat. To speak so brazenly in front of a half-saint, calling him a vile creature, that was incredibly audacious. My killing them is their fortune. To provide me with a trace of vitality, a hint of nourishment, is it not their destiny? The voice of the half-saint Qingming was chilling, filled with murderous intent. Destiny? I have a message for those you have slaughtered, Xiao Jin retorted, laughing in anger, his eyes aflame, unafraid as he stared at the half-saint Qingming. What message? The hair behind the half-saint Qingming began to rise, his murderous intent now irrepressible. He intended to eradicate everyone before him. Your mother's destiny. Xiao Jin howled in fury. His rage was uncontainable. The supreme engravings around him instantly emerged, and Xiao Jin and Oppos' figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already before the half-saint. So fast, even the half-saint Qingming couldn't and Oppos' help but narrow his eyes. However, he showed no intention of retreating, as sacred engravings appeared on his body, deep and profound like ancient seals. This was a defensive measure taken after stepping into the half-saint realm. Sky burning crazy schönborn. In an instant, Xiao Jin and Oppos' right hand struck forth with great force. A massive phantom handprint, hundreds of feet wide, abruptly appeared, crashing towards the half-saint Qingming. The moment the sky-burning creation palm collided with the sacred engraving, the heavens trembled violently. A crisp crack resounded. This caused the expression of the half-saint Qingming to change drastically. He immediately performed the sacred rhythm space, shifting technique, and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 miles away. My sacred engraving has actually been breached by that brat. The half-saint Qingming gazed in disbelief at the damaged sacred engraving before him. That brat was merely at the first level of the supreme realm. Could it be that I have not fully regained my former strength? Yes, that must be it. Upon this realization, the murderous intent of the half-saint Qin surged once more. He resolved to spare no effort in annihilating everyone who had entered the burial of sovereigns. At that moment, a shadow descended before the half-saint Qin. Wuqianpom, another powerful supreme attack struck, causing several more cracks in the sacred engraving before the half-saint Qin. What? You are the one who has just broken through to the supreme realm. The half-saint Qin retreated in shock as the sacred rhythm power surged around him. This was the essence of a half-saint. The recently ascended Lu Juli gazed at the distant half-saint Qin. Meanwhile, Xiaojin had also flashed to Lu Juli's side. Junior brother, to celebrate your ascension to the supreme realm, our master has left this half-saint for us, Xiaojin proclaimed loudly. Lu Juli licked his lips and nodded indeed. Senior brother, I just heard it. This old dog is nothing but a beast. A half-saint? What qualities does he possess that merit the title of an amp? Oppos. Saint and amp? Oppos. To echo our esteemed master and amp. Oppos. S words. He is nothing but a scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Xiaojin erupted into 3 hearty laughs, exclaiming indeed, he is nothing but a scoundrel. Subsequently, both of their gazes fixated upon the grim and wrathful figure of the half-saint Qin. Half-saint, I shall deal with you, half-saint. In the next moment, Xiaojin and Lu Juli took the initiative, their feet treading upon the supreme pattern, charging fiercely towards the half-saint Qin. Chapter 40. The most powerful move of the sky-burning technique. Madness. Madness. This world is utterly insane. 2 newly ascended supreme beings charging recklessly towards that formidable half-saint, and to make matters worse, their opponent is a ruthlessly lethal half-saint. Seeing this, elders Mu Xing and Bai Lai, along with others, felt their mental state teetering on the brink of insanity. Can you believe it? 2 practitioners who have just stepped into the first level of the supreme realm are hurling insults at that half-saint. This world has truly gone mad. Sky-burning creation palm. 10,000 worms devouring soul palm. At this moment, an overwhelming force erupted from Xiaojin and Lu Juli. Their singular objective was to annihilate the half-saint before them, who was unworthy of the title. Fear? They felt none. After all, their master was right here. What was there to panic about? The extraordinary skills they unleashed surged toward the half-saint with unrelenting ferocity. These 2 individuals. Half-saint Qin inhaled deeply. He had just completed the reconstruction of his physical form. The sacred resonance within him was not yet fully stabilized. Yet, he could effortlessly slay those at the 9th level of the supreme realm. However, the techniques employed by these 2 practitioners of the first level of the supreme realm seemed to harbor the might of the heavens and earth. They were undoubtedly not ordinary techniques. After evading their attack, Qin spoke coldly. Indeed, those who enter the burial ground I personally arranged are no ordinary foes. I find your techniques most intriguing. With that, his voice grew increasingly frigid, and the sacred resonance within him began to surge. The underworld river. At the moment his words fell, the surrounding space shattered into countless crystalline fragments. Qin slowly raised his hands, palms facing downward. Instantly, the already fractured ground of the Qing Wu plains began to churn like ocean waves. His eyes shimmered with an eerie blue hue. With a flick of his fingers, the rift in the earth expanded to hundreds of thousands of feet. Deep beneath the surface, something stirred ominously. Meanwhile, a foul, ghostly aura swirled through the air. From the fissures in the ground, black waters began to converge, ultimately forming a vast river. This was not true water, but a manifestation of countless vengeful spirits and curses, the waters of the underworld river. One could even glimpse the decayed remains of corpses within these waters. This river was devouring all living beings in its vicinity. Upon witnessing the emergence of the underworld river, Elder Mu Xing and Amp, Oppos, as pupils constricted in terror, according to records. Half-saint Qin relied on his underworld river to massacre hundreds of cities, refining countless ordinary people and practitioners. In the distance, witnessing the formation of his underworld river, Qin let out a maniacal laugh. Now you know. Today, prepare to enter my underworld river and become my sustenance." His raucous laughter intensified, rendering his visage even more menacing. In this moment, he reclaimed the confidence of a half-saint. With a flourish of his hands, countless black spears began to coalesce within the underworld river below. Each spear was imbued with the power to corrode souls, seemingly capable of piercing through the void. Under Qin Ming's command, they shot towards Xiao Jin and Lu Jiuli with fierce velocity. The speed was akin to lightning. Only faint traces of dark marks remained in the air. Xiao Jin and Lu Jiuli strained to defend against the assault, but they began to feel the weight of their exertion. Huff! Xiao Jin exhaled a breath of scorching air, his eyes glimmering with a frenzied light. "Junior brother Jiuli, can you hold out for a quarter of an hour? I have a move that requires some time." Xiao Jin sensed the 49 heavenly flames within him, his tone serious. "Absolutely." Lu Jiuli, surrounded by swirling witch runes, licked his lips. Enduring for a quarter of an hour was not an issue. It was merely a struggle. As the disciple of their master, the last thing they feared was a fight to the death. Otherwise, they would not be worthy of being his disciples. "All right." Xiao Jin settled cross-legged in midair, beginning to channel the heavenly flames within him. At that moment, it felt as if dozens of volcanoes were erupting within him. As the sky-burning technique activated, the 49 heavenly flames burgeoned forth from his dantian, coursing through his meridians. The heavenly flames seemed to resonate with his intent, unleashing a cacophony of roars. Some flames blazed like the sun, others raged like thunder, while a few were as frigid as ice. These flames intertwined and surged within Xiao Jin, and a mist began to envelop his form. The sky-burning technique bestowed upon me by my master holds within it the most formidable and perilous move. If unleashed, what could a half-saint do? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jin opened his eyes, flames erupting from his gaze. "Come fort!" Xiao Jin leaped to his feet. With a fierce shout, his internal energy surged forth like a torrential flood. At the same time, those otherworldly heavenly flames began to swirl around him, dancing upon his palms. "Merge for me!" In this moment, even though Xiao Jin was a prodigy and possessed the body of myriad flames, he dared not be complacent. He immersed himself completely in the fusion of the heavenly flames, controlling his spiritual energy to guide each flame, compressing and merging their powers. "What the?" In the distance, Elder by Lie and Amp, Oppo's scalp tingled as he witnessed the chaotic spectacle above. Insanity. Xiao Jin has truly lost his mind. He intends to merge all 49 heavenly flames into one. Elder by Lie trembled, struggling to maintain his balance in the air. "This is madness." Elder Mu Xing felt a chill run down his spine. Nearby, sect leaderly of the Flying Sword sect and Qin Yu, the leader of the Qing Foam clan, swallowed hard. Though possessing strength at the supreme realm, they would not fear a single heavenly flame. However, this was a collective of 49 heavenly flames, and they were to be merged into one. If he failed, the explosion of these flames would obliterate the entire secret realm. "Senior, please say something. This is far too reckless." The elders were on the verge of despair. Qin Yuan, observing the scene, shook his jade teacup, took a sip, and, under the earnest gazes of the others, called out to Xiao Jin in the distance. "Go for it." The elders? Chapter 41. Feast upon my supreme lotus of 49 colors. At this moment, should you not halt your disciples' reckless actions? The elders, including Elder by Lie, stood utterly dumbfounded. Upon hearing his master's encouragement, Xiao Jin was immediately invigorated. The speed at which the heavenly fire fused in his hands surged forth with renewed intensity. At this juncture, the semi-saint Qin Ming appeared to have discovered the heavenly fire wielded by Xiao Jin, and his attacks grew increasingly ferocious. The waters of the Nether River began to materialize into a myriad of weapons, relentlessly piercing towards Xiao Jin. However, these assaults were deftly neutralized by Lu Jiuli. The opposing shamanic arts seemed to possess a unique interplay with his nether power, significantly diminishing the potency of Qin Ming's onslaught. "Cursed ants, this saint shall exert every effort to vanquish you." Qin Ming, witnessing his inability to breach Lu Jiuli's defenses, felt himself teetering on the brink of defeat. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin gritted his teeth, veins bulging upon his forehead. The first flame of heavenly fire blazed with the intensity of the sun, transforming into a golden flame that leaped incessantly between his palms. The second flame emanated a frosty chill, morphing into a silver flame that began to intertwine with the golden one. The third flame roared like thunder, taking the form of a violet flame that melded into the mix. Then came the fourth, fifth, sixth, one by one. The heavenly fires under Xiao Jin and Amp, Oppos, as formidable soul force and the operation of the burning heaven technique, began to fuse continuously. Before him, a colossal fireball, exceeding 10 zhang in diameter, commenced to swell and ignite. The 49 flames interwove, consuming one another, each refusing to yield. Sweat beaded on Xiao Jin and Amp, Oppos, brow. Still insufficient, he whispered fiercely, compressing the luminous spheres with his robust spiritual force. The power of the 49 heavenly flames was ceaselessly condensed and gathered. The embryo of the fire lotus seemed to be taking shape. Burning event technique. Fusion of fire. Heavenly fire gathers divine radiance in the firmament, refining the universe into blazing sun. All flames converge, igniting the heavens with radiant brilliance that shatters the void. Merge for me. Xiao Jin suddenly clapped his hands together. The 49 flames, previously writhing in chaos, instantaneously established an eerie equilibrium. The flames of 49 hues intertwined, forming a resplendent tapestry. At that moment, a fire lotus, with a diameter of 100 zhang, was born. The supreme lotus of 49 colors was complete. This magnificent lotus, with its 49 colors, quietly hovered above Xiao Jin and Oppos' right hand, slowly rotating, each petal vividly alive. In this moment, the fire lotus was breathtakingly beautiful. As it spun, the surrounding space distorted and vaporized into nothingness. The supreme fire lotus of 49 colors. In the distance, the semi-Saint Qingming gazed at the lotus hovering above Xiao Jin and Oppos' palm, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. What manner of cultivation technique is this? How can it be so bizarre? Is heavenly fire not incapable of merging? Who are you truly? Having lived for tens of thousands of years, Qingming had never encountered such an extraordinary technique. Moreover, he could acutely sense that if touched by that fire lotus, the consequences would indeed be dire. Me? I am merely a disciple taken in by my master. There are many who surpass me. Although Xiao Jin's complexion was somewhat pale, his tone brimmed with profound respect. As the disciple of his master, he felt immense pride. Your master? Who is it? Perhaps I am acquainted. The more Qingming utilized his spiritual perception to probe the fire lotus, the more he discerned the destructive power it contained. Heavenly fire is a force belonging to the essence of the universe. Thus, even if he condensed his sacred resonance, he would not dare claim immunity from that lotus and Oppos' wrath. You are unworthy to know my master. Xiao Jin, sensing the spiritual energy within his dantian depleting, exhaled softly. The fusion of the supreme fire lotus of 49 colors had directly drained nearly half of his spiritual energy. It is worth noting that his spiritual energy, at the first level of the supreme realm, was comparable to that of a 6th-level supreme. Furthermore, his soul force had also suffered considerable depletion. This exemplifies the formidable challenge of merging the supreme fire lotus of 49 colors. Enough. Xiao Jin observed Lu Jiuli, who, for a brief moment, had truly fought for his life to withstand the semi-saint and Oppos' attacks. Even the supreme markings on his body had dimmed significantly. Junior brother, it is my turn now. Indeed, Lu Jiuli did not force himself to endure, swiftly retreating to recuperate behind Xiao Jin. With a deep breath, Xiao Jin stepped into the void, advancing towards the semi-saint Qingming. In his right hand, he cradled the slowly rotating supreme fire lotus of 49 colors, leaving a trail of distorted and vaporized space in his wake, an utterly surreal sight. Now then, semi-saint dog, feast upon my supreme lotus of 49 colors. Xiao Jin locked onto Qin Ming, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. In the next instant, he traversed the void, the power of space rippling around him. And in the blink of an eye, he stood before the semi-saint. At the same time, Xiao Jin swung his right hand in a wide arc. The enormous fire lotus, spanning 100 zhong, descended with ferocity towards Qin Ming's head. At such close quarters, even Qin Ming could not escape, for the space around him was ensnared by the power of the lotus, leaving him no choice but to channel his sacred resonance in defense. In that instant, the heavens convulsed. The supreme fire lotus of 49 colors in Xiao Jin's hand plummeted with a thunderous crash, just as Qin Ming prepared to unleash his defensive measures. He was horrified to find his right hand already ablaze. At that moment, the 49-colored fire lotus erupted. From its core, it collapsed the surrounding space into a scorching white vortex spanning thousands of zhong. Impossible. I am a semi-saint. How could an attack from the supreme realm cause such devastation to me? I refuse to believe it. A bone-crushing roar erupted from Qin Ming's throat. At this juncture, the flames surged through the entire sky of the secret realm was painted in an eerie crimson hue. At this moment, the semi-saint met his ultimate demise. His spirit dissipated into nothingness, and even his sacred body was reduced to ashes. However, before his death, this semi-saint of the azure firmament divulged a piece of information. This revelation left Elder Mu Xing and others, who were already shaken, even more astounded. The Qin Yuan Heavenly Gate. The legend is indeed true. There truly exists the location of the Qin Yuan Heavenly Gate. Chapter 42. Ascend to supremacy and experience the nuances. In the verdant expanse of the Qingwu Plain, the final, unwilling cry of the half-saint Qin Ming still reverberated in the ears of Elder Bai Lai and his companions. A half-saint has truly perished completely? Elder Bai Lai inhaled sharply. Gazing at Xiao Jin, who had returned before him, he could not suppress a shiver. The power of that 49-color supreme fire lotus was undeniably formidable. It was a terrifying technique capable of annihilating even a half-saint. Master, your disciple has not failed you. Upon seeing Qin Yuan descend before the crowd, Xiao Jin stepped forward and bowed. Do not become overly complacent, Qin Yuan remarked with a smile. Although you and Julie managed to slay a half-saint together, it is worth noting that you both countered each other effectively, which granted you such an advantage. Additionally, this half-saint and Appo's attacks were feeble and evidently lacking, being a mere half-hearted half-saint who had only just revived, without having fully stabilized his power. Therefore, you were able to defeat him. Nonetheless, Qin Yuan nodded. Well done. Xiao Jin and Lu Julie exchanged knowing smiles. Xiao Jin, remember this. I shall impart a technique to you. Qin Yuan exhaled softly and continued earnestly. Before encountering an enemy next time, prepare the fire lotus. When they approach, simply launch a 49-color supreme fire lotus at them. They will surely be obliterated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin and Appo's face lit up with realization. Master and Appo's words are indeed wise. I shall adhere to your teachings. Elder Mu Xing and Elder Bai Lai exchanged glances, their faces twitching in disbelief. Preparing the fire lotus before engaging an enemy? Just hurling a 49-color supreme fire lotus at them upon contact? Remarkable. The opponent would be utterly devastated, both mentally and physically. Master, just now I heard that half-hearted saint utter something about the Xianke Heavenly Gate before his demise. What is that? Xiao Jin inquired curiously. The others perked up, having heard whispers of it as well. The Xianke Heavenly Gate. To be frank, I have never been there, Qin Yuan replied candidly. After all, only the elite among half-saints have the opportunity to enter. He had yet to reach that level. However, Qin Yuan and Appo's tone shifted, and he smiled slightly as he added, indeed. Such a place exists in this world. If legends of the Xianke Heavenly Gate persist, then they must hold some truth. At this, Elder Mu Xing became visibly excited. Swallowing hard as he exclaimed, could it be that the Xianke Heavenly Gate is real? I always believed it was merely a myth. Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. There are not merely myths. Elder Mu Xing grew even more animated. The Xianke Heavenly Gate is said to be accessible only after one breaks through to the half-saint realm, allowing them to subtly sense this extraordinary location through the power of the saint and oppos, as resonance within. For it is the gateway to the realm of saints. According to the legend, only upon reaching the half-saint realm and accumulating sufficient saints' resonance can one potentially awaken the Xianke Heavenly Gate. Only the resonance of the saint can resonate with the Xianke Heavenly Gate. It is said that when the gate manifests, a magnificent palace gate will appear before the cultivator, connecting heaven and earth, imbued with supreme mystery and pressure. Moreover, if one lacks sufficient saints' resonance, they cannot even push open the gate, let alone enter to seek the opportunity for breaking through to the realm of saints. Qin Yuan nodded. The Xianke Heavenly Gate aligns closely with the legends you speak of. If you all strive diligently, perhaps in several millennia, you may invoke the Xianke Heavenly Gate. Elder Mu Xing and the others exchanged glances, revealing resigned smiles. Several millennia hence? It is uncertain if they will even manage to transcend 2 realms by then. Once we exit Xiao Jin, I shall accompany you to the southern region of the imperial continent to assess the prowess of that young lad Lin Chong. He has a rather fiery temperament, and I fear he may encounter difficulties there. Qin Yuan sighed, seemingly lost in memories of their first meeting. Lin Chong possessed the innate great wilderness body, ideally suited for practicing the great wilderness transformation technique. However, such a technique is highly aggressive. It may not be as straightforward for Lin Chong after departing from the ancient tomb of the wilderness. Yes, master. Xiao Jin nodded promptly. Lu Jili, standing nearby, addressed Qin Yuan. Master, this journey to the Zhongzun Yuan has greatly benefited me. I intend to retreat immediately after our return to reflect deeply. Qin Yuan nodded in approval. Indeed. Elder, we are well acquainted with the route to the southern region of the imperial continent. We can serve as your guides. Elder Mu Xing offered promptly. It was an opportunity not to be missed. Very well, Qin Yuan replied, glancing at Elder Bai Lai with a smile. Let us first visit the Tianhua divine sect. Elder Bai Lai's previous promises are not to be taken lightly, correct? Absolutely not. Elder Bai Lai exclaimed, shaking himself awake. Rest assured, the 13 flames of the Tianhua divine sect will be presented in full. Then I shall be at ease, Qin Yuan said, his smile unwavering. He then took a step forward, turning his back to the crowd, and stood with hands clasped behind his back. However, the southern region of the imperial continent is teeming with experts and sects. With my strength at the first level of the Dongshu realm, would I not be able to effortlessly crush hundreds with a single strike? Upon hearing this, Elder Mu Xing and the others could not help but twitch. A typical first-level Dongshu realm cultivator would indeed not stand out in the southern region of the imperial continent. But you are not just any ordinary first-level Dongshu cultivator. Very well, I shall enhance my power a bit, ascend to supremacy, and experience the nuances. Qin Yuan sighed once more, stepping forward again. This time, however, he soared to the skies, 1,000 miles above. A surge of energy erupted forth. In an instant, the heavens above the Qingwu plain twisted and shattered. Not only that, but the very ground beneath Elder Mu Xing and the others also crumbled completely. The surrounding space began to fracture, as if the very fabric of reality were on the verge of collapse. Crack at that moment. A thunderous roar reminiscent of ancient times resounded in the ears of all present. The thunder was deafening. From the shattered fragments of space, millions of dark golden bolts of lightning erupted from the rifts. Once these bolts appeared, they began to coalesce furiously. Soon enough, they transformed into one supreme calamity dragon after another. Moreover, these calamity dragons were adorned with ancient golden inscriptions. Each of these ancient golden calamity dragons was as thick as a mountain, and the lightning that erupted from their scales could scorch the very space into pitch-black marks. The shattered expanse was filled with these ancient golden calamity dragons. Elder Mu Xing and Elder Bai Lai gazed in terror, their bodies trembling, their throats roaring. Is this what you call ascending to supremacy? Surely, the commotion of breaking through to sainthood would not be this grand. Chapter 43. Arrival at the Divine Fire Sect. In this moment, within the shattered space of Qin Yuan, countless ancient gilded calamity dragons are howling and spiraling, their forms seemingly intent on crushing the heavens and the earth. The entire realm has transformed into a golden realm of thunderous hell. The heads of these calamity dragons appear to be searching for the target that provoked them. As they continuously exhale and inhale, the space around them begins to ripple. In the next instant, a thunder dragon finally locates its target amidst the ocean of thunder and begins to rush towards Qin Yuan with a furious roar. Standing upon the boiling surface of the thunder pool, Qin Yuan gazes at the colossal thunder dragon approaching him and gently shakes his head. With a casual motion of his right hand, akin to capturing a firefly, the most ferocious, ancient, gilded supreme calamity dragon explodes into pure supreme power, which Qin Yuan swiftly absorbs into his body. The remaining gilded calamity dragons, sensing the sacrifice of their companion, surge towards Qin Yuan with even greater frenzy, diving as if to devour him. However, with a light laugh from Qin Yuan, the entire boundless thunder prison suddenly collapses. Countless calamity dragons are twisted into a spiraling torrent by the distorted space, before beginning to explode into countless purest supreme powers that rush towards Qin Yuan and Amp. Oppo's being. Furthermore, Qin Yuan and Oppo's speed in devouring these powers is astonishingly rapid. In merely 2 breaths, once the last trace of gilded thunder pattern completely dissipates, silence once again envelopes the shattered space. Winds of chaotic spatial currents begin to fill the void. Clearly, this secret realm has utterly ceased to exist. What remains is only the eternal void of wind blades. Is this the realm of the Supreme? Qin Yuan's aura has reached the first level of the Supreme realm. As he moves forward, ancient engravings of supreme markings begin to coalesce beneath his feet, with each step seemingly generating the laws of the great Tao. Behind Qin Yuan, only traces of the supreme thunder calamity remain in the space. Elder Bai Lai and Elder Mu Xing stand utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, the terrifying display had been such that even a single thunder dragon crashing down upon them would have reduced them to ashes. This is no ordinary calamity dragon, but an ancient gilded supreme calamity dragon. The weakest among them possesses the power of a full-force strike from the 8th level of the supreme realm. The strongest among them exceeds even the half-saint level. They had already known Qin Yuan was powerful, but now they realized they were mistaken. Qin Yuan is far stronger than they had imagined. Indeed, he has ascended to heights beyond their comprehension. Crack! The space begins to collapse. With a mere thought, Qin Yuan leads them to feel the world shift once more. In an instant, they find themselves outside the burial sovereign abyss in the silent spirit plane, with the abyss itself lying before them as the entrance. Thank you, Senior. Elder Mu Xing and Elder Bai Lai immediately bow respectfully. Qin Yuan waves his hand. At this moment, Lu Jili also approaches Qin Yuan and kneels before his master. Master, I wish to remain in the silent spirit plane for a period of enlightenment. Very well. Qin Yuan nods, raising his hand to gently lift Lu Jili. Jili, keep the identity token safe. Should you encounter any insurmountable danger, remember to channel a strand of original power into the token. The crisis will surely be averted. After standing up, Lu Jili flips his palm, revealing the uniquely shaped identity token. At this moment, he suddenly realizes that within the token, which he had been unable to sense previously, resides an indescribable supreme power. Master, what you spoke of regarding the great power bestowed is indeed true. Lu Jili exclaims in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan and Oppo's eyelids twitch twice. What? Do you think I am jesting? And no. Cough, cough. Lu Jili clears his throat. He finally understands that it is only upon entering the supreme realm that he can perceive such power. So, what Master said about the identity token truly can save his life in critical moments. Realizing this, Lu Jili's eyes grow misty. Enough with the sentimental words. Save them for later. Qin Yuan gestures. Xiao Jin, let us depart to the southern region of the Emperor continent. Yes, master. Xiao Jin immediately nods and turns to Lu Jiuli, saying, Junior brother, take care. We shall meet again in the southern region of the Emperor continent. Lu Jiuli replies. Then, Qin Yuan, Xiao Jin, Elder Mu Xing, Elder Bai Lai, and Master Li of the Flying Sword sect depart from this place. This journey has been fruitful. I must return to my clan. Qing Fenglan, the leader of the Qingfeng clan, says, gazing at Qin Yuan's retreating figure with deep respect. Father, I too have gained insights from this journey, and I wish to remain in the silent spirit plane for closed-door training, Qing Fenglan expresses. Very well. Lu Jiuli and Qing Fenglan exchange a glance, both smiling. After this closed-door training, I shall take you to the central continent for a visit. My junior brother is there. Sound great, but the journey to the central continent is long. I will truly rely on you. Good brother. Huh? What do you mean? I mean, you should transform into your true form, and let me ride you to the central continent. Haha. Under the vast expanse of flowing clouds, a flying vessel adorned with azure cloud patterns glides through the heavens. At the bow of this vessel, a massive dragon head is carved, its eyes erupting with blue flames. The dragon whiskers transform into guiding locks, drawing spiritual energy from the spirit stones as fuel. Surrounding cyclones protect the vessel, shielding it from the surrounding winds. Inside the vessel, various pavilions stand tall, providing everything a cultivator might need for daily life. Senior, this is the Starry Pursuit cloud vessel from my stargazing pavilion. It is a sacred grade artifact. By embedding heavenly grade spirit stones into the celestial star chart, one can propel this vessel. Its speed surpasses that of conventional teleportation formations. Elder Mu Xing explains to Qin Yuan, who stands at the bow. At this moment, the scenery outside the vessel stretches out into elongated shapes, even manifesting color gradients. The spiritual pressure emanating from the vessel and Oppo's rear leaves ripples in the space around it. Its speed indeed surpasses that of ordinary teleportation arrays. However, this is not the focal point. Qin Yuan squints, smiling. I only ask, how much longer until we reach the Divine Fire sect? Elder Mu Xing replies, returning to Senior. We shall arrive at the Divine Fire sect in 2 hours. Excellent, excellent. Qin Yuan claps his hands. Beside him, Elder Bai Lai no longer appears pained as before. Instead, he feels fortunate to be accompanying someone possessing such earth-shattering power, to be in the presence of an elder who commands the forces of the universe. What does it matter if they offer 13 blossoms of divine fire? They could even bestow the entire Divine Fire sect upon the elder without hesitation. 2 hours pass in the blink of an eye. After breaking through a thick layer of crimson mist, the Starry Pursuit cloud vessel finally arrives at the doorstep of the Divine Fire sect. Chapter 44. The sun is inferior to a dog. The Heavenly Fire sect, situated in the southern region of the Imperial continent, is not known for many enemies. Rather, it is favored for forming alliances. At this moment, the pursuing stars' flowing clouds vessel has arrived at the Heavenly Fire sect. Here lies the fiery mountain range, where majestic palaces of resplendent golden red hue stand tall atop the vast peaks. Owing to the influence of celestial energies, this mountain range is perpetually suffused with intense fire attribute spiritual energy. Surrounding the grand hall at the summit are embedded various flame crystal stones, which blaze incessantly, seemingly never extinguished. Furthermore, towering fire pillars encircle the hall, each intricately carved with the insights of past patriarchs and elders of the Heavenly Fire sect regarding the fire attribute. Should an ordinary disciple grasp even a fragment of this wisdom, it would significantly benefit their personal strength. Bai Lai, I recall that your Heavenly Fire sect is usually quite lively. Why is it that today the disciples traversing these steps are so few? Xiao Jin, well acquainted with the Heavenly Fire sect, given that 3 celestial flames were taken from here, felt a flicker of curiosity at the current scene. I'm at a loss as well. Though we cannot claim to be the strongest force in the southern region, it is unusual for it to be this desolate. Bai Lai, the elder, expressed his confusion as they arrived at the fiery stone steps. He gestured, and an elder resembling a steward approached. Greetings, Elder Bai Lai. What seems to be the matter? Where is everyone? It feels rather deserted, the steward elder inquired, who is only at the third level of the divine tribulation realm. Elder Bai Lai, are you not aware? Earlier today, emissaries from the Taishao sacred domain arrived. They announced the commencement of the sun's contest, held once every 50,000 years. They are demanding us to provide offerings. The steward elder responded, a mix of anger and resignation in his tone. The small realms referred to places like the Jioshuan realm. And the sect master? Well, the grand elder. Bai Lai clenched his fist, his voice tinged with rising fury. The grand elder has sustained grave injuries, and the sect master is currently negotiating with the sun from the Taishao sacred domain in the fiery hall. Just now, the sect master issued a command, the steward elder said through gritted teeth. He ordered all disciples of the heavenly fire sect to withdraw from the fiery mountain range. The implication was clear. It seemed the sect master was preparing for a confrontation. Bai Lai, though seething with fury, retained a semblance of reason. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. The sect master is somewhat impulsive. We ought to concede to their demands. The steward elder, sensing the urgency, interjected as soon as the sun arrived. His family and Oppos, guardians since the celestial flames we have collected over the years. They demanded we relinquish all 13 celestial flames. The sect master refused, and then the grand elder was severely injured. The guardians of those two sons are half-saints. Our sect master and grand elder are merely at the 9th level of the supreme realm. We cannot contend with them. What? Upon hearing this, Bai Lai's expression shifted dramatically. He turned to look at Qin Yuan and Xiao Jin, then gritted his teeth. All right, take the remaining disciples and leave this place quickly. I will head to the fiery hall. After saying this, he turned to Qin Yuan, his face filled with regret. Esteemed senior, I must depart. Indeed, we shall also take a look, Qin Yuan replied with a soft smile, concealing any underlying intentions. However, Xiao Jin understood his master and Oppos' disposition well. If his master claimed the 13 celestial flames as his own, then no one would be able to take them without facing dire consequences. The Heavenly Fire Sect, main peak. Within the fiery hall. Inside the hall, only a handful of individuals remained. All disciples had departed, leaving behind a dozen elders whose anger simmered beneath the surface. At the foot of the hall, the grand elder of the Heavenly Fire Sect lay unconscious. Beside him stood a middle-aged man clad in red, fists clenched tightly, gazing up at the 3 individuals occupying the main seats of the hall. On the dais sat a man dressed in green, casting a condescending gaze over everyone below. A green mark adorned his brow, and atop his head rested a crown intricately set with precious gems, the energy emanating from the adornments attesting to their extraordinary nature. Though slightly gaunt, his strength at the 7th level of the supreme realm was undeniable. Beside him stood 2 elderly figures, also clad in green, observing the assembly with indifferent expressions. As guardians of the sun, each possessed the strength of a half-saint, authentic half-saints. Lee Sect Master, I have granted you half an hour. The 13 celestial flames can be offered now. The sun, occupying the main seat, yawned. Please grant me another quarter of an hour. Lee Sect Master replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. In a quarter of an hour, the 13 celestial flames of the Heavenly Fire Sect will surely be delivered in full. Lee Sect Master took a deep breath, his tone respectful yet firm. Another quarter of an hour? The green-clad sun and Oppos' patience waned, a flicker of irritation crossing his gaze. Now, I shall give you 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, should you exceed 1 breath, a life will be lost within this hall. You, the sect master of the Heavenly Fire Sect, suddenly clenched his fists, exuding an aura of the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. At that moment, the 2 guardians beside the green-clad sun furrowed their brows, their half-saint pressure descending instantly. This forced Lee's sect master to stagger backward, barely prevented from collapsing by the quick reflexes of the elder behind him. Were it not for our agreement with the family to avoid excessive slaughter, would your Heavenly Fire Sect still exist? The green-clad sun stood, a mocking expression on his face. Lee Sect Master, remember this. In our presence, you are but a dog. Do you comprehend? As these words echoed through the hall, the elders of the Heavenly Fire Sect turned crimson with rage, yet none dared to speak out. After all, the sun was flanked by 2 half-saint guardians. Disciple, did you hear that? In this day and age, the son's intellect appears lacking. He declares the sect master of the heavenly fire sect as a dog. Yet he himself is but at the 7th level of the supreme realm, while sect masterly stands at the 9th. Does this not imply that he considers himself beneath even a dog? At that moment, a voice of astonishment rang out from the entrance of the hall, clear enough for all present to hear. Chapter 45. Can you really match me? Not even as good as a dog. Who is this individual? In an instant, all the elders within the grand hall, as well as the leader of the Tianhui sect, turned their gaze towards the source of the voice. Standing there were 3 figures. One of them was none other than Elder Bai Lai, who had recently been dispatched to the central region of the empire to seek the Wanjie burning heart flame. As for the 2 individuals beside Elder Bai, upon closer inspection, sect leader Li was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Jin, he recognized well. But who was the other person? The words just spoken had come from his lips. Master is right. Xiao Jin nodded, looking at the figure draped in green robes standing in the grand hall, and remarked, "It is indeed my first time hearing a holy son refer to himself as a dog. How audacious! Truly audacious!" This was the first thought that crossed the minds of everyone present in the hall. To openly insult the holy son in front of him, Xiao Jin and this mysterious individual were indeed quite bold. Master? However, the leader of the Tianhui sect and others discerned the key point. Xiao Jin often spoke of his master, yet no one had ever seen him. Now, as everyone gazed at the man in the dark robes, curiosity began to swell. Could this person be the enigmatic master spoken of by Xiao Jin? You dare use such a tone to speak to our Wang family holy son? You seek death. The 2 guardian figures beside the green-robed holy son spoke with a harsh tone. It seemed they were about to take action. Bang Li, Bang Shun. Do not act. This time, I will handle it personally. The green-robed holy son raised his hands, halting the 2 guardians. From the moment Qin Yuan and Xiao Jin arrived, he had already discerned the strength of these 2 individuals. Just 2 mere first-layer supreme realm practitioners. He was a 7th-layer supreme realm. Do you know who I am? The green-robed holy son stepped forward. Who are you? Xiao Jin tilted his head, scrutinizing the green-robed holy son. To be honest, he had only heard rumors about the Taishao holy domain, but he knew little of its true nature. I am Wang Qing, the holy son of the Wang family from the Taishao holy domain, the 3rd holy domain. Wang Qing and Amp, Appo's eyes brimmed with an air of superiority. The Taishao holy domain comprised 7 major holy domains, and his Wang family reigned supreme over the 3rd holy domain. As the holy son of the Wang family, his status was enough to elevate him above the masses. I do not recognize you. Xiao Jin shook his head. Wang Qing and Amp, Appo's expression stiffened slightly. It was to be expected. Such a barbaric land was unworthy of knowing his Wang family. His demeanor grew increasingly cold. You just claimed I am merely a 7th-layer supreme realm practitioner, lesser than the leader of the Tianhui sect. Yet I observe you, and you are but 1st-layer supreme realm. Does that not mean you are inferior to me? Wang Qing chuckled coldly, seemingly reveling in having turned the tables on his opponent. Is it just you? Xiao Jin laughed, genuinely amused by his opponent's bravado. As if you could possibly match me. The moment the words left his mouth, the hall fell into astonishment once more. Even the 2 guardians beside Wang Qing were momentarily taken aback. If Xiao Jin were a 5th or 6th-layer supreme realm practitioner, they might not have been so surprised. But he was merely a 1st-layer supreme realm, and the 2 guardians could see at a glance that Xiao Jin had only recently reached the 1st layer of the supreme realm, while their holy son and Appo's power might not be as formidable as that of practitioners from other domains. He was undeniably a 7th-layer supreme realm warrior. How could a mere 1st-layer supreme realm practitioner hope to defeat him? Moreover, from what they heard, did that imply he admitted to being a dog? Xiao Jin suddenly remarked, "You." Wang Qing and Amp, Appo's forehead began to bulge with veins, his expression growing increasingly icy. Meanwhile, the leader of the Tianhui sect swallowed hard. Although he understood Xiao Jin and Amp, Appo's formidable strength and bold demeanor, the situation clearly showed that they held no advantage. Bai Lai, what on earth is happening? Sect leader Li turned to Bai Lai, who had just approached him, and whispered, Xiao Jin is powerful, but he cannot possibly match the Holy Sun. And who is his master? Elder Bai Lai responded, sect leader. Rest assured, this Holy Sun is indeed no match for Xiao Jin. Sect leader Li and the others were once again stunned. A first-layer Supreme Realm practitioner defeating a seventh layer? They might have believed it could happen against a fourth or fifth-layer practitioner, but the Holy Sun was at the seventh layer. Indeed, the barbaric lands are filled with frogs in a well. Since you possess such audacity, do you dare to engage me in a single exchange? Life and death aside, Wang Qing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down from a lofty position. While he contemplated having his guardians strike down his opponent, the fire of anger within him had already been ignited. He needed to personally subdue his opponent to quell his rage. Gulme. Xiao Jin stepped forward, his palms itching with anticipation. He was genuinely curious about the true strength of this Holy Sun from the Taishao Holy Domain. A seventh-layer Supreme Realm? He had even slain half-saints before. He felt no fear at all. Wang Qing also advanced slowly, raising his palm, and in that instant, the surrounding spiritual energy began to surge. The fiery essence of the flames surged forth. It was no wonder he coveted the heavenly fire within the Tianhua sect. Wang Tianfumian palm. A blue flame rapidly coalesced before Wang Qing, forming a palm print inscribed with azure supreme runes. This was the ultimate technique of the Wang family. An imperial-level pinnacle martial art. Numerous Supreme Realm practitioners had perished under this palm. It was evident that Wang Qing was intent on killing. The azure palm print, enveloped in blazing blue flames, surged toward Xiao Jin. The other Supreme Realm elders in the hall broke into a cold sweat upon witnessing this. They could hardly withstand such a blow. Burning heaven creation palm. Palm technique? Xiao Jin laughed. He excelled in palm techniques. In an instant, he summoned 3 types of heavenly fire from within him. Fueled by the 3 types of heavenly fire, the burning heaven creation palm would only grow in potency. Furthermore, its execution was remarkably swift. As he raised his hand, purple, blue, and red flames erupted, coalescing before him into a magnificent 3-colored creation palm. At the moment of the strike, an aura surged forth like a mountain. 7th layer Supreme Realm? Xiao Jin chuckled again. Did this fellow truly believe himself a half-saint? Boom! The azure palm clashed with a 3-colored palm above the hall. In an instant, the azure flame palm began to shatter. Wang Qing and Appos, his eyes widened in shock. What? However, before he could ponder further, the burning heaven creation palm was already hurtling toward him. In that moment, Wang Qing felt as though he faced not a mere palm print, but rather a colossal mountain formed from heavenly flames, bearing down upon him. His aura and the surrounding space became distorted and constricted by this overwhelming force. The supreme escape technique could not be executed, and the speed of rune condensation slowed. Wang Qing, disregarding his dignity, bellowed, Wang Li, Wang Chong. Save me. Chapter 46, Priority Matters. The Heavenly Fire God sect distinguishes itself. In the Hall of Flames, a voice filled with terror echoed from Wang Qing. He found himself ensnared within the opponent and Appos' martial arts binding, acutely aware that should he truly fall victim to this strike, he would be left with little more than half his life. As Wang Qing cried out for help, far away in the southern region of the imperial continent, an expanse known as the Wailing Plains lay ahead. Ordinary cultivators shunned this place, and not a single creature dared approach within hundreds of miles. Even the fiercest beasts had vanished, for this was the territory of the soul refining temple. At the heart of the Wailing Plains stood a magnificent dark palace, exuding an ominous aura, with the sounds of anguished souls occasionally echoing from within. In the innermost and tallest black hall, a man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an ancient soul character imprinted on his forehead. Master, the life tokens of the dual soul elder and the elder of bones have been confirmed. They are dead, and their souls have not escaped. A steward of the soul, refining temple, spoke softly from behind. I understand. The man in black nodded, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. You may leave. Yes. After the steward departed, the man in black tilted his head and spoke. Holy Sun. From the shadows of the hall, 3 figures emerged. The central figure donned a black robe, with a soul character prominently marked on his forehead. Flanking him were two gaunt old men, their ghostly eyes revealing their identities as semi-saint protectors from the Soul Clan of the second holy domain of the Taishao sacred realm. Hun Wuhai, how goes the preparations? The Holy Sun inquired, stepping forward to gaze at Hun Wuhai. In response to the Holy Sun, it is accomplished. Over the past 2 millennia, I have led the soul-refining temple in refining 200,000 extraordinary souls. The Wanhanin Dan has now absorbed these souls and is ready to be presented to you, Hun Wuhai replied, taking a deep breath and bowing. Excellent. Hun Li chuckled, albeit with a disdain for life evident in his smile. In the Taishao sacred realm, other clans, upon witnessing our formidable soul-refining methods, have sought to unite against us. Regrettably, such tactics cannot be employed within the Taishao sacred realm. Otherwise, I might have already stepped into the semi-saint realm. As he spoke, a trace of brutality glinted in Hun Liandappo's eyes. He had been stuck at the peak of the supreme realm for far too long. If he could condense the Wan Hun Yin Dan sooner, he would have long since ascended to semi-saint status. However, the process was exceedingly cruel, requiring at least 200,000 naturally powerful souls, all under the age of 20, lest their essence be tainted by later influences. Such a brutal method naturally drew the ire of other clans and sects within the Taishao sacred realm. Thus the Soul Clan refrained from executing this plan there. Hun Wuhai, how many holy sons have arrived in the southern region of the imperial continent? Hun Li asked, with a flick of his hand. Hun Li produced a square jade, within which 3 names flickered. The first inscribed was Hun Li, the second was Wang Qing, and the third was Hong Shitian. The Holy Sun's seal, Hun Li remarked, gazing at the jade. If the Holy Sons were in the same realm, they could reveal each other's states through this seal. Wang Qing, the Holy Son of the Wang clan from the third holy domain of the Taishao sacred realm, possesses strength at the 7th heaven. Hong Shitian, of the 5th holy domain, the Hong clan, possesses strength at the 9th heaven. However, neither poses a threat to me. My true adversary lies within the 1st holy domain, the Holy Maiden, who is my greatest rival in becoming the foremost holy son. Taking another deep breath, he suppressed the fury within him. Hun Wuhai, give me the Wan Hun Dan. I shall refine it and ascend to semi-saint. As he spoke, he slowly clenched his fist, coldly declaring, in this contest for holy sons, our Soul Clan shall undoubtedly secure the 1st position. Yes, holy son, Hun Wuhai complied, producing the Wan Hun Dan and presenting it to Hun Li. In the Hall of Flames of the Heavenly Fire God sect, the 2 semi-saints of the Wang clan swiftly raised their hands. You dare harm our holy son. The power of Saint Rhythm enveloped the hall, effortlessly neutralizing Xiao Jin's sky-burning creation palm. Although the palm had integrated 3 forms of heavenly fire, it was still insufficient against 2 semi-saints. How brazen! Xiao Jin sneered as he witnessed his attack being dispelled, casting a scornful glance at the ashen-faced Wang Qing. Is this what you call a one-on-one? Wang Qing silently closed his eyes, and when he opened them once more, a fierce killing intent had taken root within. Having suffered such humiliation in the Heavenly Fire God sect, he had no intention of letting these individuals escape unscathed. Turning to the sect leader of the Heavenly Fire God sect, he stated indifferently, I offer you 3 breaths to consider. Hand over the 13 heavenly fires of your sect, and I shall grant you a path to survival. Naturally, those 2 over there must die. Wang Qing cast a glance at Xiao Jin and his companion, Qin Yuan. They had caused him such embarrassment, and thus they must pay with their lives. As the first breath elapsed, Wang Qing's gaze grew increasingly frigid. 2 breaths. Very well. Before Wang Qing could finish, the sect leader of the Heavenly Fire God sect suddenly stepped forward. Witnessing this, Wang Qing and Appo's expression softened slightly. Odisong, I have just spoken with Elder Bai Lai. I learned that Elder Bai Lai had already promised Xiao Jin and his master when they arrived at the central region of the imperial continent that he would gift them the 13 heavenly fires upon their arrival at our Heavenly Fire God sect. You are the latecomers. Thus, it has always been said that precedence matters. As Wang Qing listened, a sense of unease washed over him, and by the end, his face was marred with murderous intent. The sect leader of the Heavenly Fire God sect took a deep breath, suppressing his fear as he approached Qin Yuan and Xiao Jin, bowing before them. With a flicker of light, the 13 sealed heavenly fires floated into the air, and with a gesture from Xiao Jin, they were drawn into his spatial ring. Our Heavenly Fire God sect has always honored its promises. We clearly distinguish between those who come first and those who come later. The sect leader of the Heavenly Fire God sect took advantage of the moment when the Holy Sun and Xiao Jin clashed. Having just learned the full story from Elder by Lai regarding the origins of Zhongzun Yuan, hearing that Xiao Jin and Appo's master had summoned countless ancient supreme golden tribulation dragons left him utterly astounded. Without a doubt, this was an entity of terrifying might, transcending the realms. At the very least, they were a saint. Not just any saint, but one of considerable strength. How could one possibly choose? The answer was clear. One must embrace the strongest ally. Then your Heavenly Fire God sect is courting death. Wang Qing's eyes blazed with a murderous fervor. Turning to the two protectors of his clan beside him, he coldly commanded, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." Chapter 47. A Most Extraordinary Saint. The imposing presence of two semi-saints instantly enveloped the flame hall, unleashing a formidable aura that reverberated throughout the structure. The very pillars, crafted from solid stone, began to show signs of cracking, unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure. The elders present felt as though a colossal weight, equivalent to millions of tons, was pressing upon their chests, rendering their breaths shallow and labored. Such audacity! Are they truly worthy of being called saints? Yet, amidst this overwhelming force, Xiao Jin felt no fear. Instead, he stepped forward, flames of celestial fire beginning to coil around his arms. He intended to unleash the 49-colored supreme fire lotus, his mightiest strike to date. Disciple, remain composed. There's no need for the fire lotus just yet, Qin Yuan interjected, his voice resonant. With a single, measured step, the terrifying pressure that had filled the hall vanished without a trace, allowing the elders of the Celestial Fire sect to breathe once more. In that moment, their eyes widened, trembling with astonishment. What kind of power could so effortlessly dismantle the aura of two semi-saints? This was no ordinary strength. It was far beyond that of a semi-saint. Elder Bai Lai raised his head confidently. Behold, esteemed leaders, the elder I have summoned possesses abilities that reach the heavens. Qin Yuan could hardly contain his amazement. As Xiao Jin dissipated the flames in his hands, he turned to his master. Master, your mastery of the 49-colored supreme fire lotus could indeed vanquish a semi-saint. But the cost of this hall and the entire celestial fire sect. After all, they have honored their promise by gifting us 13 flames. Indeed, Master speaks wisely, Xiao Jin replied, clasping his fists in agreement. I too wish to inquire about the Taishan sacred domain, Qin Yuan said, stepping forward once more. Suddenly, an aura surpassing that of the saints descended upon the hall. At that moment, an ethereal figure, reminiscent of primordial deities, appeared behind Qin Yuan, expanding within the gazes of the onlookers. The crowd found it difficult to discern whether this was a reality or merely an illusion. With a resounding thud, Qin Yuan advanced, each step echoing in the hearts of those present, shaking their very souls. Another step forward solidified the space within the hall, as if time itself had frozen. An invisible pressure, akin to a boundless abyss, began to permeate the atmosphere. The elders of the Celestial Fire sect broke out in cold sweat, feeling the remnants of this aura threatening to shatter their internal energy. The two protectors of the Wang family, positioned above, felt the weight of this pressure intensify dramatically. With another step, the divine figure behind Qin Yuan seemed to open its eyes, radiating an aura reminiscent of an ancient epic. In that instant, it felt as though an ancient god of slaughter was gazing down upon them. At the head of the hall, Wang Qing and Appo's complexion turned a ghastly white. He stared in disbelief at the figure, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, his legs trembling as he struggled to maintain his footing. With a light step forward, Qin Yuan wore a smile, while the three figures above felt an overwhelming force descend upon them, reminiscent of mountains and seas collapsing. The sound of cracking echoed as the stone beneath their feet began to fracture. Who are you? The protectors of the Wang family realized in horror that they could not summon their saintly power in this moment. Qin Yuan remained silent, advancing once more. With a resounding crash, all three were compelled to kneel, blood oozing from their lips, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. At that moment, the eyes of Wang Qing and his protectors filled with terror and dread, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. What kind of pressure was this? They had only sensed a fraction of such might from their family's supreme ancestor, someone transcending the realm of semi-saints. A saint. The realization struck them with chilling clarity, leaving their faces even paler. Could it be a true saint? Wang Qing ground his teeth, growling in disbelief. The information within our clan is unreliable. Were we not told that there was only one saint in the southern domain of the empire? The protectors, gritting their teeth, cautiously addressed Qin Yuan. Esteemed saint, we were blind to your presence. You have graciously gifted your disciple 13 flames. We of the Wang family shall depart now. What do you say? Qin Yuan tilted his head, smiling. But that is not what you said earlier. Did you not proclaim your intent to eliminate me and my disciple? Great elder, forgive our ignorance. We possess rare treasures accumulated over years within our spatial rings. We are willing to offer them all. The left side protector hastily produced a spatial ring. Before a true saint, they could only kneel in submission, for a semi-saint was but a counterfeit in comparison to a genuine saint. Just one? Qin Yuan asked, narrowing his gaze at the floating spatial ring. And no, esteemed elder, there are 3. The left protector quickly signaled to the other protector and Wang Qing. The second protector promptly removed their spatial ring, while Wang Qing begrudgingly followed suit, pain flashing across his face as he relinquished his treasure. Wait for it, Wang Qing vowed, silently within, swearing to report this incident to the clan leader and the supreme ancestor the moment he returned to the Taishao sacred domain. What did it matter if he was a saint? His family had their own. Disciple catch. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Yuan tossed the 3 spatial rings to Xiao Jin, who began to rummage through them excitedly. Master, this so-called saint has quite a trove of treasures. Wang Qing and Amp, Oppos, S pale face flushed with anger upon hearing this. Great elder, might we take our leave now? The left protector urged softly. Qin Yuan took 2 steps forward, settling into the main seat of the flame hall. Yet, the saintly pressure upon the 2 protectors and Wang Qing remained unyielding. Rest assured, I am a man of my word, Qin Yuan said with a smile. Once I have posed my inquiries, I shall allow your departure. I guarantee that today events will be as though they never transpired. Indeed, your word is as good as gold. The left protector nodded vigorously. Below, Elder Bailai approached Xiao Jin, a hint of urgency in his demeanor. Xiao Jin, you must persuade your master. We have already offended them to such an extent. They surely will not let this slide. As Xiao Jin, in the midst of gathering items from the spatial ring, lifted his gaze towards Bailai and remarked, Did my master not already convey this? After posing the question, he assured them of their safe departure, affirming that nothing untoward would transpire today. Now let me inquire, Bailai, what constitutes nothing happening? Furthermore, should they depart from this place, or from the mortal realm entirely? He pondered that. With a grin, Xiao Jin continued to sift through the 3 spatial rings. One must admit, the treasures are indeed abundant, truly befitting of a lineage of saints. Chapter 48. One strike to annihilate. The means must be ruthless. Senior, the 2 guardians beside Wang Qing respectfully addressed. I ask you, Qin Yuan turned to them and inquired, how many have come from the Taishao sacred domain? What is their purpose? The guardian on the left, belonging to the Wang family, quickly responded. In response to your question, Senior, a total of 7 sacred sons have been dispatched from the Taishao sacred domain. Each of the 7 domains has selected the most formidable heir from their respective families or sects to participate in the Sacred Son competition held once every 50,000 years. Among them, 3 have arrived in the southern region of the Emperor continent. The first is our Wang family's sacred son, Wang Qing. As the guardian spoke, a hint of pride surfaced on Wang Qing and Oppo's face. Although his strength was not on par with the other sacred sons, He was, notably, the youngest among them. Given time, he was confident he could surpass the others. The second is Hun Li, the sacred son of the Han family from the second sacred domain of Taishao. The third is Hong Shitian from the Hong family of the fifth sacred domain. Both possess strength at the pinnacle of the supreme realm. The Wang family guardian cast a glance at Qin Yuan and continued, "The sacred sons have come here to seek the most powerful treasures of this world, the Shumi Koi." In the presence of a powerful being of the sage realm, the Wang family guardian dared not withhold any information. "The Shumi Koi, you say?" Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes. "In other words, the initiator of the Sacred Sun competition among the 7 domains of Tai Shao must possess at least one Shumi Koi. Otherwise, they cannot possibly know the whereabouts of the other Koi." Indeed, the Wang family guardian nodded repeatedly, then proceeded to share further details candidly. After a while, Qin Yuan summarized, "Thus, among the sacred sons from the 7 domains of Tai Shao, 3 are present in the southern region of the Emperor continent. The Han family has a subordinate force here, known as the Soul Refining Hall. Your purpose for coming here is twofold. First, to search for rare treasures to enhance your strength, and then depart in a month to return to the Tai Shao sacred domain. Second, if you can find a Shumi Koi, you may directly seek out the initiator of the Sacred Sun competition and obtain the title of the strongest sacred son through special means. Furthermore, with their assistance, you could gain early access to the Xian K Heaven Gate, correct?" "Yes, Senior. Your summary is entirely accurate." The Wang family guardians nodded vigorously. "However, our primary goal is solely the first. As for the Shumi Koi, we can only hope for a stroke of luck. Such a treasure is beyond our wildest dreams." Qin Yuan nodded, a gentle smile slowly appearing on his face. "Well then, I have finished my inquiries." Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, the 2 Wang family guardians let out a sigh of relief. "Then, Senior, may we take our leave?" they asked cautiously. "Rest assured, there is no need to be so tense. I have stated that once I have obtained the answers I seek, I will allow your departure," Qin Yuan said with a smile as he sat in the main seat. "Thank you, Senior." The 2 Wang family guardians immediately nodded, beginning to retreat slowly. Wang Qing, supported by the 2 guardians, was making his way out of the great hall. However, during this process, his gaze was fiercely fixed upon everyone present in the hall. "You ants, wait for the Wang family." In the final moment before leaving the hall, Wang Qing gritted his teeth, wishing he could devour everyone present. Just as his words faded, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens. A terrifying phantom, reminiscent of ancient deities, suddenly appeared. This time, it was even more substantial than the previous apparition. The aura of sanctity surged forth. The 2 Wang family guardians instantly knelt at the entrance of the hall, their eyes wide with fury. One of them yelled, "Senior, did you not say we could leave? You cannot go back on your word." The other guardian echoed, "Senior, do you truly intend to sever ties with our Wang family?" Inside the hall, Qin Yuan glanced at the 3 Wang family members outside. "I said I would let you leave. Look, you 3 have already exited the hall, have you not? I'm a man of my word." The expressions of the 3 Wang family members darkened upon hearing this. Qin Yuan continued nonchalantly, "Moreover, I abhor threats above all else." "The Wang family?" He chuckled, and as he did, his right hand slowly rose and clenched toward the direction of the hall and Appo's entrance. In an instant, the ancient deity phantom at the entrance seemed to stir. A torrent of formidable power, capable of shattering souls, rushed towards the 3 Wang members. In a split second, the Wang family sacred son and his 2 half-saint guardians were obliterated into a mist of blood. They did not even have time to scream before their souls were extinguished, and their lives came to an end. It won't be long before the entire Wang family joins you in your fate. A hint of ruthless intent surfaced in Qin Yuan's gentle gaze. He had lived in the ancient tomb for 1,000,000 years, fully aware of one truth. In a world centered on cultivation, one must be ruthless. The fist is the ultimate truth. This holds true in any realm. Did he just kill them? 2 half-saints and a sacred son. Within the hall, all the elders of the heavenly fire sect swallowed hard, gazing at the deity phantom outside, finally grasping that this was the legendary sage and Appo's law form. Only upon entering the sage realm can one comprehend such terrifying techniques. After reaching the sage realm, combat transcends ordinary martial skills and can be entirely replaced by the law form. What Qin Yuan just displayed was indistinguishable from a sage's law form attack. Truly worthy of being a senior, Elder Bai Lai exclaimed, his scalp tingling. Of course. Do you not know who our master is? At that moment, Xiao Jin had organized all the items in his spatial ring. He swiftly appeared beside Qin Yuan and handed over the organized spatial ring. Qin Yuan accepted it without hesitation, rising to his feet and declaring, Xiao Jin, spend the next few days refining the heavenly fire at the heavenly fire sect. After that, we will seek your junior brother Lin Chong, and then head to the Tai Xiao sacred domain. Yes, master. Chapter 49. The Arrival of Sound Before Sight. The Desolation of the Heavenly Prison's Finger. In the southern region of the imperial continent, there lies a desolate and obscure land, a place that may have once borne a name, but has since lost it after millennia of neglect. At the terminus of this gray expanse stands a colossal ancient city, reminiscent of the remains of a primordial beast, sprawling across the landscape. The walls of the city rise high, seemingly impervious to time and Appo's relentless march. Yet the weathered cracks reveal that even such formidable structures cannot withstand the erosion of ages. Overlooking this forsaken city, one observes wide streets devoid of life, where only the whispers of wind and sand weave through the crevices of the stone walls. The air is thick with a decaying scent, and though many grand halls are scattered throughout, their former magnificence has long faded. Some remain only as skeletal stone pillars, reaching toward the somber sky, amplifying the desolation of this ancient metropolis. Within this lifeless expanse, a sudden azure figure ascends from the city and Appo's heart, swift as lightning. His movement conjures fierce winds imbued with the essence of the great desolation. In an instant, he transcends into the void above, enveloped in a dense aura of desolation, as if he has fused with both the ancient city and the surrounding cosmos. His eyes, as dark and cold as ice, sweep over the forsaken city below. The fabric of his robe billows without wind, and murmurs escape his lips, desolate city, in this gray realm, where no foot has trod for untold years. The city seems to lament in response. The forces of heaven and earth converge, manifesting an overwhelming power of desolation. Lin Chong, the natural embodiment of desolation, finds this place the most suitable for his cultivation. Upon entering the supreme realm, he has absorbed the entirety of the desolation's power that resides here. Gradually, his aura begins to ascend. Supreme realm, first heaven, complete. Breakthrough. Supreme realm, second heaven, complete. Breakthrough. Supreme realm, third heaven. Supreme realm, fourth heaven. Breakthrough. In this moment, Lin Chong's strength catapults him across 4 realms, reaching the 4th heaven of the supreme realm. This land, a treasure trove of the earth's power accumulated over millennia, has been wholly absorbed by him, all thanks to his master and Appo's intervention, which fortified his body. Without such aid, absorbing such vast desolation would have been an unattainable feat. The azure-clad man's countenance is stern, his voice laden with respect for his master. He recalls the fateful day he stumbled into the ancient tomb, where, without his master's intervention, he might have become prey to a beast. His master not only saved him, but imparted invaluable knowledge, unearthing his inherent potential and bestowing upon him the formidable technique known as the Great Desolation Celestial Transformation. Gazing at the distant gray earth, Lin Chong's voice suddenly rises in a low yet powerful command. Desolation and Appo's heavenly prison finger. The words reverberate like thunder in the air. Slowly, he raises his right hand, extending his index finger forward. From his fingertip, a vibrant azure light of desolation bursts forth. Though the movement appears slow, the surrounding atmosphere quakes under an immense pressure of desolation. In that instant, his finger becomes a conduit for the desolation's power. In the void, an enormous finger materializes, its surface adorned with ancient and enigmatic desolation engravings, exuding an aura of decay and annihilation. This finger, as robust as a mountain, surges forth like a cataclysm. As it travels, the very fabric of space fractures, creating crystalline rifts. In this moment, it seems as if the universe has been reduced to this singular finger, carrying with it unparalleled weight of desolation as it barrels forward. With a resounding crash, Lin Chong points downward. The colossal azure finger descends with devastating force, its pressure causing the earth below to cave in, sending tremors throughout the gray plains. Countless fissures spiderweb across the landscape, and as the finger strikes, the very heavens shudder. The power of desolation sweeps across the expanse, extinguishing all vitality beneath its shadow. The technique bestowed by his master proves to be extraordinary. Lin Chong nods in acknowledgement of the devastation wrought. Now, at the fourth heaven of the Supreme Realm, he wonders about his brother Xiao Jin's fortunes. Having determined his direction, he prepares to meet with Xiao Jin as previously agreed. Meanwhile, at the edge of the gray plains, three fiery figures arrive in the air. 1. A rugged man with a bushy red beard is flanked by two elders clad in red robes, their formidable presence unmistakable. What a terrifying power of desolation. Who could this person be? I must forge an alliance, exclaims Hong Shitian, his voice booming with exhilaration. Saint Sun, our purpose here is merely to seek opportunities, particularly the elusive Shimi Koi. We should refrain from entangling ourselves in other matters, cautions a guardian of the Hong clan. Fear not, let the winds guide us. Hong Shitian bellows, releasing his aura of the ninth heaven of the Supreme Realm. Besides, who can truly find something as ethereal as the Shimi Koi? Even the Soul Master with his arcane arts would struggle. Suddenly, sensing a figure ahead, Hong Shitian darts forward, transforming into a streak of radiant light, swiftly pursued by the two guardians. As they draw near, Hong Shitian and Appo's laughter echoes. This brother. But before he can finish, a thunderous voice resonates from afar. Desolation and Appo's heavenly prison finger. Immediately, a massive azure finger adorned with engravings appears in the air, hurtling toward them, imbued with the great power of desolation. Though he has yet to arrive, the sound has already reached them. The stage is set. Desolation and Appo's heavenly prison finger. Chapter 50. To befriend me? Absolutely not. In the void above, a colossal azure finger, infused with tremendous desolation energy, descended ferociously towards Hong Shitian and his companions. What the hell? Hong Shitian was momentarily stunned. He had merely been passing through when he inadvertently sensed a formidable surge of desolation power. He intended to approach and forge a connection. However, as soon as he entered the vicinity, he was met with this overwhelming attack. With no other choice, he summoned the full force of the spiritual energy within him. The Hong Mountain Palm. He unleashed a powerful strike. Before him, a gigantic crimson hand took shape and surged toward the descending azure finger. Boom! In an instant of contact, the red hand shattered into fragments, while the 1,000-foot-long azure finger only dimmed slightly. What? Hong Shitian was taken aback again. He had exerted nearly 80% of his strength. Had he not sensed that his opponent was merely at the fourth level of the Supreme Realm, he would have assumed they were both at the pinnacle of the Supreme Realm. The two semi-saint protectors beside him reacted swiftly, forming hand seals to unleash their sacred resonance power, successfully countering the azure finger and Appo's assault. Such profound desolation energy. This individual's talent is truly terrifying. After fending off the attack, the protectors felt a tremor of shock. If it weren't for their sacred son being present, they would have dared to claim that this person in Appo's talent surpassed that of their sacred son. In such a realm, encountering someone with such exceptional talent astonished them greatly. This young friend. One of the protectors began to speak, but before he could continue, the figure in azure let out another low shout. Desolation Heaven's prison finger. Hong Shitian and the two protectors were momentarily stunned. They had no intention of retaliating. Yet the onslaught continued. Reluctantly, the two semi-saints prepared to defend once more. In the distance, Lin Chong focused intently on Hong Shitian, and his companions. After witnessing them withstand two of his desolation, heaven and Appos, as prison fingers, he began to fervently channel the great desolation transformation technique within him, aiming to unleash an even more powerful martial skill. Young friend, we are not enemies. We are not here to fight. One of the protectors seized the opportunity to call out loudly. We harbor no ill will. Lin Chong frowned. Yet the great desolation transformation technique was already in motion. He kept a wary eye on the trio in the distance. No ill will. My master has advised me that when encountering someone stronger, it is best to act decisively rather than engage in idle chatter. Hong Shitian's expression twitched upon hearing this. The style of this individual and Appos' master is truly fierce. We genuinely possess no malicious intent. Earlier, we observed you demonstrating your martial skills, which prompted us to approach for a friendly engagement. Hong Shitian stepped closer to Lin Chong, cupping his hands in greeting. To befriend me? Lin Chong remained vigilant. Absolutely not. He rejected the proposition outright. My master has stated that when someone stronger wishes to befriend me, their intentions can only be one: exploitation. At this, Lin Chong and Appos' gaze turned dangerously intense. He was a person of few words. In matters of cultivation, he adhered to a single principle: act. No, no, no. Hong Shitian waved his hands repeatedly. We truly bear no malice. We hail from the Taishao sacred domain. He proceeded to explain the competition for the sacred sun to Lin Chong. The competition for the sacred sun is fraught with peril. A month from now, after the sacred sun of Taishao prepares the Cloud Summit Arena, we, the sacred sons, may only bring two assistants. Only the top 3 victors will earn the right to enter the Xianke Heavenly Gate for enlightenment. The Xianke Heavenly Gate? Lin Chong tilted his head, gazing at Hong Shitian. After entering the Supreme Realm, he was not unfamiliar with the Xianke Heavenly Gate. However, this opportunity was elusive. Ordinary Supremes would never have a chance to step within. Yet, if one could truly enter, it would be an immense fortune for any Supreme practitioner. You would grant such an opportunity to an outsider like me? Hong Shitian coughed lightly, confessing, to be candid, among the 7 sacred sons, the saintess of the first sacred domain is assuredly destined to secure one of the top 3 spots. Furthermore, the sole clan of the second sacred domain is also a foregone conclusion. In other words, while there are 3 slots in the Sacred Sun Cloud Summit, there is effectively only one available for the sacred sons of other domains. Hence, the dangers involved are significant. Lin Chong nodded, beginning to comprehend the true motive behind their desire to befriend him. In essence, they sought a powerful ally to assist their sacred son in claiming one of the 3 coveted positions. This matter warrants further consideration. I have other obligations to attend to. I must take my leave. Lin Chong reflected for a moment before speaking. Although the opportunity of the Xianke Heavenly Gate is vital, the engagement with my senior brother is of even greater importance. With that, he transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing into the air. What a character! Hong Shitian was taken aback for a moment before transforming into a red flash, swiftly following Lin Chong. The 2 semi-saints exchanged glances before hastily pursuing as well. 7 days later, within the Heavenly Fire sect, an overwhelming aura of supremacy enveloped the entire sect. Supreme Realm, 1st level, great perfection. Breakthrough. Supreme Realm, 2nd level, great perfection. Breakthrough. Supreme Realm, 3rd level, great perfection. Breakthrough. Ultimately, the fiery figure in the sky stabilized its essence at the Supreme Realm 4th level, great perfection. At this moment, Xiao Jin had thoroughly refined the 13 flames of the Heavenly Fire sect. However, these flames are not ranked highly, resulting in his only breaking through 4 realms. The Supreme 4th level still required considerable effort. Qin Yuan gazed at Xiao Jin before him and imparted his teachings. MHM. Xiao Jin nodded eagerly. At that moment, he suddenly froze and retrieved a blue communication crystal from his spatial ring. The crystal was flashing incessantly. Master, Lin Chong has also emerged from seclusion. Moreover, he has arrived at the location we agreed upon. It was evident that this was a communication crystal. Qin Yuan smiled leisurely upon hearing this. Let us set forth immediately. I wish to witness the true extent of Lin, Chong, and Amp. Oppose, as prowess. Beat. Triggered system task. Meet with disciple Lin Chong. Based on the disciple and Amp. Oppose, as current comprehensive strength. The host will receive a critical feedback of fortune value. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's expression turned expectant. In the next moment, his figure flickered, vanishing across vast distances. Xiao Jin followed closely behind. Chapter 51. The Saint Sun's Cloud Platform Competition. D-Continent, Southern Domain, Howling Plains. Within the main hall of the Soul Refining Hall, a ripple of ethereal spatial distortion materialized, and the figures of Soul Fury and his two guardians emerged gracefully. Hall Master Soul Wuhai, who had been awaiting their arrival, couldn't help but inhale sharply upon seeing Soul Fury. After thoroughly refining the myriad soul pill within the Soul Hall's secret realm, his power had soared into the realm of a quasi-sage. The profound and ancient aura of sanctity emanating from him sent shivers down Soul Wuhai and Amp. Oppo's spine. Congratulations, Saint Sun, on attaining the quasi-sage realm. Soul Wuhai bowed respectfully. The quasi-sage realm transcended even the supreme state. This would significantly enhance their chances in the Saint Sun competition. Soul Fury licked his lips, a sinister glint in his eyes. This time, in the Saint Sun's Cloud Platform competition, my Soul Clan must seize first place. Then, we shall enter the Azure Vault Heavenly Gate and ascend to the realm of a true sage in one fell swoop. We will make the entire Grand Azure Saint Domain know that the Soul Clan is the strongest. With a flip of his right hand, a crystal stone appeared in his palm. The names of Wang Qing, Soul Fury, and Hong Shitian shimmered upon its surface. Wang Qing is hardly a threat. Hong Shitian is slightly more troublesome, but with my current quasi-sage strength, he is no match for me. Suddenly, Soul Fury noticed that the area of the crystal stone bearing Wang Qing and Amp, Oppo's name was gradually dimming, eventually extinguishing completely. Even the two Soul Clan guardians beside him were taken aback. The aura strand. It and Amp, Oppo's extinguished? Soul Fury stared at the crystal stone, his voice laced with disbelief. How is this possible? Could it be that there is a sage in this small southern domain? Upon reaching the supreme realm, one could attach a strand of their aura to a crystal stone. If the person died, the aura strand would dissipate. This development left Soul Fury and the others perplexed. Although there are many supreme realm experts in the D-Continent and Oppo's southern domain, Wang Qing was accompanied by two clan guardians. The minimum strength of a guardian must be a quasi-sage. It is difficult for a quasi-sage to kill another quasi-sage. So only a sage above the quasi-sage realm could eliminate Wang Qing's guardians so easily, and then kill Wang Qing. Could it be the domain lord of the D-Continent's southern domain? Soul Wuhai frowned. Impossible. Soul Fury shook his head. That sage has no conflict with the Wang clan. Besides, even if Wang Qing were unruly, he wouldn't end Amp. Oppose. He dared to be audacious in front of Sage. After a moment of contemplation, Soul Fury shook his head again. Forget it, Wang Qing and Amp, Oppose. Death is for the best. This way, there will be an open spot among the seven, which is advantageous to us. Although sages were formidable, Soul Fury did not truly hold them in high regard. After all, every family that could dominate a region of the Grand Azure Saint Domain had its own sage. I have achieved my purpose in coming to the D-Continent's southern domain. I will return to the Grand Azure Saint Domain immediately. Soul Fury turned to Soul Wuhai. Soul Wuhai, arrange matters here. Remember the date 3 weeks from now. The clan has assigned me to bring you and your elder brother, Soul Wuya. The three of us will participate in the Saint Sun and Oppo's Cloud Platform competition together. Yes, Saint Sun. Soul Wuhai nodded solemnly. He had led the Soul Refining Hall in the D-Continent's southern domain for tens of thousands of years. His strength had reached the great perfection of the supreme realm, ninth heaven, just a step away from the quasi-sage realm. He was confident that he could assist the Saint Sun in securing first place in the Saint Sun's Cloud Platform competition. Soul Fury nodded to the two guardians. In the next moment, the guardians simultaneously performed hand seals. Ripples of spatial restriction began to surge around the three of them. The distance between the Grand Azure, Saint Domain, and the D continent and Oppos, southern domain was trillions of miles, with vast miasmic voids in between. To traverse the space, one had to possess at least the strength of a quasi-sage. Sol Wuhai watched the Saint Sun and his guardians disappear, then reverted to his usual cold-blooded demeanor. He turned his head and summoned a protector to his side. "How many soul bodies have we captured in the hall?" Sol Wuhai asked expressionlessly. "There are 21 in the Supreme Realm, 237 in the Divine Tribulation Realm, and—" Sol Wuhai waved his hand. "Drag all these souls into the soul refining reincarnation array. I will personally enter the array and refine them." Although refining souls through the array was not as potent as using the myriad soulene pill, it would allow him to glimpse the power of a quasi-sage. "Yes, Hall Master." The protector immediately nodded. And so, within half a day, chilling screams echoed once more across the howling plains. These are the final cries of souls being refined. D continent, southern domain, a prosperous city. This city was called Ancient Sun City, due to its geographical location near a volcanic mountain range. The climate here was rather torrid. Although hot, Ancient Sun City was a vital transportation hub for dozens of surrounding cities, making it very prosperous. Both cultivators and ordinary people came and went. However, most of those who lived here were cultivators to some extent. Due to the natural environment, people born here had abundant yang fire, making them naturally adept at cultivation. The city lord of Ancient Sun City had reached the supreme realm, 8th heaven. Although not comparable to top sects like the Heavenly Fire Divine sect, he could still maintain the prosperity of Ancient Sun City. Ancient Sun City, first class, immortal residence. Brother Lin Chong, rest assured, I and Oppos V booked this entire first-class immortal residence. All the delicacies are at your disposal. When the Saint Son of the Grand Azure, Saint Domain, personally booked the venue, the other cultivators in the first-class immortal residence naturally recognized the situation and left after receiving Hong Shirtian spirit stones. Hong Shirtian had instructed the entire first-class immortal residence to prepare all the rare and delicious dishes. At this moment, he looked at Lin Chong, patted his chest, and said, "You, a saint's son, actually pays with spirit stones?" Lin Chong sat in the hall of the first-class immortal residence. He and his senior brother Xiao Jin had agreed that once they had obtained their respective opportunities, they would come to Ancient Sun City in the D continent and Oppos, southern domain. Then, they would use a message crystal to inform each other in the hall of this first-class immortal residence. When he saw Hong Shirtian spend 10 times the original price to dismiss the cultivators here in order to book the venue, and even spend more to book the entire first-class immortal residence, he was somewhat surprised. "Brother Lin Chong, what are you saying?" Hong Shirtian was taken aback. "A saint's son is still a person. Doesn't he need to pay when he goes out to eat and drink?" Lin Chong shook his head. "My master warned me that most people with the title saint's son are arrogant and domineering. He told me to be careful. Your master is truly insightful and farsighted." Hong Shirtian and Oppos' face was filled with helplessness. "Then, Brother Lin Chong, about my invitation for you to go to the Grand Azure Saint Domain together." Lin Chong and Oppos' expression returned to calmness, and his words were devoid of any emotion. "I will discuss it after my senior brother arrives." Chapter 52. Accompanying your senior brother to take a life. Saint Child, is this truly the right course of action for us? After waiting for half a day, a guardian of the Hong family observed his family's Saint Child busily attending to matters and seized an opportunity to approach Hong Shirtian, whispering softly, "Is it not a bit beneath us? After all, we belong to the esteemed Hong family, a top-tier clan within the 5th sacred domain of Taishao. Given their status and strength, it was only natural for a sense of pride to burgeon within them. What do you understand?" Hong Shirtian raised an eyebrow. "You have not forgotten how Brother Lin Chong showcased his skills in that desolate land. With merely the strength of the 4th stage of the Supreme Realm, he managed to suppress my combat prowess. More importantly, when faced with the two of you, who were semi-holy, he exhibited not a trace of panic. Furthermore, have you not noticed the similarities between the great wilderness techniques he practices and those of the Wilderness Heaven Pavilion?" Upon hearing this, one of the guardians furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, the Wilderness Heaven Pavilion also practices the great wilderness techniques, but there are distinctions compared to what this young friend cultivates. Nonetheless, the individuals from the Wilderness Heaven Pavilion are not easily dealt with. Even we, the Hong family, cannot claim to completely suppress them. I'm aware. Hong Shirtian nodded. Of course, Brother Lin Chong has no ties with the Wilderness Heaven Pavilion. However, you all are not oblivious to the formidable nature of the great wilderness techniques. If the opportunity arises, I must invite Brother Lin Chong to join us at the St. Child Cloud Summit, even if it requires us to offer additional benefits. The two guardians ceased their chatter, acknowledging his resolve. Outside Guyong City, Xiao Jin and Qin Yuan arrived at the city gate. Master, this is Guyong City. Qin Yuan smiled and nodded as he gazed at the ancient city towers. Let us proceed to the Yipin Xianju. Upon arriving, Qin Yuan unleashed his formidable spiritual perception, instantly grasping all the happenings within Guyong City. Lin Chong and Appo's presence was unmistakable within the Yipin Xianju, accompanied by two semi-holy presences in one of the ninth stage of the Supreme Realm. Moments later, Lin Chong, seated within the Yipin Xianju, suddenly stood up. He sensed that his senior brother Xiao Jin had arrived. Beside him, Hong Shirtan also jolted, rising to his feet as he directed his gaze outside the building. Curious about the eccentric character of Lin Chong and Appo's senior brother. Outside, two figures strolled leisurely toward the hall. One donned dark robes, a gentle smile gracing his face, with eyes that sparkled like stars, seemingly capable of piercing through the souls of those who beheld him. Beside him was a man clad in fiery attire, the flame lotus mark on his forehead resembling a real flame, as if it could ignite at any moment. Lin Chong, look who has arrived. Xiao Jin and Appo's gaze swept over Hong Shirtian and his companions before turning to Lin Chong. Lin Chong, witnessing Qin Yuan entering the hall, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After confirming it was not an illusion, his eyes began to brim with tears. He took a couple of steps forward and, with a thud, knelt upright. Master! The exclamation was laced with tremors, revealing Lin Chong and Appo's overwhelming excitement. He had not seen his master in over 10,000 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Students' great fortune reward begins to reflect. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 200 billion points of fortune. Seeing this, Qin Yuan smiled with satisfaction, raising his hand to gently lift Lin Chong. Lin Chong began to recount the hardships of the past 10 millennia. Meanwhile, Hong Shirtian stood nearby, somewhat dumbfounded. He nudged the Hong family guardian beside him. I can Appo's to be mistaken, right? The one whom Lin Chong addresses as master possesses only the first stage of the Supreme Realm, correct? My perception indicates the same, the Hong family guardian replied, momentarily stunned. The other man, wielding potent fire attributes, seems formidable, though his strength remains unknown. After a brief moment, Qin Yuan's gaze settled on Hong Shirtian. You're Hong Shirtian? Hong Shirtian cleared his throat. Although his perception indicated only the first stage of the Supreme Realm, being revered as master by Lin Chong could not simply stem from such meager strength. Thus, it had to be a guise, with a rugged visage but a keen mind. He quickly approached Qin Yuan, speaking respectfully. Yes, esteemed elder. I have heard from my disciple that you intend to collaborate with him to participate in the St. Child Cloud Summit and secure a top 3 position. Qin Yuan squinted, smiling. Ahem, esteemed elder. This is surely a misunderstanding. Hong Shirtian coughed vigorously. We are collaborating, not exploiting. If we can secure one of the top 3 spots, we would have a chance to enter the Xian K Heavenly Gate. This is an excellent opportunity to step into the realm of saints. Surely, you understand, esteemed elder? Hong Shirtian completely dismissed the idea of Qin Yuan being merely of the Supreme Realm. If he could evade the probing of 2 semi-holy guardians from his family, it could only mean his true strength was at least that of a saint. The Xian K Heavenly Gate. Qin Yuan gently tapped his finger on the table, then glanced at his 2 disciples. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong possessed exceptional talent and were among the best. If they remained in the southern domain of the empire, it would be challenging for them to ascend to higher realms. For them, the Supreme Realm was merely a starting point. However, asking his two disciples to serve as henchmen for this Hong Shirtian. I am afraid, to put it bluntly, this saint child does not deserve it. Closing his eyes, as thoughts flowed, he recalled witnessing a jade tablet engraved with the saint child's insignia during the extermination of Wang Qing. Just as he was about to retrieve it, a tumultuous surge of black soul energy suddenly manifested in the skies above Guyong City, enveloping the area like ominous clouds. The once clear sky darkened in an instant. The aura of the Soul clan? Could it be that rascal Hunley? Hong Shirtian sensed it immediately, frowning. No, it doesn't seem to be Hunley. Who could it be? Meanwhile, inside the Yi Pin Xianju, Qin Yuan glanced at the exquisite dishes just served, his lips curling slightly. He was about to savor the meal when he was interrupted. Xiao Jin slowly stood, his expression familiar with the aura. Master, it is the aura of the Soul Hall and Amp. Amp, Oppos, S-Lord, Hun Wu Hai. That scoundrel pursued me once when I was at the 7th stage of the Supreme Realm. However, I managed to escape. Although Xiao Jin spoke lightly, the peril he faced was nearly life-threatening. Lin Chong, accompany your senior brother. Qin Yuan set down his chopsticks, still smiling. It is time to take a life. Chapter 53, Master of the Soul Refining Hall. Go kill someone. The utterance of this phrase was as effortless as eating or drinking. It caused Hong Shirtian in the hall to momentarily pause in surprise. Clearly, he had discerned that the individual outside, emanating soul energy, had a vendetta against Lin Chong and Oppos, as senior brother. However, beneath his perceptive awareness, he had already sensed that the person and Oppos' strength was subtly approaching the threshold of semi-saint. Just moments ago, Hong Shirtian had been prepared to offer his assistance in quelling the conflict, but he never anticipated that the attitude from across the way indicated an intent to eliminate that Soul Wu Hai. Senior, although Soul Wu Hai and Oppos' strength may not rival that of Soul Li. The techniques practiced by the Soul clan are exceedingly tyrannical and specifically target the essence of the soul. Shouldn't we intervene? Before Hong Shirtian could finish his sentence, Xiao Jin interjected, such trivial matters we shall handle ourselves. With that, he stepped forward alongside Lin Chong, and in an instant, their figures vanished without a trace. This scene left Hong Shirtian momentarily stunned once more. Senior, I shall accompany you to observe. Without delay, Hong Shirtian wielded his spatial power and departed from the scene. The two semi-saints beside him exchanged glances, saluted Qin Yuan, and hastily followed suit. In Guyong City, the once bustling metropolis fell silent upon the appearance of the immense soul energy in the sky. Is it the people of the Soul Refining Hall? What is happening? Our Guyong City has never had any conflicts with the Soul Refining Hall. Why have they come here? Something feels amiss. Fellow Taoists, that seems to be. The master of the Soul Refining Hall, Soul Wu Hai. What? Why has Soul Wu Hai personally come to our Guyong City? Is it to capture someone? The crowd below began to discuss fervently. Meanwhile, above Guyong City, Soul Wu Hai surveyed the city beneath the shroud of his soul energy, a fierce glint emerging on his face. After refining all the soul bodies within the Soul Refining Hall, his power had surged, reaching the pinnacle of the supreme 9 heavens. Teetering on the verge of becoming a semi-saint. Just a little further, I can step into true semi-sainthood. Just a smidgen more. Soul Wu Hai let out a sinister laugh, his gaze sweeping over Guyong City. This city had been his selection, chosen for its geographical advantages, as its inhabitants possessed innate soul power surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, the city's lord was merely at the 8th heaven of the supreme realm. In Soul Wu Hai's eyes, that was utterly insignificant. A soul at the 8th heaven of the supreme realm, coupled with the millions of souls within Guyong City. This should suffice for my ascension to semi-sainthood. The secret techniques of the Soul Refining Hall were indeed ruthless. Soul Hall Master, a voice called from below, prompting Soul Wu Hai to turn and regard the figure dashing towards him like a streak of light. The Lord of Guyong City, recognizing the identity of the individual. Soul Wu Hai's expression grew increasingly frigid. Soul Hall Master, we of Guyong City have never been enemies with outsiders. The residents of Guyong City are law-abiding. Has there been some misunderstanding? I am willing to offer my accumulated treasures as compensation to the Soul Hall Master. The Lord of Guyong City bowed respectfully to Soul Wuhai. Misunderstanding? None. But Soul Wuhai suddenly gestured, conjuring a torrent of black soul energy from his palm that transformed into a lethal arrow, piercing towards the Lord of Guyong City. Today, I sense the opportunity for a breakthrough. The hall is lacking in souls. I shall take all the souls of your Guyong City as substitutes. Consider it your great fortune. Hee. As Soul Wuhai and Appo's eerie laughter echoed, the Lord of Guyong City found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. His supreme marking shattered, and his life force waned, crashing heavily into the depths of Guyong City. City Lord. Dozens of cultivators rushed forward. The Lord of Guyong City, known for his amiable nature, had formed strong bonds with the people. Flee quickly. The master of the Soul Refining Hall, Soul Wuhai, intends to refine this city. The Lord of Guyong City staggered to his feet, summoning his supreme power to alert the city. Only now do you realize the danger? It is too late. In the sky, Soul Wuhai let out two sinister laughs. With his overwhelming power, the 11th level Soul Refining Rotation Array was activated in an instant. Under the command of Soul Wuhai, a peak 9 Heaven Supreme, the array began to operate. Black clouds akin to ink, unleashed chains imbued with raging soul energy that cascaded downwards, surrounding Guyong City and enveloping everything within. I previously proclaimed that today, all inhabitants of Guyong City shall experience a great transformation. You shall become the nutrients for my path to sanctification. Beneath Soul Wuhai's feet, a black altar materialized. It was merely a city slaughter. He had already slain at least 80 cities. His strength stood unchallenged, devoid of any concerns. Crack! Just as Soul Wuhai commenced the soul refining technique, a crisp sound echoed from within the encircled black chains. A gap appeared in the chains, and two figures, one red and one blue, transformed into streaks of light, swiftly arriving before Soul Wuhai. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. The expression of Soul Wuhai atop the black altar darkened upon recognizing the two figures. I did not expect you to be in Guyong City today. Well then, I shall refine both of you as well. Soul Wuhai sensed that both had reached the 4th heaven of the Supreme Realm, causing a flicker of alarm within him. Such terrifying progress. If left unchecked for another 100 years, they might surpass his existence. These two must be eradicated here, their souls extinguished, their essences refined, to eliminate future threats. The Soul Refining Hall has only sent you an old dog. Upon unleashing his soul perception, Xiao Jin tilted his head, fixing his gaze upon Soul Wuhai atop the altar. You remain as sharp-tongued as ever. Soul Wuhai scoffed coldly. Just then, 3 more streaks of rainbow light appeared at the gap. The holy son of the Hong clan, Ong Shixiao. Soul Wuhai was taken aback. He had not anticipated such commotion in Guyong City today. Let us not damage the peace, shall we? Hong Shitian, accompanied by 2 guardians, stepped into the space. Ong Shixiao, this matter does not concern you. Lin Chong turned to Hong Shitian, speaking gently. This is a grudge between my senior brother and the Soul Refining Hall. Fear not. My senior brother and I have calculated. We can dispatch this old dog, Soul Wuhai, in no more than 10 exchanges. With this declaration, the atmosphere in the sky became palpably tense, as if a sword were drawn, ready for conflict. Chapter 54. Seize the moment of weakness to strike. Uphold the teachings of the Master to the utmost. 10 exchanges? The expression of Soul Wuhai, suspended above the black altar, grew increasingly somber upon hearing Lin Chong's words. Do not presume that your slight talents grant you the audacity to act so arrogantly. At this moment, he was no longer inclined to engage in idle chatter with the 2 before him, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. They were merely at the 4th tier of the Supreme Realm, and despite their prowess to slay beyond their rank, he was already on the verge of transcending to the semi-holy level. Annihilating the 2 would be as effortless as breathing. The 11th Order Soul Refinement Rotation Array. Activate. As Soul Wuhai settled atop the black altar, he took command, and from the void above, thick black chains of blood began to manifest. On the side of Hong Shitian, Witnessing Soul Wuhai take serious action, he felt a pang of anxiety. Holy Sun, what should we do? The two guardians of the Hong clan inquired hastily. After all, Soul Wuhai was nearing the semi-holy threshold, and with the cunning methods of the Soul clan, should they ascertain that Lin Chong and his companions were in peril, they must intervene immediately. Hong Shitian inhaled deeply and spoke earnestly. However, this would effectively position our Hong clan in opposition to the Soul clan. One of the guardians voiced solemnly. Let it be. Hong Shitian clenched his fists, a wild glint flickering in his crimson eyes. For millennia, our Hong clan has been oppressed by the Soul clan. We shall not fear this confrontation. Indeed, Holy Sun, the guardians responded, refraining from further discourse. They all lay in wait for the opportunity to assist. Meanwhile, within the ancient city of Guyong, all cultivators looked skyward, their hearts racing as they beheld the unfolding battle. It is Lin Chong and Xiao Jin. Among the crowd, some had already identified the two figures, one clad in green and the other in red. Rumor had it that they had long-standing conflicts with the Soul Refinement Hall, even to the extent of being sworn enemies. After all, Lin Chong's aura of the great wilderness and Xiao Jin's innate fire affinity were unmistakable. Above, in the heavens, dark clouds churned relentlessly, and the winds stirred into blades. Brother, I shall take the lead, Lin Chong proclaimed, stepping into the void, his gaze as sharp as a blade. The great wilderness heavenly transformation technique surged through him, enveloping him in an aura of unending desolation, akin to an arid sea. The body of the great wilderness truly possesses remarkable strength, Soul Wuhai mused, though confidence still surged within him that he could vanquish both Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, thereby eradicating any future threats from the Soul Refinement Hall. Should they be allowed to remain unchecked, they would inevitably surpass him one day. Great wilderness prisoner of the heavens. Lin Chong slowly raised his hand, a low incantation escaping his lips. At his fingertips, an ancient and resplendent azure glow began to coalesce. The moment this azure light appeared, it seemed as though the cosmos fell into silence. The aura of the great wilderness surged through the air, captivating all who beheld it. Crack! In the next instant, while the onlookers were engulfed in the great wilderness energy, an enormous azure finger, exuding the essence of the great wilderness, sliced through the fabric of space. As if descending from the ancient times, it bore an overwhelming force of desolation, thrusting towards Soul Wuhai and the black altar beneath him. The colossal finger, adorned with great wilderness patterns, left a trail of shattered space in its wake. Soul Wuhai, sensing the might of this formidable strike, dared not take it lightly. He channeled all his soul power, initiating the defense of the 11th Order Soul Refinement Rotation Array. Simultaneously, Xiao Jin, positioned behind Lin Chong, conjured a fiery lotus in a furious display. Emerging from the tomb of the ancestors, he had already amassed 49 flames of heavenly fire, and within the fire god sect, he had refined an additional 13, totaling 62 flames of heavenly fire now coursing through him. He intended to unleash a grand spectacle. Suddenly, 62 flames of heavenly fire erupted from Xiao Jin, swirling around his wrists. Before him, a massive illusory lotus began to take shape. Not again. On the black altar, Soul Wuhai's expression shifted as he recognized Xiao Jin's tried-and-true technique. After all, many elders of the Soul Refinement Hall had met their demise beneath the fiery blossoms of their adversary. Upon seeing that Xiao Jin possessed 62 flames, even Soul Wuhai could not help but swallow hard. Xiao Jin, are you even human? He barked in fury, commanding the black altar to surge forth towards Xiao Jin. Yet before him, Lin Chong and Appos, as cold voice pierced through. Think you can escape? In the next moment, the overwhelming aura of the great wilderness erupted from Lin Chong. Great wilderness heavenly transformation. Great wilderness 5 fingers. Lin Chong's eyes glimmered with an intense azure hue as he raised a finger. The first finger, one finger trapping heaven and earth. With a thunderous roar, torrents of great wilderness power surged forth, coalescing into a colossal cage that enveloped the black altar. The great wilderness cage, confined within the heavens. Even if Soul Wuhai had approached the semi-holy level, he could not swiftly break free from this prison. Break free, Soul Wuhai bellowed, his voice echoing as boundless soul power surged to life. Iron chains intertwined, transforming into a massive black dragon that lunged at the great wilderness cage. The azure prison dimmed under the onslaught of his assault. Yet, Lin Chong offered no respite. Great wilderness, 5 fingers. The second finger, 2 fingers shattering mountains and rivers. Once more, an azure giant finger manifested in the void, infused with the destructive force of the great wilderness. A torrent of unadulterated power capable of crushing all matter. Boom! This finger struck down upon the black altar, causing the very heavens to tremble with ominous clouds swirling violently. Within the altar, Soul Wuhai tasted blood at the corner of his mouth, disbelief etched across his features. This young man was as troublesome as his master. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his soul power. Lin Chong, observing this, prepared to strike again. His master had taught him that in combat against a mortal enemy, one must unleash their full might. Should the opponent suffer injury, one must press the attack with even greater fervor, seize the moment of weakness to claim their life. This is the truth. Lin Chong had always integrated his master's teachings into his actions, denying Soul Wuhai any chance to breathe. The final 3 fingers of the great wilderness, 5 fingers, surged forth in rapid succession. 3 fingers annihilating divine souls. 4 fingers subduing reincarnation. 5 fingers transforming into nihility. The great wilderness, 5 fingers. A relentless onslaught, seizing the moment of weakness to strike. Lin Chong had executed it to perfection. Chapter 55. I will expose you all. The Da Huang Tian Yinju, coupled with Lin Chong and Appo's Da Huang body and his years of honing the Da Huang 5 fingers alongside his own insights. The current display of all 5 fingers unleashed a fierce power akin to an expansive ocean. One finger followed another, leaving the soulless sea utterly unprepared for the onslaught. Was this even possible? As he gazed at the black altar, which had already begun to fracture, soulless sea's eyes widened with fury. Should the black altar be shattered by external forces, the 11th-tier soul refining array would collapse without resistance. Yet, he had never anticipated that he was merely a step away from semi-saint power. Lin Chong was only at the 4th level of the supreme realm. It was not unusual for prodigies to possess the ability to fight beyond their ranks, as he himself was a prodigy. However, how could this Lin Chong, at the 4th level of the supreme realm, completely suppress someone on the verge of semi-saint status? Was he even human? Indeed, those who could stand alongside Xiao Jin as brothers were not to be underestimated. In that moment, the last 3 fingers launched their relentless assault. Soulless Sea could only fight desperately to defend his black altar. If the altar were destroyed, he would truly be unable to ascend to semi-saint status in a short time. However, the might of the Da Huang 5 fingers was simply overwhelming, even with Soulless Sea's utmost efforts to defend. He could only watch helplessly as the 11th-tier soul refining array continued to crumble. This scene had long since left Hong Shitian and his 2 family guardians dumbfounded. Although they had sensed Lin Chong and Appo's exceptional talent and strength through their previous encounters, they never imagined that he alone could subdue Soulless Sea. Not to mention, there was still a senior brother behind him preparing for a grand move. Soulless Dog, the grudges of the past shall be repaid in full. Just as Soulless Sea rejoiced at having defended against Lin Chong and Appo's Da Huang 5 fingers, a voice suddenly echoed behind him. Moreover, he sensed a powerful energy sphere not far behind him, emanating cataclysmic waves. Turning around, Soulless Sea beheld Xiao Jin standing 100 feet away, his right hand holding a colossal fire lotus. The fire lotus shimmered with myriad colors, slowly rotating while exuding an aura of annihilation. The 62 hues of heavenly fire continuously shifted within it, causing cold sweat to bead on Soulless Sea and Appo's forehead. Years ago, you allowed me to escape. This is what you were. Xiao Jin gestured a downward thumbs up with his left hand. Now, should you manage to flee, you shall receive this. He then flashed another thumbs up at soulless sea. This entire sequence of gestures had seemingly become Xiao Jin and Amp, Oppos, as prelude to unleashing his ultimate move. Soulless sea, in a furious roar, stood atop the black altar, fiercely clasping his hands together. Countless black runes surged forth from the altar, representing the primordial power within the array. Coupled with soulless sea and Oppos' intense infusion of spiritual energy, the might of the formation continued to escalate. Above him, a colossal black vortex emerged, as if it could devour souls. At the same time, Xiao Jin moved. His eyes blazed with crimson light, surrounded by swirling flames of heavenly fire. With a single step, he transformed each stride into a blooming lotus. He appeared as a war deity amidst a sea of flames. The massive fire lotus locking onto the black altar with swift precision. As the 62-colored supreme fire lotus soared, its petals began to unfurl layer by layer, each bloom releasing waves of world-destroying force. 62-colored supreme lotus. A low exclamation escaped from Xiao Jin and Oppos' lips. The fire lotus, now hovering above the vortex of the black altar, erupted in a dazzling brilliance. Its radiance shone like the sun, and the terrifying energy capable of incinerating all things was unleashed in that instant. In a mere heartbeat, the black vortex that soulless sea had conjured evaporated, and his body suffered unprecedented damage. He coughed up a mouthful of reverse blood, the black light surrounding him rapidly dimming. Yet the fire lotus and Amp, Oppos, might had only just begun. Impossible. I am on the brink of semi-saint status. How could I be killed by you? Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Soulless sea, disheveled and bleeding, was filled with resentment. How could he be so powerful yet still be defeated? Why? The bitterness and fury drove him into madness. After millennia without uttering a harsh word, soulless sea finally snapped. Damn it, I will expose you all. In the final moments of his life, he forcibly reversed his cultivation technique. Abandoning all defense, he channeled all his power into reversing his dantian. He was going to self-destruct. Bang! In the next moment, a colossal dark light erupted. Soulless sea, who had reached the pinnacle of the supreme ninth heaven, self-destructed. However, before the 62-colored fire lotus, this power could barely counter 1/3 of its might. Following soulless sea's self-detonation, the chains that had sealed Guyong's city shattered into ashes. The sky cleared once more, leaving behind various strange rays of light, casting vibrant colors upon Guyong City. Senior brother Xiao Jin, you acted too quickly. It and Oppos, a pity to lose the treasures on that old dog. Lin Chong gazed at the radiant sky, exclaiming in wonder. Seeing this, Xiao Jin opened his right palm, revealing a spatial ring from the Soul Clan lying within. Do not worry, junior brother. We shall not forget what our master has taught us. The two exchanged glances, both wearing smiles. Meanwhile, Hong Shitian felt his spirit wane. Soulless Sea is dead? A guardian beside him swallowed hard. Dead. Furthermore, this guardian of the Hong clan swallowed again, looking apprehensively at the celestial phenomenon above. The finger technique and the fire lotus technique displayed just now. I cannot guarantee I could withstand them. They had witnessed the entire battle, honestly questioning themselves, even if they were genuine semi-saints. They could not have emerged unscathed from the combined onslaught of the fire lotus and the finger technique. The phenomenon of this battle had clearly surpassed the level of the supreme realm. Sanson, it seems that only when we join forces with all our might can we hope to achieve such power, another semi-saint guardian whispered. Just then, the once resplendent sky began to shatter like a mirror. From the ruptured void, waves of overwhelming pressure cascaded downward. The expressions of the two semi-saint guardians beside Hong Shitian shifted dramatically. Above, a phantasmal half-figure loomed, seemingly occupying the entire sky. As it slowly opened its tightly shut eyes, the pressure of a saint suddenly descended. Sanson, this is the manifestation of saint. Is a true saint. The guardian of the Hong clan immediately activated the power of the saint rhythm to assist Hong Shitian in resisting the saintly pressure. Although that saintly manifestation did not intentionally release its might, it was undeniably the presence of a genuine saint. In the southern domain of the empire, there was a death decree from the Taishao Holy Domain and Apos, as strongest three palaces, forbidding any saint-level power from entering this realm. Moreover, the domain master of the southern domain was the only saint within the empire, simultaneously being a saint dispatched from the Taishao Palace. Clearly, the fluctuations of this battle had surpassed the supreme level, drawing the arrival of this domain master. Chapter 56. What of the sage? Let Apos, as handle him, a true sage, in the skies above Guyong City, gazing at the fractured expanse around them and feeling the oppressive force emanating from the sage. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong and Apos' eyes began to blaze with intensity. This was their inaugural encounter with the true pressure of a sage. Though it was not directed at them, they could still perceive that every facet of their abilities was being suppressed by the overwhelming might of the sage's domain. Beneath the sage, all are but ants. Upon entering the realm of a sage, one can condense their own sage embodiment. This sage embodiment is a profound understanding of the laws governing a realm. It enables one to manifest their presence across billions of miles and traverse vast distances in an instant. More crucially, upon reaching the sage realm, beyond the ability to reveal oneself and the sage embodiment, there exists a paramount power, sage rhyme. This force, surpassing the very essence of celestial energy, can only be truly harnessed upon entering the sage realm. The martial techniques unleashed through sage rhyme possess power magnitudes greater than that of regular spiritual energy, elucidating why a sage can effortlessly vanquish a half-sage. This pressure, though not comparable to a strand of their master's hair, still bore some weight. As Xiao Jin felt the pressure of the sage embodiment, the fiery lotus mark between his brows began to shimmer, and the heavenly flames on his body gradually surged. Confronted by the sage, his countenance bore no trace of fear. Lin Chong, standing beside him, mirrored this demeanor. His right hand subtly began to channel the annihilation finger of desolation, ready to strike should the sage make a move. Fear? Such a word held no meaning in his lexicon. Hong Shitian observed these two fearless souls, unable to suppress a gasp. After all, this was a sage. As the scion of the Hong family, he was acutely aware of the terror wielded by a sage. The wrath of a sage could obliterate an entire continent. In other words, if this emperor continent were to provoke that sage, annihilation would be swift and total. Who was this person? So formidable? Suddenly, a clear voice resonated beside Hong Shitian. Even the two half-sage guardians felt a tightening in their chests, immediately channeling their internal energies. Turning around, they were startled to find that Qin Yuan had inexplicably arrived at their side, and they had not sensed his approach, not even the half-sages. Senior, Hong Shitian hastily cupped his hands in greeting, bowing deeply. To him, this elder might well be another sage. In response to the elder's inquiry, he explained, "This is the lord of the southern domain of the emperor continent, sent by the Taishao sacred domain to guard this region. His name is Wang Yuanhe, revered within Taishao Palace as the sage of Yuanhe. He entered the sage realm 30,000 years ago, his strength oscillating between the early and mid stages of sagehood. Once one attains the sage realm, distinctions among the 9 heavens dissipate, replaced by early, mid, late, and peak stages. Though these are merely 4 subdivisions. The rigor required to ascend from early to mid-stage sagehood is no less than that of an ordinary person striving to reach the sage realm. It is evident that a mid-stage sage can easily overwhelm multiple early-stage sages. The same holds true for late-stage and peak sages. The Taishao sacred domain, with its 3 supreme palaces and the sage of Yuanhe, is indeed formidable. After extracting a few key phrases, Qin Yuan mused aloud. How does Taishao Palace compare to your Hong family? Hong Shitian cleared his throat. Naturally, Taishao Palace holds the upper hand, while our scion, Yin Xiao, is the leader of the 3 supreme palaces. The 3 palaces of the Taishao sacred domain are Taishao Palace, Taichin Palace, and Tailing Palace. Upon grasping the situation, Qin Yuan nodded, understood. Meanwhile, The sage embodiment in the sky seemed to intensify its pressure, for he noticed individuals who had not succumbed to the sage's might, an affront to his authority. Billions of miles away, on a peak shrouded in ethereal mist, a massive cloud crane lay quietly, with an elderly man seated upon its back. The old man slowly raised his gaze, revealing a flicker of surprise, tinged with dissatisfaction. The two youths in the sky were indeed intriguing, yet excessive arrogance would be detrimental. Their temperaments required refinement. The old man waved his hand, and the power of sage rhyme quietly descended from billions of miles away. Above Guyong City, the sage embodiment radiated a hint of displeasure as surging pressure cascaded downwards. In that moment, even Hong Shirtan and the two half-sage guardians found it difficult to withstand the force, their forms bending under the weight. Brother Lin Chong, perhaps we should descend. We Wunti want to provoke the sage, although Hong Shirtan himself was not overly fearful of the sage. He preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble for his family. Descend? In the distance, feeling the terrifying pressure from above, Lin Chong's azure eyes brimmed with an indomitable fighting spirit. I have only ever bowed my back before my master. With that declaration, he channeled all his energy into the great desolation heavenly transformation technique and pointed skyward. Annihilation finger of desolation. Beside Lin Chong, Xiao Jin erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Brother's right. You think you can make us bow? Dream on. A sage? Pretending to be divine? How dare they call themselves a sage? I am the one who acts as a sage. Upon finishing, Xiao Jin's body was engulfed in heavenly flames, and a colossal ethereal palm began to materialize before him. Heavenly flame creation palm. What does it matter if you're a sage? With my master present, even if you stand at the pinnacle of sagehood, you shall still be met with defiance. Hong Shirtian gazed at the two audacious brothers in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was this truly a sage they faced? They were not afraid at all. Senior, this Hong Shirtian swallowed hard, looking towards Qin Yuan. Remain calm. Qin Yuan replied with a gentle smile. What of the sage? If he does not display his might before others, I might still discern reason. However, this sage of Yuanhe insists on exerting pressure from billions of miles away. Well then, even a sage must be dealt with. Tilting his head, Qin Yuan squinted at the sage embodiment. You ask how I shall handle this? The usual method. 10 miles, 8 towns, 8 dishes and 1 soup. A grand affair. Chapter 57, what do you call a dog in front of me? Wild dog sage? What of the sage? Just deal with him. Should we still adhere to the village and Appos as customs? 8 dishes and a soup, a grand affair. Upon hearing Qin Yuan and Appos words, Hong Shirtian and Appos pupils trembled violently. He had encountered many who spoke harshly, yet he had never encountered such ferocity. This statement completely disregarded the esteemed figure of the wild crane sage. In tens of thousands of years, it was the first time to hear such audacity. In the sky, the immense sage and Appos law avatar seemed to have heard Qin Yuan and Appos words, and a thunderous voice suddenly erupted in the air. Even those within the ancient city of Guyong could hear it clearly. It was over. The sage was enraged. The wrath of a sage could destroy an entire continent. This was no idle threat. At this moment, Lin Chong's archaic sky capturing finger, combined with Xiao Jin's burning sky creation palm, had fiercely struck the sage's law avatar. The powerful onslaught caused the sage and Appos avatar to ripple as if disturbed by water. You youngsters, the avatar of the sage is not something you can shatter with mere brute force. The voice of the wild crane sage slowly resonated. At the pinnacle of the sage and Appos law avatar, the void rippled, and then an old man riding a cloud crane gradually appeared before the crowd. Clad in azure robes, with white hair and beard, he exuded an aura of benevolence at first glance. If he weren't currently suppressing Xiao Jin and Lin Chong with his sage and Appos law avatar, one might truly mistake him for a kind-hearted individual. The wild crane sage had traversed countless miles and descended here in his true form. At this moment, he looked down upon Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Very well, let us consider your fearlessness, young ones. The wild crane sage and Appos gaze slowly shifted towards Hong Shirtian. Though the methods cultivated in the soulless sea contradict the heavenly order, as visitors from the Taishao holy domain, according to our Taishao palace and amp, oppose, s rules. Family protectors can only act to safeguard the holy sun in critical moments. Yet, you have slain the soulless sea. The Hong family, you have truly made my task difficult. Upon arriving, the wild crane sage had already assumed that the soulless sea was killed by the two protectors of the Hong family. Otherwise, who among those present could possibly slay a being on the verge of semi-sainthood? Wild crane sage, you have misunderstood. The protector of the Hong family cleared his throat. Just as this protector was about to clarify, Hong Shitian suddenly stepped forward, speaking softly. Wild crane sage. It was I who commanded the family protectors to slay the soulless sea. The reason being, he activated the cruel soul, refining great array against me. Upon hearing this, the wild crane sage and amp, oppose, s eyelids drooped slightly. The pressure of the sage and amp, oppose, s presence instantly bore down upon Hong Shitian. The two protectors beside him quickly utilized sacred rhythms to shield against it, but to no avail. The three felt as if an insurmountable mountain had emerged before them, pressing down with formidable force. Hong Shitian, though you hold the esteemed title of the Hong family's holy son, do not forget that you represent the Hong family at the Holy Sun Cloud Summit. Your purpose here is to seek opportunities, not to commit slaughter. According to the rules of the Holy Sun Cloud Summit, you must surrender the Holy Sun token. The wild crane sage spoke indifferently. Odison. The two protectors of the Hong family, upon hearing this, grew anxious. This was a Holy Sun Cloud Summit held once every 50,000 years. For every family, it was a tremendous opportunity, which family could endure for 50,000 years without faltering. Thus, the Hong family must have fresh blood. Hong Shitian, being the Holy Sun meticulously nurtured by the Hong family, was their strongest among the same generation. All members of the Hong family held great expectations for him. They absolutely could not afford to lose the opportunity to participate in the Holy Sun Cloud Summit over this incident. Silence. I am well aware of my situation. Hong Shitian glanced at Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, understanding that this was going to be a gamble. Even if he barely participated in the Holy Sun Cloud Summit, he could not possibly secure first place. Even if he entered the top 3, it would only allow the family to endure for another 10,000 years. If they wished to truly thrive in the long term, they needed to acquire genuine prodigies. In Hong Shitian and amp, oppose, SIs, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong were the true prodigies. In that case, the wild crane sage leisurely stated, Hong Shitian, surrender the Holy Sun token. Then, the two semi-saints beside you shall present their innate spiritual consciousness. This is necessary for me to report to the Taishao Palace. After all, you have killed one of those under the jurisdiction of our Taishao Palace. Hong Shitian's expression subtly shifted upon hearing this. Wild crane sage, I am willing to surrender the Holy Sun token. However, my two kin acted upon my command. Therefore, before Hong Shitian could finish, the wild crane sage's amiable demeanor began to grow cold. This is not a request, but a command. The Hong family has been somewhat unruly in recent years. It seems I must inform the Taishao Palace to take measures against your Hong family. With the utterance of these words, the accompanying pressure from the sage descended. Under the weight of the sage's might, Hong Shitian and the two protectors turned ashen. Odison, perhaps we should present our innate spiritual consciousness. The protector whispered. The Taishao Palace, one of the 3 strongest palaces of the Taishao holy domain, held immense power. The Hong family could not afford to provoke them. Just as Hong Shitian found himself at a loss, a clapping sound suddenly reverberated. Clap, clap, clap. Qin Yuan, with a smile on his face, clapped his hands while gazing at the wild crane sage seated upon the cloud crane, and then at Hong Shitian. What a magnificent display of oppression, bullying the weak with might. Oh, wild crane sage, congratulations, you have become a qualified sycophant of the Taishao Palace. As Qin Yuan's words fell, the expression of the wild crane sage upon the cloud crane immediately stiffened, staring incredulously at Qin Yuan. Just now, were you speaking of me? He could hardly believe that this mere ant of the first stage of the supreme realm dared to utter such words. No, Qin Yuan shook his head and sighed. I was referring to a dog. Upon this declaration, Hong, Shutian, and the two family protectors were completely taken aback. They understood that Qin Yuan was likely very strong, but his demeanor was far too ruthless. Yet, how refreshing it sounded. Impudent. What are you? To dare speak so? The wild crane sage erupted in fury. When did a mere supreme dare to speak so boldly before him? As the lord of the southern domain of the imperial continent, you allow the soul-refining palace to harm the innocent. Had we not been present today, this ancient city would have long since turned into a ghost town. To speak frankly, Qin Yuan shook his head. Even tying a dog would manage it better than you. Furthermore, what do you call a dog in front of me? I observe your spiritual sea to be shallow, your sacred rhythm ostentatious yet hollow. How do you dare call yourself a sage? With a realm built upon the consumption of pills, you have the audacity to present yourself before others? Do you truly believe yourself to be something significant? Oh, right, you are not something. After all, things cannot cultivate, can they? Right, wild dog sage? Upon hearing their master speak, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong and Appo's faces filled with pride. The prowess of my esteemed master transcends the heavens and penetrates the earth. Yet, his verbal prowess is even more formidable. Indeed, they have never encountered anyone capable of challenging their master's eloquence. As expected, the celestial sage, seated upon the back of a cloud crane, trembled with fury upon hearing these words. It seemed as though he was on the verge of unleashing his wrath in the next moment. Chapter 58. The True Five Fingers of the Wasteland. What did you just call me? The distant crane sage, seated upon the back of the cloud crane, was on the verge of losing his composure. Who was he? He was the only sage in the southern region of the imperial continent, typically residing beyond the cloud crane mountains. Beings around him revered him as if on a pilgrimage. When had he ever been spoken to in such a manner? Could it be he was losing his mind? Indeed, it seemed that after achieving sagehood, his faculties had diminished. He insisted on hearing my insult once more. I said you're the wild dog sage. Do you understand? Qin Yuan was nearly rendered speechless. You! How dare you? The might of the distant crane sage! At that moment, the distant crane sage could no longer restrain himself. His overwhelming fury transformed into an immense pressure. He resolved to crush this audacious individual beneath the full weight of his sage power. Observing the colossal sage avatar's oppressive aura in the air, Hong Shutian was nearly paralyzed with fear. Qin Yuan's unruly demeanor had already left him astounded. Now, with the sage unleashing his total might, it felt as though the heavens themselves were about to collapse. The sage's form was insubstantial, worse than a mere dog. Qin Yuan shook his head, then turned to Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong, disciple is here. Lin Zhong immediately responded. Previously, I observed that your great wasteland transformation technique's five-finger method had made some progress. However, it is merely a small achievement. Qin Yuan slowly raised his right hand. At that moment, his aura began to transform into a desolate, barren essence. A strand of power, akin to the primordial wasteland, began to surge forth. Next, I shall demonstrate the true five fingers of the wasteland using this wild dog sage. Yes, master, Lin Zhong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. He was finally going to witness his master in action again. A millennium ago, he had seen his master strike in the ancient wasteland tomb, a display of unparalleled, earth-shattering might. Any formidable foe before his master was akin to nothingness. Wasteland prisoning finger, the five-finger technique. First finger, one finger prisoning heaven and earth. Qin Yuan pointed, his finger aimed at the lofty distant crane sage. In an instant, the entire space was suffused with a greenish aura, a vast and desolate energy permeating the air. This wasteland power began to intertwine, forming an invisible prison. The moment the barren prison coalesced, the sage avatar of the distant crane sage shattered into fragments. A mere flick of Qin Yuan and Appo's finger had obliterated the essence of the sage and Appo's form. Along with it, the formidable sage and Appo's pressure vanished without a trace. What? The distant crane sage was taken aback. He had just exerted his full strength to attempt to eliminate his opponent. Yet the result? His most potent force was effortlessly dismantled by a simple flick of a finger. One finger prisoning heaven and earth. All things must submit. The power of this finger gripped the very fabric of the universe, as if held tightly by invisible hands. Space stagnated and time froze. No technique could escape this prison. Qin Yuan gazed at the distant crane sage and pointed again. Second finger, shattering mountains and rivers, returning the cosmos to ruin. In the void, a second massive green finger appeared. This colossal digit was adorned with desolate wasteland inscriptions, the power of barrenness etched upon it, containing the ability to reduce all things to nothingness. Crack! The space could no longer withstand such terrifying force and began to shatter inch by inch. At this moment, the spiritual energy of the world began to converge frantically. As the space fractured, mountains and rivers crumbled. Under the influence of this finger, it appeared as though the entire universe had lost its balance. This realm tilted beneath the weight of the finger as the space began to collapse. Cracks in the void began to devour the surroundings, spreading like a spider's web. Mountains and rivers shattered. The cosmos returned to ruin. Under the might of this finger, the distant crane sage discovered he could not harness the surrounding powers of heaven and earth. In other words, at this moment, all spiritual energy, laws, space, and sage resonance within this realm had been seized by his opponent. Who was this person? His strength far surpassed that of a supreme being. A sage? Even a sage could not possess such overwhelming power. The distant crane sage quickly circulated the spiritual energy within his body, utilizing the essence of his sage blood to forcibly protect himself from being torn apart by the void cracks. Predecessor, I realize my mistake. I shall depart at once. When the distant crane sage noticed that the protective essence was depleting at an alarming rate, panic finally set in. Qin Yuan cast a glance at the distant crane sage, then turned to Lin Zhong, saying, "Disciple, pay close attention. The first two fingers were merely the foundation of the 5 fingers of the wasteland, the weakest 2. The last 3 fingers are the true killing moves." As his words fell, Qin Yuan extended his third finger. Third finger, annihilating the soul, the yellow springs offer no return. At that moment, as the third finger slowly extended, a dark glow emanated from his fingertip. This light did not originate from the mortal realm, but from the depths of the yellow springs. It was infused with the essence of hellish power. This finger, unlike the first 2, did not possess overwhelming might. Rather, it was eerily silent. However, the strange power contained within it was sufficient to freeze space and solidify time. Wherever the phantom of this finger passed, any being that came into contact would have their soul instantly torn asunder, their spirit extracted. Subsequently, they would be refined into ethereal smoke by the power of the yellow springs, returning to the universe. The eerie green finger pierced through the void, heading straight for the distant crane sage. "No, predecessor, I truly recognize my error. Please do not kill me. Do not kill me." At this moment, the distant crane sage had long since been immobilized in the air since the first finger, utterly powerless. A sage? He no longer resembled a sage at all. The dread of death lingered in his heart, and his aura was locked by that strange green finger. He could sense that if he truly came into contact with this finger, it would mean his utter annihilation, even though he had attained sagehood. From a moment he stepped into the realm of sages, the distant crane sage had regarded all cultivators beneath him as mere ants. He had taken the initiative to oversee the southern region of the imperial continent, realizing that reaching sagehood was the pinnacle of his life. Thus, he embraced the notion of being a head among chickens rather than a tail among phoenixes, seeking to showcase his might. In the eyes of the world, he was revered as a god, and this exalted sense had ensnared him. Yet now, gazing at the ominous green finger approaching him, he found himself utterly powerless. At this moment, he grasped the truth that sages were not invincible. Puffed, the yellow spring's green finger pierced through the distant crane sage's chest. However, there was no physical wound. Instead, the color drained from his face, turning ghostly pale. The essence of his power flowed away, his sage body disintegrated, and his soul, energy, began to extinguish. Just from these first 3 fingers, he was already doomed to perish. Yet, at that very moment, Qin Yuan and Appo's fourth finger followed closely behind. After all, he had yet to fully demonstrate the true 5 fingers of the wasteland to his disciple. Chapter 59. The River of Reincarnation. The 5 fingers of the desolate sky. The fourth finger. The fourth finger subdues reincarnation. Life and death are not determined by heaven. As Qin Yuan slowly raised his fourth finger, the entire realm seemed to dim. Threads of the most ancient laws began to manifest. The power of reincarnation started to reveal itself. Suddenly, as if a chasm had opened from one end of the firmament to the other, a celestial river appeared in the sky. Within this river, dazzling lights flowed, and the waters were inverted, suspended from the vault of heaven. Such an extraordinary spectacle allowed all beings within the empire to witness its magnificence. The waters of the celestial river were not mere liquid, but were woven from countless glimmers of souls. The ripples of soul waters shimmered, reflecting all that exists in the world. On either side of the celestial river, there seemed to be no fixed boundaries. The river did not produce a cacophonous roar. Instead, it emitted a deep, resonant hum, imbued with ancient and mysterious whispers. This is. The sage of distant cranes gazed upon the boundless celestial river, hanging in the heavens. As a sage, he understood its significance. Indeed, there truly exists the river of reincarnation. Fear filled his eyes. After tens of thousands of years, he had never felt such terror, for he had perused some ancient scrolls within the Taishao Palace. The remnants contained fragments of records about the river of reincarnation. However, since no one had been able to access the river in later generations, these accounts have been dismissed as mere legends from the ancient era. But now, as the sage of distant cranes beheld the celestial river suspended above, he comprehended that the person he had just targeted possessed powers that transcended the heavens and the earth. Odison, this is extraordinary. This is indeed the river of reincarnation. The 2 semi-sages beside Hong Shitian could no longer contain their exclamations, their astonishment overwhelming them. The river of reincarnation. As the holy son of the Hong clan, Hong Shitian had also studied ancient texts and understood what the river of reincarnation represented. Every sentient being in this world is born with a reincarnation mark. This mark is ethereal and elusive, impossible to probe, capture, or examine. In other words, to awaken sentience, one must first possess the reincarnation mark. The celestial river shattered the firmament, binding causality like chains. Golden light pierced the eternal night, and the tides of reincarnation swelled through the ages. The semi-sage beside him stared wide-eyed at the celestial river, realizing that each droplet represented a being amidst reincarnation. Boom! Following the emergence of the river of reincarnation, the sage of distant cranes was utterly unable to resist. His body exploded into nothingness. Meanwhile, a faint blue mark flickered incessantly. The reincarnation mark. The voices of the 2 semi-sages beside Hong Shitian began to crack as they looked at Qin Yuan with altered gazes. This elder could manifest the reincarnation mark. What manner of terrifying power is this? At the very least, the patriarch of their clan, possessing late-stage sage strength, could not evoke the reincarnation mark. As the mark materialized, Qin Yuan flicked his finger. A tremendous force began to manifest, suppressing the very heavens and earth. Even the river of reincarnation fell silent at that moment. The previously tumultuous waters began to settle. At this instant, even the river of reincarnation was to be subdued. The sage and Appo's reincarnation mark slowly drifted into Qin Yuan and Appo's palm. He gazed at the river, which appeared to possess its own consciousness but dared not defy Qin Yuan and Appo's will. A cracking sound echoed. It was the sound of the soul mark shattering. In this moment, the so-called sage of distant cranes met his ultimate demise. Furthermore, the reincarnation mark was erased. Thus, he would no longer enter the cycle of reincarnation. Henceforth, no trace of his essence would remain. Disciple, watch closely. Qin Yuan did not cease his movements. The 5 fingers of the desolate sky each contained boundless killing techniques. The final finger was immensely powerful. Beside him, Lin Chong and Apos. S gaze was fixed intently on his master. The first four fingers had already left Lin Chong in utter shock, let alone this strongest fifth finger. The fifth finger, 5 fingers turning to nothing, Chapter 60. The great power that reshapes heaven and earth. Shti and the two semi-saints beside him were at a loss for how to express their astonishment in the face of Qin Yuan. This was an act of remolding the very fabric of the universe. Although the Jisoo-in realm was not the pinnacle of realms, it was certainly formidable. To reshape this world, one would need to possess strength that surpassed that of a saint. In their understanding, even reaching the peak of saintly power would render such an act impossible. At this moment, Qin Yuan took a deliberate step forward. In an instant, he soared into the sky, standing amidst the vast expanse. Gazing upon the crumbling Jisoo-in realm, he exhaled deeply. The next moment, an inexplicable wave of energy emanated from him, radiating outward in all directions. The speed was akin to a fleeting thought. This was a wave of pale, white energy, and wherever it passed, the fractured spaces appeared to freeze, suspended in an eerie stillness. Chaos, the essence of creation. The two guardians beside Shti and felt as if their minds had been struck by a heavy hammer upon sensing this milky white wave. The shock left their hairs standing on end. If there were any force capable of mending a shattered realm, it could only be the primordial chaos that transcended the realm's power. They could hardly fathom that within Qin Yuan lay such a terrifying essence of chaos. Was he even human? As Qin Yuan surveyed the stilled space around him, he began to curl his fingers. In that instant, streams of milky white chaos essence began to flow forth. Across the Jisoo-in realm, the shattered laws transformed into golden streams of light, slowly beginning to writhe. From the cracks in the heavens above, the piercing sounds of intertwining laws, space, and order emerged as if from the depths of the void. This was the sound of the heavens and earth being rewoven. At that moment, Qin Yuan gestured with his left hand toward the void. The vast temporal and spatial fissures shed like snake skin, revealing a new realm wall, as clear as crystal within. With a sweep of his right hand, mountains and seas returned to their rightful places. In that instant, the entire Jisoo-in realm became as still as a painting, and Qin Yuan appeared as the artist, deftly wielding his brush. The laws reshaped in his hands as starlight transformed into flowing brilliance. Merging into the Jisoo-in realm, the chaotic energy morphed into liquid silver luminescence, flowing continuously through the fractured heavens of the Jisoo-in realm. Everywhere it passed, everything was mended and restored. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, it seemed as though the very pulse of the earth began to respond in kind. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Behind him, the duality of yin and yang began to manifest. In an instant, an overwhelming force transcended chaos and the great path. Qin Yuan slowly raised his right hand, his voice clear and filled with power. Tap the stars to mend the heavens' rifts, weave the fabric of the cosmos. Let the breath of the abyss soothe the shattered land. As chaos condenses to defy the cycle, stabilize. A voice as vast as the ocean, carrying unparalleled might. With the final syllable spoken, the Jisoo-in realm solidified instantaneously. It restored to its original state, even more stable and robust than before. The elemental forces of heaven and earth surged with a vigor 100-fold greater than previously. The ability to manipulate the very essence of the cosmos, possessing the terrifying power to rewrite the fabric of existence. At this moment, Shti and the two semi-saints finally recognized that they had encountered an extraordinary and formidable being. They were also immensely grateful. Indeed, their arrival in the southern region of the empire was a tremendous fortune. Such great fortune was to encounter a terrifying predecessor like Qin Yuan. Nching, do you see? The 5 fingers of ruin can kill saints if you cultivate to a minor success. If you achieve great success, you can obliterate space. Qin Yuan approached enlightened, and she ojn, imparting his wisdom. I'm deeply grateful for your guidance. Lnch responded earnestly. Shi ojn, do not lose heart. Qin Yuan turned his gaze to Shi ojn. The flame of destruction can consume all fires in the world. You have only fused a few flames. You are merely at the beginning of your journey. Just now, I sense that the southern region of the empire has no heavenly fire left. There must be plenty in the Tixi, O sacred domain. Shi ojn promptly replied, yes, I will strive to seek out heavenly fire and consume all flames. Qin Yuan smiled gently, pleased with the ambition of his two disciples. Hoenne shoti, with a wave of his hand, shti, and jolted and rushed to stand respectfully before Qin Yuan. Predecessor, you speak. You took a gamble by stepping forward to take on responsibility. Qin Yuan said with a smile, your previous actions were quite to my liking. Earlier, you expressed a desire to call me your master and join you in participating in that so-called Son of Heaven's Cloud Summit, correct? Yes, predecessor. Shti, and nodded excitedly. Forget it. Qin Yuan waved his hand. My disciples are accustomed to being ambitious. They will not submit to others, even as helpers. Shti, and cleared his throat, repeatedly stating, I dare not, I dare not. I was too forward earlier. Upon reflection, it made sense. With such an impressive master, how could his disciples be willing to play the role of subordinates? However, Qin Yuan flipped his palm, revealing a square token that appeared in his hand. The token bore the inscription of the word saint, remarkable in its design. Earlier, that so-called wild dog saint wanted your saint son token. Was it this one? Qin Yuan inquired of Shti, and is indeed this one. Shti, and felt a slight shock and continued. The saint son token is limited to 7 pieces. Only those holding a saint son token are qualified to participate in the Son of Heaven's Cloud Summit. Moreover, there is an unwritten rule. The summit recognizes the token, not the person. That's why the distant HSH saint wanted the token in my possession. Predecessor, where did you acquire this saint son token? Qin Yuan casually toyed with the token in his hand, replying, oh, I previously eliminated an inconspicuous Wang Qing and retrieved it from his spatial ring. At this revelation, Shti and was momentarily stunned. Wang Qing, the saint's son token? He swallowed hard, quickly retrieving a square jade from his own spatial ring. The inscription of Wang Qing indeed turned gray. Wang Qing, the saint's son of the Wang family from the Tixi, O sacred domain, is dead. You mentioned that the saint's son token recognizes the token, not the individual, correct? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes, a smile gracing his features. Indeed. And nodded. Qin Yuan casually tossed the saint's son token to Lnching. Disciples, your opportunity has arrived. Participate in the Son of Heaven's Cloud Summit and seize first place. And let Shti secure second. As for the third place, let others contend for it. Lnching accepted the token, exchanging a glance with Shi ojn before responding earnestly, yes, master. Chapter 61. The sacred domain of Taishao and the 3 great sacred palaces as Lin Chong and his companion received the saint child token from Wang Qing. A half-saint guardian beside Hong Shitian could not help but speak up. Senior, should your disciple appear with this saint child token at the Yunxiao arena, the Wang clan will immediately recognize it as Wang Qing and Appo's token. This may lead to resentment from the Wang family. Upon hearing this, Hong Shitian interjected on behalf of Qin Yuan. Do you think the senior fears the Wang family? The half-saint guardian abruptly came to his senses, repeatedly tapping his head. You are right, senior, I was overthinking. This formidable senior possessed the power to reshape the very fabric of the world. Qin Yuan smiled and waved his hand, acknowledging the guardian and Appo's as good intentions. If the Wang family were all as arrogant and overbearing as Wang Qing, their existence would be unnecessary. With a single statement, he had sealed the fate of the Wang clan. Hong Shitian silently hoped the Wang family would not court disaster, for if they did, they would surely perish. Master, When shall we set forth? Lin Cheng took a deep breath. Upon witnessing his master display the formidable power of the 5 fingers of the wilderness, his desire for strength intensified. Securing a spot among the top 3 at the St. Child Yanshao Arena would grant access to the mysterious Xiankei Gate, a place only semi-saints could hope to enter. Within the Xiankei Gate lay immense opportunities for every practitioner. He had encountered records in ancient texts suggesting that extraordinary talents had entered the Xiankei Gate at the mid-stage of the supreme realm through great fortunes, emerging with a minimum strength of semi-saint, and some even ascended directly to the realm of saints. Such an opportunity must not be missed. We shall depart tomorrow morning. Qin Yuan smiled gently before returning to the Yipin Xianju in Guiyang City, where he had yet to finish his 3-element chicken. At that moment, all sects and forces within the 9-Xian realm remained shrouded in silence, under the influence of that terrifying being capable of rewriting the very laws of the universe. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan sat at a table within the Yipin Xianju, indulging in chicken drumsticks and fine wine, embodying the essence of leaving behind trivialities and concealing one's achievements and fame. The sacred domain of Taishao, located at the intersection of numerous planes, formed a unique realm. The spiritual energy here was far more abundant than in other planes, naturally attracting a greater multitude of beings. The human population alone reached trillions. Moreover, within the sacred domain of Taishao, various smaller realms existed, either occupied by major sects or claimed by demon clans, beast clans, or other life forms. Nonetheless, the human race remained predominant in Taishao. At this moment, within the 3rd sacred realm of Taishao, despite being termed a sacred realm, it was merely a space long occupied by the Wang family for millennia. Patriarch, we have conducted at least 10 investigations. It is confirmed that Wang Qing, the saint child seeking fortune in the 9-Xian realm, has perished. In the main hall of the ancient clan in Damp, Appo's S-core within the Wang family, an elder clad in green robes bowed and spoke softly to the man seated in the main position. The man appeared middle-aged, but the aura radiating from his brows and his piercing green eyes revealed him to be a saint, specifically a late-stage saint. My son, has he truly perished? He did not even utilize the life-saving measures I provided. How could he have met his end? The patriarch of the Wang family appeared increasingly aged in that moment. He had only this one son. When Wang Qing was born thousands of years ago, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Wang Qing was regarded as the strongest genius of the Wang family. Although his talents did not surpass those of other saintly children from various sacred realms, he was the youngest among them. Given time, surpassing his peers was not impossible. Yet the outcome was that Wang Qing had died, perishing in such an inconspicuous place as the 9-Xian realm. How could he possibly believe this? Patriarch, the other elders of the family silently clenched their fists, enveloping the atmosphere in a heavy silence. After a long moment, the patriarch of the Wang family suddenly lifted his head. The pressure of a late-stage saint burst forth, causing the entire 3rd sacred realm to tremble momentarily. His cold, harsh voice resounded through the heavens. Investigate. Find out who killed my son. I shall flay their skin, extract their tendons, and bind their soul in eternal torment. The fury of a saint caused the heavens to shudder. Subsequently, the entire Wang family began to operate frantically. Various informants were dispatched with the singular purpose of uncovering the identity of the one who had slain their saint child. Meanwhile, within the Taishao sacred domain, there existed a place shrouded in mist and surrounded by mountains. This locale was a gathering point for spiritual energy, abundant and rich, allowing one to draw it directly into their body without refinement. Taishao Palace stood majestically here, as if perched in the clouds, connecting heaven and earth. Thousands of grand palaces were nestled within, all constructed from the exceedingly rare Taishao jade, sculpted only by those in the Supreme or Chapter 62. Having arrived, shall we join the festivities? The soul forever vanished, the sacred bones annihilated. Within the Taishao heavenly pool, the master of Taiguan Palace, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Although Yuanhe possessed the strength of an early-stage saint, His technique of cloud crane, swallowing the sun, could contend against formidable opponents of the same realm. Even if he were to falter, he could easily retreat. How could he possibly have met such a dire fate? The master of Taishao Palace lowered his gaze and replied, "To obliterate the sacred bones, I cannot help but suspect the involvement of the sacred puppet sect." Upon these words, the expressions of the other two shifted slightly. "Xiaolei, are you suggesting that the sacred puppet sect in the first sacred domain is not content to remain in their territory and has sent their saintess to participate in this sacred sun Yunshao competition? What is their true intention?" The master of Taoyao Palace furrowed his brow. "This won't disrupt our plans, will it? Xiaolei, our plan this time is impeccable." The master of Taiguan Palace remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Even with the sacred puppet sect meddling, it shall not hinder our scheme. The three supreme palaces have been preparing for this event at the Xiankei Heavenly Gate for nearly 50,000 years. The more he spoke, the more invigorated he became. "Qianli, do not lose your composure," Xiaolei cautioned the master of Taiguan Palace. Taking a deep breath, Qianli nodded and adjusted his aura. Meanwhile, the disciples outside the Taishao Heavenly Pool felt the pressure on them suddenly lessen. The other disciples of Taishao Palace began to murmur among themselves. The power of the masters of Xiaolei, Taiguan, and Taoyao is utterly terrifying. Just a mere hint of their aura left us breathless. Indeed, the three masters had already reached the pinnacle of sainthood 50,000 years ago. Now, with another 50,000 years past, who knows if they have ascended to even greater heights? We ordinary disciples cannot fathom. Within the Taishao Heavenly Pool, Xiaolei gestured, causing ripples in the space. Soon, a glass fish tank appeared, within which a yin-yang koi swam gracefully. "Qianli, Xiaolei, this sacred sun Yunshao competition presents a tremendous opportunity for the three of us," Xiaolei declared. As the koi swam, it was only when another koi approached that it displayed such behavior. In other words, Xiaolei gazed at the koi, a glimmer of greed flickering in his violet eyes. "We shall soon have the chance to acquire a second koi. With two koi, we can pinpoint the precise location of the Shumi World Pearl." At this, Xiaolei and Appo's breath grew heavy. The eyes of the other two sparkled with anticipation. As the masters of Taishao, Taiguan, and Taoyao, they had reached the pinnacle of sainthood 50,000 years ago, and now they had achieved an even more complete state. No amount of cultivation could push them further. To break free from the shackles of sainthood, they required a powerful treasure of the heavens. If the Shumi World Pearl could be located and refined, transcending this layer of restriction would be a mere formality. Although the three supreme palaces were the foremost factions in Taishao's sacred domain, upon reaching their current level of strength, they realized that Taishao's sacred domain was but a drop in the ocean of the vast world. Meanwhile, as the three supreme palaces plotted for the Xiankei Heavenly Gate, in the skies above an ancient city in Taishao's sacred domain, the space suddenly shattered like glass. Two figures stepped forth. The figure on the left appeared somewhat frail, resembling a delicate scholar clad in flowing azure robes. Beside him was a young man in black. "Brother Li, are you truly certain that you did not misinterpret the signals this time?" The young man in black asked with a hint of exasperation, as if accustomed to such inquiries. "Absolutely not." The azure-clad man and Appo's gentle face brimmed with indescribable excitement. "This time, I cannot be mistaken. My master has said that once I break through the pinnacle of sainthood and reach a higher realm, I will be able to sense the reincarnation river. This direction is undoubtedly correct. The reincarnation river has manifested." The black-clad youth could only shrug in resignation, for he had heard similar declarations numerous times before. Nonetheless, the more this happened, the more intrigued he became by the master the azure-clad man spoke of. What kind of formidable being could nurture such a terrifying prodigy as Li Ruoxue? In just a few thousand years, he had ascended from an ordinary cultivator to the pinnacle of sainthood, and recently, he had even transcended that threshold into the realm of the great saint. Before the great saint, even the saints must bow low. Such a terrifying talent. He overshadowed the geniuses of their realm. "Brother Fong, you really did not have to accompany me," Li Ruoxue sighed, gazing at the black-clad young man. "That one do." Fong Mo waved his hands. "My family has calculated the heavenly secrets and expended years of effort to deduce that simply following you will lead to great opportunities. Therefore, Brother Li, I'm sticking with you. Hearing this, Li Ruoshui could only relent. Then where shall we go now? I am uncertain. A day ago, the aura of the reincarnation river vanished, Li Ruoshui replied, shaking his head in resignation. If it were not for the cultivation technique gifted to me by my master, which relates to the river of reincarnation, I would not have been able to sense its presence. Fang Emo seemed to have anticipated this and smiled. I knew it. Before we set out, I inquired about the Taishao sacred domain. Given the timing, the Sacred Sun Yunshao competition is currently taking place within Taishao sacred domain. It is a contest jointly hosted by the 3 supreme palaces of Taishao. Come, since we are here, let us join the festivities. Noticing Mirushi Isa Azitatiun, Fang Emo quickly reassured him. Fear not. As usual, we will remain undetected and refrain from provoking any karmic ties. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoshui finally sighed in relief. All right, then. Seeing this, Fang Emo smiled. Then let us be on our way. In that instant, his form seemed to turn transparent, revealing only an afterimage left behind. He and Li Ruoshui had already traversed an immense distance, causing the spatial order to ripple slightly. If a saint could obliterate a continent, then a great saint could annihilate an entire realm. Clearly, both Fang Emo and Li Ruoshui were great saints, having transcended the pinnacle of sainthood. Chapter 63. The Sacred Sect of Puppetry. The Soul Clan. In a certain area of the Taishao sacred domain, within the realm of the Rainbow Bridge, ethereal waves began to emerge from the spatial array. Figures gradually materialized from a mist. Is this truly the Taishao sacred domain? Qin Yuan mused, sensing the abundant spiritual energy around him. However, he found it to be merely adequate. Upon his arrival, he evaluated the celestial essence of the world. On behalf of the Hong clan, we humbly welcome our esteemed elder. Before the Rainbow Bridge's teleportation array, over 100 members of the Hong clan, ranging from those at the Supreme Realm to semi-saints and early-stage saints, stood in respectful greeting. Leading them was none other than Hong Zhun, the patriarch of the Hong clan, situated in the 5th sacred area of the Taishao sacred domain. A day prior, Hong Shutian had dispatched one of his guardians back to the clan to inform his father of the events transpiring in the southern region of the Emperor continent. Upon hearing the guardian's account, Hong Zhun was overwhelmed with excitement and remained sleepless throughout the night. According to the guardian, this elder possessed the ability to effortlessly part the heavens and summon the river of reincarnation to the mortal realm. Furthermore, with a mere gesture, he could obliterate an entire world. Later, he employed even more terrifying powers to remold that world. Such a being, endowed with unparalleled might, was indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune for the Hong clan. Moreover, the guardian had mentioned that Hong Shutian and Appo's performance had been quite commendable in the eyes of the esteemed figure, who had even casually promised that Hong Shutian would secure second place in the upcoming Celestial Suns contest. This news left Hong Zhun nearly faint with exhilaration. Who are those individuals across from us? Even the clan leader has come personally to welcome them. Who could they be? Certainly not someone of our humble status can provoke their interest. Around them, the cultivators who were bustling about were equally astonished. Although the Hong clan was not the most prominent family within the Taishao sacred domain, they certainly ranked among the first tier. Yet, they had never experienced a welcome of this magnitude. Could it be visitors from the upper realms? Such matters are beyond our comprehension. At that moment, Hong Zhun respectfully approached Qin Yuan and bowed deeply, stating, "The clan has prepared a feast crafted by the finest chefs of the Taishao sacred domain." Qin Yuan smiled and nodded. "Excellent, let us proceed. In this life, one must indulge in the pleasures of food and drink." "Yes, esteemed elder." Hong Zhun gestured grandly, and a flying vessel appeared above the Rainbow Bridge. The group then embarked toward the 5th sacred area of the Taishao sacred domain. The vessel traversed swiftly, crossing several continents in merely an hour, until they arrived at the Hong clan. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Yuan found himself seated at the head of a lavish banquet, unreservedly enjoying the delectable spread before him. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong were not ones to be overly coy either. After savoring their fill, Qin Yuan spoke during our transit via the Rainbow Bridge. I overheard Hong Shutian mention that the so-called saintess and the members of the Soul Clan are formidable adversaries. What backgrounds do they possess? Additionally, elucidate further on this Celestial Sons contest. In response, Hong Zhen spoke with reverence. Esteemed elder, this Celestial Sons contest is jointly organized by the three Supreme Palaces. It will take place at the main peak of the Wanxia mountain range, and on the day the arena opens, countless cultivators will gather to observe. Participants will include families from our 7 sacred realms. 5,000 years ago, the three Supreme Palaces released 7 Celestial Sun medallions, permitting anyone below the saintly realm to compete for them. Those who obtain a medallion will gain the qualification to participate in the Celestial Sun and Amp, Oppos, S contest, and those in possession of a medallion shall be regarded as Celestial Sons. A Celestial Sun may bring along 2 companions of the highest semi-saint realm. Should they place in the top 3, their companions may also enter the Celestial Gate. Qin Yuan gently tapped his fingers on the table. A Celestial Sun medallion appeared before him, and he nodded slightly in understanding. I see. No wonder this medallion carries the essence of more than one individual. He gestured for Hong Zhen to continue. We, the Hong clan, do not fear other families possessing Celestial Sun medallions. However, the sacred sect of puppetry from the first sacred realm and the Soul Clan from the second sacred realm are indeed formidable opponents. Hong Zhen took a deep breath. The sacred sect of puppetry specializes in the cultivation of bone techniques. Their saintess, Zhugu Rao, possesses an exceptionally powerful bone refinement technique, rumored to have even refined saints. The Soul Clan focuses on the cultivation of soul techniques. Their celestial son, Hun Li, wields a remarkably potent soul refinement technique that specializes in attacking the soul. If a newly ascended saint underestimates him, he may very well fall victim to Hun Li and Amp, Oppos, as peculiar soul refinement methods. Qin Yuan nodded thoughtfully. One refines bones, while the other refines souls. Both employ ruthless methods, yet one must concede that such paths can indeed lead to rapid cultivation and superior combat prowess. What are your thoughts? Qin Yuan turned to Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Master, leave Hun Li to me. Xiao Jin and Amp, Oppos, S eyes flickered with flames. He had long considered the Soul Clan his sworn enemy. The sacred sect of puppetry shall be my responsibility, Lin Chong stated coolly, undeterred by the fact that his opponent was a woman. After all, he practiced the great wilderness technique. He held no attachments. His singular focus was on becoming stronger. Very well, it is decided. Qin Yuan rose, proclaiming, Xiao Jin, Lin Chong, remember your master and Amp, Oppos, S teachings. In this Celestial Sun and Amp, Oppos, S contest, your purpose is to show the prodigies of the Taishao sacred domain what true excellence looks like. Also, let them understand that they are, in fact, insignificant. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong immediately stood, their eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. They clasped their fists in salute to Qin Yuan, yes. Master. Meanwhile, Hong Shutian, who stood nearby, cleared his throat. After all, he too was included in Qin Yuan and Oppos, S reference to the prodigies. The Celestial Sun and Oppos, S contest. It is high time these so-called prodigies experience a reality check. Qin Yuan gazed into the distance before turning to Hong Zhen. How many days remain until the Celestial Sons contest? In response to the esteemed elder, there are still 10 days remaining. Hong Zhen answered promptly. Does your clan possess any training secret realms? Qin Yuan inquired further. Indeed, I require access to a training secret realm for the next 10 days to guide my 2 disciples. Upon hearing this, Hong Zhen eagerly replied, Please feel free to utilize our clan and Oppos as secret realms. Very well. Qin Yuan nodded, then glanced at Hong Shutian. During these 10 days, you may also observe in the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Hong Shutian felt a thrill rush through him, excitement causing his body to tremble slightly. Why yes. Esteemed elder. Hong Zhen was equally ecstatic, his brows dancing with joy. He understood that this was an extraordinary opportunity granted to his son by a powerful figure. This was indeed a momentous chance. Qin Yuan looked at the exhilarated Hong Shitian, then turned to Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Let us proceed. For these 10 days, I shall provide you with intensive training. Ensure you prepare sufficient healing elixirs. Qin Yuan's face radiated a warm smile. Then he added to Hong Shitian, and you should prepare some as well. Chapter 64. 3 Ancient Characters. 10 days. Just these 10 days. Within the secret realm of the Hong family, Hong Shitian has truly witnessed what it means to be a true prodigy. In the depths of the realm, Xiao Jin stands resolute in the void. As the mark on his brow flickers incessantly, the sea of clouds above transforms into an endless expanse of crimson. In this moment, a searing, otherworldly flame begins to rise around him, all of which is the celestial fire he has integrated into his being. The celestial fire dances, each flicker exuding a breath capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Xiao Jin is now at a pivotal moment in executing the burning heaven technique. He immerses himself completely, the celestial fire within him roiling like a wild dragon, surging through his meridians with relentless fervor. Below, seated upon a stone platform, Hong Shitian gazes upon this spectacle, swallowing hard. He observes as the flames in Xiao Jin's palm continuously merge, warping the very space around him with their scorching intensity. Then, he witnesses dozens of types of celestial fire merging, compressing, and coalescing under Xiao Jin's command. Eventually, a silhouette resembling a colossal ruler slowly begins to take shape. The giant ruler solidifies, revealing a massive ancient ruler of profound crimson hue in Xiao Jin's right hand. The body of the ruler, forged from the celestial fire, is intricately etched with ancient celestial fire runes, their patterns shifting and changing with the flickering flames, as if breathing in unison with the fire's rhythm. The giant ruler has no blade, yet at the moment of its formation, an invisible pressure begins to emanate, shaking the very heavens. The eternal fire, celestial ruler. The celestial ruler, solidified from the celestial fire, now radiates an oppressive heat, as if it could reduce everything to ashes. With the giant ruler in hand, Xiao Jin stands in the void, surrounded by the celestial fire, as if he has truly become a fire deity emerging from the ancient past. Thank you, Master, for your teachings over these 10 days. They have allowed me to grasp further nuances of the burning heaven technique. Xiao Jin feels the surging power contained within the eternal fire, celestial ruler, his expression betraying a hint of excitement. Composed. Above, a jade chair hovers in the air, where Qin Yuan reclines, a soft smile gracing his lips. Your development of the burning heaven technique is at most a mere 20%. You still have much to strive for. Xiao Jin bows solemnly in Qin Yuan's direction. Yes, Master, I shall diligently heed your guidance. MHM. Qin Yuan nods slightly, and then indicates, now, let us observe your junior brother's performance. As his words fall, Xiao Jin shifts his gaze to another direction. At the opposite end of the Hong family's training secret realm lies a vast forest. In the air, Lin Chong sits cross-legged, circulating the great desolate celestial transformation technique, enveloped by strands of deep azure energy. At this moment, he stands as firm as a mountain. The azure energy surrounding him is the ancient and formidable force of the great desolate. This power courses around Lin Chong, rendering his form momentarily elusive. Suddenly, the operation of the great desolate celestial transformation technique seems to reach a critical juncture, and Lin Chong's brows furrow sharply. Break! A low growl escapes Lin Chong's lips. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of great desolate power erupts from his dantian, transforming into a deep azure radiance that pierces the heavens. At this moment, it seems as though a phantom dragon's roar reverberates through the cosmos. Roar! The sound of the dragon's cry fluctuates, neither too loud nor too soft, yet it carries an ancient majesty and a sense of the ages. It is as if this dragon's roar hails from the primordial era. In this instant, the sky begins to change dramatically, the clouds shredded inch by inch. As the once clear sky is swiftly enveloped by strands of azure, great desolate energy. As the clouds churn, a colossal azure dragon shadow gradually materializes. It is not a physical entity, but rather an ethereal apparition, vividly alive, each scale glistening with clarity. Following the appearance of the azure dragon, it spirals directly above Lin Chong, its form stretching for miles, with dragon eyes shimmering like the sun and moon. As the dragon whiskers sway, an endless stream of great desolate power flows. Below, the vast forest begins to rustle. In this moment, it feels as though all of heaven and earth bows before this mighty dragon. Gradually, the azure dragon shadow begins to merge with Lin Chong's aura. An overwhelming pressure radiates outward in all directions. On the stone platform below, even Hong Shitian, possessing the strength of the 9th layer of the Supreme Realm, feels a twinge of pressure. It is worth noting that Lin Chong is only at the 4th layer of the Supreme Realm. As the azure dragon phenomenon continues to merge with Lin Chong, he slowly opens his eyes. In the next heartbeat, 3 ancient and profound characters suddenly appear in the void before him. The Great Desolate Transformation Dragon Technique. 3 deep and imposing ancient characters shimmer with an enchanting azure radiance. This is forged from the purest Great Desolate power. Each character exudes an air of mystery, appearing before Lin Chong for but a moment before swiftly merging into his being. At this moment, Lin Chong fully comprehends the supreme martial skill, the Great Desolate Transformation Dragon Technique. Meanwhile, Hong Shitian, seated upon the stone platform, gazes at the wondrous occurrences in his family's secret realm. To his left, the sky blazes crimson from Xiao Jin's celestial fire. To his right, the azure hue of the Great Desolate energy emanates from Lin Chong. One side red, the other blue, they occupy the entire sky. Prodigies. This is the true essence of prodigies. Compared to them, I am utterly insignificant. Hong Shitian swallows hard, having once been the pinnacle of cultivation speed and comprehension within his family. He now feels a profound humility. Yet now, he has truly witnessed what it means to be a true prodigy. Furthermore, Hong Shitian understands that 10 days prior, Qin Yuan had spoken a phrase to Lin Chong and Xiao Jin, allowing the prodigies of the Tai Xiao sacred domain to witness what a true prodigy is. It turns out, those of us who covet titles like Holy Son, Holy Maiden, and Prodigy are nothing in Qin Yuan's eyes. Master, I have grasped the Great Desolate Transformation Dragon Technique. Once Lin Chong stabilizes his aura, he excitedly rushes to Qin Yuan. MHM. Qin Yuan nods with a smile. Addressing Hong Shitian below, he says, "Let us depart the secret realm." Yes, senior. On Xixian no earnestly. Upon exiting the secret realm, Hong Zhen, who had been waiting at the entrance, jolts to attention. He swiftly turns to Qin Yuan and the others. Though Xiao Jin and Lin Chong's auras remain at the 4th layer of the Supreme Realm, their presence feels entirely different now. Looking at Hong Shitian, although he bears some injuries, the solidity of his 9th layer supreme strength has only intensified. Indeed, he seems to be on the verge of stepping into the half-saint realm. It is evident he has received guidance from a great master. Hong Zhen excitedly bows deeply to Qin Yuan. On behalf of my son, I thank you for your guidance. Senior, MHM. Qin Yuan nods. Time is of the essence. Let us go. Let us meet the prodigies of the Tai Xiao sacred domain. Yes, senior. Chapter 65. The Gathering of the Holy Sons. The great competition approaches. The Wanxia mountain range, located in the ever-bright land of the Tai Xiao sacred domain, is a remarkable place bathed in perpetual twilight. Its valleys are perpetually filled with radiant mist, hence its name, Wanxia. The ethereal glow also renders the nights here as bright as day. At this moment, thousands of figures are swiftly converging upon Wanxia Mountain. Whether arriving by soaring vessels from above, climbing from the foot of the mountain, or even tearing through the void to reach this place. Today marks the most bustling day in the Wanxia mountain range in 50,000 years, for today heralds the commencement of the Holy Sun Tournament, held once every 50 millennia in the Tai Xiao sacred domain, featuring the illustrious Holy Sun Yintian. This grand event is jointly organized by the 3 most formidable palaces of the Tai Xiao sacred domain. The main peak of Wanxiao Mountain resembles a colossal platform, as if cleaved by a single stroke of a sword. Surrounding this platform are spectator seats capable of accommodating tens of thousands. At the center of the peak stand a formation constructed from Yuntian stones, fortified by a grand array, capable of withstanding attacks from a half-saint. Even the might of a saint could only manage to shake it slightly. In a moment, elders and leaders from various sects arrive with their most cherished disciples to witness the spectacle. Though none may ascend to the level of a holy son, observing the battles among them is an invaluable experience. At this instant, in the southeastern corner of the spectator area, Fang Yamo is offering a platter of fruits to his companion, Li Ruoshe. Brother Li, one and oppose, do you indulge? Fang Montak in Kvilis. An occasion such as this demands a fitting accompaniment of fruits. Clad in a green robe, Li Ruoshe responds with a trace of exasperation. Brother Fang, we agreed that after witnessing the Holy Sun tournament, we would depart immediately. I'm still in search of my master. The sensation of the river of reincarnation has become nearly imperceptible, yet Li Ruoshe refuses to yield. 2,000 years prior, he had inquired about it from his master in the ancient heavenly tomb, who had indicated that should he ever sense the river of reincarnation, it would signify his master and Amp, Appo's, emergence from seclusion. With this thought, Li Ruoshe and Amp, Appo's, breath quickens. His master has bestowed upon him immense blessings, imparting the supreme technique of reincarnation that allowed him to rise like a new star, swiftly advancing through all realms beneath the great saint in a mere 2 millennia. The gratitude he holds for his master will forever remain etched in his heart. Do not fret, brotherly, Fang Yamo assures him with a nod. Once we have witnessed this Holy Sun conflict, we shall depart immediately. Moreover, this is the most vibrant event in the Taishao sacred domain. Should your master be present, he would surely join the fray. Perhaps your master is here amongst the crowd. Hearing Fang Mo's comforting words, Li Ruoshe can only nod helplessly. He resumes discreetly channeling the reincarnation technique within him, seeking any trace of the river of reincarnation. At the reception area for the Holy Sons at the summit of Wanxia Mountain, the members of the Qin Yuan group have already arrived. Hong Shitian approaches the reception hall and presents the Holy Sun token. The 2 attendant maidens at the entrance immediately acknowledge him and escort him inside the grand hall. The 3 from Qin Yuan reach the hall's entrance, where Lin Chong produces the Wang family's Holy Sun token. Upon hearing this, the attendants' expressions subtly shift. There are only 7 Holy Sun tokens in existence, though the rule states that the token recognizes the bearer rather than the individual. The recent unusual activities of the Wang family have not gone unnoticed. The Wang family's Holy Sun token has been seized, and their Holy Sun is nowhere to be found. Other families possessing Holy Sun tokens can observe through Fangyu that the Wang family's Holy Sun is deceased. At this moment, an obscure figure holds the Holy Sun token, prompting the attendants' caution. Welcomed by the maidens, the 3 from Qin Yuan enter the grand hall for the Holy Sons. Once inside, the maidens softly announce, "Please wait here while I present the Holy Sun token." Very well, Qin Yuan waves dismissively. Just inform us when the battles commence. He then sits on a wooden chair in the hall, closing his eyes to recuperate. After a brief interlude, at the highest spectator seats on the main peak of Wanxiao Mountain, representatives from 3 of the 7 great families and factions have arrived. The Wang family, the Puppet Bone Sacred Sect, and the Soul Clan. Opposite them sit the leaders of the 3 supreme palaces. With the head of Taishao Palace glancing at the jade token in hand, his brow unfurling as he looks towards the Wang family's direction. He has just received news that the Wang family's Holy Sun token has been presented, with 3 individuals arriving. 2 are participants in the Holy Sun battle, while the 3rd seems to be their master. They truly dare to come. It appears they have grown weary of life. The head of the Wang family, enraged, crushes the dragon head carved on his jade chair with a single motion, releasing an overwhelming aura of pressure. "Patriarch, please remain calm." The elders beside him urge in hushed tones. The leaders of the 3 supreme palaces have assured us that we will receive an explanation regarding this matter. Hearing this, Wang Shanyue restrains the brewing power within him and forcibly shuts his eyes. He genuinely did not anticipate that the murderer of his son would dare to utilize his son as Holy Son token to participate in this Holy Son tournament. Rest assured, Patriarch, while this matter cannot be addressed openly, we shall seek an explanation from those three after the Holy Son contest concludes, Xiao Lei assures. Meanwhile, the representatives of the Puppet Bones Sacred Sect and the Soul Clan seem disinterested, their sole focus being to ensure that their respective Holy Son or Holy Daughter secures victory in this tournament, thus gaining entry into the Xianke Heavenly Gate and attaining sainthood. Saints are categorized into two types. One ascends to saint status through the relentless accumulation of cultivation over time, a path trodden by the majority. The other type, however, attains enlightenment upon entering the Xianke Heavenly Gate. Some exceptional prodigies can even leap across several realms in succession. This is precisely why both the Puppet Bones Sacred Sect and the Soul Clan are eager to claim victory. The 7 prodigies and their companions are prepared. Huff! Xiao Lei rises from his jade seat, surveying the cacophony of voices filling the arena. He exchanges glances with Qian Li and Yao Lai, and in an instant, the 3 figures vanish, reappearing within the Yuntian stone arena. Please, everyone, a moment of silence. Xiao Lei's slightly aged voice swiftly quells the noise, as if only his voice resonates within the heavens and earth. The oppressive aura of a pinnacle saint begins to subtly permeate the space. I hereby declare, the Holy Sun tournament officially commences. Without delay, Xiao Lei announces the long-awaited competition that occurs once every 50 millennia. At this moment, Qin Yuan, accompanied by Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, arrives at the spectators' seats of the tournament. After selecting a prime location, Qin Yuan reclines comfortably. Casting a glance at the 3 participants on the arena, his interest wanes. They are merely 3 individuals who have forcibly ascended to the pinnacle of sainthood through the passage of time. However, the next second, his gaze shifts toward the southeastern corner of the spectator area, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. The power of reincarnation. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed in surprise, Li Ruoxue, this young fellow has also arrived. Let me gauge his prowess. Qin Yuan narrowed his gaze for a moment and then chuckled softly. Indeed, quite impressive. He has reached the great sage realm and has not been negligent in his cultivation. He nodded in satisfaction. Simultaneously, the system task was promptly activated. Ding. System task activated. Encounter with Disciple Li Ruoxue. Reward: 50 trillion Disciple Fortune feedback points. At that very moment, the thunderous voice in the arena began to announce the rules of the Holy Sun battle. Chapter 66. The prodigies have arrived. Xiao Lei surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed, the competition rules for our Saint Sun Yintian arena are quite straightforward. There are a total of 7 Saint Sun tokens, and the first match will be a free-for-all. Each holder of a Saint Sun token will bring their companions into the arena. The rules are simple. Eliminate 1 team of Saint Suns, and the remaining 6 teams will draw lots for their matchups. Ultimately, 3 teams will emerge victorious. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Lei continued, and oppose. These 3 teams will have the opportunity to enter the Xianke Heavenly Gate, thanks to the fortuitous opportunities provided by our supreme 3 palaces. Naturally, we must also determine the title of the foremost Saint Sun. The final 3 teams will compete against each other, and the victor shall be crowned the supreme Saint Sun. He then outlined some basic competition rules. For instance, the Saint Sun competition requires participants to exert their utmost strength. Should one perish on the arena, they must accept that they were insufficiently powerful. There are 2 ways to be defeated, either being thrown off the Tai Shao Stone Arena or being killed. After all, this competition occurs once every 50,000 years in the Tai Shao Sacred Domain. Trivial skirmishes do not merit the title of Saint Sun. Upon hearing Xiao Lei and Amp, Oppo's explanation, Qin Yuan, reclining in his chair in the stands, rubbed his temples. After such a lengthy discourse, it boiled down to a chaotic brawl. In a single sentence, he summarized Xiao Lei's rules for the Saint Sun competition. Disciples, the stage has been set for you. Now, deliver a small shock to these prodigies. Qin Yuan picked a linglong fruit from the platter on the side table and tossed it into his mouth. Yes, master. Lin Chong and Xiao Jin nodded confidently. At this moment, Xiao Lei returned to the host and Amp, Oppo's, seat and called out, "Next, I invite all holders of the Saint's Son tokens to enter the arena." As his voice fell, an eerie black mist began to swirl ominously around the previously empty Yintian arena. Amidst the roiling mist, 3 figures emerged gracefully. Leading them was none other than Han Li. Beside him were his 2 companions. One was Han Wuyo, the other was initially supposed to be Han Wuhai. But his life token had shattered just over a week ago, igniting Han Wuyo's fury. Nevertheless, with the Saint's Son competition imminent, he suppressed his rage and accompanied another guardian from their clan to join Han Li in this Yuntian arena. The Saint's Sons of the Han clan, Han Li and Han Wuyo. The other seems to be the second elder of their clan. The spectators gasped as they sensed the presence of Han Li and his companions. All of them are half-saints. The requirement to participate in the Saint's Son Yintian arena is to be below the saint level. Yet all 3 members of the Han clan were evidently half-saints. This clearly indicated their grand ambitions. As Han Li and his companions took the stage, suddenly, a ripple formed in the space before them, as if something was attempting to tear through it. In the next instant, a pair of skeletal hands shattered the fabric of space. A chilling sound echoed ominously. 2 chillingly white skeletons emerged, continuously tearing at the spatial rift. Within the hollow eye sockets of the bones flickered a wisp of purple, ghostly flame. Following this, a woman clad in red stepped forth, her beauty striking yet radiating an unsettling aura. Her violet eyes scanned the arena, causing the weaker cultivators to feel as though their souls were being drawn away, their bones turning brittle with fear. When they regained their composure, a cold sweat broke out on the backs of all the cultivators as they beheld the red-clad woman standing proudly, flanked by the 2 skeletal figures. The Puppet Bone Sacred Sect, capable of refining the living into bone puppets, and their training methods are as ruthless as the Han clan's soul refining techniques. Zhu Guirao, the saintess of the Puppet Bone Sacred Sect. Legends say that those who pursued her were refined into puppets. How terrifying! Her power, also at the half-saint level. Does she even need helpers? The skeletal figures at her side possessed strength comparable to that of half-saints. The cultivators murmured amongst themselves. Next came Hong Shitian of the Hong clan from the 5th sacred domain. He entered the Yuntian arena alone, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. The Hong clan? Just a single Saint's Son? Have they given up? It's inconceivable. Though the Hong clan and Amp, Oppo's strength may not surpass that of the Han clan or the Puppet Bone Sacred Sect, they're certainly stronger than many other Saint's Son families. Could it be that he is confident enough to secure a place in the top 3? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Han Li observed the solitary figure of Hong Shitian stepping onto the stage and could not help but furrow his brow. Hong Shitian, your clan sent only you? Hong Shitian glanced at Han Li and rolled his eyes. What concern is it of yours? After all, a powerful individual has assured me I would place in the top 3. Why not go it alone? Hong Shitian, it seems your temper remains as volatile as ever. Han Li remarked, narrowing his eyes. You still haven't entered the half-saint realm, yet you dare to participate in this Saint's Son Yintian arena? Hong Shitian simply closed his eyes, ignoring Han Li. In the past, he might have felt compelled to show some respect, but now, backed by a formidable ally, he relished the support. Following this, the Saint's Sons of the Liu, Ma, and Liu clans entered the arena with their companions. Though these clans ranked lower, their Saint's Sons possessed solid strength, either at the 8th or 9th layer of the Supreme Realm. At this point, 6 powers had gathered. Yet the Wang clan's Saint's Son was still absent. Where's the Wang clan's Saint's Son? Why haven't they shown up? I recall the Wang clan and Oppo's Saint's Son being quite arrogant. They should have jumped into the arena by now. Did you not hear? The Wang clan has been searching for someone across the entire domain for the past 2 weeks. It seems their Saint's Son has been killed. What? Not only that, but the Saint's Son and Amp, Oppo's token was also taken by the assailant. How ruthless! Who could possibly be so formidable? I cannot say. As the crowd buzzed with gossip, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong exchanged glances, bowed to Qin Yuan, and stepped forward simultaneously. In an instant, spatial ripples surged. and they appeared in the midst of the Saint Sun, Yuntian arena. At this moment, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong became the center of attention. They slowly surveyed the arena, declaring, "Prodigies of the Tai Xiao, sacred domain, we have arrived." Chapter 67. The master once said, "Let you win without effort." The moment Xiao Jin and Lin Chong stepped into the arena, a profound silence enveloped the surrounding cultivators and the holy sons upon the Yunxiao arena. All eyes converge upon the two figures standing resolutely in the center. One clad in red bore a faint smile, the fiery lotus mark on his brow particularly striking, while the other, dressed in green, wore an expression of indifference, exuding an aura of desolation. Their names, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, were etched upon the Yunxiao steel beside the arena. "Those are the ones who kill my son," roared Wang Shanyue, the head of the Wang family, his fury palpable as he gazed at Xiao Jin and Lin Chong on the Yunxiao arena. They are merely at the fourth level of the supreme realm. The usually closed-eyed Qianli, the master of the Qianli Palace, suddenly opened his eyes, momentarily disregarding Wang Shanyue and Empress' words, his surprise evident. Beside him, Yao Lai, the master of the Taiyao Palace, gazed greedily at Xiao Jin, narrowing his eyes and exclaiming that Xiao Jin is impressive. The sheer variety of heavenly flames within him is astonishing, and he manages to harmonize them all. It seems he possesses an exceptionally potent fire control technique, reminiscent of our Taiyao Palace and Appo's methods. Realizing this, Qianli understood the fate that awaited Xiao Jin. Meanwhile, within the spectator stands of the Yunxiao arena, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. What is happening? Can those at the fourth level of the supreme realm participate in the holy sun battle? If so, does that mean I, at the fifth level of the supreme realm, can join as well? Join? Can you contend with Hun Li or Zhugu Rao? Cough, cough. How could they dare to step up? Isn't it obvious? They must have their trump cards. As discussions ensued, Fang Yimo observed Xiao Jin and Lin Chong in the arena, astonished. Supreme. Fourth level? Impossible. Could they be concealing their true power with some treasure? Fang Yimo subtly activated his perception, and after a moment, his expression shifted to one of incredulity. They truly possessed the strength of the fourth level of the supreme realm. However, their aura and spirit were remarkably solid. In fact, I cannot even guarantee that I had such a solid foundation at the fourth level of the supreme realm. Given time, their strength will undoubtedly surpass mine. Fang Montak Muzit Internadi. Beside him, Li Ruoxue nodded, observing Xiao Jin and Lin Chong with a sense of familiarity stirred within him. Perhaps he simply missed his master too much. Taking a deep breath, Li Ruoxue continued to silently circulate the reincarnation technique within him, seeking to sense the previously encountered fluctuations of the reincarnation river. Li brother, you are so dull. Since we are here, why not speculate on who might seize the top 3 spots? Fang Yimo playfully tapped Li Ruoxue's arm. Li Ruoxue reluctantly opened his eyes, scrutinizing the holy sons in the arena. After a moment in Appo's contemplation, he replied, "What do you think, Fang brother? I believe the top 3 will be Zhugu Rao from the Puppet Bone Holy Sect, Hun Li from the Hun family, and Xiao Jin and Lin Chong." After a brief consideration, Fang Yimo continued, "Zhugu Rao should take first place, Hun Li second, and Xiao Jin and Lin Chong third. Although their strength is formidable, the gap in cultivation levels is simply too vast. Both Zhugu Rao and Hun Li are half-saints. Not to mention, they have half-saint companions and half-saint puppets." Fang Mo's analysis was quite astute. At this moment, Li Ruoxue shook his head and stated, "My master has warned me never to underestimate any opponent based on their cultivation level alone. Besides, is this level of disparity really significant? When I was at the third level of the Supreme Realm, I had already slain several half-saints." Fang Yimo and Appo's expression twitched slightly. "How can you compare to such a prodigy? Your reincarnation technique allows you to kill across vast cultivation levels with ease. I can only say, those half-saints truly had poor timing when they ventured out to flaunt their prowess. Indeed, it turned from a day of fortune into a day of misfortune. Where can one seek justice in that? Then, what is your perspective, brother?" Fang Yimo redirected the conversation. I believe the first place will be taken by Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. For some inexplicable reason, Li Ruoshui felt a profound confidence in Lin Chong and Xiao Jin. Very well, let us wager on tonight in Amp. Amp, Oppos, S Banquet, Fong Mo chuckled, the loser pays. Li Ruoshui smiled and lightly nodded in agreement. At this moment, the host of the competition, Xiao Lei, announced, since the 7 holders of the Holy Sun token and their companions have taken the stage, let the contest commence. The first to concede or be knocked off the arena shall be eliminated. As his voice fell, Xiao Jin suddenly raised his right hand. May I ask, what if more than one person is defeated? He inquired, looking toward the master of the Taiyao Palace, his tone measured. Xiao Lei was momentarily taken aback by the question before responding. In that case, they would all be eliminated together. That is satisfactory. Xiao Jin sighed in relief upon receiving the answer. Lin Chong beside him had already begun to subtly gather the great wasteland finger technique. The atmosphere in the arena shifted dramatically, becoming tense and charged. Arrogant little brat, scoffed the holy son of the Liu family, chuckling derisively. He then turned to the other holy sons present, declaring, why Don and Amp? Oppos, till we join forces and take these 2 4th-level Supreme Realm cultivators down first? The holy son of the Ma family nodded in agreement. All right, I concur. The holy son of the Liu family echoed the sentiment. At this moment, Hong Shitian quickly approached Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, turning to face the 3 holy sons from the opposing families. Hong Shitian, have you lost your mind? The holy sons of these families were momentarily stunned, their expressions reflecting shock. These 2 are my brothers, Hong Shitian declared, slapping his chest confidently. This scene caught the attention of Han Li and Zhugu Rao, who exchanged glances. Hong Shitian, our master has instructed us to let you win without effort. You need not lift a finger. Xiao Jin gently patted Hong Shitian's shoulder. He then stepped forward, a fiery lotus pattern seemingly emerging beneath his feet. A wave of intense heat gradually surging forth. Xiao Jin gazed ahead, proclaiming with clarity, before stepping onto the stage today, our master informed us that we have 2 choices. First, you may withdraw gracefully. Second, I will cast you off the stage, which would also be quite undignified, should you fail to make a choice within 3 breaths. The second option will be assumed. With a smile on his face, Xiao Jin remained calm and composed. Lin Chong, standing beside him, could not help but marvel. As expected of my senior brother, this scene truly mirrors our master's teachings. Chapter 68. Can a single strike shatter us, the 9 from the 9 heavens? Are you even human? As Xiao Jin uttered these words, every cultivator present to witness the battle collectively inhaled sharply, their breaths caught in disbelief. Who is this person? So audacious in speech? Yet, the critical point remains that he is merely at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm, while his opponents are all sons of the Supreme Realm at the 9th level. Even with the backing of the Hong family's progeny, how could they possibly triumph over their adversaries? The son of the Ma family, upon witnessing this scene, waved his sleeve in disdain. Arrogant. I have never encountered such arrogance before. I am eager to see how you intend to defeat us. The son of the Liu family also stepped forward, scoffing. Beside them, several companions, all at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm, began to crack their knuckles in anticipation. With the sons of the Ma, Liu, and Liu families united, they formed a formidable coalition of 9 Supreme Realm cultivators. Brother, there's no need to waste words on these individuals. Lin Chong stepped forward. Without any hint of warning, he raised his hand and pointed. Destruction finger of the wasteland. He was not one for excessive chatter. When it came to confrontation, he preferred action. With a resounding crack, a massive azure finger emerged in the void, enveloped in an overwhelming force of the wasteland. Golden inscriptions coiled around it, exuding an unimaginable might. Fiery lotus of wrath. Xiao Jin, no longer inclined to be verbose, followed suit as his junior had acted. The fusion of the 3-colored fire lotus was now as effortless for him as breathing. In an instant, a colossal 3-colored fire lotus materialized in the palm of his hand, which he hurled toward the Ma family's progeny and their companions. As the fire lotus spun, the very fabric of space began to fracture. The destruction finger of the wasteland continued its relentless path of obliteration. Such a terrifying spectacle left all the onlookers at the St. S cloud platform feeling a chill run down their spines. On the cloud platform, confronted with such formidable martial techniques, the sons of the Ma family furrowed their brows, a flicker of fear evident in their pupils. Their energies were firmly ensnared by the prowess of their opponent's techniques, leaving them no avenue of escape. Moreover, they dare not retreat, for doing so would imply that 9 practitioners at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm were inferior to 2 at the 4th level. With gritted teeth, the 9 of them commenced their family's ultimate techniques. Yet alas, the might of the fiery lotus of wrath and the destruction finger of the wasteland was simply too immense. The power of a casual strike was comparable to that of a half-saint. Bang! Boom! In that instant of contact between their techniques, the outcome was already determined. The 9 sons of the Supreme Realm and their companions were sent reeling, spitting blood, their spirits waning, stumbling backward, while the might of the finger and the lotus showed no signs of abating. They surged directly toward the edge of the cloud platform. However, upon nearing the platform and Oppo's boundary, a golden radiance erupted, resembling a colossal protective barrier that dispersed the overwhelming force, neutralizing the ferocious attack. How terrifying! The power of that finger and the lotus was astonishingly formidable. Is this truly the strength expected of someone at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm? What then have I been cultivating? A fellow cultivator, also at the 4th level, found himself shaken to the core. The others, witnessing the attack being diffused by the protective barrier, exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the saintly rhythms of the 3 Supreme Palace Masters maintained order around the cloud platform. Otherwise, had that finger and lotus struck the audience, the casualties would have been unimaginable. A dark horse. So, they are indeed dark horses. Hiss. This world is never devoid of dark horses. There have been instances of terrifying prodigies emerging from obscurity, first unnoticed, then cutting through all peers of their rank to become dark horses. With a single strike, the 9 from the Supreme Realm at the 9th level were utterly vanquished. They had lost their combat strength, their spirits diminished, gazing at Xiao Jin and Lin Chong with palpable terror. Is there no justice in this world? 2 at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm, with a single blow, shattering all 9 of us at the 9th level? This is beyond comprehension. Such was the singular thought coursing through their minds. Truly ruthless. Hong Shitian stared at this scene, swallowing hard. He realized that Xiao Jin and Lin Chong had grown even stronger than he had observed in the 9 mysterious realm. Their ascent in strength was undeniably evident to the naked eye. Indeed, one must weigh goods against one another, and life against life. Upon the high platform, Xiao Lei gazed at this unfolding event with astonishment. Beside him, Yao Lai could hardly contain his excitement, his eyes fixed on Xiao Jin. The fusion of heavenly fire. This was precisely what our Tai Yao Palace had tirelessly sought. Ha ha ha! I never anticipated such a grand gift from the heavens. If only Yao Lai and Oppo's throat quivered with anticipation. If he could also acquire such a technique, he could refine all 6 types of heavenly fires that ranked among the top 20 on the heavenly fire list, which had been passed down through Tai Yao Palace. At that point, breaking through the pinnacle of the Saint Realm would be but a matter of course. The realm beyond the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. That was the height Yao Lai had longed for. With this thought, his eyes brimmed with unrestrained greed. Xiao Lei, observing Yao Lai's demeanor, chuckled, Yao Lai, I shall be the first to congratulate you on the imminent addition of a genius disciple to Tai Yao Palace. Though Xiao Lei was equally astonished by Xiao Jin's heavenly fire fusion technique, he practiced the Tai Xiao Lei technique, not the heavenly fire technique, thus could only watch with envy. Qian Li, at this moment, cast a sidelong glance and spoke, Yao Lai, do not celebrate too soon. Xiao Jin has a master. And what of having a master? He is merely at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm. No matter how formidable his master is, they are still just a saint. Are they not? Yao Lai waved his hand dismissively, his confidence unwavering. In our Tai Yao Palace, a saint is merely an elder. Should he join us? Our techniques will be at his disposal, and all the elders can guide him. Qianli shook his head, replying, "What if he refuses? Does he dare to refuse?" Yao Lai and Amp. Appo's gaze turned dangerously intense. Should he decline, it would be a matter of regret. What a splendid talent he would be. Surely, he would not wish to see such potential squandered. Qianli narrowed his eyes. They were all too familiar with Yao Lai and Appo's temperament. He had dedicated his life to cultivating the Tai Yao divine technique. Yet this technique was excessively domineering, requiring the absorption of myriad fires to enhance one's strength. However, each attempt to absorb would incur a backlash from the essence of fire. At Yao Lai's current level, he could no longer endure such backlash. Failure would mean death. Now, with a prodigious fire control genius emerging suddenly atop the Saint's cloud platform, especially one possessing the very technique Yao Lai coveted, he would undoubtedly take action, even if it meant forcibly seizing it. Just as he had said, such a talent could very well meet an untimely demise. The demise of a talent could not be more tragic. Chapter 69. Who is your brother? The destruction of the heavenly prison. In the Wanxia mountain range, atop the cloud sky platform, Xiaolei gazed at the radiant and spirited Yao Lai, pinching the space between his brows as he murmured, "Yao Lai, do not overstep your bounds. Be wary that your master and Appo's disciples may come seeking an explanation." Yao Lai laughed heartily, then let his master accompany him to his demise. Qianli, seated nearby, chuckled lightly in response. Observing this, Xiaolei chose not to voice further admonitions. After all, they were the most formidable trio within the Tai Shao sacred domain. Faced with two exceptional talents at the supreme realm and Amp, Appo's fourth level, alongside their master, who was merely at the saint level, there was little to fear. Indeed, to be acknowledged by one of the strongest in their domain was, in itself, a stroke of fortune. They were grateful to have such an opportunity. At the observation stands, in the southeast corner, Fang Mo could not help but widen his eyes upon witnessing the 9 supreme beings of the 9th level being vanquished without even a chance to retaliate. Monsters! How do I feel that these two, like brotherly, are also prodigies? Li Ruoshui, equally astonished, remarked, "Indeed, they are exceptionally strong. It has been a while since I encountered a talent comparable to my own. Had I not met my master back then, perhaps I would be in the same position as you, Brother Fang." His words struck Fang Mo and Amp, Appo's heart twice. The first statement clearly indicated that Li Ruoshui did not consider him an equal. The second statement was even more piercing. What did it mean that without encountering his master, he would merely be like Fang Mo? Was he truly that inferior? Fang Mo pondered. Aside from being a millennium older than Li Ruoshui, their cultivation levels were the same. As he reflected, Fang Mo felt a twitch in his eyelids. By this comparison, it seemed he had little to boast about. Indeed, the one who could slay Wang Qing was no ordinary foe. On the cloud sky platform, Han Li observed the effortless defeat of the 3 other holy sons and redirected his gaze towards Xiao Jin and his companion. The moment their eyes met, a fierce battle intent ignited within Xiao Jin. Han Li remained unperturbed, for he had already stepped into the half-saint realm. Lin Zhong approached Zhu Gu now with deliberate strides, locking his gaze upon her without uttering a word. They had previously agreed upon their combat targets for this encounter. High above, on the cloud sky platform, Xiaolei inhaled deeply and declared, "Due to the unexpected defeat of 3 holy sons, the format of this competition will be slightly altered. We shall continue in chaotic combat until only 3 factions remain, at which point the top 3 will be determined. Subsequently, the ultimate victor shall claim the first place." With the rule change, the atmosphere surrounding the cloud sky platform became increasingly fervent. On one side stood the formidable Dark Horse. On the other, the holy maiden of the Skeleton Holy Sect and the holy son of the Han clan. The excitement was palpable. "It seems you have already chosen your opponents." Han Li and Appo's gaze turned cold, his voice hauntingly soft as he addressed Zhu Gu now. "Zhu Gu now, let us join forces to eliminate those 3, and then we shall compete for the title of Holy Son." Zhu Gu now waved her sleeve lightly, replying, "No problem." Thus, the battleground became clear. Zhu Guno, accompanied by 2 half-saints, would face Lin Zhong. Han Li, alongside 2 half-saint companions, would confront Xiao Jin. Each individual faced 3 half-saints. The atmosphere within the cloud sky platform grew tense and electric. Perhaps I should also join, stepped forward Hong Shitian, who was standing behind Xiao Jin. Before he could finish, Xiao Jin interjected, "Master has commanded that you shall win effortlessly. There is no need for you to intervene. But each of you must contend with 3 half-saints." Hong Shitian expressed concern, although they had just combined their strength to defeat 9 supreme beings. The disparity between supreme and half-saint was as vast as a chasm. It and oppose. As merely a half-saint, Xiao Jin smiled. "I and oppose. V slain one before." Upon hearing this, Hong Shitian coughed awkwardly. "Your presence here will hinder my master and oppose. As performance," Lin Zhong stated. His words made Hong Shitian and oppose's mouth twitch. All right. Lin Zhong, Xiao Jin. I shall step aside." "Very well." Both Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong nodded in agreement. Hong Shitian obediently retreated to the edge of the cloud sky platform. Hong Shitian will not intervene? Han Li narrowed his eyes at this scene. "Against you all, it is unnecessary." Xiao Jin and Oppo's palm ignited with blazing heavenly fire, a myriad of radiant lights swirling around him. His eyes shimmered with golden flames. "Hun Klen, come forth to battle." With his words echoing, he stepped into the void, each step blossoming with lotus flowers. One man faced 3 half-saints, boldly initiating the assault. The right half of the cloud sky platform was dominated by Xiao Jin and Han Li. Meanwhile, on the left, Zhu Gu now scrutinized Lin Zhong from distance. "Not a bad-looking young man. How about you join my faction? I could offer you some delightful rewards," Zhu Gu now proposed, her voice dripping with allure as she began to weave a gentle charm. "Simply nod, and I can grant you pleasures beyond ordinary experience." Her seductive tone began to hypnotize some cultivators in the stands, even through the sacred barrier. Had it not been for their companions slapping them awake, they might have succumbed entirely. Amid the crisp sound of slaps, the affected individuals quickly regained their senses, filled with trepidation. "Thank you, my friend, for awakening me." "No need for thanks. I can deliver another slap if you wish." "Please no. What a terrifying charm. This is the unique enchantment of the holy maiden of the skeleton holy sect, the soft bone charm." It was said that she had used this charm to slay many talented opponents of her rank and subsequently refine them into skeletons. Truly formidable. On the left side of the platform, Lin Zhong furrowed his brow. He could indeed sense a gentle force enveloping him. However, he did not perceive any so-called soft-bone charm. Zhu Gu now, standing opposite him, felt her expression shift. How could he withstand her soft-bone charm for so long? His aura remained unchanged. Could it be he was dense? "Lin Zhong, my dear brother." Zhu Gu now exerted her charm to its fullest extent. Yet before she could finish, Lin Zhong and Oppo's desolate gaze coldly swept over her. "Do not call me brother. Who is your brother? If you wish to fight, then fight. Spare me the chatter. Though I am unaware of your recent actions, my master has warned me. Women only impede my progress." In the next instant, Lin Zhong unleashed his assault with a thunderous roar. Destruction of the heavenly prison finger. Chapter 70. What are you looking at? Taste my burning lotus of wrath. With a single finger pointed, the heavens weep. On the left side of the Cloud Summit arena, Lin Zhong struck without a hint of hesitation. A colossal finger, enveloped in formidable destructive energy, ruthlessly surged towards Zhu Guerrero. This scene left Zhu Guerrero, not far away, utterly confounded. She was confident that her years of training in the soft bone charm would be irresistible, capable of stirring even the most steadfast of men to harbor ill intentions. Even resolute cultivators, when faced with her, would find it challenging to unleash their true potential. Yet, this man named Lin Zhong appeared entirely unaffected. As she gazed at the fierce azure finger hurtling towards her life gate, Zhu Guerrero and Oppo's expression darkened. What is happening? How could Lin Zhong remain immune to her soft bone charm? Is his composure truly that formidable? Moreover, I have heard that Zhu Guerrero, having reached the semi-holy realm, could still exert some influence even on saints with her charm. Could it be that Lin Zhong and Oppo's resolve surpasses that of a saint? Hiss! The cultivators at the edge of the arena began to murmur in intrigue. Just as Lin Chang's colossal finger was about to strike Zhuge, her two semi-holy puppets suddenly sprang into action. Boom! The semi-holy puppets unleashed their palms, colliding fiercely with Lin Chang's desolate sky, prison destruction finger. A wave of ethereal energy surged in all directions. Even the seemingly indestructible foundation of the Cloud Summit Arena trembled slightly. It is worth noting that the entire arena is constructed from the sturdiest cloud stone, augmented by the powers of Xiaolei, Qinli, and Yaolai. Even ordinary saints cannot shatter this platform, let alone create a crack. Thus, cultivators beneath the saint level can freely unleash their ultimate techniques on this immense cloud summit arena. What a formidable finger! Zhuge gazed at her two semi-holy puppets, her brows furrowing. No wonder they could defeat 9 supreme beings of the 9th heaven with a single joint attack. The power of this finger alone is likely comparable to a semi-holy strike. Underestimating him simply because he is at the 4th heaven of the supreme realm would be a grave mistake. Lin Chong regarded the opponent's puppets as they neutralized his attack without a trace of surprise. After all, the opponent was renowned for her prowess in claiming the title of the Holy Maiden of the Cloud Summit. What are you looking at? Taste my burning lotus of wrath. Just as the commotion caused by Lin Chong left Hun Li momentarily stunned, he immediately heard Xiao Jin's voice. Following closely was a blooming tricolor fire lotus. The terrifying heat made Hun Li feel as if his very soul were ablaze. Indeed, there is something noteworthy. Hun Li dared not be negligent and exerted his soul techniques to defend fiercely. Boom! As the fire lotus descended before him, it erupted instantaneously. In an instant, a myriad of dazzling lights and colors manifested. Hun Li staggered back repeatedly, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of the fire lotus. Heavenly fire is the bane of the Soul Clan. Hunwia, make your move. Let's resolve this swiftly. Taking a deep breath, Hun Li unleashed his soul techniques, causing the surrounding space to rupture, with countless pitch-black chains beginning to entwine around him. Soul Lock Chain. This is the Soul Clan's innate soul weapon, refined to target the spirit. Once the Soul Lock is unleashed, even gods and demons weep. Even saints would feel trepidation when confronting a member of the Soul Clan of the same realm. Hunwuya? Xiao Jin tilted his head, looking at Hunwuya, inquiring, "Who is Hunwuya to you?" Hunwuya was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, "He is my younger brother. So you are the same ilk." Xiao Jin nodded, raising both hands, revealing 2 floating burning lotuses of wrath. "I shall send you down to meet your brother." Twin burning lotuses. Upon hearing this, Hunwuya instantly comprehended. His younger brother had been slain by the opponent. "You shall perish." In the next moment, a surge of soul energy erupted violently within Hunwuya. An endless black mist enveloped him, his eyes glowing red, as he summoned his innate soul lock chain and charged toward Xiao Jin. In an instant, chaos reigned in the battlefield. To the left, the clash between desolation and puppetry unfolded. To the right, the struggle between soul power and heavenly fire commenced. A visual feast began to unfold. Upon the Cloud Summit, this child is indeed a genius. Ha ha ha. This Xiao Jin shall surely belong to our Tai Yao Palace. The palace master, Yao Lai, clapped in delight. The more formidable the fire control displayed by the opponent, the more it suited his taste. Meanwhile, an oddly peculiar voice suddenly resonated throughout the arena. "Yao Lai, this child is irreconcilably at odds with our Soul Clan. Are you certain you wish to recruit him into your Tai Yao Palace?" A mass of black mist had mysteriously appeared. As the voice emerged, a gaunt figure stepped forth from the black fog. Upon hearing the voice, all members of the Hun family present immediately rose and knelt in unison. "Patriarch." As the black mist dissipated, the gaunt figure revealed itself. An elder with the Soul Clan and Amp, Oppos, S insignia engraved upon his forehead, surveyed the crowd with his hollowed eyes. "Hening." Upon seeing the newcomer, Yao Lai furrowed his brow slightly, asking, "Did you not enter seclusion?" "My son is participating in the Holy Sun and Amp, Oppos, as Cloud Summit. As a father, how could I not come to support him?" Hun Ning glanced behind him, and the black soul energy surged forth. A throne entirely formed of soul energy appeared, upon which Han Ning seated himself. From the soul throne, sounds of lamentation seemed to emanate. Xiao Lei frowned slightly. Han Ning's strength was at the pinnacle of the saint level, on par with the three of them. However, he had not anticipated that this old fellow would also emerge from seclusion. The cultivators below displayed commendable spirit energy. Han Ning observed those present with keen eyes, filled with brilliance. Han Ning, this is the Wanxia mountain range. Once you leave the mountain, we will not interfere with your actions, but this territory is under the jurisdiction of our three supreme palaces. Xiao Lei frowned. Fear not, I am merely speaking. Han Ning turned his head slightly, letting out a raspy chuckle. Just then, the space shimmered once more. A pair of skeletal, white hands slowly tore through the fabric of reality. Such a scene, I too wish to partake in the revelry. As the skeletal hands rent the space, an elder clad in blood-red robes emerged. His aura radiated the unmistakable presence of a peak saint. Zhu Tianhai, the master of the puppet bone holy sect, a ruthless individual who has perfected the art of puppetry. Aside from his head, which retains flesh, the rest of his limbs are skeletal. He has transformed himself into bones. At this moment, the top figures from several major sects had gathered. Xiao Lei, Qinli, and Yao Lai exchanged worried glances. The situation seemed to spiral beyond their control. Chapter 71. You, using us as practice? Zhu Tianhai, I never expected that you. The old immortal would emerge from seclusion. Han Ning looked at Zhu Tianhai, his voice hoarse as he laughed. Our Sacred Bone sect has finally produced a talented saintess surpassing my own abilities. I must ensure she clinches victory in this holy sun battle and steps into the celestial gate, allowing her to enter the realm of the saints. Zhu Tianhai observed the fierce confrontation below, noting that both sides were evenly matched. Yet, he remained confident that his sect's saintess would secure the first position. I'm afraid the first place this time belongs to our Han clan. Han Ning chuckled softly. Although there was no significant conflict between the Sacred Bone sect and the Han clan, both factions practiced similar refining techniques, naturally fostering a sense of rivalry. Xiao Lei glanced at Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning, and beside him, Yao Lai whispered, Xiao Lei, do you think these two might jeopardize our plans? If there is a flaw in the celestial gate, that esteemed individual may not be pleased. Xiao Lei lowered his gaze slightly and replied slowly, no worries. Once the celestial gate opens, we shall accomplish our mission, and then we shall advance further. Should we fear them? Upon hearing this, Yao Lai nodded in agreement. Qin, who had been squinting, spoke softly, this may be our final opportunity to ascend beyond the saints in this lifetime. We must give it our all. His tone was calm, yet the determination in his words was unmistakable, even if it meant offending the Sacred Bone sect and the Han clan. Once they reach the pinnacle of the saint realm, they can create a natural barrier of separation around themselves. Thus, the exchange among the three was inaudible to Zhu Tianhai and his companions seated across from them. However, the demands of that esteemed individual were indeed stringent. As the celestial gate manifested, the 9 sons of the Sacred Heart coalesced. Sigh. Qinli pinched his brow. Even with everyone present, we cannot gather 9 individuals. Originally, 9 candidates were sufficient, but the Sacred Bone sect intervened, and their saintess counts as only one. Her puppets are utterly useless. The Han clan contributes 3, yet unexpectedly. Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong emerged as dark horses. With only 1 member from the Han clan participating, that totals merely 7. Just as Xiao Lei and his companions were growing anxious, the rhythm of battle below was abruptly interrupted. Something was amiss. Why does this fellow consistently manage to counterattack at critical moments? With minimal cost, he can shatter our assaults? Han Li quickly distanced himself from Xiao Jin, adjusting his breathing before his expression turned grim. Xiao Jin, are you using us to practice? Similarly, Zhu Guliao noticed the anomaly. Lin Zhong showed no signs of retreat against her 2 attacking puppets. Sometimes, he even revealed vulnerabilities. Yet, these weaknesses were swiftly rectified. Upon hearing Han Li's accusation, she suddenly realized that her 2 semi-saint puppets were being used to enhance his combat skills. Having come to this realization, Xiao Jin stood in the void, looking down at Hun Li and the others. This quarter hour of combat, neither too long nor too brief, had sufficiently solidified his own strength. Indeed, as my master said, the quickest way to master combat techniques is to fight against an opponent 7 or 8 levels above oneself. With 3 semi-saints as sparring partners, progress was exceedingly rapid. Xiao Jin, today I shall slay you. Hun Li was almost furious. How could the esteemed son of the Hun clan be used as practice by someone at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm? His eyes burned with rage, and his surrounding soul power surged. A lethal strike began to coalesce. At this moment, he disregarded all rules of competition. The 2 semi-saints beside him felt the same. As members of the Hun clan, they were accustomed to pride. Why had they ever faced such treatment? In an instant, the 3 semi-saints gathered their lethal strikes. Meanwhile, Zhu Gu Liao's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Daring to use my puppets as practice, you're the first. Soon, I shall refine you into my puppet, ensuring you never reincarnate. As Zhu Gu Liao's voice fell, her skin began to pale, intricate skeletal patterns emerging. Clearly, she too was commencing her lethal strike. On the sidelines, in the southeast corner, Feng Mo chuckled, brotherly. That saintess claims she will ensure her opponent never reincarnates. Never reincarnate? If Li Ruoxue said that, I would believe it. Others? Merely empty boasts. Li Ruoxue smiled wryly, glancing at Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong in the arena, and said, the victor will soon be revealed. Brother Feng, you're treating this evening's meal, no doubt. Brotherly, while I find the Hun clan's saint son and the sacred bones sect's saintess disagreeable. Their strength is undeniable. Feng Montak Guspit, do you trust Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong that much? For some reason, I simply believe in them, Li Ruoxue replied, confidence evident in his voice. Upon the cloud sky arena, Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong stood firm in the void, having sufficiently honed their skills. Junior brother, Xiao Jin turned to Lin Zhong. Let us conclude this contest. All right, senior brother, Lin Zhong nodded. Such a dismissive attitude towards their adversaries caused Zhu Gu Liao and Hun Li to erupt in outrage. Xiao Jin gazed at Hun Li and his companions below, suddenly tilting his head and grinning malevolently. 3 semi-saints truly believe themselves formidable? As my master would say, you are nothing. In the next instant, he clenched his right hand in the void. All the heavenly flames within him surged forth. Various flames coalesced on his right hand, the terrifying heat causing ripples throughout the surrounding space, which struggled to endure such intensity. In the following second, a massive heavenly flame ruler materialized in Xiao Jin's grasp. The ruler, radiant and translucent, infused with diverse heavenly flames, bore intricate patterns radiating boundless pressure. The ruler, forged from 62 types of heavenly flames, was now unveiled. When this colossal heavenly flame ruler was formed, a mere casual swing caused the space to fracture, revealing an eerie black void within. If the attack of the 62-colored Supreme Fire Lotus was expansive, the strike of the heavenly flame ruler was concentrated. The power released from the Fire Lotus fused into the ruler and amp. Oppo's body, each strike equating to the explosive force of the 62-colored Supreme Fire Lotus. Meanwhile, Lin Zhong was enveloped by a phantom of the Azure Dragon. The dark green force of the wasteland churned violently. The space began to crack inch by inch. The Azure Dragon phantom grew increasingly solid, ultimately merging with Lin Zhong's form. With 2 supreme martial techniques unleashed, the momentum utterly overwhelmed Zhu Gu Liao and Hun Li. In the next moment, Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong struck simultaneously. As Zhu Gu Liao and Hun Li sensed their attacks locking onto them, a singular thought flashed through their minds: death. Moreover, they realized there was no escape. The spatial pattern shattered, rendering retreat impossible. Their essence was locked down, leaving no avenue for flight. If struck by their adversaries' attacks, death was certain. Subsequently, Zhu Gu Liao and Hun Li could no longer maintain their dignity, shouting loudly, "Master, save me! Chief, save me!" Chapter 72. The master has no choice but to be invincible. The cries for help from Zhu Guo Liao and Hun inadvertently echoed as the Battle of the Holy Suns unfolded on the Yunxiao stage, startling all spectators who had come to witness this remarkable contest. They had not anticipated that the two underdogs, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, would surpass the formidable crowd. Even against the holy daughter of the skeleton sect and the holy son of the Han clan, they maintained a distinct advantage. At this moment, the scorching heat of the Wanhua Hung Tianqi approached Han Ning. Meanwhile, Lin Chong unleashed the Azure Dragon Finger technique before Zhu Guoriao, leaving them with no room for retaliation under such overwhelming martial prowess. In the next instant, the arena was engulfed by a surge of soul and bone energy. As two peak holy beings descended upon the scene, Zhu Tianhai swiftly positioned himself before Zhu Guoriao, extending his bone-white hand to block the incoming assault. On the other side, Han Ning channeled his immense soul energy, wrapping it around Han Li. In this critical moment, the rules of the Yunxiao Holy Sun competition had been shattered. This is dire. If this continues, the situation will worsen. Xiao Lei, Qian Li, and Yao Lai sprang into action. Should they allow matters to escalate unchecked, the chaos would be uncontrollable, jeopardizing the plans they had promised to that esteemed individual. Suddenly, three figures, one purple, one red, and one blue, appeared on the stage, each emanating the aura of peak holy beings at full perfection. In an instant, 5 such presences filled the Yunxiao platform. Spiritual energy enveloped the arena, obscuring the external view of the unfolding events. Moments later, the gathered energy dispersed, revealing a shocking scene that left all cultivators present gasping in disbelief. Despite Han Ning and Appo's intervention, the Han clan had only managed to protect Han Li, while Han Huia and another half-saint from the Han clan had perished beneath the Wanhua Hung Tianqi. The pallor of Han Li's face was alarming, his energy unstable. Clearly, had Han Ning arrived a moment later, Han Li would have met a similar fate. On the opposite side, Zhu Guoriao and Appo's lips bled, and the two half-saint puppets in her grasp vanished entirely. Her situation mirrored that of Han Li. Had it not been for the swift action of Zhu Tianhai, she too would have perished. Young ones, perhaps you were a bit too heavy-handed? Zhu Tianhai remarked, his brow furrowing as he assessed Zhu Guoriao's injuries, his eyes glowing ominously green. Meanwhile, Han Ning glared at Xiao Jin with a sinister intensity, unable to fathom how his 3 half-saints had been outmatched by a single strike from their opponents. What kind of prowess do they possess? The strange fire technique they wielded was utterly unprecedented. Not too heavy, Xiao Lei interjected, stepping between the two parties. Xiao Lei, Zhu Tianhai, and Han Ning turned their gazes towards him in unison. Xiao Lei inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. The rules of the Yunxiao Holy Sun competition dictate that a battle ceases only when one side is defeated or voluntarily concedes. Just now, your Holy Son and Holy Daughter did not concede. Thus their actions remain within the boundaries of the rules. Furthermore, he directed his gaze at Qian Li, who then stepped forward and declared, the skeleton sect and the Han clan, your intervention in this competition signifies your defeat. According to the Holy Sun competition's regulations, neither of you will be permitted to participate in future contests. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning and Appo's brows furrowed deeply. They did not regard the Holy Sun competition as important. What they truly valued was the opportunity for their Holy Son and Holy Daughter to enter the Xian Ke Tianmen. Dear friends, in the spirit of our esteemed 3 great palaces, let us not pursue grievances against the skeleton sect and the Han clan. This time, the first place in the Yunxiao competition belongs to you. Moreover, we will multiply the rewards of the top prize tenfold. Xiao Lei bowed respectfully to Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, his demeanor earnest. Xiao Jin closed his eyes momentarily, refraining from responding to Xiao Lei's words. Instead, he approached Lin Chong and whispered, Junior brother, do you remember this feeling in your heart? I do, Lin Chong replied, his fists clenched slowly. Before coming to the Yunxiao competition, our master warned us that this contest would not be simple. Xiao Jin took a deep breath, casting his gaze towards Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning, both of whom were peak holy beings. Even if one could defeat their adversary, they might have to face even more formidable allies. a realization dawned upon Xiao Jin. Their master was immensely powerful, capable of annihilating these individuals in an instant. However, junior brother, if we encounter such situations in the future, we cannot always rely on our master. There are some hurdles we must overcome on our own. Junior brother, do you remember the oath we made before our master departed? Lin Chong nodded solemnly. Naturally, it is etched in my heart. I shall follow in the footsteps of our master and become a powerful individual like him. Xiao Jin nodded in agreement. Indeed, behind us stands our master. Yet behind our master, there is no one. Faced with the casual dismissal of their most potent attacks by two peak holy beings, they were struck by the realization of just how terrifying their master truly was. They could not compete, yet their master supported them. However, their master was not invincible from the outset. How did their master handle formidable foes in the past? The answer was simple: by risking death. Therefore, their master must triumph. He had no choice but to be invincible. With this thought, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong entered a profound state of enlightenment, enveloped by an intangible wave of understanding. This was a revelation of conviction, transcending space, rules, and the forces of heaven and earth. It was a unique realization of the Tao that belonged solely to Lin Chong and Xiao Jin. As this field of comprehension took form, a tremendous force descended from the heavens, seemingly creating a Taoist sanctuary within a 100-zhang radius around them. An overwhelming wave of energy surged, pushing all present away. Even the peak holy beings, like Xiao Lei, were unable to withstand this power. In that moment, the Yunxiao platform became the stage for Xiao Jin and Lin Chong alone. They closed their eyes slightly, effortlessly hovering 3 feet above the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Lei and others were left aghast, trembling in disbelief. This is the enlightenment of the Tao heart. Chapter 73, Observing the Master, indescribable, incomparable, unfathomable. The moment Xiao Lei uttered these words, the expressions of Qianli, Yaolai, Zhu Tianhai, and Han Ning shifted dramatically. The concept of Tao heart enlightenment? Indeed, it is the Tao heart enlightenment. Qianli swallowed hard, gazing at the two, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, who were enveloped in a realm of profound understanding. His eyes brimmed with overwhelming greed. It turns out, there truly exists someone capable of entering the Tao heart enlightenment. Zhu Tianhai observed this scene, his parched throat quivering slightly, his skeletal frame trembling. Beside him, Han Ning exhibited even greater agitation, clenching his fists in disbelief. Their innate gifts, were they truly this terrifying? The Tao heart enlightenment does not directly elevate the cultivator's power. However, it can significantly enhance their Tao heart. The extent of this enhancement relies solely on the cultivator's own comprehension. Having presided over the Taishao sacred domain for millennia, Xiao Lei and his companions had indeed come across ancient texts detailing the Tao heart enlightenment. As long as one could invoke it, even the most mediocre talent could surmount the barriers and ascend beyond the pinnacle of a saint, into the realm of the great saint. In other words, the meticulous plans that Xiao Lei, Qianli, and Yaolai had devised over the years were utterly overshadowed by the extraordinary talents of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Meanwhile, in the southeast corner of the viewing platform, Li Ruoshui felt a wave of frustration as Feng Imo incessantly tapped on his arm. "Brother Li, my arm is about to break." Coughing lightly to mask his earlier excitement, Feng Imo exclaimed, "I was merely overwhelmed, Brother Li, the Tao heart enlightenment. It is a realm that neither you nor I have ever probed. Indeed, the words of our ancestor ring true. Following you, Brother Li, to witness such wonders was the right choice." Feng Mo's breath quickened, for while ordinary cultivators may not grasp the true power of the Tao heart enlightenment, he was acutely aware of its significance. He even possessed complete records of the Tao heart enlightenment. Once one steps into this realm, even an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation can undergo a metamorphosis, though it may not directly enhance one's cultivation level. The insights gained can lead to rapid breakthroughs, ascending through minor stages every 3 days and greater stages every 5 days. "Brother Fong, allow me to interject." Li Ruoshui raised his hand. I entered the Tao Heart Enlightenment 2 millennia ago. Fong Mo and Amp. Appo's expression froze, his face contorting in disbelief as he stared at Li Ruoshui. Why have I never heard you mention this? You never asked? Li Ruoshui replied calmly. After a moment of silence, Fong Mo implored, please, be a decent person. As Li Ruoshui observed Xiao Jin and Lin Chong embracing the Tao Heart Enlightenment, an inexplicable gratitude welled up within him. It felt as though an invisible thread connected them, a sentiment perhaps unfathomable to ordinary cultivators. Yet, as one who specializes in the art of reincarnation, Li Ruoshui could sense this connection that eluded common understanding. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate the power of reincarnation. In another corner of the viewing platform, Qin Yuan watched his disciples engage with the Tao Heart Enlightenment, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. They were ahead of my expectations, truly worthy of being my disciples. Initially, he had anticipated that Xiao Jin and Lin Chong would experience their enlightenment within the Xianke Heavenly Gate. Yet they had invoked it right here on the Sacred Sun's Yinshao platform. Indeed, the adage that pressure breeds motivation held truth. Had the leaders of the Quaigu sacred sect and the Hun clan not intervened at the last moment, it was uncertain whether Xiao Jin and Lin Chong would have entered the Tao Heart Enlightenment so swiftly. It appeared they regarded these formidable opponents as mere challenges. Rubbing his temples, Qin Yuan reflected on the karmic ties woven through this tournament. This was a trial on the path to strength for Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. For now, he chose not to intervene. However, should the leaders of the Quaigu sect, the Hun clan, or the mightiest of the three palaces lack discernment, he would have no choice but to ensure their demise, preventing their souls from reincarnating. With this thought, Qin Yuan resumed savoring a linglong fruit. In the next moment, an imperceptible barrier shattered above the Sacred Sun's Yinshao platform. An enigmatic aura surged forth, flooding the void like a tide. On the platform, this profound energy filled every inch of space, transcending the mundane, defying the constraints of time, and breaking free from spatial limitations. In an instant, the laws of heaven and earth seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, illuminating the sky with brilliant radiance. Countless radiant beams intertwined, each infused with supreme meaning. As Xiao Jin and Lin Chong delved into this moment of enlightenment, they realized that the once obscure aspects of their cultivation now flowed into their souls as clear as a spring. It was as if the martial arts they practiced were inherently theirs. Soft murmurs began to resonate, echoing truths of the highest order, not from the void, but from the depths of their consciousness. At this moment, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong sensed that time had halted and space had solidified. Everything around them became extraordinarily lucid and transparent. To their astonishment, they perceived their true selves. Upon regaining their senses, they discovered they had entered a higher state of consciousness. Senior brother, Lin Chong's spirit stood beside his true self, gazing at Xiao Jin's spirit and exclaiming, "What a marvelous sensation!" Xiao Jin reveled in this unprecedented, profound experience. With everything around him suspended, he became curious about how his master appeared in this state. Yet, as he turned his spirit's gaze towards Qin Yuan, his mind felt as if it were swelling. Where his sight landed, chaos and void reigned. A piercing pain caused Xiao Jin's spirit to tremble slightly. Indescribable, incomparable, unfathomable. This was his immediate impression. Lin Chong experienced a similar reaction. Steady your mind. Observe all phenomena. Qin Yuan's voice resonated in their spiritual ears. In that instant, Lin Chong and Xiao Jin understood that their master was aiding them. They then returned to their physical forms, calming their hearts and focusing their intentions. With hearts tranquil as still water and thoughts flowing like clouds, they centered their spirits, resting in serenity. Their spirits returned to their essence, intent anchored in their dantian. All thoughts converged into one, and their Tao heart remained steadfast. As Qin Yuan's voice faded at that moment, the insights of the Tao heart enlightenment were wholly absorbed by Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Thus they both grasped the highest tier of Tao heart enlightenment, eternal Tao heart. Eternal Tao heart. They had comprehended this supreme realm. By the heavens, Brother Li, I initially believed you to be unparalleled. Now it seems all three of you are extraordinary. Fong Mo exclaimed, his composure shattering as he witnessed this spectacle. Chapter 74. The True Gate of the Celestial Abyss. At this very moment, within the arena, the Holy Son of the Clouds, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong slowly opened their eyes. They had attained the understanding of the Tao heart. Although their strength remained unchanged at this moment, their Tao heart on the path of cultivating the mind had reached the ultimate state, an unwavering Tao heart. In other words, henceforth, they would encounter no inner demons on their path of cultivation. In fact, in many respects, the benefits they had gained far surpassed the rewards for securing the top 3 positions in the Holy Sun and Oppos S Cloud Arena. In one corner of the spectator and Oppos S area, Qin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement as he gazed at the two who had firmly established their Tao heart. It must be said, the courage of these 2 disciples was truly remarkable. Qin Yuan was astounded. Just moments ago, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong had dared to observe themselves with their spiritual consciousness during their enlightenment. This was nearly akin to courting death. Fortunately, being his disciples, they ultimately stabilized themselves through his calming techniques. Had any other prodigies dared to undertake such a reckless endeavor, they would likely have been met with a fierce backlash from their own consciousness upon seeing themselves, possibly becoming raving lunatics thereafter. Congratulations, the crowd exclaimed. After the understanding of the Tao venue dissipated, the members of the Xiao Lei clan approached Xiao Jin and Lin Chong once more. Xiao Lei, with a cheerful demeanor, declared, "This is your reward for securing first place." With that, he produced a green spatial ring. Xiao Jin, not one to be overly modest, accepted the spatial ring and began to inspect its contents. Indeed, it contained a plethora of rare materials and treasures, yet none were what Xiao Jin required. How then was this battle to be evaluated? Xiao Jin glanced at the side where the soul-like figure stood. Xiao Lei announced with clarity, "I hereby declare that the top 3 positions in this Holy Sun and Oppos S Cloud Arena have been established. The first place, without a doubt, goes to Xiao Jin and Lin Chong." He then turned his gaze toward the spectator area, where Hong Shitian had not intervened throughout the event, and continued. "And the second place goes to Hong Shitian of the Hong family." At this moment, Hong Shitian could barely swallow, finally comprehending the meaning of winning by mere presence. He had merely appeared on stage and claimed second place. In the spectator seating, the members of the Hong family erupted in excitement. Truly, he was a disciple of a great master. They had indeed won effortlessly alongside their holy son. Xiao Lei then glanced at Zhu Tianhai and Hun Ning, acknowledging that these 2 elders were formidable adversaries. He proceeded to announce, "And for the third place, we have Hun Li and Zhu Guorao." Thus, the top 3 positions in the Holy Sun and Oppos S Cloud Arena were firmly established. "Brother Fong, the banquet this evening is entrusted to you." Li Ruoshik gently patted Fong Mo and Oppos S shoulder. Fong Mo, however, wore a troubled expression, his mind in turmoil. He could not fathom why he was unable to attain Tao heart understanding like the others. "Before I met you, I was also hailed as a prodigy," Fong Mo lamented, feeling utterly defeated. It was one thing for Li Ruoshue, a monstrous talent in cultivation, to excel, but now, after only recently joining him, he encountered 2 more individuals whose cultivation gifts surpassed his own. How could he maintain his composure? "Brother Fong, do you know how my master perceives prodigies?" Li Ruoshue spoke softly. "How does he view them?" Fong Mo inquired, intrigued. "My master once told me that prodigies are merely stepping stones," Li Ruoshue replied earnestly. Meanwhile, the cultivators surrounding the Holy Sun and Oppos S Cloud Arena showed no signs of departing. For the true climax was yet to come, the gate of the celestial abyss. Even if they could not possess the qualifications to enter, merely observing the gate of the celestial abyss would be of immense benefit to them. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the proclamation of the Lord of the Taishao Palace. On the arena, the Lord of the Taishao Palace, Xiao Lei, looked at Lin Chong and Xiao Jin. He then produced 2 golden square jade pieces. "Xiao Jin, Lin Chong, this is the jade for entering the gate of the celestial abyss." Soon, we, the three strongest palace masters, will jointly activate it using the accumulated fortune of 50,000 years contained within the 7 Holy Sun tokens to open the gate of the celestial abyss. At that time, you, possessing the jade, shall be able to step within. As Xiao Lei held the jade, it began to float towards Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Beside him, Yao Lai also produced 2 pieces and handed them to Zhu Guorao and Hun Li. Qian Li presented one to Hong Shitian. Qian Li, Yao Lai, are you prepared? We are about to open the gate of the celestial abyss. After Xiao Lei and Amp, Oppos, as command, both Qian Li and Yao Lai nodded in agreement. In the next moment, the 3 stepped into the void. As the 3 executed their rituals, the clouds above the summit of the cloud arena began to swirl violently. Golden light cascaded downward from the clouds. A profound, indescribable pressure emanated throughout the entire Wanxia mountain range. In the air, Xiao Lei, Yao Lai, and Qian Li occupied 3 positions. Yo Lichtenstein, Qian Li, prepare the 7 Holy Sun tokens. Understood, Yao Lai responded. In an instant, 7 ancient tokens appeared in the sky. These are the Holy Sun tokens. Over the course of 50,000 years, these tokens had changed hands numerous times, amassing an extraordinary fortune. Now, with the backing of 3 pinnacle saints, the power contained within the 7 Holy Sun tokens began to be unleashed. As the 7 tokens emerged, Xiao Lei and his companions exchanged glances. Their hand gestures synchronized rapidly. The 7 Holy Sun tokens erupted with brilliant rays of light, as if summoning something. A resounding crack echoed. A colossal phantom gradually materialized from the void, resembling an immense ancient door. This was the gate of the celestial abyss. Though not as grand as recorded in legends, it was still a rare sight to behold. How terrifying! Was this the manifestation of a pinnacle saint and Oppos as capabilities? Such an opportunity, rarely afforded to ordinary cultivators, could be effortlessly summoned by those at the pinnacle of sainthood. At this moment, the 7 Holy Sun token shattered, transforming into 7 beams of light that surged into the ethereal gate of the celestial abyss. On the heavy door, intricate, elusive patterns began to trace golden lines, while an ancient aura circulated. Creak! It sounded as though an ancient wooden door was being slowly pushed open. The gate was ajar. Behind it lay a world bathed in golden light, seemingly sacred. Hurry inside. The gate of the celestial abyss is open. We can only maintain it for 3 breaths. Xiao Lei called out. Upon hearing this, Zhu Guorao, Hun Li, and Hong Shitian did not hesitate. Brother Lin, Brother Xiao, let's enter quickly. With that, the 3 grasped the jade and swiftly entered the gate. Xiao Jin, Lin Chong, you must enter as well. Xiao Lei urged. However, what Xiao Jin said next left Xiao Lei and all surrounding cultivators utterly bewildered. When did we ever agree to enter the gate of the celestial abyss through you? Xiao Jin replied, his hands clasped behind his back, mimicking his master's demeanor. My master remarked that your method of entering the gate of the celestial abyss is quite ordinary, too simplistic and lacking in elegance. The manner of entering the celestial gate of the profound threshold must be worthy of the esteemed style of my revered master. Just as everyone stood bewildered, a resounding laughter echoed through the air. Truly, my disciple excels. Henceforth, I shall allow these individuals to witness what it truly means to enter the celestial gate of the profound threshold. Chapter 75, Ascending to Sainthood in 9 Steps. A resonant peal of laughter echoed across the cloud reaches arena, instantly drawing the gazes of all cultivators present. The ability to nurture such formidable disciples suggested a master of terrifying caliber. At that moment, Qin Yuan arose, his gaze sweeping the arena. Those nearest him were dumbfounded. Could this supreme realm cultivator truly be their master? What do you know? One whispered. The most esteemed figures often traverse the land, concealing their true cultivation. Indeed, so. The master has been among us all along. A collective gasp rippled through the arena as every eye, including those of Xiao Lei, Yao Lai, and Qian Li in the sky, as well as Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning, fixed upon Qin Yuan. This was the master of Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong, a supreme at the first level. Xiao Lei, visibly astonished, employed his divine sense for a closer examination. His astonishment only deepened, bordering on disbelief. Confirming with Yao Lai and Qian Li, he ascertained that they, too, had scrutinized the master of Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong. He was, indeed, merely at the first level of the supreme realm. What is this? Supreme at the first level? Could he be suppressing his cultivation? Impossible. With my strength as a second-stage great saint, I detect no artifact or technique used to conceal his aura. Either he surpasses us all, or he truly is only a supreme at the first level. In the southeast corner of the viewing platform, Fang Yemo, intrigued by the master capable of producing such prodigies, turned his gaze upon Qin Yuan, his face registering utter bewilderment. Unnoticed by Fang Yemo, Li Ruoxue stood beside him, trembling violently as if struck by lightning, her eyes brimming with indescribable emotion. "Master! It is my master!" she exclaimed inwardly. No wonder I felt an inexplicable connection to Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong. They are my junior brothers. Only my master, with his unparalleled abilities, could cultivate such formidable geniuses. "Cease your probing," Qin Yuan said, sensing the countless divine senses scrutinizing his strength. "I am, for the moment, indeed at the first level of the supreme realm." His admission triggered another wave of astonishment. For the moment? Can one's realm be temporary? Qin Yuan tilted his head, raised his right hand, and gently pressed down towards the southeast corner. Though the crowd was unsure of his intent, Li Ruoxue trembled even more. Master had already noticed me, she realized, knowing enough to allow her master to take the stage and wait until all was over to approach him. Qin Yuan then lifted his gaze towards the slowly closing Xian Ke heavenly gate, shaking his head. No golden light, no celestial gate. This level of Xian Ke heavenly gate is the most rudimentary. His assessment sent shivers down the spines of those present, for it was tantamount to slapping the faces of the three palace masters. Predictably, Xiao Lei and Amp, Oppo's expression darkened. "Esteemed guest, the Xian Ke heavenly gate has now closed. Your two disciples have, regrettably, missed this grand opportunity." Xiao Lei descended to the arena, speaking slowly. Qianli narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Qin Yuan. "To tread the Xian Ke heavenly gate again, your disciples may only have a chance once they break through to the half-saint realm. Even with their exceptional talent, it may take them at least a millennium to reach that level." Yao Lai stepped forward, addressing Xiao Jin directly. "Xiao Jin, why not join our Taiyao Palace? Become my personal disciple. I assure you, within a few centuries, you will reach the half-saint realm." Yao Lai extended an invitation, coveting the cultivation techniques Xiao Jin possessed. The surrounding cultivators gasped. Joining Taiyao Palace. What an incredible opportunity. If Xiao Jin seizes it, he might truly break through to the half-saint realm in a few centuries. But ISN and Amp, Oppos, it inappropriate to poach disciples in front of their master? Fool! This is a monumental opportunity. What would you choose in the face of such fortune? Yao Lai gazed at Xiao Jin, his eyes filled with anticipation. Xiao Jin tilted his head, appraising Yao Lai. "A saint at the peak? You are not worthy to be my master." He scoffed. Such a character was unworthy of even carrying his master and Oppo's shoes. His words, delivered with unbridled arrogance, caused Yao Lai and Oppo's face to contort in anger. Before he could erupt, Xiao Lei restrained him, frowning. "You have truly missed the Xian Ke heavenly gate." Xiao Jin scoffed again. "The Xian Ke heavenly gate is nothing for my master. He can enter and open it at will." Xiao Jin held absolute faith in his master. His words once more shifted the focus to Qin Yuan, who stepped forward, his aura surging as he instantly ascended to the second level of the supreme realm. The so-called Xian Ke heavenly gate is an opportunity for half-saints to enter the saint realm, Qin Yuan said with a smile. He took another step, and a spatial ripple appeared as his aura shifted from the second to the third level of the supreme realm. The speed of his breakthrough filled the surrounding cultivators with terror. What is happening? 2 steps, 2 realms. Is this even human? Xiao Lei and the others watched intently, confirming that these were genuine signs of cultivation breakthrough. not a release of suppressed power. In other words, the master of Shao Jin and Lin Zhong was truly breaking through. Qin Yuan took a third step, causing the space to show signs of collapse. His aura surged to the fourth level of the supreme realm. If one does not wish to become an ordinary saint, one must trigger the manifestation of the Xian Ke heavenly gate within the half-saint realm. However, it is the greatest opportunity in the saint realm, a matter of chance. Boom! Another step, and he reached the fifth level of the supreme realm. Therefore, opening the Xian Ke heavenly gate is not difficult. Qin Yuan smiled. He casually took a fifth step. Boom! Sixth level of the supreme realm. Boom! Seventh level. Boom! Eighth level. Boom! Ninth level. Cultivation bottlenecks? They were non-existent. The rules requiring the stabilization of one's current realm before attempting another breakthrough were completely shattered by Qin Yuan. Then, Qin Yuan took his final step. The ninth step. Boom! Qin Yuan and Appo's aura became unfathomable, instantly transforming him from the ninth level of the supreme realm into a half-saint. He stood beside Shao Jin and Lin Zhong, a smile on his face, surveying the entire arena, ascending to sainthood in 9 steps, looking down upon the world. Chapter 76. That is also my master. Is that truly a human? What have I just witnessed? 9 steps to sainthood? Did that individual just ascend from the first level of the supreme realm to the half-saint realm in merely 9 steps? How utterly insane. The half-saint realm I have cultivated for over 10,000 years, barely scraping into the third level of the supreme realm. That man in the black robe achieved it in just 9 steps? Ha ha ha. This world is truly turned upside down. Ha ha. Around the arena, numerous cultivators have succumbed to madness. This scene is overwhelmingly shocking to them, for they have witnessed a person and Appo's power elevate from the first level of the supreme realm to the half-saint in less than 9 breaths. It was as simple as drinking water. At this moment, the members of the Xiaolei clan gazed at Qin Yuan with astonishment. They had just exerted their utmost to perceive his abilities, confirming that he indeed ascended step by step from the first level of the supreme realm. 9 steps to sainthood. Who exactly is that man in the black robe? Qian Li's azure eyes were fixed on Qin Yuan, filled with deep contemplation. After all, within this Tai Shao sacred domain, there was no such terrifying figure. Could it be he, like that esteemed individual, hails from the upper realm? Qian Li and Appo's words caused Xiaolei to pause, then frown and reply, and Appo's. As hard to say. However, we can ascertain that while this person is somewhat peculiar, he has indeed just reached the half-saint realm. Even if he attains sainthood, we need not fear. Qian Li nodded. Meanwhile, Yao Lai cast a glance at Qin Yuan before turning his focus back to Shao Jin. This Shao Jin, he truly does not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, he dared to outright reject my invitation before thousands. Yao Lai felt a flicker of murderous, intense stir within him. Despite the other party and Appo's formidable talent and the profound realization of Dao Heart, his current strength was still lacking. If he could be utilized for my purposes, that would be one thing. If not, he must be silenced. Yao Lai. A low voice echoed in his ear. Xiaolei fixed a stern gaze upon Yao Lai, signaling him to restrain himself. Yao Lai closed his eyes, falling silent. At this moment, Qin Yuan and Appo's gaze gradually shifted to the void. Xuan Kitianmin. He smiled softly. The mysterious gate opens a thread, and the calamities surge forth. As his clear voice resonated, a thunderous sound of the great Tao erupted. The celestial tapestry above suddenly split apart. In an instant, all the peaks of the Wanxiao mountain range trembled. An extraordinary phenomenon emerged in the sky. The clouds began to churn violently, while the space beneath Qin Yuan and Appo's feet rippled with ethereal waves. The ripples surged, transforming into countless lotus blossoms. 9-turn life lotus platform. Xin Ke Tianmin opens. Crack. Boom. Suddenly, from the roiling clouds above, thousands of golden bolts of lightning erupted. Instead of descending like ordinary lightning, they coalesced into a rare and ancient inverted lightning waterfall. Between the clouds, the serpentine golden arcs of lightning cascaded from the heavens. The golden lightning illuminated the surrounding mountains for miles, revealing every detail. Boom! Another resounding sound echoed. The onlookers were astonished to see a crimson golden fissure appear from the sky. The crack extended from above to below, as if it pierced through heaven and earth. Within it stood a colossal golden gate, towering thousands of feet high. In the next moment, a phoenix and Apos' cry reverberated through the universe. It seemed as if the phoenix and Apos' call descended from the ninth sky. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the resplendent patterns on the golden gate revealed a majestic ancient phoenix awakening. It spread its wings, as if attempting to shroud the heavens. The golden gate slowly opened. Inside, an extraordinary luminescence emanated, evoking a sense of longing. Just then, before the palace gates of Qin Yuan, a gilded staircase began to unfurl step by step, eventually resting at Qin Yuan's feet. The Qin Yuan had actively extended the staircase. Such an unprecedented occurrence had never been recorded in any ancient texts. Yet, everyone understood that only a being of immense fortune and power could elicit such a special response from the Qin Yuan. In stark contrast to the arduous efforts of Xiaolei and his companions to open a partially obscured gate, this golden, resplendent gate, wide open and extending a golden staircase downward, was the true Qin Yuan. Now I finally comprehend why Xiao Jin previously remarked that the Qin Yuan summoned by the Supreme Three Palaces lacked grandeur. In comparison, what they summoned was merely a trifle. Hush! Speak softly. Are you seeking death? Cough, cough. In any case, this visit to witness the battle of the Holy Sons was not in vain. Merely basking in this golden radiance has already made me feel my bottleneck loosening. I cannot even imagine the boundless opportunities that await if I were to step inside. The surrounding cultivators began to murmur among themselves. At this moment, Qin Yuan and Apos' aura steadily approached the realm of sainthood. Xiao Jin, Lin Chong, let's go. Qin Yuan chuckled softly, casually stepping onto the golden staircase. Behind him, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong followed suit without hesitation. In a haze, the three figures swiftly arrived before the magnificent golden gate suspended from the night sky. Qin Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the Wanxiao mountain range. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong were already drawn into the golden gate by its radiant glow. Qin Yuan's gaze ultimately settled upon Li Ruoshui. He smiled gently, "Good disciple, do not rush. Wait for your master to emerge from the heavenly gate." Though this statement seemed somewhat abrupt, the onlookers paid little mind, assuming he addressed Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Unbeknownst to them, in the southeast corner of the viewing area, Li Ruoshui trembled with excitement. As Qin Yuan stepped through the golden gate, its radiant glow began to shimmer, half concealed in the void, leaving no one aware of when it would open again. However, everyone understood that when it did, those who emerged from within would possess immeasurable potential. Brotherly, did you see that? 9 steps to sainthood. The Qin Yuan actively lowered the golden staircase to welcome him. Those two prodigies and Apos' masters are even more extraordinary than the prodigies themselves. Fang Mo exclaimed with evident excitement. Li Ruoshui and Apos' lips twitched as he replied, "Because that is also my master." Fang Mo, struck by lightning, took a long moment to process before turning back in a daze. Huh? Chapter 77. The Four Realms of the Great Sage. Wait a moment, my friend, Fang Mo exclaimed, still dazed. After pondering for quite some time, he finally uttered in disbelief, "What? Brotherly, are you saying that the man in the dark robe, cough, cough, that esteemed elder, is the master you've been so desperately searching for?" Fang Mo swallowed hard, his face a mask of astonishment. Indeed, Li Ruoshui took a deep breath, a barely contained excitement illuminating his features. "It turns out my master is truly here." I had sensed a certain familiarity in Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. It was because they are my junior brothers. Ha ha! Li Ruoshui, usually reserved and not prone to laughter, was genuinely elated. Fang Mo was rendered speechless. "So, all these prodigious talents have gathered in one place?" Nevertheless, he felt a genuine happiness for Li Ruoshui. Congratulations, Brother Li, on finally locating your master. Once the elder emerges from the Xianke heavenly gate, I shall certainly extend an invitation on behalf of the Fong family for him to visit us. Fong Mo inhaled deeply, speaking with utmost seriousness. That will depend on my master's wishes. I shall heed his every command, Li Ruoshui replied, pacing back and forth on the platform. I recall when I first entered the Sage Realm, I think I spent about an hour inside the heavenly gate, right? Fong Mo smirked. Brother Li, you were actually inside for 3 whole days. Really? It lasted that long? Li Ruoshui seemed slightly helpless. Then, considering my master's cultivation, does that mean he might remain inside for 10,000 years? Fong Mo fell into silence. The Xianke heavenly gate represented a significant opportunity for semi-saints to ascend to the Sage Realm. However, the magnitude of this opportunity varied. Many cultivators exited the gate in less than an hour if it were a minor opportunity. Most sages could only remain for half a day. Those who stayed for half a day would emerge at least at the mid-stage of the Sage Realm. As for Li Ruoshui, a prodigy of extraordinary talent, he had endured for 3 full days, emerging directly at the late stage of the Sage Realm. This had astounded his contemporaries over 10,000 years ago. Now, he claimed his master would remain for 10,000 years? How terrifying. My master is indeed that formidable. Li Ruoshui discerned Fong Mo's thoughts and stated directly, moreover, he is even more terrifying than you can imagine. This is my master. He can cover the heavens with a single hand. While others may not grasp the extent of Qin Yuan and Appo's power, Li Ruoshui was acutely aware of his master and Appo's immeasurable strength. At this moment, his mind drifted back over 20,000 years to when he fortuitously entered the ancient tomb of the heavens. Favored by his master, he became one of many disciples and received teachings that harmonized with his innate reincarnation physique, propelling his strength to unprecedented heights. He began to maximize the development of his reincarnation physique, utilizing the reincarnation techniques imparted by his master to create numerous formidable methods. Consequently, he overwhelmed all the prodigies of his generation. While ordinary cultivators may not have heard of Li Ruoshui and Appo's title within the interconnected realms of the Shen domain, his name resounded with great prominence. Defying the waters of reincarnation, a solitary hand measures the cosmos. This referred to Li Ruoshui, who possessed the power of reincarnation. After all, in this world, few could wield the art of reincarnation, as it entangled with karma, which even sages and grand sages hesitated to comprehend. Brother Li, your 2 junior brothers previously clashed with the Puppet Bone Holy Sect and the Soul Clan. Should I eliminate their patriarch and sect master? Fong Mo suddenly proposed, his gaze seemingly drawn to Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning nearby. The two felt an involuntary chill run down their spines. In that instant, an instinctive reaction told them that their lives seemed to hang by a thread. Yet this thought came and went quickly, leading Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning to believe they were merely experiencing an illusion caused by the heavenly gate. There in Appo's no need. This is a trial for my junior brothers. Li Ruoshui waved his hand lightly, a smile gracing his face as he said, if they cannot prevail, I shall invite them into my river of reincarnation for a thorough cleansing. His smile masked an extremely dangerous undertone. The river of reincarnation, Li Ruoshui's most potent method of killing. Once he summoned the river of reincarnation, those who fell into its waters would forever be ensnared in the hell of reincarnation he constructed. They would never rise again, ultimately disintegrating into nutrients for his river of reincarnation, thereby strengthening it further. Faced with such an opponent, few cultivators at the same level desired to confront Li Ruoshui. Even those stronger than him would hesitate to engage, for Li Ruoshui, possessing the power of a second-tier Grand Sage, had slain third-tier Grand Sages before. The Grand Sage realm transcends the limitations of the Peak Sage realm, undergoing profound transformation. The Grand Sage realm is divided into 4 ultimate stages. The first stage focuses on refining the physical body. A practitioner must refine all the sinews and flesh to be considered a first-tier Grand Sage. Those approaching this stage can wield greater sage resonance power and can draw upon the resonance of the void for cultivation at any time, in any place. In other words, even in areas with sparse spiritual energy, grand sages are unaffected in their practice. The second stage involves refining the sacred bones. Upon entering the sage realm, the sacred bones manifest, but to truly shed mortal bones, one must condense a new set of sacred bones. After entering the second tier of the grand sage realm, the sacred bones become fully developed, with strength capable of breaking through barriers with a mere finger. For instance, both Feng Yanmo and Li Ruoshui are second-tier grand sages, capable of effortlessly tearing through the Xian realm and traversing between various realms. Ascending further leads to the third stage. This stage concentrates on the sacred soul. This step solidifies the soul's power, even allowing it to separate from the body, catching enemies off guard during battle. Furthermore, after refining the sacred soul, one can enter the mysterious domain of the sacred soul, a realm filled with countless enigmatic beings and opportunities. The highest stage is the fourth tier of the Grand Sage realm. It involves refining the sacred heart. Upon reaching this stage, one can manifest their reincarnation mark, merging it with the sacred heart. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, one can instantly escape with both the reincarnation mark and the sacred heart, traversing multiple realms to reconstitute their physical form. Although their strength and rank may drop 2 tiers, this remains a formidable means of survival. The sacred body, sacred bones, sacred soul, and sacred heart constitute the 4 realms of the Grand Sage. At present, Li Ruoshui had resolved to wait at this cloud-high platform for the reopening of the Xianke Heavenly Gate. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Gate, Xiao Jin, Lin Chong, and Qin Yuan had already stepped inside, entering the place heralded as the greatest opportunity for sages.